The Jello program, coming to you from Radio City, New York, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with For No Rhyme or Reason. From California to New York, from Maine to Texas, every home has one common problem, and that's meal planning. You want to keep the family happy. You want to keep their appetites interested. Well, there's where Jello is a great big help. Jello is one dessert the family always likes because, first of all, there are so many different ways to serve it. With fruits or nuts or whipped cream, molded in shimmering layers of 2 and 3 lovely colors, or just served perfectly plain. A grand dessert any time. And second, and most important, Jello tastes so delicious. It's a new treat every time, for Jello brings you that extra rich fruit flavor, a wonderful real fruit goodness that makes every Jello dish a triumph. Just be sure to get genuine Jello when you buy if you want to enjoy Jello's delicious extra rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome to New York that little ray of California sunshine. That shivering, quivering, ice-kissed comedian, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you through a suit of long underwear. And, Don, it's sure great to be back in New York again, but, boy, this cold weather is really too much for me.
Oh, Jack, I'll admit it has been pretty cold, but it's certainly much warmer today.
I know that, Don, but I defrost very slowly. You know, coming from California, my blood happens to be thin, what there is of it. I can hardly stand it.
I know how you feel, Jack. After the sun goes down, it does get pretty frigid.
Frigid? Why, Don, the other night I slept under 6 blankets. I felt like the bottom wheat cake. But cold or no cold, it's good to be back in old Manhattan. Huh?
Well, tell me, Jack, you've been in town now since Thursday. What have you been doing with yourself?
Oh, I've had a lot of fun, Don. I saw some shows, went to a couple of nightclubs, and last night I was invited over to Fred Allen's apartment for dinner.
Oh, Fred Allen, huh?
Yeah, he and I are pretty good friends now. You know.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Has Fred got a nice apartment?
Oh, how could I tell, Don, with all that laundry hanging in the living room? But, Don, you should have seen the meal he put on. Now, you know me, Don. I mean, you know, now, I don't want to sound catty. But after all, how often do I come to New York? Maybe once a year.
Well?
Well, you think he could have had sardines some other night?
Sardines?
I wouldn't have liked them if he'd opened them with the key to the city. Oh, really? I got even with him, though. When I left, I took 3 spoons back to the automat. Wait till he finds that out. Huh?
Gee, it doesn't seem possible that Fred would invite you to dinner and serve that kind of a meal.
Well, he did. And wait a minute. Here's the payoff. No, the only ones there were Fred, Portland, Mary, and myself. And when we got through eating, Fred asked me to get up and make an after-dinner speech.
An after-dinner speech? What was that for?
Well, he was hoping I'd say something that he could use on his program next Wednesday.
Oh.
You know.
Oh, I get it.
I fooled him, though. I got up and recited the Gettysburg Address in French. Let him use that. Anyway, Fred and I are friends now. I'm not going to start running him down.
Running him down? What have you been doing up till now?
Well, oh, it's you, Phil. Well, welcome to New York. Eh? That's it. Keep bowing. Flash those pearly teeth. Yes, sir. You know, Phil, I was wondering if you'd show up tonight. I haven't seen you since we got in town Thursday. Where are you living?
At the Astor Bar.
The Astor Bar. Well, for goodness sake, why didn't you take a room in the hotel upstairs?
Funny, the bartender asked me that when I was shaving this morning.
Well, I can imagine the kind of time you've been having. Say, Phil, I was just looking over the boys in the orchestra. This isn't your regular band, is it?
No, Jack, these are local boys. What do you think of them?
They're a fine bunch. They look like you picked them up at a rummage sale.
What if I did? Their instruments are new.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's something, yes. But I can't understand why you didn't bring your regular band along. I offered to pay their expenses.
Their expenses? That's rich.
Well, I did.
Sure you did. I got 14 musicians, and you wanted to put them in 7 upper berths.
Well, the berths were opposite each other. They could have slept crossways. You know, the train was crowded.
Crowded?
Yeah, I had to share my berth with an Indian that got on at Albuquerque. Kept me up all night trying to sell me a blanket. Happened to snore once or twice. He tried to scalp me. I never thought of it. What a trip, huh?
Hello, Jack. Here's your little glamour girl.
Oh, hello, Mary. How are you? That's it, Mary. Keep bowing. Show your silly hat. How do you like this New York weather, Mary?
What a change. Burp, it's cold.
Burp? That's burr. Burp.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Mary. Have you been having a good time since we got here?
Oh, swell, Don. Gee, I love winter New York. I've been taking long walks in Central Park every day.
Walking in the park with all this snow? Are you crazy?
It's almost gone now, Jack.
Well, maybe it is, but I saw a picture of Mayor LaGuardia in front of the City Hall last week, and the snow was way up to his ears.
Oh, how high is that?
Plenty high. He was standing on Grover Whalen.
Now, that's silly. What was Grover Whalen doing under the snow?
He was keeping his gardenia fresh.
Well, thanks, Mary. I'd have never thought of that. Well, anyway, you can all have this winter weather. Every time I go out of the hotel, I just about freeze.
Well, no wonder you came from California without an overcoat. Why don't you buy one?
Oh, we're only going to be here a couple of weeks, say. Well, I spend $50 or $60, you know.
That's right. You can get a can of Sterno for a dime.
Yeah. Now, Mary, if you don't stop ribbing me, I'll tear into that hat you're wearing tonight. You ought to see this one, folks.
I think it's cute.
Yeah, it sure is. Looks like something a bride would bake.
That's what the girl in the store said.
Well, she was sure clicking. Say, Phil, we got a long show to do. How about a number? Huh?
Okay, Jackson.
Okay. Hold it a minute. Come in. Oh, how do you do?
Hello, Jack. Are you busy?
Well, miss, right now I'm... Oh, for heaven's sake, I'll be doggone. Rosie Nicholson.
That's me.
Well, gee whiz. Come in. What a surprise. Hey, fellas, this is Rosie Nicholson, a girl I used to go with when I lived here.
How do you do?
Hiya, Rosie.
Mary, this is an old sweetheart of mine.
Oh, yeah?
Well, Rosie, Rosie, I haven't seen you in years.
I knew you were in town, Jack, so I just thought I'd come up and say hello.
Well, I'm glad you did. You're looking great. But, Rosie, you've gained a little weight, haven't you?
Yeah, now I go with a guy that feeds me.
Oh, boy, so same sense of humor, but you haven't changed, though, Rosie. Really, you're a blonde now, and you were a blonde when I met you.
That's right.
Yeah.
A lot of peroxide has gone over the dam since then.
Miss Livingstone, please.
Ha, ha, ha.
Gosh, after all these years. It's sure good to see you again. Say, Rosie, are you married yet?
No, but I'm still in there punching.
That's the spirit, gal. Don't give up. Say, will you ever forget the fun we used to have, and how crazy I used to be about you?
Yeah. Remember the time you gave me a lock of your hair?
I'll say.
Don't you wish you had it now?
Keep still, Mary. We're reminiscing. Say, Rosie, let's sit down and talk over old times, huh?
All right, Jack.
Play, Phil. Hey, Rosie, will you ever forget the time you got fired from the delicatessen for giving me extra pickles? Pocket Full of Dreams, played by Phil Harris and his Van Steeden Orchestra. And now, folks... and now... and now, folks, Don Wilson... Don Wilson has an announcement of great importance to make. Take it, Don.
Ladies and gentlemen, the scene is the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Homer T. Griddle in the thriving little town of East Orange, New Jersey. They've just finished their roast beef and are now enjoying their dessert. Let us tune in and hear what they have to say about our product.
Gee, darling, this is a swell dessert. It's so appetizing. What do they call it?
I'm glad you like it, Homer. It's called...
My, it's delicious. And tempting, too. Tell me, dear, is this the only flavor it comes in?
Lordy, no, honey. This economical dessert comes in...
Well, it's simply wonderful. I hope you serve it often. Oh, sweetheart, is there any way of telling this from other similar desserts?
Yes, indeedy, precious. All you have to do is look for the...
Well, I must run along now. I have an appointment at the office.
Where is your office?
It doesn't say here. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, I venture to say that this happy couple were eating Jello. It is economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors.
And now, folks, to resume in a lighter vein, tonight as we are visiting to New York, we are going to present an original murder mystery. A play that we feel...
Hiya, Jack. Am I late?
Oh, a little bit, Kenny, but it's all right. It's all right. Well, look at those rosy cheeks. Say, Kenny, how do you like this kind of weather? It's a little different from Glendale, isn't it? Huh?
I'll say it is. And you know, Jack, this is the first time I've ever seen snow.
Well, it looks beautiful, doesn't it?
It tastes good, too. Gee, but snow is funny stuff. Say, Jack, I wonder where it comes from.
Well, it's very simple, Kenny. Snow is fundamentally rain. But due to atmospheric conditions, the moisture in the clouds condenses into minute crystals. And these tiny particles fall to the earth in dainty white flakes.
Well, shut my mouth.
Well, it serves me right for even attempting an explanation.
Now, why don't you tell him about the stork?
No, keep still. He asked me a question, and I answered it.
I know, but ever since you bought that encyclopedia, you've been showing off.
I have not.
You have, too. The other day, I just asked you what time it was, and you told me how they make watches.
Oh, forget it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, we are going to present an original...
Say, Jack,
Yes?
is that Kenny Baker, your tenor singer?
Oh, yes, Rosie. Oh, Kenny, this is Miss Nicholson, the girl I used to go with.
Gee.
Yeah.
Do you live in New York, Miss Nicholson?
Yes, I do.
Are you a siren?
Kenny! You'll have to excuse him, Rosie. He's been reading the wrong kind of magazines. And now, folks, as I started to announce, Kenny, stand still and stop scratching. Tonight, we are going to present an original detective thriller entitled Murder in the Movies. Now, in this gripping drama, Phil Harris will be sergeant of police. Don Wilson will be lieutenant, and I will be the captain.
We knew that.
Phil, if you're not happy here, I can arrange a taffy pull with your contract. You see, they'd like that. Now, let's see.
Well, I think that
Stop
before...
arguing, Phil. Jack should be police captain and nobody else.
Why should he be? Just give me one reason.
I'll give you 2. He's got flat feet.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. My feet are not flat.
Go on. Your
Yeah.
footprints on the beach have fooled many a duck hunter.
Well, I can't help that. Now, let's see.
Oh, Jack, is it really true that you purposely flattened your feet the day the United States entered the World War?
No, Don, the World War had nothing to do with it. It was an accident.
An accident? How could you accidentally flatten your feet?
Because I was hanging out of a window at the time, and I was so surprised at the war news that I dropped.
That's ridiculous. Why were you hanging out of a window?
Because we were a large family, and shut up. Let me ask you something, Phil. Where were you during the World War?
I was in kindergarten.
Kindergarten? What are you laughing at?
I'll bet he had a flask at his rompers.
You said it. Any guy that'll put on rompers just to avoid being shot, I have no sympathy for. Now, getting back to our play, I will be the captain, and Kenny, you work in a moving picture theater, so you're a ticket taker.
Okay. Can I wear my new galoshes?
No, Kenny, and incidentally, you're not supposed to wear galoshes indoors, so take them right off.
What, and go barefooted?
Barefooted? Kenny, you mean to tell me you haven't got shoes under those galoshes?
What do you think I am, a sissy?
Well, you got a high voice, if that's what you mean. Now, Mary, you're going to work in the same moving picture theater. You're a cashier.
That's me, shortchange Livingston.
Well, there'll be none of that. And now, folks, our play, Murder in the Movies, will go on immediately after Kenny's song. Are you ready, Kenny?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead. And stop that scratching. Are you wearing long underwear or have you been to the flea circus?
Both.
Oh, you poor kid. Sing.
Let me hear you say it with a kiss. If you mean that look I've seen, say it with a kiss. You don't have to know the words to love's familiar tune. Say it with a kiss and say it soon. My eyes have looked at you and found you fair. My heart's been asking me if you could care. And now my heart and I are standing by. We await your reply. Let me hear you say it with a kiss. If you mean that look I've seen, say it with a kiss. There is wine and candles shine and music in your lips, magic in the touch of your fingertips. Words may not convey, say it with a kiss, and your look might speak a book that my eyes might miss. You don't have to know the words to love's familiar tune. Say it with a kiss and say it so.
That was Say It With a Kiss, sung by Kenny Baker. And, Kenny, that was simply marvelous.
Thanks, Jack. Your kindness is exceeded only by your good looks.
Well. Hey, where did that come from? And now, folks, before somebody says something, he couldn't let that line go by without making a face at me. That's all. And now, folks, we will proceed with our original dramatic thriller entitled Murder at the Movies, or Please Don't Talk About Me When I'm Gone. The scene opens at police headquarters where we find Captain O'Benny and his assistants, Lieutenant Wilson and Sergeant Harris. Curtain. Music. Now listen, men. Things are going from bad to worse. The chief just called me up and said we better clean up the crooks in this district or else.
Oh, we're doing all right.
Doing all right. Now listen, Harris. You were on duty in Central Park last night when two men stole an elephant from the zoo. And you let them get away with it.
Well, they told me they were Barnum and Bailey.
I wouldn't care if they were Damon and Pythias. Which they probably were.
Well, I'm sorry, Chief.
Sorry. And you, Wilson, you're a fine-looking policeman. Why are you wearing your badge on the seat of your pants?
The patch fell off.
Oh. Well, listen, fellas, I want action around here. Action. I'll fill this jail if I have to serve $1 dinner. That's what. I'll take it. Hello, police headquarters. Hello, police headquarters.
Hello, Cap. This is Mamie Livingston, cashier at the Bijou Theater.
Oh, hello, Mamie. How's Trix?
Fine. She just had pups.
I don't mean that. What did you call me up for?
Better get over here right away, Cap. A fellow was just murdered right in front of my box office. Gee, was cute.
Murdered, eh? How do you know he's dead?
He doesn't wink back.
I see. Well, tell me, when did this murder happen?
3 hours ago.
3 hours? Why didn't you call me before?
I was selling a ticket to a Scotchman.
Oh. Well, hold everything, Mamie. We'll be right over.
What's up, Cap?
Plenty. There's been a murder in front of the Bijou Theater. We better get over there at once.
Right with you, Cap.
Now, this may be dangerous, so take everything you need. Oh, Harris, where's your bulletproof vest?
At the cleaners. I'm going to a party tonight.
Oh, well, it's lucky you got an excuse. Come on, man. Let's go. Gee, it's cold out tonight.
Sure, it's cold. You ought to buy an overcoat.
Oh, I can stand it. There's the police car. Let's go.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Murder at the Bijou Theater. Also free dishes. That is all.
Step on it, Wilson. I've almost got a set.
Say, Cap, can we stop by Joe's pawn shop for a minute?
What for?
I want to pick up my gun.
We haven't got time for that. Come on, give her the gas, Wilson.
Okay.
Here's the place, fellas. All right, break it up, men. Now stand back, everybody.
There's the body, Cap.
Yeah. Help me lift him up, fellas. I'll take his overcoat for evidence.
Evidence?
Shut up. Now, let's see. Well, he was shot right through the little finger.
Little finger? How could that kill him?
He was scratching his head at the time. There's Mamie in the box office. I'll get the lowdown from her. Hello, Mamie.
Hello, Cap. I'm glad you got here.
Now, listen, Mamie. Now, tell me all you know about this murder.
Well, Cap, I was sitting here selling tickets when all of a sudden... How many, please?
2 on the balcony.
Thank you.
All right, Mamie, all right. What happened?
Well, anyway, I heard a shot, and all of a sudden... How many, please?
6. I want to lie down.
Now, come on, Mamie. I got to get the facts. What did the murderer look like? What was the color of his hair?
I don't know. He had a hat on.
Well, his eyes, then. His eyes. What color were his eyes?
He had dark glasses on.
Oh, well, what about his face? What did his face look like?
A veal cutlet.
You're trying to shield him. Now, where did he go?
Well, as soon as he fired the shot, he ran into the theater.
That's what I wanted to know. Come on, boys. We'll go in after him.
Where with you, Cap?
There's the doorman. Hey, buddy, did a man come in here a few minutes ago with a gun in his hand?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was the gun smoking?
Yes, so I made him sit in the loges.
You hear that? Now, let's go in, men. This is a cinch.
Oh, I'm sorry, mister, but you fellows will have to have tickets.
Tickets? We're the police, and we're after a criminal. Here, look at our badges.
They're very pretty, but you gotta have tickets.
Oh, all right. Hey, Wilson, buy 3 tickets.
Okay.
Now, see here, buddy. Did you get a good look at the murderer?
Yes, he had purple hair, yellow eyes, and light green complexion.
Now, that's ridiculous. How could he look like that?
It could have been something I ate, you know.
Oh, you're no help.
Here are the tickets, Cap.
Here you are, buddy.
Hold your steps, please.
Now, come on, man. The kid told us he went upstairs. Follow me. Okay, men. Here are the loges. Now, let's take it easy. We got them cornered now.
Stubs, please.
Oh, here you are.
I'm sorry, sir, but these tickets are for the main floor.
Now, look here, buddy. We're the law. We're after a desperate criminal. He's sitting in the loges.
Well, if he can afford it, can't you?
Oh, all right. What do we owe you?
45 cents extra for 3 tickets.
Here you are. Make a note of that, Harris. 65 cents for expenses. Now, let's see. Here are the loges. Hey, fellas, I bet that's him there on that end seat. He looks like a killer.
Yeah.
Quiet, men. Let's sneak up on him. Oh, darn it, there's the newsreel.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Army beats Navy 14-7 in thrilling football game. The crowd is in a frenzy as Army scores its first touchdown.
Wow, look at that guy run.
Harris, you're here on business.
New York City, New York. Animal lovers mourn the loss of Oscar the elephant, which was stolen last night from Central Park Zoo. Police are baffled.
We are not.
Then where's the elephant?
Never mind, we'll find him.
Hollywood, California. Bevy of beautiful girls arrive in Hollywood to take part in beauty contests. Look at those gorgeous creatures as they step off the plane. Woo!
Well, thank heaven that's over. Now, come on, men. We got to catch that murderer before he gets away.
Hey, Cap, there's a fellow with a gun sitting over there by the door.
That's the guy we want. Come on. Oh, now what's that?
It's the feature picture. Look!
Yeah, there's the title. Jack Benny and Artists and Models.
Why, that's my old picture. We can't nab that guy now. We'll have to wait until it's over.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm not going to sit through this. Take it away. I give up. I surrender.
What?
I confess. I killed him. I'm the murderer. But I'm not going to sit through this picture. I'm not hanged, you hear me? Hanged! Hanged!
Blast the bracelets on the men and take them away. I'm staying for the picture. Play, Phil.
Livingston are tricks to all trades. Well, here's a trick every housewife ought to know about. It's a quick and easy way to add new excitement to your dinner table tomorrow night. Serve the new Jello vanilla pudding with crisp toasted nut meats folded right into it. It's inviting, it's new, it's delicious. For Jello vanilla pudding has a marvelous flavor, creamy, delicate, and smooth as satin. It's made with real vanilla. That's why it's so tempting and good. Then try the new Jello butterscotch pudding. It's just as delicious as the vanilla, for it's rich with old-fashioned butterscotch flavor, a flavor your whole family will love. And it has a golden taffy color that makes you hungry just to look at it. And then try Jello chocolate pudding. Every bit as tempting as the kind that Mother used to make, but far quicker and easier. For all three new Jello puddings can be prepared in next to no time with just a few minutes cooking. Simple directions are in every package. So ask your grocer tomorrow for all three Jello puddings. Vanilla, butterscotch, and chocolate.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
From Going Places, Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program for courtesy of Marvin Leroy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Jello. The Jello program, coming to you from Radio City, New York, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Hooray for Hollywood. It hardly seems possible, but it's true. Only 12 more shopping days till Christmas. 12 crowded days that will go by like the wind with so little time for planning or preparing your daily menus. Well, here's a helpful hint. Stock up on Jello tomorrow, for with Jello on your pantry shelf, you can win that race with the old clock. Jello dissolves instantly, sets quickly, and offers you dozens of delicious desserts prepared in next to no time. It tastes just grand served perfectly plain in any of those 6 delicious flavors. Or you can dress it up with different canned fruits for a touch of quick and easy variety. Just be sure to get genuine Jello when you buy, for Jello brings you that delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor, a rich, full-flavored goodness that simply can't be topped. So for ease, speed, and swell things to eat, ask your grocer for Jello. orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who came to New York in the middle of winter without an overcoat and still hasn't bought one, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the holdout, talking. And, Don, I wish you'd stop harping about an overcoat. I told you last week I don't need one.
I know, Jack, but it's dangerous to walk the streets this kind of weather without a coat. After all, this is winter.
Don, believe me, cold weather doesn't bother me. I'm just naturally rugged. Well, I was the first fellow in Waukegan to ever get a haircut in the middle of December. I can take it.
Well, that may be so, Jack, but I still think that you're not dressed warm enough.
Why, Don, it hasn't been so cold this week. As a matter of fact, it's been raining most of the time.
Then why don't you buy a raincoat?
Listen, Don, are you selling clothing or Jello?
Jello.
Then stick to it, or I'll fatten up Graham McNamee for your job. Now, let's drop it.
Well, I think Don's right, Jack. You look silly walking down the street dressed the way you are.
Oh, I do, huh?
Yeah, why, for $60 you can get a beautiful overcoat with patch.
Didn't notice it. Well, look at them now. Look at those three violinists in the front row. You'd think Congress had just passed a law against borscht. You know, Don, I can't understand why Phil had a... Oh, now they laugh. The reason they're laughing now, borscht is the first word they understood. You know, Don, I can't understand why Phil had to pick out an orchestra that works for Fred Allen.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Maybe they're worried about something. Maybe they're serious musicians.
Serious? Last Wednesday night, all Allen said was, hello, Porty, and those guys went into hysterics.
Well, maybe they jumped their cue.
You nearly jumped yours.
Yeah.
That's probably what happened. Now, you know, I don't mind Allen telling them when to laugh and applaud. But when he throws lighted matches around to get them to stamp their feet, that's going too far. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Applecart. What upset you now?
Oh, it's that smart aleck orchestra Phil had to ring in on me. I wish you'd just ignore him, Mary. You haven't been out with any of the boys in this band, have you?
Only the brass section.
Oh.
I like fellas with derbies.
Oh, good. Well, stay away from the woodwinds. But by the way, Mary, I thought you were going to meet me the other night for dinner and go to a show afterwards.
Jack, I've told you 1,000 times I'm not going out with you until you buy an overcoat.
Oh, you're as bad as Don. I told you I don't need an overcoat. This blue suit keeps me plenty warm.
It ought to. You got your gray one under it.
Oh, was that darn thing showing again? Anyway, you missed a wonderful treat. I saw that new Olson and Johnson review.
Oh, if they got a show here, what's the name of it?
It's called Hex-a-Poppin'.
Hex-a-poppin'?
Yeah.
Not the night I saw it.
Go away, Phil. Just say, Mary, you missed a grand evening's entertainment.
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, I went over to visit my folks in Plainfield that night. They're having trouble with the landlord again.
Hey, that's been going on for years. Mary, your father's working. Why doesn't he pay the rent?
Oh, he says everything belongs to the Indians anyway.
Well, the least he could do is give the landlord a string of beads. The only thing I can't understand, Mary, is how your family keep from being thrown out.
Thrown out? My folks move so often, Mama wears a gypsy costume.
Oh. Well, I guess some people are just naturally restless.
Yeah, we even had to change our dog's name from Fido to Rover.
Nice family.
Say, Jack.
What?
I just got a letter from Mama that'll positively kill you.
Well, it's about time. What's the Noel Coward of Plainfield got to say?
Here it is. Oh, this is a riot.
Well, never mind the build-up. Just read it.
Okay. My darling daughter, Mary, just a line to let you know how happy your visit made us, and to tell you that you left a pair of gloves here on the piano.
That was careless.
They fit me fine, but I will send them to you immediately, if that's the way you feel about it. Anyway, it's lucky you left when you did. I think your sister Lulu has the mumps, as she was blowing up a balloon yesterday, and when she stopped, her cheeks wouldn't go down.
Oh, that's too bad.
Right now, she looks like a tuba player getting ready for a high note.
Say, it's a good thing you got away from there.
By the way, Mary, your grandfather is at it again. He may be old, but he certainly follows the latest style.
I remember the old geezer.
This morning, when he came into breakfast, he was wearing his beard up.
He was. Say, with his beard up over his face, he must have trouble eating.
Mama's coming to that. We had chicken soup for lunch today, and you should have seen your grandfather looking for a noodle in the haystack.
The old gal's cooking tonight. Any other bulletins?
No other news, except your cousin Otto is in trouble with the police again.
Now what?
They caught him on a ladder the other night, and he wasn't eloping.
That's right. You can't take silverware to Niagara Falls. Huh?
That's all for now. Give my love to the gang, and hope to see you before you leave. Your devoted mother, Gypsy Rose Livingston.
Wow.
P.S. It's only 2 weeks to Christmas, so give my love to Jack, too.
Well, that's very sweet of her. What a racketeer. Now, let's get on with the program. Oh, Kenny. Hey, where's Kenny? He's supposed to sing right now.
I don't know.
Oh, I remember. Kenny borrowed $10 from me and said he was going out to see the World's Fair.
The World's Fair? That doesn't open until spring.
He'll wait.
Darn that kid. Well, if we can't have a song, I'll have to play a violin solo.
A violin solo?
Get back in your seats, men.
That's what I say. Hand me a violin, Phil.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Can't we talk this over?
I know what I'm doing, Phil. Let go of me. Hey, boys, do you know At Long Last Love?
No.
How about My Reverie?
No.
Fine orchestra. Hey, piano player.
Yeah?
Do you know when it's tulip time in Holland?
I think it's in April, isn't it?
Oh, never mind. They'd probably ruin it for me anyway. Well, as long as we have to do without Kenny, play something, Phil. We got to get going here. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm awfully sorry you're not going to play a violin solo tonight.
You are? Well, so am I.
But who are we, the people?
Get out of here. Be glad when the beaver season opens. I'd like to bag him.
I'm no millionaire, but I'm not the type to care, 'cause I've got old pocket full of dreams. It's my universe, even with an empty purse, 'cause I've got that pocket full of dreams. Wouldn't trade the wealth on Wall Street for a road where nature trots, and to calculate I'm worth my weight in the golden rods. Lucky, lucky me, I can live in luxury, 'cause I've got that pocket full of dreams. I'm no millionaire, but I'm not the type to care, 'cause I've got that pocket full of dreams. It's my universe, even with an empty purse, 'cause I've got old pocket full of dreams. Wouldn't trade that wealth on Wall Street for a road where nature trots, and to calculate I'm worth my weight in the golden rod.
Yeah, man.
Lucky, lucky me, I'll go on in livery, 'cause I've got old pocket full of dreams.
Pocket Full of Dreams, played by the orchestra with a vocal refrain by Phil Martinelli. And now I know why you didn't want me to play my violin, Phil. It was just so you could do a number yourself, you big ham.
Well, what if I did? Don't be so jealous.
I'm not jealous. If I couldn't sing better than that, I wouldn't even attempt it. Me jealous. Why should I be? I got more money in the bank than you have. Haven't I, Mary?
You've got more money in your socks than he has in the bank.
Mary, if you're referring to that bulge above my shoe, I was getting out of the bathtub this morning and I sprained my ankle.
Well, you've got Lincoln's picture on the bandage.
All right, Mary. Anyway, that's what happened.
Bathtub? What were you doing in the bathtub?
I was sailing a boat. What was I doing in the bathtub? What do you think I was doing? Diving for pearls? Or my laundry?
That could happen.
Now, wait a minute, Mary, I shouldn't even discuss it, but I don't do my own laundry.
Well, someone should.
All right, just keep it up, fellas. Just keep it up. So, when I do my Christmas shopping, I'll remember every word that was said here.
Now, hold on a minute, Jack. Have I ever said anything to hurt your feelings?
No, you haven't, Don.
Have I ever said anything that would cause you a moment's unhappiness?
No, Don, you haven't. Here it comes, folks.
Have I ever said anything except that Jello is economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors? Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
No, Don, and I admire you for it. To prove my faith in you, I'm going to let you handle the show from now on.
Where you going, Jack?
Well, I've still got a lot of Christmas shopping to do, and I thought I'd finish it up today. You can handle things around here, can't you, Don?
Oh, sure, Jack. Go right ahead.
Can I go with you, Jack?
Yeah, because if I leave you here, you're liable to say something about me.
All right, I'll go with you and say it.
Hey there. Easy. Come on, Don. I'll see you. We're going ahead. I'll see you later. Wait a minute. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, well, it's about time. We've been in town 10 days, and it's the first I've heard from you. Where are you?
I'm up here in Harlem enjoying a little Southern hospitality.
Oh, well, you know, Rochester, even though we're in New York, you still have work to do.
I thought this was a pleasure trip.
Pleasure trip? I've had to unpack my own bags, answer the phone, and do everything myself. You expect to get paid this week, don't you?
Definitely.
I thought so. What have you been doing?
Well, last Wednesday night, some friends of mine threw a big banquet in my honor.
Oh, did you have a good time?
I don't know. It ain't over yet.
It ain't over yet. Well, for heaven's sake, how long is this party going to last?
Until somebody with a blue coat knocks on the door with an axe.
Well, I don't mind you having a good time, Rochester, but in case things get dull there, I wish you'd drop around and press some pants for me.
Okay, boss, I'll be there tomorrow.
Fine. Oh, incidentally, when I unpacked my bags the other day, I couldn't find my full dress suit.
You couldn't? My.
I'm not asking for sympathy, Rochester. Where is my full dress suit?
You mean the one you look so good in?
Stop flattering me. Rochester, where is my full dress suit?
Why don't you wear your tuxedo?
Now, Rochester, for the last time, where is my full dress suit?
Well, I'll be doggone. I got it on.
I thought so. Of all the brazen, unmitigated nerve, how dare you put on any of my wardrobe? How dare you?
Are you disappointed in me, boss?
Disappointed? Now, listen to me, Rochester.
Yes, sir?
I want you to be at my hotel at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning.
Shall I come formal?
Yes, bring the suit. Goodbye.
So long, boss.
Well, that's positively the last word in nerve. Play, Phil. I got to go out and do some shopping. Come on This store is crowded, isn't it, Mary?
Yeah, getting through this mob is like playing Notre Dame.
Yeah, everybody shoving and pushing. Ooh, ooh! Madam, will you please watch your umbrella? You better stick close to me, Mary, and don't get lost. And take your hand out of my pocket.
Not my hand.
Then whose is it? Well, for goodness... Hey, buddy, what are you doing with your hand in my pocket?
I don't know. I guess I'm an optimist.
Let's get away from here, Mary. Now, let's see. Here's my Christmas list. An electric razor for Don, a necktie for Kenny, a chorus girl for Phil, and,
What are you going to get for me, Jack?
I'm not going to tell you, Mary. It's a surprise. It's something between a Rolls Royce and a compact.
I'll bet the last will be first.
Oh, I don't know about that. Remember last Christmas I gave you that lovely bottle of perfume?
Fine perfume. I put some on my handkerchief and had to bury it.
No, it wasn't that bad. Incidentally, I have to buy some. I wish you'd help me pick it out.
Okay, here's the counter, Jack.
Oh, yes. Pardon me, miss. I'd like to get a bottle of perfume.
Yes, sir. Now, here's something new this season that's very popular.
Well, what an attractive bottle, isn't it, Mary?
Yeah.
What's the name of that, miss?
It's called Springtime in the Bronx.
Oh, yes, it's lovely that time of year with the bagels all in bloom. But, miss, look, I'd like something a little more exotic. Something, shall we say, ooh-la-la?
Oui, oui.
Well.
Now, here's a perfume that's all the rage in Paris. It's called Toujours l'amour voulez-vous.
Well, toujours l'amour voulez-vous. What does that mean, Mary?
Love, your magic smell is everywhere.
Well, it sounds much better in French. How much is that, miss?
$10 an ounce or $4,000 a gallon.
Well, I'm afraid that's a little steep. Let's see. What else have you got?
Now, here's something very nice. It sells for $3.50 a bottle.
Say, that's quite a bargain. Who makes that?
Haig and Haig.
Oh, I'm afraid that won't do either. Oh, gosh, I don't know. Gee, miss, I don't know what kind of perfume to buy.
Why don't you just run some violets through a wringer and make it yourself?
Well, of all the impertinence. Come on, Mary, I've got a good mind to report her.
Well, it's not her fault, Jack. She's busy.
Busy?
Yes, when you spend that much time with a girl, you either have to buy something or marry her.
Oh. Well, come on, I got to get some neckties for Kenny. And stick close to me, Mary. You'll get lost in this crowd.
Hey, Jack, there's that fellow again.
Where? Ouch! Buddy, will you please keep your hand out of my pocket?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, you're the clumsiest pickpocket I've ever met.
Well, I'm young yet.
And stay away from me until you loin something. Now, let's see. Where's the necktie counter?
There's a floor walker, Jack. Ask him.
Oh, yes. Pardon me, mister.
Good afternoon. What can I do for you, sir?
I'm looking for ties. Where can I get a good dollar necktie?
I'm afraid you better ask somebody else.
Why?
I work here. I'm prejudiced.
Nevertheless, I'd like to find the necktie department. Where is it?
Neckties. Now, let's see. That wouldn't come under crockery, would it?
No, it comes under chin, if I remember. Now, look, mister, I haven't got all day. Where can I buy a tie?
Well, you don't have to get huffy about it.
I'm not huffy. You big dope.
Oh, go back to Hollywood and squeeze an orange.
Now, look here, you.
Hey, Jack, there's the necktie department right in back of you.
Oh, that's right. Fine floor walker. He's a disgrace to his carnation. Fine floor walker. He's a disgrace to his carnation. Oh, here we are. Well, there's quite a selection here.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'd like to buy some ties.
4-in-hand, bow, or railroad?
Look, I want a necktie, a regular necktie.
I'm glad to hear that. The one you're wearing is awful.
Well, it is a little wrinkled.
Now, here's a very snappy tie, mister, with an American flag on it.
Oh, yes.
Take it, Jack. It'll go good with your white shirt with the stars on it.
Yeah, that's right. It is unusual. How much is this tie with the flag on it?
$62.50.
$62.50?
Yes, Betsy Ross made it.
For heaven's sake, what is this, a store or a museum?
I don't know. I always come in the back door.
Well, that settles it. I'm getting out of this joint.
Wait a minute, Jack. As long as you're here, why don't you buy an overcoat?
I told you before, I don't need one.
You do, too.
I do not, and take your hand out of my pocket. And come in quicker.
Good heavens, you're getting monotonous.
All right. Come on, Mary. I'll buy that overcoat just so you'll keep still. Where's that silly floor walker again?
There he is, right over there.
Oh, yeah. Say, mister, I hate to go through this again, but can you tell me where the overcoat department is?
I'm not speaking to you.
Well, I'm not going to make up with you either. Come on, Mary. I'll find the overcoats myself.
You better carry some of these bundles, honey.
I'm loaded now.
Rochester.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. You shopping, too?
Yeah, I thought you were up at Harlem at a banquet.
I was, but I ran into some money with a pair of dice, so my girlfriend brought me down here to liquidate.
Oh, I see.
Boss, I'd like you to meet Miss Lucille. What is your last name, honey?
Garbo.
Oh, Lucille Garbo. How do you do?
Glad to know you, Mr. Benny. Rochester's been telling me about that big oil well you two own.
Oil well? What oil well?
Come on, honey, let's go.
Rochester!
See you later, boss.
Oil well? Wait till I see him tomorrow.
Oh, Jack, I found the overcoat department. I've got one all picked out for you.
Look, I'll pick out my own. Where is it?
Come on, I'll show you.
Now, Mary, while I'm buying my coat, you can run along. You don't have to stay.
I wouldn't miss this for $1 million.
All right, but I don't want any remarks.
Here's the salesman. Isn't he cute?
Oh, so that's it, huh?
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? I'm Jack Benny, and I'd like to buy an overcoat.
I see. Oh, Joe.
Yeah?
Come over here. I'm going to need help on this.
Okay, Mr. Peters.
Now, what have you got in mind, Mr. Benny?
Well, I'd like to get...
Now, here's a very popular model. All wool, double-breasted, and wears like iron.
Well, it's nice, yeah, but I'd
Just
rather...
try it on. I'm sure you'll like it.
Look, I don't care for the color.
Try it on anyway. Hold him, Joe.
I got him.
Now, wait a minute.
There you are, Mr. Benny, a perfect fit.
A perfect fit?
Absolutely. Now, do you want the sleeves lengthened, or are you going to wear gloves?
Now, look, mister, I don't like this coat at all. In the first place, it's too long. Look, when I move, it drags on the floor.
Not if you walk on your toes.
Well, that's about the silliest thing I've ever heard.
It looks marvelous on you.
Marvelous? I've been in shower curtains that fit better than this. Now, look here. I don't like this model at all. Take it off.
All right.
I don't like the weight, and I don't like the color.
But it's only $29.50.
Put it back on, fellas.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. I don't want this coat at any price.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, try it on again. This coat will grow on you.
Grow? I could raise pigeons in it now. Now, look, Mr. Brown, I don't want...
Now, just slip it on again.
Look, but I don't like
I
this...
got him, Mr. Peters.
Hey, what's the matter with you guys anyway?
There you are. Now, how do you like it?
I don't like it. Look at this coat. There aren't even buttons on it.
Of course not. This is the new zipper model. Look. There you are.
Mary, let's get out of here. These fellas are maniacs. What are you laughing at?
You look like a guy speaking out of a sack of potatoes.
Well, I've just had about enough of this. I'm going home. Unzipper me.
Okay, here we go again.
Come on, Mary, let's go.
All right, Jack.
Oh, no, you don't. Grab him, Joe.
I got him.
Out of my way, you. Out of my way.
All right, Joe, let him have it.
Ha-ha, you missed me. What a sore loser.
Oh, Jack, he shot me right through my new hat.
Well, no wonder. It looks like a wild duck. Good heavens, what a night.
You ever get the feeling that you simply can't think of anything different to have for a dessert? Well, cheer up. There's always something new, and here's one good suggestion for tomorrow. It's the delicious new Jello butterscotch pudding prepared with 10 creamy marshmallows cut in quarters and folded inside. Good? Ah, you bet it's good. Satin smooth, rich, and mellow with a golden brown color, as tempting as taffy, and it tastes that's luscious with true butterscotch flavor. Then try the new Jello vanilla pudding. It's creamy and delicate, fresh tasting and smooth, for it's made with real vanilla. You'll find that it's an all-family favorite, and it's wholesome and nourishing. Then there's Jello chocolate pudding, just like old-fashioned homemade pudding, rich and chocolatey, made a quicker, easier, better way. For all three Jello puddings are delightfully simple to prepare. The quick, easy directions are in every package, together with some interesting recipe variations. Buy 3 packages at a time. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello butterscotch, vanilla, and chocolate pudding.
This is the last number of the 12th program in the new Jello series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. And, folks, I want you all to know that I was only kidding before. I really have an overcoat, haven't I, Mary?
Yes, but the elbows are out.
Of course, that's why I didn't wear it. Good night, folks.
Jello.
Tonight's music included F.D.R. Jones from Sing Out the News. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI.
Jello.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Your Eyes Are Bigger Than Your Heart. This is the time of year when we're checking over Christmas lists, and every store window is a new temptation. Pocketbooks get lighter and lighter, and we're all of us watching the budget. Well, here's one good way to help your budget, and that's to serve plenty of Jello, for it's so inexpensive. Jello costs only a few cents a package, and one package serves the average family generously with a really delicious treat. And everybody loves Jello. It's America's favorite gelatin dessert. Those 6 delicious flavors are filled with extra rich fruit goodness. And those 6 gay colors fit right in with this cheerful holiday season. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All 6 are bright with festive cheer, as jolly as Christmas Eve. So for inexpensive, economical desserts, look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells a treat. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny and his gang, who are en route from New York to Hollywood, have reached Chicago. So we picked them up at the station where they are about to board the train going west. Take it away!
Hey, Rochester, did you see the rest of the gang?
No, boss, I guess we're the first ones here.
Doggone it. You know what, Rochester? I forgot to tip the taxi driver. Why didn't you remind me?
I thought it was premeditated.
Well, it wasn't.
All aboard! Train leaving on track 5 for Memphis, New Orleans, Jacksonville, Palm Beach, Miami, and Montreal. Board?
Montreal? Listen, mister, Montreal is in Canada. It's nowhere near Miami.
All right, so I made one little mistake.
Fine train announcer.
Hey, Ma, get a load of this.
Junior, stop staring at that man in the blue and yellow overcoat.
For heaven's sake, yes. Have you ever seen an overcoat like this before?
No, and neither of you.
Junior, I'm sorry, mister. You'll have to excuse him for being so precocious.
So what?
That means fresh, you dope.
I know what it means, and stay away from me. Hey, Rochester.
Yes, sir?
Our train leaves in 10 minutes. Where's my brown leather bag?
I thought you was carrying it.
Me? You probably left it on the street when we got out of the taxi. Somebody must have stolen it by now.
That old thing?
Yes, all my belongings are in it. Now go get it.
Okay, boss. I'll be back in a flash with the trash.
Of all the careless, good for no... Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. Where's the rest of the gang?
They're around here somewhere. Say, it's pretty cold here in Chicago, isn't it?
Oh, it sure is. Well, I see you finally got an overcoat.
Yeah.
That one's kind of loud for you, isn't it, Jack?
Yes, it is. It's warm, though.
All aboard! Train leaving on track 7 for Peoria, Emporia, Oskaloosa, Tuscaloosa, Toscanini, Vini, and From Elbow.
From Elbow? That guy's nuts. Gee whiz, Don, it's getting late. I wonder what's keeping the rest of the gang.
Oh, don't worry, Jack. They'll show up.
Oh.
Mr. Benning, I looked all around the station. I can't find your bag anywhere.
Well, of course it's not in the station. You left it out on the sidewalk. Now go and get it.
Okay. Say, boss, it's kind of chilly outside. Can I have my overcoat?
Get out of here! His coat. You know, Don, someday Rochester's going to carry that kidding too far.
Hello, Bo Peep. Here's one of your sheets.
Well, it's about time, Mary. I haven't seen you since we got off the Century. Where have you been?
Oh, I had lunch with a fellow I met on the train last night.
Mary, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What's the idea?
Well, he was lonesome, and I was lonesome and hungry.
That's no excuse. I told you 1,000 times it's not right to go to lunch with strangers.
You said it. I paid the check.
Well, that'll teach you a lesson. Now, come on with me. I want to go over to the newsstand and get some magazines.
Hey, boss, I found your bag. Here it is.
That's good. Hey, but what'd you bring all those red caps along with you for?
I didn't bring them. They're picketing me.
Oh. Well, wait for me by the ticket gate. Come on, Mary.
Say, Jack, I wish you'd take off Rochester's coat. Everybody's staring at you.
Mary, this isn't Rochester's coat.
Oh, no? Look at that lodge button on the lapel.
Lodge button?
Yeah, since when do you belong to the sons and daughters of the Deep South?
I don't belong. I'm just an honorary member. Here's the newsstand. We've only got about 5 minutes.
All aboard! Train leaving on track 11 for White Sulphur Springs, Warm Springs, Palm Springs, Hot Springs, and Simmons Mattresses.
Simmons Mattresses? Where's that?
Right near Boulder Dream.
Well, I deserve that. Here's the newsstand, Mary. What do you want?
Let me see. There's Photoplay and the Saturday Evening Post.
Yeah, and there's Collier's.
Yes, sir. Is there anything I can do for you?
I beg your pardon?
I said, is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, we'd like to buy some magazine. What have you got there?
Well, we have the latest Cosmopolitan.
Cosmopolitan? Huh?
Yes, and here's the new Liberty.
What do you want, Mary?
Oh, I'll just take a box of peppermints.
Mary, don't encourage him.
Perhaps you'd like a good novel to read on the train.
A novel? Oh, I don't know. Say, Mary, what's that book over there by you?
Where?
The one that's nailed up on the wall.
You can't take it with you.
Well, there's no use buying it then. Come on, Mary, we'll get something on the train.
All right. Oh, Jack, look at those cute little toy dogs there. Let's get one.
Toy dog? Not now, Mary.
Well, take one on the train with you, mister. They're only $1.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, go ahead. They're very cute.
Oh, I don't care if they are. What good is a toy dog on a train?
Well, for one thing, you don't have to take them on and off.
That's a lot of sales talk. Come on, Mary, we've only got 2 minutes.
Well, Jack, I found Phil.
Hiya, baby. You looking for me?
Yes, Phil, we're leaving in a couple of minutes. You had me worried to death. Where were you?
I just stopped in for a shave and a haircut. And you know, Jack, it's the first time I ever had a lady barber.
Oh, yeah? Say, I'll bet you had a lot of fun.
What, with a razor in her hand?
I see. Well, she certainly gave you a fine haircut. Get a load of it, Mary.
It looks like she cut off too much and pasted it back.
It does at that. Hey, where's Kenny? He's always the last one to show up.
All aboard! Train leaving on track 1 for Toledo, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, East Orange, West Lemon, and Lime.
Now, Bet Don put him up to that, huh?
Well, boss, I got all the bags on the train. Is there anything else you want me to do?
Yeah, look around the station, see if you can find Kenny Baker.
I saw him wandering around here a little while ago, and I thought he might get lost.
Well?
So I checked him in the parcel room.
Well, for heaven's sake, go and get him. Here's a dime.
Oh, it'll cost $25. I insured him.
All right, here. Now, hurry up.
California train is now ready. All passengers, hold your tickets, please.
Oh, boy, I can hardly wait to get back. Come on, Kenny, in here, will you?
Now, let's see. What did I do with mine? Oh, here they are.
Junior, come along. And I told you to stop staring at that man's overcoat.
Well, I may never see one again.
I'm sorry, mister, but Junior's a little bit upset.
Yeah, I'm worried about the market.
The market, eh? What stock did you buy, Junior?
Amalgamated rompers.
Now, watch out or I'll pull yours down and give you a good whack.
Come along, Junior. He's just an old grouchy-wouchy.
Listen, madam, before I met your son, I was the picture of health.
Hey, boss, here's Mr. Baker.
Hello, Jack. Say, if I got time to run out and get a sandwich?
No, Kenny, you can eat on the train.
I don't like your sandwiches.
Kenny, I'm talking about the diner. Now, we're getting on the train now, so remember what I told you this morning.
Oh, don't worry, Jack. I won't forget.
Tickets, please, tickets.
Is everybody here?
Yeah, we're all here, Jack. Get in there, fella.
Here are the tickets, conductor.
Thank you. Now, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a half. 5 full tickets and 1 half fare.
That's correct. Right through the gate, everybody. Come along, Kenny, dear.
Yes, Uncle Jack.
Now, stay close, Kenny, but it wouldn't hurt you to try and look a little younger.
Say, Jack, as long as you're going through with this, why don't you give Kenny a teething ring?
A teething ring?
Yeah, he doesn't look like a kid at all.
Oh, no, you ought to see the underwear he pinned on me.
Never mind, Dad. Get on the train.
All aboard! Train leaving west on track 9 for Kansas City, Dodge City, Las Vegas, Albuquerque.
Albuquerque?
And shut up!
Well, thank heaven, at least we're getting rid of you.
Oh, no, you're not. I'm the engineer.
Oh, my goodness, what a ride we're going to have.
Board!
Gee, this ride back home seems kind of long, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'll sure be glad when we get off.
Boy, what a trip.
Oh, I don't know what you fellas are complaining about. Every time the conductor comes by, I have to stick a lollipop in my mouth.
That's too bad.
Yeah, and another thing. I can blow my own nose.
Stop beeping, Kenny. I thought I told you to go and play with that little boy, Junior. It looks better. And besides, he's good company for you.
Fine company. This morning he told me a story about a traveling salesman.
All right, then stay here and be quiet. Say,
this train is moving right along.
Well, by the way, Jack, I meant to ask you, whatever happened to that play you were going to do in New York?
What play?
Oh, you know, that Shakespearean thing that you told us about before we left Hollywood.
Oh, that? Well, I'll tell you, Don, I spoke to the producer about it last week, and we decided to do it in the spring. It looks like I'm going to play Julius Caesar.
Julius Caesar, that's a hot one.
Well, you can laugh, fellas. But I'm going in for a little more of that highbrow stuff.
Say, Jack, I'd like to be in that play, too. Can you get me a job carrying a spear?
Yes, Phil, but you'll have to walk in front of me. You do be fine doing Shakespeare with that corny dialogue of yours. Huh?
Quick, Jack, give me a lollipop. Here comes the conductor.
Oh, yes, here you are, Kenny. Oh, hello, conductor.
How are you, Mr. Benny? Are you having a nice trip?
Oh, fine, yes, sir.
Say, this nephew of yours, are you positive he's only 12 years old?
Why, yes, conductor. He's a pretty big boy for his age, but they grow like weeds in California.
Weeds yet.
Now, sit up, Kenny, like a good little boy.
Well, well. Tell me, young man, are you really only 12 years old?
Da, whatever that means.
All right, don't overdo it. Cute kid, isn't he, conductor? Huh?
Yes, but he could stand a shave.
Hey, fellas, we're slowing down a little. I guess we're coming into a town.
Yeah, there's a few houses.
Wow, look at that beautiful girl standing at that crossing up ahead.
Where?
Oh, say, she is good looking.
I guess the engineer saw her, too. Say, where's Mary?
Saw her just a few minutes ago talking to some fella back in the observation car.
I've told her time and again not to talk to strangers. I'm going in there and put a stop to that.
Well, Phil, I'm kind of tired. I think I'll stretch out on this seat and take a nap.
See you later, Don. What are you going to do, Kenny?
Oh, I'm going back in a club car and have a scotch and soda.
Okay, I'll put a nipple on it so it'll look all right. Let's go, kid.
Oh, Mary is annoying this time.
Oh, I'll be glad to get home. Is this your first trip to California, Mr. I didn't get your name.
Thompson.
Oh, yes. Is this your first trip to California, Mr. Thompson?
No, I've been there lots of times.
Well, you'll just love it. I always say there's no place like California. You know, I was born in Plainfield, New Jersey, but after all, New Jersey is New Jersey, and California's California.
So what?
Oh, you're a card. You're such a distinguished-looking man, Mr. Thompson. What business are you in?
I'm a psychiatrist.
Oh, I'm glad I bumped into you. I've been having more trouble with my feet.
Mary.
Young lady, a psychiatrist is a...
Oh, I'm in the radio business. You know, the Jello program starring Mary Livingston and Stooges. Oh, we're a riot. I'm famished, Mr. Thompson. Are you hungry?
No, I'm not.
Mary.
Well, if you'd eat something, Mr. Thompson, you wouldn't have a headache.
I haven't got a headache.
Mary!
Oh, hello, Jack.
Come here a minute. I want to talk to you.
Excuse me a minute.
Gladly.
All right, Mary, come on with me. Who's that fellow you were talking to?
Oh, some fresh guy trying to date me up.
Well, it's your own fault. Now, let's get back in our own car. Now, Mary, you got more nerve. Here comes that little brat junior. Let's ignore him.
Hiya, Dracula.
Mary, there's nothing funny about that. Let me tell you something, young man. If you're not careful, you'll grow up to be worse than the dead-end kids.
Those sissies.
Wish he'd stick his tongue out at me once more so I can hit him on top of the head.
I think he's a cute little boy.
Cute. Last night he put a poached egg in my berth.
Oh, Jack, look at Don over there, sound asleep. Doesn't he look sweet?
Yeah, he looks like a whale that was washed up on the beach. Look at that smile on his face. Huh?
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. None genuine without the big red letters on the box.
Say, that guy even dreams about Jello.
You better wake him up, Jack. We'll be in pretty soon.
Yeah. Where's Rochester? My bags aren't even packed. Oh, Phil, did you see Rochester anywhere?
Yeah, come here a minute. Jack, you want to hear something funny?
What?
Rochester's in that drawing room talking to the porter. Boy, is he giving him a line.
He is, eh? Let's listen.
You know, Sylvester, I used to be a porter myself, but I gave it up. There ain't no future in it.
You're right, Rochester. Say, how long you been Mr. Bennett's private secretary and personal advisor?
For about 2 years now. You know, Mr. Bennett don't make a move without consulting me. He calls me his Anthony Eden.
That's just a big fib.
Quiet, Jack. This is good.
Say, Rochester, what kind of a man is your boss? Is he nice to work for?
Oh, very pleasant, very pleasant. You ought to see how he throws his money away.
He does?
Not far, but he throws it.
Wait till I get a hold of him.
One thing, Mr. Benny, he sure has funny radio programs.
Well, he ought to. I write every word of them.
That's all I want to know. Listen, author.
See you later, Sylvester.
When you get through writing my programs, Anthony, I wish you'd pack my bag. We're getting off the train pretty soon.
Okay, boss.
Say, Kenny.
Yes, Jack?
As soon as we get to the station, we'll have to go right to the studio. Have you got your song ready for the program?
Yeah, but I better run through it again.
That's right. We won't have time for rehearsal. Go ahead, Kenny. Put down those blocks and sing. My personal admirer.
When I see you smile, smile for me, my Diane. And though everything's dark all the while, I can see you, Diane. There's a story I know that I'll tell to you. It was June and we met, the same as most lovers do. Then I was called away and I wrote you to say I'm in heaven when I see you smile, smile for me, my Diane. And though everything's dark all the while, I can see you, Diane. You have lighted the road leading home. Pray for me when you can. But no matter wherever I roam, smile for me, my
Well, fellas, we're pulling into the station pretty soon.
Hey, Don, did you see the tops of my pajamas anyplace?
No, I didn't, Phil.
Me neither.
Darn no souvenir hunters.
Rochester, you sure you got everything in the bags?
Yes, sir, and am I tired? When I get home, I'm going to bed and won't get up till 1939.
Well, you need a little rest the way you've been dissipating on this trip. Look at those white circles under your eyes. Well, let's see. Where did I put my reading glasses?
Your glasses? I'll find them.
And look, Rochester, you forgot to pack my blanket.
Is that the one Fred Allen said you took from the Sherry Netherlands Hotel?
Mary, I didn't take any blanket from the Sherry Netherlands.
Then what's that SN on there?
That's where I bought it, Saks 9th Avenue. So there.
Wait a minute. Saks hasn't got a store on 9th Avenue.
I'll bet you $25 there's a fella named Sam Saks who runs a store on 9th Avenue. And he sells blankets. Anyway, Alan's got a nerve saying I ever took anything out of a hotel.
Well, what about that little incident at the Ritz last year?
Never mind that.
What was it, Mary?
Oh.
Well, Jack walked out of the Ritz with a chair and a floor lamp and told the house detective he was from the finance company.
Well, I just did that for a laugh.
Well, those laughs look very good in your living room.
You're making that up, Mary, and you know it. Hey, we're coming in, fellas. We're coming in.
Los Angeles, keep track of your baggage. Don't forget what belongs to you, and please don't forget what belongs to us.
Well, here we are. What a crowd at the station. Huh?
Doggone, look at all those gals from Central Avenue.
Don't tell me they came down to meet you, Rochester.
I don't know, but I'm getting off ahead of the porters.
Oh, that reminds me. Hey, Porter.
Yes, sir.
Everything was fine. Here's a tip for you.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. Wow, a $10 bill.
A $10 bill?
Here's your glasses, boy.
Too late now.
Yes. Oh, well. Well, I guess he earned it. Come on, fellas. So long, conductor. We had a swell trip.
So long, Mr. Benny. Goodbye, young man.
Goodbye, conductor. We sure fooled you, didn't we?
Kenny. Well, so long, fellas. See you all at the broadcast.
So long, Jack.
Hey, Don, come on.
Come on, Rochester. Let's go.
Hey, Mr. Bennett, look who's here to greet us.
Why, Andy.
Hiya, Buck. Welcome home.
Well, doggone it, Andy. I had a hunch the mayor of Van Nuys would come down to the station to greet us.
Yeah, and I even tried to get our local jug band down here.
Well, why didn't you?
Well, by the time they got their jugs empty, they weren't in the mood.
Oh, well, tell me, Andy, how's everything in California?
Oh, just fine, Buck.
I hear you had a couple of days of pretty heavy rain. Is that true?
I ain't no squealer.
Now, come on, Andy. Come on. You can trust me. It did rain here, didn't it?
Wait a minute. Are you sure there ain't no microphones around?
Of course not.
Buck, it came down in buckets.
It did?
And old man Moses drowned.
I know, Andy. I know. I read all about it.
Oh, Junior, there he is now. Hello, Uncle Andy.
Hello, Junior. Hiya, sis.
Hey, what is this?
Hey, Buck, this is my sister Flossie from Indianapolis, and this is my nephew, Junior.
Yeah, I met the little rattlesnake. Well, I gotta run along, Andy. I'm anxious to get home. Goodbye, Junior.
See you around, Snow White.
You won't see me around if I have to put on a false beard. So long, Andy.
Hey, wait a minute, Buck. Hey, Flossie, you and Junior wait for me in the buggy. I want to talk to Buck a minute.
All right. Come on, Junior.
Andy, I can't tell you how good it feels to be back home. Say, how's your folks?
Oh, they're all excited, getting ready for Christmas.
They are, huh?
Yeah, they were trimming the Christmas tree last night, and Pa fell off the ladder and hung a star on Ma's ear.
Yeah?
Yeah, then Ma hung one on him.
Oh, they're still at it, eh?
Buck, they've been fighting so much lately, we're trying to get Clem McCarthy for a hired man.
Well, I don't blame her. Well, see you later, Andy. I gotta run along now.
So long, Buck.
So long. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Quit signing autographs and get me a taxi cab.
Okay, see you tonight, Josephine.
All aboard. Train leaving for Salt Lake City, Denver, Chicago, Cleveland, New Jersey, and Mars. Board!
If you're looking for an easy-to-make dessert that's one of the best you ever tasted, we have the answer. It's any one of 3 new Jello puddings. Jello vanilla pudding, delicate and creamy, made with real vanilla. Jello butterscotch pudding, rich with old-fashioned butterscotch flavor. And Jello chocolate pudding, smooth and chocolatey. All 3 Jello puddings are simply grand. Listen to what Mrs. Howard Gessler of North Trip Avenue, Chicago, writes us about them. I do feel I want to tell the makers of Jello puddings how much my family and I enjoy their products. I've used practically every ready-made pudding, but to me, Jello puddings surpass them all. Thank you for putting on the market desserts which are so easy to make and so inexpensive and delicious that anyone can afford and enjoy them. Well, thank you, Mrs. Gessler, for that mighty fine letter. We appreciate it. And to the rest of you, we'd like to say, if you want to enjoy the grandest pudding dessert you ever tasted, ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello vanilla, butterscotch, and chocolate pudding.
The last number of the 12th program in the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So Merry Christmas, everybody, from my whole gang.
What are you going to give me for a Christmas present, Jack?
Mary, I'm going to give you 2 tickets to my new Paramount picture, Artists and Models Abroad, which opens in key cities all over the country next week. Good night, folks. Gee, I'm glad I got that in.
Jello.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
The song, I Go For That, is from the picture St. Louis Blues. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with This Can't Be Love. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, I've been thinking that today is a day of universal thank yous. Everybody's unwrapping Christmas gifts. Everybody's saying thank you to somebody else. And we want to say it, too. We want to thank you, listeners, for your gift to us of friendship and loyalty during the past 4.5 years. You've made us mighty happy, tuning in every Sunday night, and we hope that we, in turn, have helped make you happy and brought you some pleasant half hours. So, for the makers of Jello and for every one of us on the Jello program, thank you and Merry Christmas. That was This Can't Be Love, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this being Christmas Day, we look in on Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where he's holding open house for all his friends. Take it away!
Jingle bells, jingle around the table. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a rumble seat with Gable. Jingle bells, dum-da-dum.
Mary, I wish you wouldn't jingle this ladder. I'm liable to fall off.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack.
And hand me the rest of those ornaments. I want to get this tree decorated before the gang gets here. Yes, sir.
It's a fine time to be trimming a Christmas tree. It should have been done a week ago.
Well, I wanted to look around and get a real good one.
I never saw such a droopy tree. It looks like Zazu Pitts in a green dress.
Mary, all this tree needs is a few decorations. Now, hand me up those candy canes.
Here you are.
And hold the ladder. Hey, I had 12 of these candy canes. Now there's only 11. Where's the other one?
Don't look at me.
I'm not looking at you. I'm asking you.
All right, I ate it. Here's 10 cents.
Smarty, I bet you'd be surprised if I took it.
I wouldn't be surprised if you sued me.
Mary, I want to get this finished. Hey, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Where's that big glass star I told you to pack away last Christmas?
You mean that shiny one with the 3 points on it?
That star has 5 points.
Well, it went down 2 points this last
year. All right, bring it anyway. Mary, hand me some of that silver tinsel there.
Here you are. Say, Jack, are your socks dry yet?
Yeah.
Well, take them off the tree. People will be here soon.
Okay.
Now, hang on to the ladder, Mary. I want to fix these top branches here. Hold tight now. Well, I'll be darned.
What's the matter, Jack?
There's a little squirrel up here on the top. Hello, squirrel.
Hello, Nut.
Get away from me. Shoot. Mary, hand me that Cupid doll I won at Ocean Park. I'll hang that on the treetop there.
Oh, Jack, that looks so corny. Why don't you get rid of it?
Listen, Mary, I threw over 100 baseballs to win this doll, and I'm going to keep it.
That's right. Say, how much tinfoil have you got saved up by now?
About 3 tons. Oh, shut up. Hand me a couple of those popcorn balls.
There's the door, Mr. Benny. You want me to answer it?
Look, Rochester, I'm up here on the ladder. My arms are full of ornaments, so what do you think?
Well, how long before you'll be down?
Answer the door!
Yes, sir.
Say, Mary, this tree is beginning to look pretty good now, isn't it? Huh?
That tree wouldn't look good if Earl Carroll hung chorus girls on it.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, well. Happy Yuletide, gentlemen. Entree.
Oh, Jack, they're the boys from Phil's orchestra.
Gosh, what they did to my house last time they were here. Come in, fellas! Merry Christmas, everybody. Rochester, take the boys in the other room and give them some refreshments.
You mean that punch you fixed up this afternoon?
Yeah, help yourself, boys.
Take it easy, man. It ain't nothing to get excited about.
That Rochester doesn't think punch is any good unless you have to crawl away from the bowl. Now, let's see.
Say, Jack, who's all coming over tonight anyway?
Well, there's our whole gang. Then I invited some very important people. See, Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck, Clark Gable and Carol Lombard, Ronald Coleman and Ginger Rogers. Oh, a whole flock of them.
Well, gee, I ought to run home and put on a dress with a lower back.
Lower back, it's down to San Diego now. And, oh, Mary, you want to hear something terrific? I asked Barbara Whitney to come here as my guest.
Barbara Whitney?
Yeah, you remember the girl I took away from Phil Harris?
The girl you took away from Phil?
What are you laughing at?
That's like taking a hair away from John L. Lewis's eyebrows.
Just the same, Phil will burn up when he sees her here.
Is she coming alone?
No, I asked Don Wilson to stop by and pick her up. Now, Mary, hand me some more of that tinsel. I want to get this tree finished. Well, I guess they're starting to arrive now, huh?
Hey, Mr. Benny, are you still up on that ladder?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then I'll answer.
Well, that's mighty sweet of you. See, now I think I'll put something on this branch here.
Oh, Jack, why don't you stop fussing with that tree and come down?
No, Mary, Miss Whitney will be here, and I want it to look beautiful.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Mr. Baker. Merry Christmas, seasons, felicitations, and wipe your feet.
Hiya, Kenny.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Come on in, Kenny. Hang up your hat and coat and make yourself at home.
Okay, Jack. Am I the first one here?
No, the orchestra boys are in the other room. Hey, Kenny, don't hang your coat on the Christmas tree.
Would need something.
Well, it's not that bare.
Oh, say, Jack, here's a little present for you. It's nothing much, but I hope you like it.
Oh, thanks, Kenny.
Here, catch it.
Gee, I wonder what it is.
I'll bet it's a baked apple.
Bet it isn't. Say, it's a pretty package. Oh, Kenny, these are beautiful.
They're the very latest thing, Jack. Musical handkerchiefs.
Musical handkerchiefs, huh?
Yeah, every time you blow your nose, chimes ring.
Well, I'll be darned. I can hardly wait till I catch a cold.
Well, why don't you try one, Jack?
Okay, I will.
Now blow hard.
Oh, isn't that a novelty? I wonder how they ever made these.
They must have crossed a piece of linen with a hunk of xylophone.
Mary, you're positively brilliant.
Say, Jack, as long as the orchestra boys are here, I'd like to go in the next room and brush up on my song.
Oh, go ahead, Kenny. We'll want a little entertainment.
Okay, see you later.
Now, Mary, we've just got a few more things to put up. So hand me that big paper bell there.
Here you are, Jack.
Hey, Rochester, there's the door again.
I got my shoes off.
Well, put them on and answer it.
Okay.
You know, Mary, the way Rochester has been acting lately, I've got a good mind not to give him his Christmas present.
What'd you get him, Jack?
A brand new vacuum cleaner.
A vacuum cleaner?
Yes.
Oh, that's lovely. He can play with it on his day off.
Well, at least it's something practical.
Here you are, boss. A couple of telegrams for you.
Telegrams. See who they're from, Mary.
Okay.
Christmas greetings, I suppose, huh?
Oh, Jack, this wire's from Robert Taylor.
Oh, Bob, huh?
Yes, he says, Dear Jack, terribly sorry that Miss Stanwyck and I are unable to come to your party tonight, as Miss Stanwyck's dog Grover is quite ill.
I don't believe it. That's just a thin excuse. What's the other wire, Mary?
Here it is. It says, Dear Jack, believe me, Mr. Taylor is telling the truth. I have a terrible headache, signed Rover.
Well, it doesn't take Sherlock Holmes to see through those wires. I'm glad they're not coming. That burns me up.
Hey, Jack, should I try my song now?
Yes, go ahead and try it. What do I care? Mary, hand me some more of that lousy tinsel.
Town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie above thy deep and dreamless sleep. The silent stars go by, yet in the dark street shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight. Away in a manger, no crib for his bed, the little Lord Jesus lay down his sweet head. The stars in the sky looking down where he lay, the little Lord Jesus asleep in the hay. Oh, come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem. Come and behold him, born the King of angels. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Christ the Lord. Oh, holy child of Bethlehem, descend to us, we pray. Cast out our sin and enter in. Be born in us today.
This side here could stand a few more ornaments. Mary, hold the ladder.
Okay.
And hold it tight. Remember what happened the last time I climbed a tree?
Yeah, you saw the Rose Bowl game.
I don't mean that time.
Wow, look at all those decorations. Hey, Mary, what's that round shiny thing on top?
Jack's head.
It is not. It's a silver moon.
Hey, boss, another telegram for you.
Take it, Mary. I wonder if I should put a popcorn ball on top there instead of a star.
Oh, Jack, this telegram is from Ronald Coleman.
Oh, Ronnie, huh? What does he say?
He says, Dear Sir. Regret exceedingly that I cannot attend your holiday gathering. And incidentally, how did you get my address?
How did I get his address? He lives right in back of me.
Well, there's another one off your list.
Yeah. Oh, darn it, that top bulb went out. Hold the ladder tight, Mary. There, I guess I can reach it.
Oh, Jack, here comes Don Wilson and Barbara Whitney up the front steps.
Oh, fine. Let him in, Mary.
Okay.
Gee, I hope Barbara liked the Christmas present I sent her.
Hello, Don. Merry Christmas.
Same to you, Mary.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Barbara. Mary. Christmas. Ooh, my leg.
Was that the door, Mr. Benny?
No, that was me. I fell off the ladder.
Oh, I won't answer it then.
Help me up, Don. Ooh, I sat on some ornaments. I hope somebody sent me a pair of tweezers.
Here, give me a hand, Jack. That's too bad.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, Jack. It's all my fault.
No, it isn't, Barbara. I'd have probably fallen off anyway. Gee, I'm glad to see you, Babs. Hey, did Don drive carefully on the way over?
Well, he drove pretty fast, but he had his arm around me so I wouldn't bounce out.
Oh. Oh, so that's it. Why, Don.
From Harris to Benny to Wilson.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. I'm not a bit jealous of Don. He's my friend, aren't you, Don?
Yes, Jack, and believe me, I acted like a perfect gentleman.
Did he, Barbara?
Well, he did whisper something in my ear that was kind of cute.
Oh, yeah? What was it, Don?
Well, Jack, I'll admit I did sort of lose my head for a minute.
All right. Come on, Don. What did you whisper in Barbara's ear?
Well, I got all excited and I said, roses are red, violets are blue. Jello is tempting, and so are you.
Why, Don Wilson, look at those big red blushes on your face. Say, Babs, did you get the Christmas present I sent you?
Thanks, Jack. They were lovely, but I never wear pink ones.
Oh, darn it, Barbara, keep still. God.
Oh, boy, Jack is sure some devil.
Stop laughing, Kenny. I bought Barbara a pair of pink gloves.
I bet they got lace on them.
They have nothing on the kind. Now, come on, everybody. Let's go in the other room and have some refreshments.
Let's go.
Hey, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
There's somebody at the back door wants to see you.
Oh, yes, I know who it is. Excuse me a minute. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck.
Not so loud. Wait till I close the door. Now, look, Andy. You'll find the Santa Claus suit out there in the garage. And as soon as you're dressed, you climb up on the roof and come down the chimney.
Well, I better put a beard on so they won't recognize me.
Yeah, you better put one on your tonsils, too. Now, here's the bag with all the presents in it.
Okay, gee, this is going to be fun.
Quiet, Andy. Quiet. They'll hear you.
Oh, say, Buck, here's a little Christmas present that Ma sent you. I hope you like it.
Well, that was very sweet of her. What is it, Andy?
Well, it's a combination salad, fork, and back scratcher.
Well, say, there's a comb on there, too.
Yeah, that's for your hair. Are you...
Wait a minute, Andy. Say, there's a comb on there, too.
That's for your hair as you're going by.
Oh, yeah. But it's too late now. Now, look, remember, Andy. Remember, when you're all dressed up, when you're all dressed up, get up on the roof, see? And here's your cue. When you hear me say, Santa Claus will be here in a minute, you come down the chimney.
Okay, see you later, Buck. I feel like a darn fool.
Quiet, Andy. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Dum, 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 Well, here I am again, gang. Hey, I'm sorry, Barbara. I had a little business to attend to.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Say, Jack, another telegram just came for you. It's from Clark Gable and Carol Lombard.
Oh, what does it say?
It says that we would love to be with you tonight, but we were invited somewhere else in the nick of time.
Well, of all, that's the last time I'll ever invite them. And I hope Ginger Rogers doesn't wire me that she can't come.
She couldn't wait. She telephoned.
No, that's fine. Well, next time I'll give a party, I'll get a crowd if I have to change my name to Elsa Maxwell. This is awful.
Yeah, what are we going to do with all this food in the kitchen?
I don't know, Rochester.
Doggone, I'll be eating so much cranberry sauce I'll be red in the face.
That's a neat trick if you can do it. Red in the face.
Say, Jack, isn't Phil Harris coming over tonight?
Phil? Of course he is. And wait till he sees Barbara Whitney here.
Why, Jack, didn't you tell Phil I had a date with you tonight?
No, let the wise guy find out for himself. Hey, boys, how about playing a number, fellas, and we'll dance till dinner is ready. Okay. And leave the punch bowl on the table. You can go back. Come on, Babs, let you and I dance.
I'm sorry, Jack. I promised the first one to Don.
Oh, I see. Well, Mary, looks like I'm stuck with you. Huh?
Oh, no, you're not. I'm stuck with Kenny.
Well, play, boys. Hey, Rochester.
I don't want to dance.
I don't want you to dance. I want you to put down that newspaper and get out of that easy chair. Hit it, boys. Who does Clark Gable think he is, anyway?
Oh, thanks, Barbara. I enjoyed that dance very much.
So did I, Don.
Say, Mary, I'm some dancer, ain't I?
Kenny, you're marvelous, and believe me, I'm kidding.
Thanks, pal.
Hey, Jack, what are you doing up on that ladder again?
I want to put these ornaments back on top of the tree. Now, Mary, hold the ladder steady this time, will you? There's the door, Rochester.
Doggone, every time that bell rings you up on the ladder.
Listen, Rochester, you'd be trimming this tree yourself if you weren't colorblind. Mary, hand me up those scissors.
Well, well, Merry Christmas, Mr. Harris.
Hiya, Rochester.
Say, Jack, it's Phil Harris.
Oh, boy, wait till he sees Barbara here. Merry Christmas, Phil.
Same to you, Jackson. Say, Jack, I brought a friend along. Do you mind?
No, who is it?
Joan Bennett.
Joan Bennett? Oh, hello, Joan.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, my elbow.
Well, Jack, what are you doing in that ridiculous position?
Who, me?
It's an encore, but you don't know it.
Help me up, Mary. Well, Joan, I'm awfully glad you dropped in. Gee, it was nice of Phil to bring you.
Oh, he and I are old friends, aren't we, Phil?
You said it, baby.
Baby. You know, Joan, every girl he takes out, he calls baby.
Well, he can't remember all their names.
Half of them you can't even pronounce. Oh, Joan, you know everybody here, don't you?
Nearly everybody. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Joan. Gee, that's a pretty dress you've got on.
Thanks. You really like it?
No, but it's Christmas.
Mary. Oh, Joan, I don't think you've met Miss Whitney. This is Barbara Whitney, my latest.
Well,
How do you do, Miss Bennett?
how do you do? She's a little young for you, isn't she, Jack?
Well, that's me. Get 'em young, treat 'em rough.
And buy 'em nothing.
You know, Joan, Phil is so witty at times.
Hey, Miss Bennett. Miss Bennett.
Yes, Kenny.
Here I am under the mistletoe.
I'll be over in about 5 years.
Very good, Joan.
5 years. Gosh, I'll be out of the mood by then.
Look what's in a mood. Well, boys and girls, I hope you're all hungry. We're going to have a swell turkey.
Don't tell me you went for a turkey.
Yes, I did, Phil. We're going to have a marvelous dinner. Everything from soup to nuts.
How much is it a plate?
I'll just ignore that. Oh, Rochester, how's the turkey coming along? We're getting hungry.
Well, it'll take time, boss. That's a pretty tough bird.
Tough bird? He's been in the oven over 3 hours.
I know, but every time I light the gas, he blows it out.
Well, I'll be darned. Now, you go out in the kitchen and rush that turkey along.
Okay. Man, that's the foulest foul I ever saw.
I'm sorry, Joan, but you know Rochester exaggerates so. The dinner is really lovely.
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, I'm not hungry.
Oh.
Well, there's an unusual blonde.
Quiet, Mary. Well, folks, let's have some of these hors d'oeuvres here till dinner is ready.
Oh, Jack,
What?
Rochester made a mistake.
Well, what's the matter?
There's only 7 of us here, and he brought in 8 olives.
Well, Joan can have 2. Gee, it's good to see you again, Joan. Gosh, I haven't seen you since we finished making artisan models abroad. We sure had a lot of fun in that picture, didn't we?
Yes, we did, Jack. It's playing around now. Have you seen it?
Joan, you promise you won't tell anybody?
I promise.
I saw it 12 times.
12 times?
Yeah.
You know your part yet?
A little trouble, didn't I? But say, Joan, no kidding. Gee, when I looked up at the screen and I saw you in my arms, gee, it seemed just like a dream.
You mean that scene where we were sitting on the park bench in the moonlight eating popcorn?
Yeah. Gee, wasn't it marvelous?
Well, I didn't think there was enough butter on it.
I'm talking about us.
Oh.
You know, Joan, the 2 of us worked so smoothly together. How'd you like to make another picture with me sometime?
Well, Jack, I don't know. I couldn't really say right now.
Send him a telegram. Everybody else does.
Mary. Oh, say, Joan, I almost forgot. Come on out here in the hall a minute. I got a surprise for you.
What is it?
Oh, come on. Come on with me. You'll find out. Excuse us a minute, will you, fellas?
Hey, Jack, what's the idea?
Never mind. Come on, Joan.
Oh, all right. Don't pull me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, here we are.
Where?
Right under the mistletoe. You know what that means, don't you?
No. What does it mean?
Well, it means this. Yippee! Wow!
Hooray.
Wasn't that swell, huh? Now, let's go back, and Joan, act nonchalant, huh?
All right. Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Dum, 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 da, dum, dum, dum. That's the idea.
Hey, Jack, what are we going to eat?
All right, pretty soon, fellas, pretty soon. Now, look, everybody. Before we go into dinner, I want you all to sit around the fireplace and get your presents. Santa Claus is coming down the chimney.
Santa Claus?
Yeah. Now, sit around the fireplace, everybody. All right, now, put out the lights, Mary.
Okay, Jack.
Because Santa Claus will be down here in a minute. Because Santa Claus will be down here in a minute. Because Santa Claus...
Oh, stop that clowning, Jack.
I'm not clowning. Santa Claus, are you deaf?
Deaf nothing. I'm stuck in the chimney.
Oh, my goodness. What do we do now?
Let's eat.
That's it. Come on, fellas. See you later, Andy.
This is the busiest season of all the year, and you mothers know it better than anyone else. Well, here's one swell way to save time and trouble and keep your family happy. Get acquainted with the delicious new Jello puddings and serve them often. Well, they're quick and easy to prepare, and the whole family will enjoy them. Jello butterscotch pudding, rich with old-fashioned butterscotch flavor. Jello vanilla pudding, creamy, delicate, and smooth. And Jello chocolate pudding, rich and chocolatey and tempting. All three can be made in next to no time, for they require only just a few minutes cooking. And you get delicious pudding, the real homemade kind that's just mouth-watering good. So for easy, inexpensive, and delicious desserts, try the new Jello puddings. Butterscotch, vanilla, chocolate.
Good night, folks, and Merry Christmas.
Appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with No Wonder. Well, here we are at the beginning of another year, and Jello wants to send greetings to all of you. And we've received a letter that makes a swell New Year's greeting for us. It's from a woman who's been using Jello year in and year out for the past 37 years. She is Mrs. C.C. Brown of Huntington, West Virginia. And listen to what she writes. We bought our first package of Jello in December 1902. We lived in the country then and made few trips to a store, so the Jello was a bit of a luxury, saved for the holiday gathering of kin and friends. Needless to say, Jello made a hit, and we've used it exclusively ever since. When I had my own home, I wanted something special. Nothing so filled the requirements as Jello. In all those 37 years of use, I've never had a package that wasn't perfect, and Jello is a prime favorite with my family. Well, thank you, Mrs. Brown. That's a grand letter to start us off on 1939, and to the rest of you, we'd like to say, if you want to give your family their prime favorite dessert, if you want to enjoy that delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor, look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the first day of the new year, it behooves me to introduce the star of this program in a manner befitting his dignity and position.
Well.
He is a man whose illustrious character and many fine qualities have my sincere admiration.
Oh, Don, please.
A man whose lovable nature and unselfish devotion to others...
Say, Jack.
Quiet, Mary. I want to hear this. Go ahead, Don.
Whose unselfish devotion to others has endeared him to the hearts of his public.
How true.
So I bring you none other than that sparkling, scintillating, outstanding personality...
That's not me. I'll kill myself.
Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, one of the sweetest guys I've ever met. And, Don, I want to thank you for that beautiful introduction. You know, as a rule, a man has to be dead before he gets such a lovely tribute.
Well, I wrote it just before the broadcast while you were lying down.
Oh, you didn't expect me to get up, eh? Well, I am pretty tired after last night. Hey, by the way, Don, what did you do New Year's Eve? Did you have any fun?
Oh, I had a swell time, Jack. Simply wonderful.
That's good.
First, I took my wife to a movie, and then we went to the Coconut Grove to celebrate.
Well, that was nice. First a picture, and then the Coconut Grove. I suppose you danced a lot.
No, my wife left her shoes in the movies.
Well, there's nothing like relaxing at the cinema. I often slip my shoes off myself, but I'm getting so absent-minded, I'm not going to do it anymore.
You're not?
No. The other night at Grauman's Chinese, I was clear down to my underwear before the usher stopped me.
Oh, it was embarrassing.
I can imagine. Well, tell me, Jack, how did you spend New Year's Eve? Any excitement last night?
Well, I had a fairly good time, Don. I took Mary to the Wilshire Bowl, you know, where Phil Harris is playing.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Say, you had a pretty good time in my place last night, didn't you, Jackson?
Yes, I had a nice time, Philson. But as long as it was your place, you might have seen that I got a decent table.
What are you talking about? Your table wasn't so far away.
It wasn't. I was so far from the bandstand, I couldn't even see the circles under your eyes. It's a fine table.
Oh, you're exaggerating, Jack. There were a lot of people sitting behind you.
Listen, Phil, the only people sitting behind me were from Pasadena, and they were home at the time. What a New Year's Eve.
Well, Jack, maybe Phil couldn't help it. New Year's Eve's a big night, and after all, first come, first serve.
That's what burns me up, Don. I was the first one in the place. I got there so early, the manager asked me to help blow up the balloon. How do you like that?
Well, you got paid for it, didn't you?
That's not the point. Now, let me tell you another thing, Phil. I don't mind my table being far away, but the next time you seat me behind a post, please see that there's a knothole in it.
Behind a post? What are you talking about?
Oh, never mind.
Hello, Jack. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I was just telling Phil about the fine table he gave us last night. Imagine seating us behind a post. It burns me up.
You're crazy, Jack. We weren't behind a post.
We weren't?
No, that was a piece of confetti on your glasses.
Well, why didn't you tell me? I nearly broke my neck trying to peek around it. Anyway, post or no post, we were certainly sitting far enough away from everything.
Well, I'm glad we were. I was so ashamed sitting next to you with that old-fashioned tuxedo you had on. Why don't you buy a new one?
Oh, how often do I wear a tuxedo? Besides, it isn't so old.
It isn't?
No.
Go on. I put my hand in your pocket and pulled out a program from Ford's Theater.
Listen, Mary, that suit might be a little out of style, but they're still wearing single... Now, listen, Mary. That suit might be a little out of style, but they're still wearing single-breasted tuxedos.
Not with a belt in the back.
Well, they're coming back, so don't be so smart.
Mary's right, Jack.
Oh, she is.
Your pants were so tight you had to wear your garters on the outside.
Listen, Maestro, one more crack out of you, and you'll be leading the organ on the Lum and Abner program. And another thing, Phil, the next time I dance by your orchestra, watch your baton. Remember that.
Okay, buddy.
Buddy yet. Incidentally, fellas, this being the new year, I was going to give you all a raise in salary, but the way you've been acting today, I'm not going to do it.
I'd be satisfied just to get my regular salary on time.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. Don't give me that. I put your check in the mail every Monday morning.
Well, from now on, don't pin it on a postcard. I don't want people to know what I'm making.
All right, Phil, cut out the beefing. Let's see if we can't inaugurate the new year with a little harmony.
Oh, Jack, you want to hear something awful?
What, Mary?
Here it is, New Year's, and I forgot to write a poem about it.
Oh, that's a shame.
I'll sit right down and dash one off.
Okay, hurry it up.
I'll fill in a little time for you, Mary. Ladies and gentlemen, while Miss Livingston is struggling with her latest brainchild, let me remind you that one of the best ways to start out the new year is to have Jello for dessert.
Darn this pen.
It is tempting, delicious, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Hey, Jack, how do you spell knowledge? With an N or a K?
With a K.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry.
With a capital K?
Orange.
Yes, a capital K.
Lemon and lime, for heaven's sake.
I'm sorry, Don. And now, folks, going from the...
All right, Jack, I'm all set.
Why, Mary, is your poem finished already?
Yeah.
Gee, you work faster than George Bernard Shaw.
Well, his beard gets in his way.
Oh, that's right. What's the title of your poem?
Goodbye, 1938. Hello, 1939.
Well, that covers everything. Go ahead.
Oh, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Please don't be a sad and blue year. These last 12 months have been sublime. So goodbye, 38. Hello, 39.
Well, so far, nobody is screaming.
You just wait.
Oh.
I wonder who this coming year will be our favorite movie star. Will it be Garbo or Sonia Heine? So goodbye, 38. Hello, 39.
90?
What has this year in store for us? For thee and thou, and thy and thus. Will Don get fatter? Will Phil be gay? Will Kenny get knowledge with a capital K?
I doubt it.
I'd like to ask you, if I dare, will Jack continue to lose his hair?
Mary.
And when it's gone, will it stay away? Goodbye, 38. Hello, toupee.
Mary, get to the last verse, will you?
It's coming up now.
That's good.
Oh, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Please don't be a sad and blue year. We will give you one more chance. So goodbye, Broadway. Hello, France.
Well. Mary, you finally did it. Hey, Phil, do you think you can follow Mary's poem with a number?
I'll try.
Okay, hit it, boys. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Oh, Happy New Year, Happy New Year, to the greatest man I know. And I bring you fondest greetings. There's a wagon. I must go.
Well, I'm glad they let him out for our program. Play, Phil. Say It With a Kiss, played by Phil Harris and his original orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Original?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Jack. This isn't the band I started out with.
I don't mean that, Phil. I mean when they look at their music, they still play something original. And speaking of the band, Phil, you'd think that they could start out the new year by dressing a little better. Where'd they get those awful-looking neckties?
Aren't they atrocious?
They certainly are. Where'd they get them?
I gave them to them for Christmas.
Oh. And saying that reminds me, Phil, that was some Christmas present you sent me. You must have been under the weather when you bought it.
Oh, no, I wasn't. I was sober as a judge when I bought your gift.
You were not.
I was, too.
Then let me ask you something. What use have I got for a porthole? Isn't that a fine present, Mary? A porthole.
Well, if your head gets any bigger, you can use it for a monocle.
All right, don't make it any worse than it is. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jack. Happy New Year.
Well, Kenny, I see you're still celebrating. You must have had a good time last night.
I'll say. I didn't get to bed until 10 o'clock. Gosh, I'm a wreck.
Kenny, how can you be a wreck if you went to bed at 10 o'clock?
I slept in a folding bed and I forgot to pull it down.
Well, it's none of my business, Kenny, but would you mind telling me how you got into a folding bed without pulling it down first?
I'm not going to tell till I get it patented.
Oh, that's right. Guard your secret carefully. And stop blowing that horn.
Well, I'm practicing for the Rose Bowl game at Pasadena tomorrow. Say, are you going, Jack?
I certainly am. I wouldn't miss it for anything. Hey, Mary, I got a couple of good seats. You want to go with me?
No. I went with you last year, and you were the only one in the stand wearing a raccoon coat and a beanie.
Well?
And the way you were waving that pennant around, I was so embarrassed.
Well, what's wrong with waving a pennant?
Yours said Waukegan High School on it.
All right, you don't have to go with me. I'll take somebody else. You want to go with me, Kenny?
Sure, but I'll have to bring my girl along.
Well, I don't see how, Kenny. I've only got 2 seats.
Well, I'll invite her anyway. Maybe we can lose her in the crowd.
Yes, that ought to solve our problem. Incidentally, I mislaid my tickets somewhere in the house. I hope Rochester finds them.
Hey, Jack, who do you pick to win the game, Duke or USC?
Well, Phil, I'm a USC man myself, and I think it's a cinch for them to win.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, how much do you want to bet?
I didn't say anything about betting, Phil. I just told you who was going to win.
Well, if you're so sure about it, why don't you want to bet?
Because gambling is naughty. And you know it.
You mean because you're a scaredy cat?
Scaredy cat. Listen, Harris, what are the odds on the game?
2 to 1 on USC.
All right, wise guy, I'll bet you 20 cents to a dime, and put up or shut up. Well, what are you stalling for, Harris?
He's afraid if he wins, you'll fire him.
That's it.
I thought you'd welch on it.
20 cents to a dime. Make that $100 to 50 and you got a bet.
Don't try to show off, Phil. You had your chance. Now, let's drop it.
You know, I don't think Jack wanted to bet at all.
Think? Kenny, your job on this program is to sing.
Well, I can have a hobby, can't I?
You better stick to stamps, Kenny, and go ahead with your song so we can get to do our play tonight.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. That must be Rochester. I asked him to call me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Yeah, I was waiting for your call. Did you find my 2 tickets for the Rose Bowl game?
No, I looked high and low. I can't find them anywhere.
Oh, gone it. That's a shame. Well, keep on looking. They might be in the house. They must be in the house someplace.
Okay.
So long.
So long. Say, boss, can I have tomorrow off? I got to go to a wedding in Pasadena.
A wedding in Pasadena. Tell me, Rochester, who's getting married?
What was that, boss?
I said, who's getting married in Pasadena tomorrow?
Oh, aunt of mine.
An aunt of yours, eh? Who's she marrying?
Some fella that's going to be my uncle.
Uh-huh, I see. Now, at what time does this wedding take place?
They kick off about 1:30.
What's that? What did you say?
Nothing. Keep quiet, operator.
Rochester, there was no operator on the line. Now, you found those Rose Bowl tickets, didn't you?
Well,
You found those tickets, didn't you?
Am I under oath?
Answer me. Did you or did you not find those tickets?
Sing, Kenny.
Listen, Rochester, when I get home tonight, I want to find those 2 tickets on the dresser in my bedroom.
Okay, boss. Happy New Year.
Go ahead and sing, Kenny. That Rochester. The only way I can keep things in my house is to nail him down.
I promise you with heart sincere that I will always love you, dear. That when you need me, I'll be near. I promise you. My love for you is as great as a love can be. Yet words couldn't quite express the way that I feel. And as we stand at the doorway of days to be, I faithfully take an oath on all that concerns us both. I promise you with heart sincere that I will always love you, dear. that when you need me, I'll be near, I promise you. I promise you I'll build a shrine where we can keep our love divine until the very end of time. I promise you. With every dawn that I awaken, I know my chances will increase to keep the vow I've taken, to see that your joys never cease. I promise you your heart will sing in what will seem eternal spring. I'll try to bring you everything I promise you.
That was I Promise You, sung by Kenny Baker. And, Kenny, that was very good for a fellow who stayed up until 10 o'clock. Your voice hardly showed it.
Oh, I'll pull myself together in a couple days.
I hope so. And, Kenny, if you got to bed at 10 o'clock last night, how'd you get those awful circles under your eyes?
I painted them on. Ain't I nuts?
You sure are. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening...
I was going to paint wrinkles on my forehead, but my mother wouldn't let me.
Well, she was right. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
If I was Kenny's mother, I'd trade him in for an Airedale.
Now, Mary, Kenny's mother wouldn't do that. And now, folks...
We've got an Airedale.
All right. If you two will quiet down, I'd like to get on with our play. And now, folks...
You know something, Kenny? I never met your mother.
Oh, you didn't?
Phil, for heaven's sake, who cares? Now, let's get on with the play. Everybody's butting in here but Don.
Well, I met Mrs. Baker.
Oh. Well, I'm very happy to know it. And now, folks, going from Mrs. Baker to our feature attraction of the evening, this being the first day of the new year, tonight we are going to present an original play, a sort of a New Year's fantasy, entitled The New Tenant, or Goodbye 38, Hello 39. Now, I will...
You stole that from my poem.
Mary, that was just a coincidence, believe me. Now, in this fantasy, I will play the part of 1938. And Mary...
You know, Jack, I read this play 4 times, and I still can't understand it.
Well, in the first place, Kenny, our play is a little too deep. And in the second place, you're a little dope. Now, I will be 1938, and Mary will be Mrs. 1938, my loving, loyal wife. And we have 12 children. What are you laughing at?
I don't know. It's censored.
Then keep still. Now, our play opens in the home of Mr. and Mrs. 1938, who live in a big round house called the Earth. It is almost midnight on December 31st, and their lease is about to expire. Curtain. Music. Oh, Mariah.
What do you want, Pa?
Better hurry up with that packing. The landlord said we got to get out by midnight to make room for the new tenant.
The new tenant? Who is he?
Oh, some little nudist by the name of 39. He don't know what he's getting into, does he, Ma?
Nope. This house sure has been a mess, ain't it?
You said it. Remember a couple of months ago when the bathtub ran over and got New England soaking wet?
I sure do. And say, Pa, what about the time last spring when the roof leaked and we had to hang Los Angeles out to dry?
Wasn't that awful?
Yep. Hey, Pa, turn on the moon. I can't see what I'm packing here.
Okay. Hey, Moon.
What do you want, you old fossil?
I want some light down here. And quit winking at my wife.
Okay. Say, you want some milk, too?
Milk?
Yeah, a cow just jumped over me.
Well, I'll be darned.
Quit gabbing, Pa. We ain't got much time.
That's right. Darn those shooting stars, they're having a feud again.
Doggone it, Pa. Even with all our troubles, I kind of hate to leave here.
So do I. After all, we did have a lot of fun.
Remember the time that scallywag Howard Hughes flew around our house in 5.5 days?
Do I? He sure had me dizzy. And then that fella Corrigan, he started to fly from the kitchen to the parlor, and the darn fool ended up on the back porch.
Say, Pa, did you pack up all the swing music?
I'm doing it now. Flatfoot Flugie with the Floyd. Might as well take that with us. Say, Ma, it's 5 minutes to 12. We better start rounding up the kids. Where are they?
Well, January, February, and March are outside playing on a cloud.
Oh, where's April?
He's taking a shower.
Oh, he's always doing that.
The rest of them are around here someplace.
Well, tell him to stick close. We're going to leave in just a few minutes.
I wonder who that can be.
I'll go over and see. A tisket, a tasket. Boy, am I sick of that. Well, look who's here.
Who is it, Pa?
It's old man Mars from across the Milky Way. Hiya, Mars.
Hiya, neighbor. Heard you were leaving tonight, so thought I'd drop over and say goodbye.
Well, that was mighty sweet of you.
Say, I sure handed you a scare a couple of months ago, didn't I?
You certainly... Hey, what was the big idea, anyway?
Well, I really didn't mean it. I was lighting a cigarette, and I reached down in the Hudson River to put the match out.
And what happened?
Well, my hand slipped, and I gave New Jersey a hot foot.
You sure did. Say, Mars, you'll have to excuse me now. It's almost midnight, and I got to be getting out of here. So long.
So long. Oh, say, I got my rocket ship outside. Can I give you a lift anywhere?
No, thanks. We'll be all right. Say, those rocket ships smoke a lot, don't they?
Yeah, the exhaust pipes are bad. I just flew by heaven, and now angels really got dirty faces.
Well, if you pass by the other place, give my regards to Fred Allen. So long, Mars.
So long.
Well, Ma, it's almost midnight, so put on that silly hat of yours and let's get going.
Okay, Pa.
There's the first stroke of 12. I wonder what's keeping the new tenant.
Don't worry, he'll be here.
Doggone, Ma, I forgot to find out where we're moving to.
Thought you bought a place over on Jupiter.
No, but I took a look at Venus. Time's a-fleeting. We can't leave until that little brat gets here.
That must be him now.
Yep. Come in. Well, hello, young fella. Are you the little New Year?
I ain't Bobby Breen.
Well, my boy, come right in. Well, this is it, young man. Tell me, what do you think of your new home?
Boy, what a dump. This house could stand a lot of fixing up.
I know it, son. A lot of things wrong here, my boy. Yes, sirree. That Spanish shawl on the piano there is all ripped and torn. Need a lot of mending. And another thing, the china is just about all smashed to pieces. And while I think of it, son, if you see some little lost sheep roaming about, try and find a place for them around the house somewhere.
I'll do what I can.
For heaven's sake, let's get going.
Just a second more. Now, there's just one more thing, young fella.
What's that?
May not sound like much, but it's a mighty big issue. Your greatest worry, my boy, is going to be to pick out a Scarlett O'Hara. That had me groggy all year.
Come on, Pa, you're talking too much.
I'm coming, Ma. Say, young fella, if you want any Jello, you'll find plenty in the pantry.
Thanks, old-timer.
You're welcome. Happy New Year, young fella.
Happy New Year.
Come on, Ma, let's go.
Here's a swell new dessert for the holiday season. It's one the whole family will enjoy, and it's easy to prepare. It's Jello butterscotch pudding. And until you've tried it, you don't know just how delicious a pudding dessert can be. Creamy smooth, rich and tasty, with that real old-fashioned butterscotch flavor that will bring the family back for more. Then try the new Jello vanilla pudding. Tempting, delicate, and full-flavored. And a Jello chocolate pudding, smooth and chocolatey, the kind that Mother used to make, but far quicker and easier. For all three Jello puddings take next to no time to prepare. There's only a few minutes cooking required. You'll find the simple directions on every package. And these new puddings will be a real surprise to you, for they're just as good as your own. Made with the same fine, wholesome ingredients, with a taste and texture you'll say is perfect. The best way to buy is to get 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer for Jello butterscotch, vanilla, and chocolate pudding. the real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 14th program in the new Jello series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Are you listening, Tommy? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that in response to many, many requests, and owing to a renewed and timely interest, we are going to present our version of Walt Disney's famous picture, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, next Sunday night. So if you missed it the first time, folks, be sure and tune in. And if you heard it, tune in anyway, as we're going to have a brand new Prince Charming. Guess who, folks? Oh, Andy, you gave it away. Good night, folks.
K-E-L-L.
On the Jello program, should courtesy of Mervyn Malloy Productions.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with It Serves You Right. Shakespeare, who thought of everything, once said, "All that glitters is not gold." Well, I have a new version of that. All that shimmers is not Jello, but you can be absolutely sure of getting the real thing if you look for the name Jello on the box before you buy. That is your assurance right there of delicious things to eat. Yes, sir, before you even open the package, you know that here's a grand dessert. For that name, Jello, is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods. If you ever hear any other gelatin dessert called Jello, you'll know that that is incorrect, for there is no other Jello. Genuine Jello brings you delicious, extra-rich fruit flavors, lovely glowing colors, the most inviting dessert you ever enjoyed. So don't accept any substitutes for the real thing. Insist on genuine Jello when you buy. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells a treat. It Serves You Right, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that Don Juan, that Casanova, that answer to a maiden's prayer, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is the woman's home companion talking. And, Don, you certainly went to town on that introduction. If I do say it myself, you hit the nail right on the head.
Oh, you liked it, huh?
Well, Don, before you mentioned it, I never quite looked at myself as an answer to a maiden's prayer, but come to think of it, I guess I do have a way with the ladies.
Oh, I've got to tell him, Phil.
Now, keep still. Let him rave.
Hey, wait a minute. What is this?
Well, Jack, if you must know, Phil bet me $1 that if I introduced you as a ladies' man, you'd go for it hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, I see. A frame-up, huh? Well, that's one on me. So you're making money on practical jokes now, eh, Phil?
Yeah, that's my sideline.
Yeah, well, just pull one more on me, and your sideline will be your main occupation. Anyway, I don't see what you fellas want to rib me for. You know, you never see me outstepping unless there's a pretty good-looking girl with me.
I admit that, Jack, but they always look so bored.
Well, certainly they look bored, Don. That's because they're sophisticated. They're blazed. I mean, they're blasé. That's what.
So your girls are sophisticated, eh?
They certainly are.
I saw you with one last night, and she had a gold tooth right in front.
Well, she's from the Klondike. That explains that.
All right, now explain those high-button shoes she had on.
Oh, high-button shoes. I suppose she was wearing a bustle, too.
It was either that or a papoose.
You know, Phil, it's funny, but I just can't seem to scream at you tonight. Maybe I'm not in the mood. Who knows? And let's not discuss my love life any further. We got a long play to do. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Who was that goon I saw you with last night?
Goon?
Yes, why don't you go out with good-looking girls once in a while like Phil does?
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Miss LaRose may not have been the most beautiful girl. Miss LaRose may not be the most beautiful girl in the world, but she's delightful company and very refined.
Yeah, she's the only girl I ever saw that ate a steak like it was corn on the cob.
Now, she wasn't that bad.
Go on. She ordered a baked apple and bobbed for it.
All right, Mary, just relax and mind your own darn business. Say, has anyone seen Kenny? We got to get our play started.
You want me, Jack?
Well, I don't want you, Kenny, but you're supposed to be here. Where have you been the last 15 minutes?
I was outside in the telephone booth talking to my girl.
Oh.
But somebody wanted to use the phone, so we had to get out.
Well, that's a shame. And now that we're all here, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, by special request, we are going to bring you our 1939 version of Walt Disney's screen classic, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
We are? Well, what do you know about that?
Well, don't act so surprised, Phil. I announced we were going to do Snow White last week.
Well, I didn't hear you.
Oh, you didn't? Phil, don't you ever pay attention when I say something on this program?
Not unless I say something right after it.
I wish you'd think of someone besides yourself, Maestro.
Oh, stop picking on Phil. I didn't hear you say anything about Snow White either.
Well, of course, you didn't. All during the last half of the program, you were pitching pennies with the orchestra.
Well, I won 30 cents and a piccolo player.
Well, give him back to Phil, and I'm going to fine you 30 cents. Anyway, believe me, fellas, I announced Snow White last week.
That's a lot of baloney.
Oh, brother. Kenny, I said it, and I said it so everybody could hear me.
I guess I must have been worrying about Congress.
No doubt, no doubt. And now, folks, for our version of this play...
Say, Jack, are you sure you announced Snow White last week?
What a routine. You know, folks, this has been the greatest waste of time since Fred Allen got a sponsor. Don, I'm as sure that I mentioned Snow White last Sunday as you are that you said Jello has 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Well, that convinces me, and look for the big red letters on the box.
I knew that would get you. Now, getting back to our play, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, in our version...
Hey, Phil, what's a dwarf?
My salary with a beard on it.
That's right. Now, in our musical comedy, folks, as none of us look like dwarfs, we are going to call our play Snow White and the Seven Gangsters. Mary Livingston, who left her rouge at home, will be Snow White. Now, let's see.
Who's going to be the witch?
The girl Jack was out with last night.
She is not. I'm getting the same witch we had last year. Where are you, witch?
Here I am.
Gee, is she going to be my stepmother again?
Yes, and she's going to give you a poisoned apple.
You stole pigeon.
Quiet, you old bat. Now, our play will go on immediately after Kenny's song. And by the way, Mary, you want to know something? Walt Disney is sitting in our audience.
Well, as long as he stays there, we're all right.
I don't mind him coming, but he didn't have to bring Ferdinand the Bull with him. Sing, Kenny.
Possessed me, one love thrilling me through, one song my heart keeps singing, of one love only for you. I come to you like a troubadour with a simple serenade, that and nothing more. I have no lute to play, no tinkling guitar, just a song to tell you how sweet to me you are. One song, I have but one song only for you. One heart tenderly beating, ever entreating, constantly true. One love that has possessed me. One love thrilling me through. One song my heart keeps singing, of one love only for you. I have but one song for you, my song of love.
That was one song from Snow White sung by Kenny Baker. And thanks, Kenny. It was certainly apropos.
Apropos? Who do you think you're talking to?
Kenny, apropos means that your song fits the occasion.
Oh.
Yeah.
You mean like pajamas in bed?
That's it, exactly. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our musical comedy, Snow White and the Seven Gangsters, which we will present in 4 acts and 38 scenes. And as a special inducement for tonight only, we are going to give away to each and every listener a genuine solid gold soup knife.
A soup knife? What's that for?
It's for scraping it off of neckties. As the curtain rises, Doc Benny is giving his boys a pep talk. Curtain. Music. Now listen, men. We got a big job on for tonight. The biggest thing we've tackled since we cracked the mint. We're going to stick up the 12th National Bank. Do you get that?
Yeah, right.
Now call the roll, see if we're all here. Sleepy.
Here, Doc.
Sneezy.
Kerchoo, Doc.
Gesundheit. Happy.
I'm right here, Doc. Feeling fine and raring to go.
Well, what are you giggling about?
I got an awful toothache.
Oh, isn't that jolly? Grumpy.
Right here, Chief. But I'm afraid we're soon going to get caught this time.
Oh, you're too pessimistic. Bashful. Where's Bashful?
Here I am, Doc, under the bed.
Well, come on over here with us. What makes you so bashful?
Well, Doc, when I was a kid, I went to a party, and I caught a Sealand Morse's trade, and it first splintered. Of course, I didn't know they were going to freight with Sealand when it was started. And when I tried it for a Sealand across the street, and I've been blushing ever since.
Fine gangster. Now, let's see, who else? Oh, yes, Dopey.
That's me, folks, and very apropos.
And you're a fine crook, too, the way you waste your time.
What do you mean?
I sent you out yesterday to pick pockets, and the first guy you hit was Fred Allen. What did you find there?
Some chewing tobacco and some chewing gum.
Oh.
They taste awful together.
I shouldn't wonder. And you, Bashful?
Yes, Doc.
I sent you out for bullets yesterday, and you brought back a bag of jelly beans.
Well, the man at the store said they were corner seat if I said with a boom boom.
I don't care what he said. Now listen, fellas. You've been laying down on the job lately, so I want you all to be on your toes tonight.
Say, Doc.
What is it, Sleepy?
What time are we going to rob the bank?
About midnight, and this time don't fall asleep on the burglar alarm.
Okay.
I'm afraid of that job, Chief. We're sure to get caught.
Oh, we are, eh? How do you feel about it, Happy?
Grumpy's right. We'll all go to Sing Sing and never come out. Gee, it'll be awful.
I certainly got a brave bunch of men here, scared of your own shadow.
Oh, shut up.
Yes, sir. What's that?
Gee, it darn near worked.
Now, listen, men. We got a big job on tonight, and we got to get some money. There's a payment due on our beards. So let's all work together. Just as soon as our supply of dynamite gets here, we'll go. Come in.
Package of dynamite for Doc Benny. Sign here.
Now, wait a minute. Is this dynamite good and strong?
I think so. I had 2 arms when I started out. Goodbye.
All right, men, now listen carefully. We'll meet tonight at 11:30 in the alley right in back of the bank. Is that clear?
Sure, we'll be right there.
Yeah,
Sure
we'll be
thing.
right there.
What about you, Dopey? Will you remember where we're going to meet?
Yeah, I tied a string around my little finger.
Well, take that yo-yo off the other end. Now, remember, fellas, 11:30 in the alley behind the bank. And then, do you know where we go from there?
Where?
Hi-ho, to rob the bank we'll go.
A safe will blow and grab the dough. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, hi-ho. Now don't be late, you know.
We gotta work quick with a chisel and pick. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, hi-ho. I'm sleepy, that I know.
And I'm so frustrated full of upset. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, hi-ho. Why don't you eat Jello? Just try a dish, it's so delish. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, hi-ho. To rob the bank we'll go. A safe will blow and grab the dough. Hi-ho, 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 hi-ho. Now don't be late, you know. We gotta work quick with a chisel and pick. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
The scene changes. We now take you to the home of Miss Snow White, who lives on Park Avenue with her cruel stepmother, Mrs. Agatha Witch. Oh, she's a meanie. Take it away, Park Avenue.
Hello? Who? No, she can't talk to you. Don't keep calling up here anymore. Goodbye yourself.
Who was that, stepmother?
That was your boyfriend, Prince Charming. Now listen, Snow. I don't want you to go out with him anymore. He's just after your money.
So are you.
Well, I saw you first. Now, don't you dare to leave this room, you little brat.
Isn't she awful, folks?
Quiet, you Waukegan weasel.
Oh, why is my stepmother so cruel to me? Is she jealous of me, perchance? Or is she jealous of me good looks? And where is my Prince Charming? If he would just come and take me away, I'd be so happy.
He'll be here, folks. You see?
That must be him now. Is that you, Prince Charming?
If it ain't, I whitewashed my horse for nothing.
Well, come right in. Oh, Prince Charming.
Hello, Snow White. How's my itsy-bitsy lamsy-piesy?
Isn't he lousy-wowsy, folks?
Oh, Prince, I'm so glad you're here. My stepmother's getting crueler every day. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Is that so? Well, what's the matter with that old Mickey Finn?
Why, only this morning she tried to kill me. She gave me a poison apple for breakfast.
A poison apple?
Yeah, and another thing. My stepmother says you're not a real prince. You are a real prince, aren't you?
I'll say I am. My blood is so blue every time I cut my finger, I fill my fountain pen.
Then I don't care what she says. I love you, my prince. And if you'd only take me away from here, I'd be so happy.
Don't worry, my little angel cake. Someday I'll take you to my castle in Van Nuys.
In Van Nuys? When?
Someday.
Oh, someday. Someday we'll go away. Someday, so far away. And how thrilling that moment will be when the prince of my dreams comes to me.
I'll whisper I love you and steal a kiss or two, though I'm ready or
And though your voice is shut, someday when our dreams come
Wasn't that awful, folks?
Well, goodbye, darling. I must go now. Away on my faithful steed. There he is now.
Say, your horse is awful thin, isn't he?
He sure is. Hi-ho, Slimmer!
He looks a little like Harrington. So Prince Charming leaves. The door opens, and in walks the wicked stepmother and says...
Snow White? Snow White! Who was that in here singing?
Nino Martini.
Well, he ought to gargle. I know it was that Prince Charming, and I told you never to see him again.
But I love him, stepmother. He's so handsome and romantic. And besides, he's the only man I've ever seen.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, wait a while.
Yes.
If you hold out, you can get one that wears shoes.
But, stepmother, please.
Anyway, I'll put a stop to this affair, you little fool. Here, have an apple.
Don't take it, Snow White. It's poisoned.
Stay out of this, you gray-haired ham.
But he's right, stepmother. This apple is poisoned.
It is not.
Then why is that worm waving a red flag?
You see?
I'll make you eat it. Come here, Snow White.
No, I'll run away from home. That's what I'll do. I'll run away from home.
Stop!
No, I'll never see you again. Never. Goodbye, stepmother. Goodbye, worm.
Goodbye. So little Snow White runs away from home. And 2 days later, we find her lost in a dense forest somewhere in Long Island.
Here I am in the woods. And look at the animals following me. Oh, see the pretty bird. Hello, bird. Isn't that pretty?
Well, the same canary we had last year, you know?
Gee, none of these animals are afraid of me. Look at that little silver fox with a bushy tail. Isn't he cute? Come here, Silver Fox.
Oh, no, you got my brother around your neck now.
All right, Smarty. Gee, I'm so tired and hungry. Oh, look, there's a farmhouse over yonder. Maybe I can get food and shelter there. Here I come, farmhouse.
All right, men. We're ready to rob the bank. Now, remember, this ain't no picnic, so everybody work fast and be on your guard. Say, Bashful, have you got the machine gun?
Oh, sure, I can't see it, boss. It's literally across the street in Fonder Street. It gets a 400-foot specimen.
Does that mean yes or no?
Step a flat.
Okay. Hey, Dopey, stop chewing that dynamite. You'll blow your brains out.
If I had any brains, I wouldn't be chewing it.
Oh. Well, we're all set now. Hey, wait a minute. Where's Sleepy? Hey, Sleepy, wake up. We got to go to work. Oh, well, we can do without him. Now, let's go, men. And here's my final instructions. While we're robbing that bank, there's one thing that's very important.
What's that, Chief?
For heaven's sake, don't whistle while you work. Don't whistle while you work. Or the cops will come. We'll have to run. Be as quiet as a turd.
You mean quiet as a mouse?
But I couldn't make it rhyme.
Now come on, boys, and make no noise. We haven't got much time.
Now remember, each of you,
we know what we must do.
Now you must be still.
I know I will.
La 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 la.
Don't whistle while you work, or the cops you're sure to hurt. They'll get their man, put us in the can. Don't whistle while you work.
I'm screaming, honey.
Don't whistle while you work.
I'm shouting, baby.
Don't whistle while you work.
And I'm repeating.
Don't whistle while you work.
All right, men, we're on our way. Let's go. Wait a minute.
I know it. It's the cops.
The cops?
Gee, I'll bet they give us life this time.
Quiet, I'll handle this. Come in.
Hello, everybody. My name is Snow White.
Why, it's a girl.
A girl?
Yes, a girl. What do you want, Snow White?
Gee, I thought this was a farmhouse. Aren't you all farmers?
No, we're not farmers. We're bandits. And right now we're going out to rob a bank.
Rob a bank? Oh, you mustn't shouldn't do that.
Why not?
Because it's antisocial and unstatutory.
Oh, it is. Did you hear that, fellas? It's antisocial and unstatutory.
It's also pulled and quinscend and brilliant consultant.
Never mind that. Come on, man. Tie this dame up and throw her down the cellar.
Throw me down, too.
Grab her, man.
Now, wait a minute, Chief. She can't harm us.
Well, we're not taking any chances. Tie her up.
But why do all you nice boys want to rob a bank? Money isn't everything.
We're not going after money. We're going after blotters. Now, scram.
She's right, Doc. Let's call the whole thing off.
I'm in favor of it.
Yeah, maybe I can get me old job back.
Your old job back? What did you do?
I was a tenor in a tough quartet.
Some tenor.
And I used to be an orchestra leader.
That's a lie. What were you, Dopey?
I used to be a beautiful baby.
But look at you now. Fine bunch of gangsters I got. Now listen, Snow White.
You listen to me, you big bad man. You're all going to throw your guns away and stay right here. You're never going to rob another bank again as long as you live.
Nothing doing. This is our racket, and we're going to stick to it.
Oh, come on now. Give me your gun.
I will not.
Here's my gun, Snow White. I'm going to turn over a new leaf.
Here's my gun.
Here's mine, too.
Thanks.
Be careful, there's water in it.
All right, Doc, you're the last one. Now hand over your gun.
Oh, here. But Santa Claus will never forgive me. This is a Christmas present. Here, take it.
Hooray, Doc! Hooray!
Gee, I feel better already. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes? Say, what are you doing here?
I'm Prince Charming, and I'm looking for my sweetheart, Snow White.
Now, wait a minute. You're not Prince Charming.
He is, too. I just sold him my title.
Oh.
Come, my little Snow White.
At last. At last. Someday we'll go away.
Someday so far away.
So we're ready or not. And no, we're not so far. Someday when our dreams come true.
So, Prince Charming married little Snow White, Andy went back to Van Nuys, and Doc Benny went back to his old job as lifeguard in a Turkish bath. Play, Phil.
If you want your family to vote you the finest cook in the country, here's all you have to do. Serve Jello chocolate pudding for dessert, the real old-fashioned chocolatey kind, rich and smooth and tempting. The kind of chocolate pudding that Mother used to make, but so much quicker and easier to prepare. Then try Jello butterscotch pudding. It's mellow and inviting, rich with true butterscotch flavor, with an appetizing taffy color that makes you hungry just to look at it. And then there's Jello vanilla pudding, an all-family favorite. It's smooth and delicate with a perfectly grand flavor. All three new Jello puddings are amazingly easy to make, for there's next to no cooking required. You'll find the simple directions on every package, and the best way to buy is 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
This is the last number, the 15th program in the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Jack had to rush away to do another broadcast, folks.
Say, Mary, you know we forgot to do one of the best songs in the picture.
Which one is that?
The Wishing Well number. You know, where you heard the echo?
Oh, yes, we'll do it now, Andy. So you get down in the well and be the echo.
Okay.
I'm wishing for the one I love to find me. Phil, hand me that bucket.
No!
Good night, everybody.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with This Is It. You know, it's always quite a compliment to say that somebody is a good mixer. Well, that's just what Jello is, for Jello combines perfectly with every sort of fresh and canned fruit, and that's a swell idea for right now to brighten up wintertime menus. Perhaps a game mold of orange Jello with canned apricots inside. Maybe rich red strawberry Jello combined with sliced fresh oranges. Or delicious cherry Jello arranged in shining layers with sliced bananas and canned cherries. There are dozens of combinations to choose from, and they're all grand. For Jello brings you that wonderful extra-rich fruit flavor, so tempting and good it rivals the taste of the real ripe fruit. And Jello's clear, glowing colors look so lovely with the fruits held shimmering inside. So give your family some of these delicious Jello combinations soon. But be sure to make them with genuine Jello if you want to enjoy Jello's extra-rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. This Is It, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who used to be a beautiful baby, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I like that beautiful baby introduction. Was that just a lucky guess, or did you have authentic information?
Well, Jack, when I was over to your house for dinner the other night, I took a peek at that old family album of yours.
Oh, Don.
And I must say you were a gorgeous infant. Were you really so good looking?
Well, I don't want to sound foolish or anything like that, but for the first 17 months of my life, I was a length ahead of Robert Taylor. In fact, I won 4 blue diapers.
I can imagine. And you know, Jack, one thing that impressed me very much about your baby pictures, you were always laughing and giggling. What made you so happy?
Well, Don, my nurse used to slap me a lot. Say, I bet you were quite a healthy-looking kid yourself, weren't you?
Well, Jack,
Yeah, I can just see you as a baby, Don, bouncing your mother on your knee.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I'd like to be a baby again. Gee, I really shouldn't keep talking like this, but I was about the cutest little Dickens in Waukegan. In fact, people from all around used to come to my father's meat market just to see me.
Meat market? Why, I thought your father ran a clothing store.
Well, Don, it was a combination meat market and clothing store. You know, on Saturdays, we used to have a special. A pound of hamburger with 2 pair of pants. Oh, it went over very big.
Say, that's quite a novelty. A combination meat market and clothing store.
Yeah, we used to sell legs of lamb with garters on them. Oh, those were the days, believe me. You know, I remember one time when I was only...
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
Me?
Oh, that again. See you later.
Mary, come back here. It's not my fault. Don just happened to mention that he saw my family album and that I was a beautiful child.
You beautiful?
Yes, I was. Not only that, I developed very quickly. Why, when I was only 3 months old, I had 4 lovely teeth.
Well, you're right back where you started from.
Now, listen, Mary, I have a full set of teeth right now. And with the exception of a little argument I had with a cab driver in Toledo, they're all my own.
Go on. You've got more bridges than San Francisco.
Oh, running down San Francisco, huh? That's the trouble with you Los Angeles girls.
Jack, did I hear you say that you had an argument with a cab driver in Toledo?
Yes, but of course that was years ago.
What was the fight all about?
Oh, nothing. He just happened to say something I didn't like, and he hit me. Otherwise, Toledo was lovely.
Say, Don, when you were looking through that album, did you see the picture of Jack's uncle on the big white horse?
Yes, I did.
That was my Uncle Beaumont. There.
And did you see the tree in back with the rope dangling from it and that big crowd of men standing around?
Mary, my uncle didn't steal that horse. That was just a scene from a Western movie he was making called The Code of the West. It wasn't a real hanging. Well, what are you laughing at?
Just the same. He never saw the preview.
He did, too, and he was a fine actor.
Say, Jack.
Oh, hello, Kenny. I didn't see you.
Well, I was around here. I heard you telling everybody what a beautiful baby you were.
Well, Don brought up the subject. I'd have never mentioned it. Have you got any cute baby pictures, Kenny?
None where I'm facing the camera.
Oh.
You know, Jack, I wasn't a very pretty kid, but I was as smart as a whip.
Smart? I'll bet you were.
All right, you can laugh.
Yeah.
But when I was 12 years old, I recited the Gettysburg Address.
At 12, what's clever about that?
Could Lincoln do it?
All right, Kenny, we won't go into that. But if you were so smart at the age of 12, I'd like to know what happened to you in the meantime.
So would I.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kenny, since your song, sing your song now. We'll talk about it later. Hey, Don, where's Phil?
Oh, he's around here somewhere. By the way, Jack, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this or not, but Phil's pretty sore about that crack you made last Sunday.
What crack?
Oh, you know, when you told him that if he didn't like it here, he could go out and get his own program.
Oh, well, gee, Don, I was only kidding. I didn't mean anything by it.
Well, Phil took it pretty seriously, and he said he's going to leave.
Leave me? Why, I made the guy. Gee, when I picked him up, he was demonstrating curlers in a drugstore window. Oh, I must talk to him. Sing, Kenny. Gee, people are so sensitive nowadays. You tell them to quit, and they quit. I can't understand it.
Hear a love song for a penny. See, 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 just a penny serenade. Once I strayed 'neath the window of a lovely, lovely lady, and she smiled while I softly played a penny serenade. In her eyes shone the tender dawn of love and sweet surrender. As for me, in my heart I played a lover's serenade. See, 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 you can hear it for a penny. See, 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 just a penny serenade. See, 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 hear my love song for a penny. See, 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 just a penny serenade. In a dream so divine she was mine, no word had been spoken. When I woke from my dream, she was gone, my poor heart was broken. Still I pray that wherever she may be, she will remember in her heart. She will always hear my penny serenade. See, see, see. See, see, see.
Kenny Serenade, sung by Kenny Baker, my favorite tenor. Say, Kenny, did Phil happen to say anything further to you about doing his own program?
Yes, he mentioned it.
He did, huh? Well, what'd he tell you?
Plenty, but I ain't no pigeonhole.
That stool pigeon. Pigeonhole. Say, Mary, did Phil say anything to you about this wild scheme of his?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes or no?
Yes, he told me, and no, I ain't going to tell you.
Anyway, I think Phil ought to be at least loyal enough to discuss it with me before he takes any definite steps.
Hey, Jack, here comes Phil now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the boy?
Jackson. You know, Phil, it's cute the way you call me that every week, you know. Say, what's this gag I hear about you getting your own program?
It's not a gag. You and I have been fighting so much lately that I thought it would be better to call it quits.
Oh, that's silly.
Silly nothing. You're just tough to get along with, and that's all.
Who, me?
Yes, you. You're always flying off the handle.
I am not. I'm sweet and lovable.
And you're always yelling and shouting at me.
Shouting at you?
And you're always losing your temper.
Why, you baggy-eyed ingrate, I never lose my temper, and you know it. I love you, you rat.
Oh, sure.
Now, you listen to me, Phil Harris.
Gee, you'd think they were married.
Keep out of this, Kenny.
Let's forget it, Jack. You're just tough to work for, and that's that.
Oh, I'm tough to work for. Did you hear that, Mary? You think I was a regular Simon Legree?
All you need is a whip.
I wasn't talking to you. Now, look, Phil. Look, I'm not begging you to stay on this program.
And get up off your knees.
I'm not on my knees, and I wish this was television so I could prove it. Look, Phil, I'm not begging you to stay, but if you leave, you're making a serious mistake.
All right, Jack, give me one reason why I should stick with you. Just one reason.
Well, in the first place...
Go ahead, give me one reason.
Well...
Ladies and gentlemen, while Jack is thinking of one reason, why don't you run out to your nearest grocer and ask for a package of Jello? It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Well, for one thing, Phil Harris...
All right, come on. Why should I stick with you?
Well, for one thing, we've got a contract.
A fine contract. I supply the orchestra, and when people throw money at us, I have to split it with you.
Well, how often does that happen? Maybe once in a fortnight. And another thing.
Oh, Jack, what are you beefing about? If Phil wants to go, let him go.
Certainly.
You can get Abe Lyman to take his place.
Oh, that would be fine. Abe Lyman happens to be the cab driver that punched me in Toledo. That's all I need.
Jack, you know a lot about music. Now, why don't you form an orchestra of your own?
Well, maybe I will. Say, I could organize a darn good swing band, believe me.
If you do, I got a swell name for it.
Never mind.
What is it, Mary?
Jack Benny and his cut rate 12.
Listen, Mary, I don't have to worry about getting a band together because Phil is only bluffing. If he went out on his own, where would he get a sponsor?
Don't worry about me. I've got a sponsor.
Oh, you have, eh? Well, who is it? I mean, what's your product?
Bixby's Bubble Gum.
Bixby's Bubble Gum? I never heard of it.
Well, here, have a stick.
Keep it. Bubble gum.
That's not the only offer I had. I could have gone on the air for Macmillan's Corn Plasters.
Corn plasters?
Yes, corn plasters.
Well, that would be more your style. Half the time you're corny and the other half you're plaster. Anyway... If you're smart, Phil, you'd stay right here on the Jello program. And I'll try and make life a little easier for you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, pardon me, come in. Well, the mayor of Van Nuys. Hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck.
Woohoo! Well, Andy, it's nice seeing you. You don't get around here as often as you used to.
Well, Buck, by the time I get through with the farm and the city hall and my love life, I'm pretty busy.
Love, huh? Oh, so you're going in for a little romance, eh, Andy?
Little nothing. She weighs 300 pounds.
300 pounds? Why, you never told me about her before. Say, she ought to make a nice wife for Andy, huh, Mary?
Yeah, he can hitch her to the plow.
Well, Andy,
Well, Andy, tell me, you going to get married?
Well, that's the reason I came down here, Buck. I'd like to ask your advice.
Well, Andy, as long as you want my advice, all I can say is, if you love the girl, go right ahead and propose to her.
Well, I have, but every time I do, she just looks at me and giggles.
Giggles?
Pa thinks she's an idiot.
Oh, what does your ma think?
Ma says Pa's a fine one to talk.
Well, Andy, don't pay any attention to them. Just follow your own heart. Say, is this girl from Van Nuys?
Yeah, she's in business out there. She's a plumber.
Oh, a lady plumber. Well, 300 pounds. Say, Andy, how do you manage to hold her on your lap?
Well, my hired man sits alongside of me.
Well, Andy, all I can say is don't let anybody interfere with your happiness. If you love the girl, marry her. And I wish you a lot of luck.
Thanks, Buck. I feel better now.
That's good.
Hey, Andy, stick around, will you? I'd like to talk to you after the program.
Well, what about Phil?
Well, it's a business proposition, and I don't want to discuss it in front of Jack.
Now, Phil, you've got a number to play, so spit out your bubble gum and go to work.
Okay, boss.
Oh, Andy, how about coming over to my house tomorrow for dinner and bring your folks?
Thanks, Buck. Is it all right if my girl comes along?
Sure, Andy. Bring her to dinner, too. Why not?
It's about time she lost some weight.
Quiet, Mary. I'm just trying to be nice. Play, Phil. This Can't Be Love, played by smiling Phil Harris and his Rhythm Rascals. And, Phil, that's what I call real class. You know, that number had so much life and brilliance to it.
Thanks, but I'm leaving just the same.
Phil, I wasn't trying to flatter you. That number was swell, and I felt I ought to give you and the boys credit.
All of a sudden, the orchestra is good.
Yeah, some obviousness.
No, I'm serious. Well, anyhow, to get on with our play, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, as I announced last week, we are going to present our version of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now, I will play the part of...
Say, Buck, it's none of my business, but did you hear Fred Allen Wednesday night?
Allen? No, Andy, I missed him again. Tell me, what did my Oriental friend have to say? I mean, anything worth probing into?
Oh, he hopped all over you, Buck. Yeah? He said he's going to push your spine so far down your pants you're going to walk like a tripod.
Ha, ha, and poof.
No kidding, Jack. Fred make you look like a nickel.
Listen, Mary, he couldn't make me look like a nickel if my father was a buffalo. He's nothing but a fake.
Fake? Then how come he challenged you to a fight?
That's a laugh. How can he fight? In the first place, he's terribly nearsighted.
Nearsighted?
Yes. I saw him at a party one night trying to make a date with a hall tree. I finally had to tell him that the umbrella stand was her little boy. That guy.
No kidding, Jack. Are Alan's eyes really that bad?
Bad, Don. To him, Hedy Lamarr is just a gorgeous blur. I'd go in the ring with Alan any time.
Careful, he might hit you from memory.
Listen, Mary, he couldn't hit me if he put wheels on his wrist and they ran up to my nose on a track. Now, listen, fellas. Come here a minute, will you? I got a secret about Alan that I've been guarding for years. I never was going to mention it, but I'm so burned up that tonight I'm going to show you what a heel he really is.
What do you mean, Jack?
Well, in the first place, he ought to be the last one in the world to ever say anything against me.
Why?
Well, because 12 years ago, when we were in vaudeville together, I saved Fred Allen's life. That's why.
You saved his life?
Yes. Now, let's forget it. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Oh, no, you don't. It was 12 years ago in Altoona, Pennsylvania. We were both on the same bill, Fred and I, at the Palace Theater. I'll never forget that night. Alan, who was then a juggler, was standing in the wings waiting to go on. And I, the headliner, stopped to give him a word of encouragement. Hello, Freddie.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, you can call me Jack. What's the matter? You seem a little nervous tonight, Freddie.
Well, gee, Mr. Benny, talking to a big star like you is quite a thrill for me.
Oh, don't say that. Well, Freddie, Fink's mules are about through, so it's time for your act. So go out on the stage and juggle those clubs.
Gee, I wish I was a great comedian like you.
Well, why don't you try telling some gags while you're out there juggling?
Oh, I can never think of anything clever to say.
You see, folks? Well, keep plugging, Freddie. You might get there one of these days. They're ready for your act now. That was his theme song, folks. Chinatown. Get it?
My first trick, ladies and gentlemen, will be juggling 3 Indian clubs at the same time.
3 clubs, some trick. There he goes, dropping him as usual.
Darn it.
We want Jack Benny.
Yeah, bring on Benny.
Altoona was one of my best towns, folks. Gee, Alan is nervous.
And now for my next trick, ladies and gentlemen. I will juggle 3 Indian clubs and a cannonball at the same time.
Cannonball? I never saw him do this one before. Say, that's pretty good.
Oh!
Good heavens! The cannonball dropped on Alan's foot. He's hurt badly. Ring down the curtain. Stand back, everybody. Give him air.
What happened, mister?
Can't you see he dropped a cannonball on his foot?
Oh!
Don't worry, Freddie. I'll take you to the hospital at once. And you're going to be all right. Well, folks, we finally got Alan to the hospital. And after I paid his entrance fee, which I never got back, they took him to the operating room. And the doctor called me aside and said...
Mr. Benny, I'm afraid this is serious.
What do you mean, Doctor?
When that cannonball dropped on Alan's foot, it severed the femur and the anterior portion of the tibia.
Oh, my goodness.
There's only one thing that can save him.
What's that, Doctor? I'll do anything.
He must have a blood transfusion immediately.
A blood transfusion? Thank you. Well, Doctor, all I can say is, this unfortunate young man is my friend. And if my blood can save his life, I am ready. So they took Alan to the operating room, placed my foot next to his, and the doctor said to the nurse...
Are you ready for the transfusion, Miss Stewart?
Yes, Doctor.
Then hand me that ice pick.
Wait a minute. Don't I get an anesthetic for this?
Yes. Oh, nurse, fan Mr. Benny with a herring.
If you do, I'll snap at it. Make it quick, Doctor.
Oh, doctor.
Hurry, Doc, please. Alan is sinking fast.
All right. We'll just tap your vein here and attach a hose to it.
Go ahead, Doctor. I'm not afraid. Oh, I'm in awful pain now, folks. See what I went through for that mandarin?
There we are. All right, Miss Stewart, open the valve and draw the blood.
Yes, Doctor.
My goodness. Here, take it easy, Doc. That's not ketchup, you know. And don't forget to wipe my windshield.
All right, Miss Stewart, that's enough.
Enough? I look like a bottle of milk now. But it was worth it for good old Fred. So thanks to me, the transfusion was successful. And the next day I visited Alan in his private room in the hospital, which I also pay for. Hello, Freddie. How do you feel, kid?
I'm much better, Mr. Benny, and as long as I live, I will never forget what you did for me.
Don't mention it, Freddie.
You know, Mr. Benny, since that transfusion yesterday, I feel entirely different. I feel so mentally alert.
No fooling.
I keep thinking of jokes all the time, and I owe it all to you.
Now, please.
Here, Mr. Benny, have a cigar.
Oh, thank you. I'll smoke it later.
No, smoke it now. Here, I'll light it for you.
Okay. Say, this cigar is very... Why, darn you, that cigar was loaded.
Ha, 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 ha. That's my first joke.
So you see, ladies and gentlemen, my blood not only saved Alan's life, but made him the comedian he is today. I thank you. There you are, fellas. That little play shows what a heel Alan really is.
Oh, Jack, I don't believe that big cannonball really fell on Alan Foote.
Oh, you don't, eh? Well, for your information, young lady, he still buys his shoes from the same store as Donald Duck. Play, Phil.
Ease, speed, and mouth-watering goodness combined in one delicious new dessert. You'll want to try it and try it soon. Jello chocolate pudding with that old-time homemade goodness. Yes, sir, it's every bit as good as the kind that Mother used to make. Rich, smooth as satin, and real chocolatey. Full-flavored and tempting with a grand appetizing color and a marvelous taste. For Jello chocolate pudding is made with the fine, wholesome ingredients, the kind you'd use yourself right in your own kitchen. You'll enjoy every creamy spoonful, and you'll enjoy the other two flavors just as much. Jello butterscotch pudding and Jello vanilla pudding. For all three new Jello puddings are smooth and rich-tasting and delicious. And all three are easy to make. You'll find the simple directions on every package, and the handiest way to buy is 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding. The real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 17th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And don't forget, folks, if you have not already done so, you can help fight infantile paralysis by joining the March of Dimes. You know, Mary, I hated to expose Fred Allen like that, but after all, what could I do?
Well, I don't blame you.
I'll tell you something else, Mary. I'm the kind of a guy that if Allen needed another transfusion, I'd be the first one to volunteer.
Go on. You haven't any more blood than a piece of salt pork.
Good night, folks.
On the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Jubilee. When when somebody produces a rabbit from a hat, that's magic and the kind that it takes years to learn. But you can work far finer magic than that and right in your own kitchen, and it's easy. Why, from one package of Jello, you can produce a dessert that's magically simple to prepare and absolutely swell eating. What's more, you have a wide choice, for Jello is the most versatile dish in the world. Serve it perfectly plain in a mold of shimmering beauty. Decorate it with fruits or nuts and try whipped Jello with a beautiful foamy texture and a tempting pastel color. Cut the Jello into gay, colorful little cubes and pile them high in sherbet glasses. Why, there are so many ways to serve Jello, you'll have a hard time deciding. Whether it's strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime, Jello brings you that delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor that simply can't be topped. So look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells a treat. That was Jubilee, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in this corner at 143 pounds, we bring you that Waukegan bomber, Jack Benny.
Thank you, Jello. Again, this is Kid Benny, your Sunday night slugger, talking. And say, Don, that was something new, wasn't it? What was the idea of that introduction?
Well, Jack, Mary told me that you were going in for a lot of vigorous training and road work lately. Are you getting ready for a fight?
Oh, no, Don. I was just a little run down and felt that I ought to get back in shape again, that's all.
Oh, then those threats Fred Allen's been making lately have nothing to do with your sudden interest in physical culture.
Don, stifle the thought, please. I don't have to build myself up to fight that guy. Any man that'll starch his legs so they won't wobble. Well.
Oh, you think you could lick him then?
Don, if we ever got in the ring together, I'd finish him faster than a Scotchman eating a paid-up meal in a burning restaurant. And I'm the guy that can do it.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Mary?
I heard Alan's program Wednesday night, and he made one crack that simply burned me up. I thought he went too far.
Oh, yeah? What did he say?
He said when it came to fighting, you were dirtier than a Pittsburgh nudist.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. Boy, was I mad.
Well, you certainly acted. Let me tell you something, Mary. The reason Alan talks so tough is because he knows there's very little chance of us ever getting together.
That's right. If he comes here, you'll go to New York.
All right, Mary, go ahead. Make a coward out of me. You're not fooling anybody.
Oh, Jack, what sort of training have you been doing? Anything strenuous?
Well, rather. I get up bright and early in the morning, and Rochester and I toss the ball back and forth, and then we run like mad around the backyard, and then I skip rope.
You make mud pies, too?
Yes, if it'll make you happy.
Well, Jack, that sounds like you're really going in for good, solid exercise.
I'll say I am. And you know, Don, I've also got a punching bag and a pair of 15-pound dumbbells.
15-pounders, huh? Well, how do you like working with them?
I don't know, Don. I can't get them off the floor. I have a lot of fun, though, rolling them around.
Say, Jack, did you tell Don what happened to you the other day on your trapeze?
No, and never mind.
What was it, Mary?
Well, Jack hung a trapeze in that big tree in his backyard and said he was going to swing over to a limb like Tarzan.
Oh, Mary.
So when he jumped, one foot stuck to the trapeze and the other got caught on the limb.
Now, listen.
He was hanging up there all afternoon.
Oh.
And what happened?
A bird built a nest in his toupee.
Well, that could happen to anybody. And besides, you know very well that I don't wear a toupee. That was my coonskin cap.
Well, it had a nice wave in it.
Yes, didn't it? Now, let's forget me and the trapeze. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's muscle-bound Benny tonight?
It's all right, Phil. It wouldn't hurt you to take a little exercise once in a while. For a guy your age, you're very flabby.
Oh, I don't know.
You just don't live right.
I don't, eh? Listen, Benny, I take a cold shower every morning, the minute I get home.
Well, isn't that marvelous? You know, Phil, if they don't put sun lamps in nightclubs pretty soon, I'm afraid you won't be with us much longer. Incidentally, have you forgotten that little rebellion last week, or do you still intend to do your own program?
Oh, sure, I'm going through with it. In fact, I've been working on it all week long.
Is that so?
Say, Phil, what's the name of that product you told us you were signing up with?
Bixby's Bubble Gum.
Bubble gum. A lot of bubble gum you'll sell.
Oh, I'll do all right. And, boy, I got a theme song that'll sweep the nation. You want to hear it?
No.
I do. I helped him write it.
Oh, this ought to be marvelous. 2 minds without a single thought. Go ahead, Phil. Let's hear your theme song.
Okay, hit it, Charlie. Give me a little introduction. Bubble gum, won't you buy my bubble gum? It's for me, it's for you. Chew and chew and chew.
Oh, brother.
It's so sweet, can't be beat for Tom and Joe and Pete. Chew it up, chew it up, chew it up, blow! My bubble gum.
Oh, so that little thing is going to sweep the nation, eh?
Well, we think so.
I gave Phil another swell number for the middle of the program.
Oh, for the middle of the program. Will it get that far?
Gee, it's terrific, Mary. Sing it to him.
Okay. Thanks for the bubble gum. No matter how you chew, it's always good as new. Cats, they all meow for it, and cows, they always moo. Oh, thank
you. Why, Mary, that ought to be sensational. Huh?
You said it.
Phil, you wouldn't be on the radio 2 weeks with that junk.
What are you talking about? That's classy stuff.
Look what's talking about class. You've got the only pinstripe tuxedo in Hollywood. Class.
Well, I could answer that, but why bother? Fred Allen takes care of you.
Allen, that's all I've heard lately. He's just sore because I exposed him last week. That's all.
Well, he should be. You said he was nearsighted, and he claims he isn't.
Oh, he isn't. Allen isn't nearsighted, huh? Listen, Don, I saw him in a restaurant one night dressed in Portland's evening gown. So he's either nearsighted or a female impersonator, and he can take his choice. It's up to him.
Take it easy, Jack. Allen won't like that crack.
Oh, he won't? Well, I'll be just too perturbed. And now, Mr. Harris, you're still in my employ. So would you mind going over to your orchestra, wake them up, raise your baton, hold your nose, and play something?
Okay, boss.
Go ahead, Maestro. Give out one of your musical masterpieces. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I resent that crack you just made about Fred Allen.
Why? Are you nearsighted?
No, I'm a female impersonator. Goodbye.
What a pest. I wish he'd stick his head in a bucket of water and let it freeze. Play, Phil. That was Umbrella Man, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And say, folks, you know how Phil would announce that if he was on his own program? You know how he talks. He'd say that was Umbrella Man, brought to you by His Royal Majesty of Rhythm. Just call me Madge, yeah. That was a goodie, wasn't it, folks? Yeah. That was right in the groove. We were in there punching. Yeah.
All right, Jack, don't give people the impression that I'm corny.
I suppose you're not. You ought to call yourself Phil Harris and his musical Cobbs. And now, folks...
Wait a minute, Jack. My orchestra isn't corny either.
Oh, it isn't, eh? I could start a husking bee here in about 2 seconds. And now, folks, tonight Don Wilson, that rising young author, has written a little play which he is about to announce. Take it, Don.
Ladies and gentlemen, the scene is a little vine-covered cottage located in the suburb of a typical American city. The time is 7 p.m. and dinner is being served. So without further ado, we take you to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Average American.
Oh, darling.
Yes, Average.
It was so thoughtful of you to have Jello for dinner. No wonder it's the fastest-selling gelatin dessert in America today.
Yes, indeed. Oh, Av, there's something that I must tell you. It's been gnawing at my heart for weeks, and I can't keep the secret any longer.
Gee, these sliced bananas add just the right touch to it. What were you saying, dear?
My love for you has grown cold. Please understand. I'm not doing this to hurt you. But tonight I'm leaving you forever.
Gee, this is good. I can understand now why Jello sales are breaking records all over the country. Where are you going, dear?
I'm running away with Oliver G. Fairfield, my new love.
I see.
Here he is now.
Hello, honey.
My sweetheart.
Hello, Oliver. Take that. You must make this dessert more often, dear, because it is not only tempting and delicious, but economical as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Don, drag Oliver off the stage, will you?
Okay.
And now, folks, going from Mr. Wilson's play to our... Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Who's that on the floor?
Oliver.
Oh, some twist.
And now, folks... Why, Kenny Baker, you little imp. That was a very funny gag, wasn't it, Mary?
That wouldn't be good if he sung it.
Now, Mary, give credit where credit is due. I said Oliver, and Kenny said some twist. There you are, Oliver Twist.
Oh, now I get it. There's not bad.
I had a hunch there was something wrong there. And now, folks, as I was about to say...
Well, say, Jack.
What is it, Kenny?
Did you hear You-Know-Who last Wednesday night?
Yes, I heard You-Know-Who.
Boy, did he give J.B. what was coming to him.
Kenny, you can drop this none-too-deep mystery. We all heard Alan, and I, for one, am not interested.
Well, gee, he certainly answered everything you said about him last Sunday.
With one little exception. You notice he didn't say a word about his being a juggler in vaudeville.
That's right. Why was that?
Because he's ashamed of it. Oh, Don, you remember the Cherry Sisters who used to do an act years ago, and they were so bad that they had to work behind a net?
Yes?
Well, Alan used to work behind them. In fact, when they put in revolving stages, he quit. So now, Kenny, if I've cleared that up, you can go ahead with your song, which we're anxiously awaiting. Wait a minute. See who that is, Mary.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Mary. Let me speak to Buck.
Just a second. It's for you, Jack.
Who is it?
It's either Andy Devine or a concrete mixer.
Oh, Andy. I want to talk to him. Hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck. Are you coming over today?
Yes, Rochester's waiting downstairs in the car. He's got my boxing gloves and everything I need. Did you ask your pa if I could work out in the barn?
Yeah, he said if it's okay with the bull, it's okay with him.
Oh, well, how does the bull feel about it?
Oh, he don't mind. He went to Pomona to see an old cow he used to know.
Well, that's fine. We'll be leaving right away, Andy. See you in a little while. So long.
So long, Buck.
I'm sorry, fellas, but I have to rush away. You can carry on without me, can't you?
Oh, it'll be a tough struggle, but I think we can do it. and how.
All right, Phil, and none of that bubble gum stuff. This is the Jello program. So long.
Hey, Jack, can I go with you?
Yes, but I don't want any wisecracks when I'm training. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, Jack.
So long, Jack. Well, what am I standing here for? Sing, Kenny.
Of a genie with light brown hair, born like a vapor on the summer air. I see her tripping where the bright streams play, happy as a daisies that dance on her way. Many were the wild notes her merry voice would pour. Many were the blithe birds that warbled them o'er. Oh, I dream of a genie with light brown hair, floating like a vapor on the soft summer air. Just an old love song, just an old love song that brings back the past all anew. Life was then worthwhile as I saw her smile while singing an old love song. I sigh for Jeannie, but her light form strayed far from the fond hearts round her native glade. I sigh for Jeannie with light brown hair, floating like a vapor on the soft summer air.
Rochester, take it easy on this country road, will you?
Okay, boss.
I'm tired of bouncing around.
Yeah, it's a good thing we're strapped in.
Don't blame the car. Rochester, why don't you put some air in the tires like I told you to?
Well, the man in the filling station said we couldn't have no more air until we bought some gas.
Don't alibi. Now, the first chance you get, put some air in those tires.
What's the use? It just goes in one hole and out the other.
They're not that bad, so keep still.
Say, Jack, are you sure this is the road to Andy's farm?
I think so. Rochester, where's that road map I had?
The road map?
Yes.
You glued it on the medicine ball and made a globe out of it.
Oh, that's right. Now, let's see. Andy's farm ought to be around here somewhere. I know we must be close to it.
Hey, boss, there's Mr. Andy's place right down the bottom of this hill.
Oh, yes, there it is. Shut off the motor, Rochester. It's more of a thrill coasting down.
Oh, how much gas can you save on one little hill?
That's not the point, Mary. It's better for the car. Shut off the motor.
Hold on, boss. Here we go.
Yes, sir. Whee! Hey, Mary, isn't this fun?
Yeah, some excitement.
Boy, we're really moving now.
Say, boss, you know that loose front wheel we got?
Yes?
Well, there it is, way up ahead of us.
Oh, for heaven's sake, catch up to it. Hurry up.
Jack, we're going too fast.
All right, Rochester, slow down a little. Slow down, Rochester. Step on the brake.
It's down to the floor now.
Well, good heavens, we're heading straight for Andy's barn. Quick, let me have the wheel.
Here you are, boss.
Don't hand it to me. Look out! Look out, everybody!
Here we come, Andy. Ready or not?
Rochester, look out for the barn!
Don't worry, I see it.
Oh, my goodness. What a mess.
I better fix that fender.
Never mind the fender. Take this pig off my lap. Mary, where are you? Mary. Mary, are you hurt?
No, but it's lucky this goat hasn't got horns.
Thank heaven you're all right. You know, Rochester, this is all your fault.
My fault?
Yes, and whatever the damage is, it's going to come out of your salary.
Doggone, I get docked more than the Queen Mary.
Well, you ought to. And quit making goo-goo eyes at that chicken. It belongs to Andy.
Hey, Buck! Buck!
Here comes Andy now. Act nonchalant, Jack.
Yeah, hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck. Are you hurt?
No, Andy, but I'm sorry we crashed into your barn like this.
Oh, that's nothing. Pa does it every Saturday night.
He does?
Yeah, then the darn fool takes off his shoes and tries to sneak into the house.
Well, there's no harm trying. Say, Rochester, get the boxing gloves and my training clothes out from under the back seat.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Andy, for letting me use your barn to train in. Where can I get into my trunks?
Oh, right over there in that stall.
Oh, fine. Mary, will you excuse me while I change my clothes?
I'll excuse you while you go to South America.
Very sweet of you. I'll be back in a second, Andy.
Say, Mary, what's Buck doing all this training for?
Oh, he's balmy. He thinks he's going to fight Fred Allen.
Well, is he?
Why, if those two ever meet, Jack will probably haul off and faint.
Well, just the same, it won't hurt Buck to get in shape.
Here he comes now.
Gee, that was quick.
Yeah. Gonna load him with those boxing gloves and red velvet trunks.
Well, here I am, fellas. How do I look?
My.
Now, what's the matter?
Boss, when you get off your clothes, there just ain't nothing left.
Well, that's the purpose of my training. I want to fill out.
Say, Buck, Fred Allen was right about your chest. It does cave in a little.
Oh, well, a good slap on the back will fix that. All right, Mary, what are you shaking your head for?
I thought you told me you had muscles.
Well, I have. Look when I pull up my arm. What do you see now?
A hula dancer.
I'm not talking about my tattoo. Mary, you annoy me. Why don't you go milk a cow or something? Well, what do you say, Andy? How about putting on the boxing gloves and having a little slugging match with me?
Oh, no, nothing doing, Buck, nothing doing.
I don't blame you.
I'll put them on with you.
Oh, shut up. You don't think I'd fight a woman, do you?
You would if you thought you could win.
Look, I came here to train, not argue. Hey, Rochester, put on the boxing gloves and work out with me.
Oh, no, not me.
Oh, come on, put on those gloves. I'm not going to hurt you.
I know that. I'm just tired.
Rochester, if you don't do as
All right, boss, I'm putting them on.
That's better. Mary, hand me my glasses.
How are we going to box if you're wearing glasses?
Well, I got to see you, don't I?
Why don't you put on a suit of armor, too?
Now, the next one who says I'm a coward can't watch. All right, Rochester, and remember, no holding in the clinches, hitting below the belt is foul.
And over the fence is out.
Never mind that. Now, let's get going, Rochester. First, we'll spar around a little and get warmed up. Then I want you to tear right into me.
Okay, let's go.
Attaboy. What's the matter, Andy?
With you and Rochester sparring around, it looks like you're shadow boxing.
Yeah. Hey, Mary, how's my footwork?
Very flat.
It's a good thing they are. It's harder to knock me over. Hey, Andy, watch me get Rochester.
Okay, Buck.
Hey, Rochester, look. What's that behind you?
Where?
Right there.
Ow!
I got you that time, Rochester. Boy, did I give you a black eye.
Black eye?
Yes.
You'll have to peel me to prove it.
You said it.
I think that was a dirty trick, Jack.
Never mind. If he was dumb enough to fall for it, it serves him right. All right, Rochester, come on. Put some snap into it.
Say, I'm in better form than I thought I was.
Say, boss, your shoelace is untied.
My shoelace? Which one?
That one there.
Oh, yes, I'll have to... Ooh.
Jack, get up off the floor. Are you hurt?
Nerve. I'm looking for my bird's work.
Your what?
My bird's work. The darn crow knocked my turf.
What's he saying, Mary?
Rochester knocked out his bridge work.
Oh, that's awful.
Never mind turkey. Help me find my turf.
Maybe you swallowed him, boss.
Swallowed him? Darn you, Rochester, you're furred.
I'm what?
You're furred. Furred.
Hey, Buck, I found your bridge work.
Well, hand it over.
Here you are.
Thanks. All right, Rochester. Come on, put up your dukes and fight. Rochester, where are you?
I'm up here in the haymow.
Oh, you are, eh? Well, I'm going to wait for you down here if I have to stay all night.
Okay, I'll see you in the morning, boy.
Why, the coward, I'll teach him to knock my teeth out.
You don't have to, Buck. He knows how.
If you want to put your husband into a good humor after a hard day's work, here's just the dessert to help you out. It's the new Jello butterscotch pudding, the best-tasting dessert you've tried in many a long day. It's smooth as satin, it's rich and mellow with true butterscotch flavor and the good old-fashioned kind. It has a tempting color like golden taffy, and it's just plain mouth-watering delicious. Jello butterscotch pudding is made with fine, wholesome ingredients, the kind you'd use yourself right in your own kitchen, and that's why it has that truly homemade goodness. Then try Jello chocolate pudding, rich and smooth and real chocolatey. And Jello vanilla pudding, creamy and delicate. All three Jello puddings are just as appetizing and good as the kind your mother used to make when you were a youngster, but they're far quicker and easier. There's only a few minutes cooking required, and you can't go wrong. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 18th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, come on, Mary, let's go home.
What do you say, Jack? Let's go to Earl Carroll's for a couple of dances and have some fun.
No, Mary, I can't. I'm in strict training.
Well, a friend of mine is throwing a big party over there.
Oh, I suppose I could drop in for a little while, huh? Good night, folks.
Jello.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
Jubilee is from Paris Honeymoon, and It's the Strangest Thing from the picture Up the River. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Just One of Those Things. Ladies and gentlemen, it may be perfectly true that a rose by any other name would be as fragrant, but if you didn't know what to ask for, you'd never get to enjoy it. So a name is important. It's mighty important, whether you're buying flowers for fragrance or desserts for flavor. That's why we urge you to look for the name Jello whenever you're buying a gelatin dessert, because that name is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods, and it tells you that here is the real thing, the one and only Jello. If you hear any other dessert called Jello, you'll know that's incorrect, for there is no other Jello. And you'll find it's worthwhile to insist on Jello because Jello brings you delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. It's put there by a special process, and it's sealed right in so it can't get out. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All 6 have this extra-rich goodness that makes Jello America's favorite gelatin dessert. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. Just one of those things played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we bring you... Oh, just a moment, folks. Mary, where's Jack?
He'll be right in. He's in the next room sending a telegram.
Oh, he's been in there 10 minutes. What's it all about?
I don't know. Jack said it was none of my business, so let's open the door and listen.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, Mary. It isn't cricket.
We're not in England now. Open it up, Mary.
Okay. Gee, he looks mad.
Operator, will you please pay attention? I asked for Western Union. You gave me the Plumbers Union 3 times.
I did?
Yes, I'm not a plumber. I don't know a plunger from a trombone. Now, will you please get me Western Union?
All right, handsome.
Handsome? Well, you can't even see my face.
Well, I can dream, can't I?
That's all you've been doing. Now, will you please make it snappy?
Just a moment. I'll let you talk to information.
Look, I don't want to talk to information.
For goodness sake, you can talk to the girl. You don't have to marry her.
Look, miss, I'm in a hurry. Will you please get me Western Union?
Okay.
Gee, that guy fights with everybody.
Especially on telephones.
Quiet, you two.
Here's your party.
It's about time. Hello?
Western Meat Market. What's your order, please?
I'd like a pound... Hey, wait a minute. I've got the wrong number. Operator.
Number, please.
Look, operator, this is Old Faithful talking. Now, if it's all right with you, I'd like to send a telegram.
Oh, you want Western Union?
Yes, and congratulations. This is the longest conversation since Cohen on the telephone. Now, look, operator, it's the last time I'm going to...
Hello, this is Western Union.
What?
This is Western Union.
Well, for heaven's sake, it's sure good to hear your voice. How are you?
Oh, hello, Joe. When did you get in town?
I'm sorry, miss, but I'm not Joe. Look, I want to send a wire to Fred Allen, New York City.
Oh, so that's the big mystery.
This ought to be good.
Did you get the name, miss? Fred Allen.
Allen, how do you spell it?
A as in anteater, L as in liar, another L as in leech, E-N. Now, here's the message. Dear Mr. Allen, heard your program again last Wednesday, and this is your final warning.
Oh, did you hear him, too? I thought I'd died when he said Jack Benny was a male impersonator.
That's very funny. Now, take my message.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Allen, if you ever mention the name of Jack Benny again, the undersigned will personally come to New York and kick your new but unpaid for teeth out. Have you got that?
Yeah.
Good. Sign it, The Clutching Hand. How much is that? Straight message.
Just a moment, please.
The Clutching Hand? Where did Jack get that name?
Oh, you know his rheumatism.
Quiet. Let's go back.
How much is it, miss? I haven't got all day.
That'll be $2.46 for a straight message.
Fine. Send it collect.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, that's that. Al will never guess who sent that wire, and he'll be plenty scared. Oh, now what? Hello?
Hello, I got Western Union for you.
I just talked to Western Union. Young lady, how do you keep your job anyway?
Well, right now I'm sitting on the boss's lap.
Oh. 800 telephone operators in this city, and I had to get her. sorry I'm late, Don. You can introduce me now.
Okay, that was 1 o'clock jump played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that suave comedian, that sophisticated humorist, that clutching hand, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. Clutching hand. Don, what's the matter with this gang anyway? Can't I even make a telephone call without everybody eavesdropping?
Well, Jack, it really wasn't my idea.
Oh, it wasn't?
No, I thought of it. You know me, I'm just a spy at heart.
Oh, you are? Well, listen, Matta Harris. I think spying is about as low a trick as any human being can possibly do.
You're right, Jack.
Certainly I'm right. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Clutch.
Oh, you, too, huh? Well, if you want to know something, Mary, you're nothing but a little snoop.
Well, at least I never sign a fake name to a telegram.
Yeah, where did you get that clutching hand stuff?
Phil, it so happens that was my nickname when I was a kid. Everybody used to call me Clutching Hand Benny.
Why?
Because I never had a belt for my pants. That's why. Are you satisfied?
Well, I got the impression you were trying to scare Fred Allen. Did you hear him Wednesday night?
Yes, I heard him. Every week I get the same question.
Well, I tuned in last Wednesday, and I thought he was exceptionally amusing.
Amusing? Don, I've listened to seashells that were more entertaining than Allen. And another thing, to hear Allen talk, you'd think I was a weakling and a coward.
That's right, the Daily Double.
Why?
And you know, Jack, there isn't a week goes by that Allen doesn't mention how tight you are.
He says I'm tight. He's a fine one to talk. Any man that'll tar and feather his straw hat so he can wear it in the wintertime. Well.
No kidding, Jack. Is he really that stingy?
Stingy? You want to hear something, Don? I went over to his house one day and caught him painting cheese on mouse traps. Isn't that awful, Mary? Starving a poor little mouse.
Well, I never saw a fat one in your house.
Is that so? I've got several with double chins. Anyway, let's drop Allen and talk about something a little more pleasant.
Well, speaking of something pleasant, I've some good news for you, Jack.
You have? What is it, Don?
Well, Phil tells me he's not going to leave our program after all.
Really? Why, Phil, what caused this sudden change in your plans?
Well, Jack, I thought the whole thing over. And after all, you've always been a regular guy with me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're a pretty sweet fella to work for.
Mm-hmm.
And besides that, I had a little trouble with my sponsor.
Oh, I thought it was something like that. What happened between you and the Bubblegum King there?
Well, just as we were signing a contract where I was to direct the 90-piece symphony orchestra, they threw a net over him.
Oh. I thought there was something crazy about that guy. Gee, Phil, didn't you suspect anything?
Well, no, I thought he was all right until one afternoon we'd just finished a rehearsal.
Uh-huh.
And the sponsor said to me, "Can I take you home? I got my elephant waiting outside."
An elephant? He must have been batty. Say, Mary, you had lunch with him a couple of times. Didn't you notice he was nuts?
I'll say. He used to order fruitcake and laugh at it.
Well, Phil, all I can say is I hope you've learned a lesson and be satisfied to work for a nice fella like me. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jack. Say, Jack, you want to hear something funny?
What is it, Kenny?
I was in the restaurant across the street a few minutes ago, and you know they got a new waitress there.
Yeah?
So I ordered a cup of coffee, and then I got to talking to her.
Uh-huh.
And I finally made a date to take her out tonight. Oh, boy!
Well, what are you laughing at?
Boy, is she homely.
You certainly pick 'em, Kenny, so you dated her up, eh?
Yeah. And you know what her name is?
What?
Bucktooth Annie.
That's fine. Can you imagine that? Mary's going out with a girl that has buck teeth.
Well, he's got to hang his hat someplace, don't he?
That's right. Well, Kenny, now that you're all excited about your date, have you got a good song for us tonight?
Oh, sure, I got a pip.
Well, that's swell. Let's have it.
Okay. Oh, say, Jack, not changing the subject, but did you hear F.A. last Wednesday night?
Yes, I heard F.A., and I thought he was L.Z. Now, let's not bring that up again.
Well, gee, didn't you laugh when he said your arm looks like a buggy whip with fingers?
My arm looks like a buggy whip, eh? Well, he ought to know.
What do you mean he ought to know?
Don, when you're riding behind a horse and you take the buggy whip in your hand and hit something, well, he ought to know. And now, Kenny, if you're ready, you may go ahead with your song. Wait a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Right here, boy.
It's collect.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Mary. Don't touch it. That's from Fred Allen. Send it back, buddy. I refuse to accept it.
Well, I refuse to be surprised. Goodbye.
Fred Allen isn't going to catch me napping. Sing, Kenny. Imagine trying to hook me for a collect telegram.
Dream, come out of it and come into my arms. Castles in the air will never get you anywhere, and there's a sentimental boy beside you, waiting to hear that you care. While the moonlight is bright, get into it, make the most of its light. Tell me with a kiss that you're as thrilling as you seem. Oh, please come out of your standing so near me, and yet you seem a million miles away. Are you too far to hear me when my heart has so much to say? While the moonlight is bright, get into it, make the most of its light. Tell me with a kiss that you're as thrilling as you seem. Oh, please come out of your dream, my love.
That was Please Come Out of Your Dream, sung by Kenny Baker, who never will. That was really beautiful, Kenny. Gee, some night I wish you'd sing 5 or 6 numbers on our program.
I better get 5 or 6 checks, too.
All right, Kenny, I was just paying you a compliment. What a gang. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight...
Some compliment.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present our version of Paramount's famous Chinese picture, Hop Along Cassidy. Now, I will play Hop, Mary will be Lung, and Kenny will... Pardon me, folks. Come in. Oh, it's you. Hello, Aubrey.
Hiya, Chief. Everything's okay outside. How's it going in here?
Oh, everything is fine, Aubrey. Just keep your eyes open, that's all.
I got you, Chief. Ready to go home now?
In a little while. Oh, fellas, this is my bodyguard, Aubrey Mulligan.
Your bodyguard?
Yes, I just hired him today.
My goodness, Jack, what do you need a bodyguard for?
Somebody's got to help him find his glasses.
That's not the only reason, Mary. I figured that Alan might send some thugs out here to get me, and I want to be ready.
Thugs, eh? Then you're not scared of Alan personally, is that it?
Listen, Phil. Why should I be scared of a fella who's so frail that he has fainting spells at least 3 times a week?
Fainting spells?
Yes. You know how Alan talks through his nose? You think that's adenoids, don't you?
It is adenoids.
It is not. That obstruction in his nose is built-in smelling salts. So the only reason I got Aubrey is for protection against Alan's henchmen. Aubrey, sit down here and wait till the program is over.
Okay. Hey, Chief, how about giving me a knockdown of the dame?
Oh, yes. Yeah, this is Mary Livingston.
Hiya, babe. What you doing tonight?
Nothing. You want to shoot some pool?
Mary, that isn't nice. Now, Aubrey, besides being a bodyguard, there are a couple of more things I want you to do for me, and they're very important. Oh, by the way, can you read?
In a pinch, Chief, in a pinch.
Well, wait a minute. I got to find out right now. Oh, Don, give him that piece of paper you got there, will you?
Okay.
Go ahead, read it, Aubrey.
The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. It says here, ladies and gentlemen, the next time you're in a mood for a delicious and tempting dessert, why don't you go to your nearest grocer?
Pardon me, Aubrey. That's not temptating. It's tempting.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, tempting. And ask them for a package of Jello. It ain't only easy to make, but it's economical as well.
Economical?
That's not economical. It's economical.
Stop butting in or I'll lay one on you.
Now, Aubrey, control yourself.
Okay, Chief. It ain't only easy to make, but it's economical. You want to make something out of it?
Aubrey, please.
It comes in 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and limb.
It's lying. But it was pretty good, Aubrey. Now, just stay around till after the program, and you can take me home. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce before, tonight we're going to present... pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester talking.
Oh, what do you want?
A telegram just came to the house for you. $8.80 collect.
Well, don't accept it. That wire's from Fred Allen. He sent it to me for a gag.
Well, he must be laughing now. I paid for it.
Paid for it? Where did you get $8.80?
I ripped open the mattress and dipped into your reserve fund.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, stay away from there. Incidentally, I've been missing a lot of bills lately, so I wish you'd stop making my bed with a vacuum cleaner. Now, keep the telegram. I'll read it when I get home.
Okay.
Oh, now hop in the car and pick me up. I'll be ready in about 15 minutes.
I ain't going near that car, boss.
Why? What's the matter with it now?
Well, every time I step on the starter, the headlights change places.
Oh, are they doing that again? Well, what happens when you use the crank?
Coffee comes out.
Now, that's just a big lie. Well, never mind. I'll take a cab home.
Okay. So long, boss.
So long.
Oh, say, boss, I think you better come home right away.
Why? Is there anything wrong?
Well, there's a man been prowling around the house all day, and now he's in the backyard.
In the backyard? Oh, I get it. I'll be right home, Rochester. In the meantime, do something to keep that man there.
Shall I throw him some silverware?
No! I'll see you in a little while. Say, fellas, I'm going to run along now. Rochester tell me there's someone prowling around my backyard.
I bet Alan's got something to do with it.
That's what I think. Come on, Aubrey. Here's your chance.
Okay, Chief.
Wait a minute, Jack. I'm going with you.
Nothing doing, Mary. There might be some rough stuff, and you're liable to get hurt.
Go on. I can run as fast as you can.
Well, all right. Come on. Let's go, Aubrey.
Follow me, Chief. I'll take you home in my car.
Okay. Come on, Mary. Come on. Gee, Aubrey, I'm all in from this walking. It was a fine place for your car to run out of gas.
I'm sorry, Chief.
Gee, are you sure you ran out of gas, Aubrey? Gee, the gauge said full.
I said I was out of gas, didn't I?
Yes. Yes.
When you're out of gas, you're out of gas.
I know, but I wanted to get home in a hurry.
Oh, Jack, we've only got 5 more blocks.
5 more blocks, my feet are killing me. Say, Aubrey, why are we walking down such a dark street? Gee, the main boulevard is only 2 blocks away.
It's more romantic here.
Oh. Well, anyway, it's a beautiful night, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, say, Aubrey, I just happened to think I forgot to ask you for references.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Are you worried, Jack?
No, I'm not worried. I'm just tired.
Say, Jack, get a load of that tough-looking guy coming towards us.
Where? Oh, yes.
Hello, Mulligan.
Well, as I live and breathe, if it ain't the doctor.
Doctor?
Say, Chief, I'd like to have you meet a friend of mine, Dr. Thorndyke.
Oh, glad to know you, Doctor. This is Mary Livingston.
Pleased to meet you.
How do you do?
Funny-looking doctor.
Are you going our way, Doc?
Yeah, I find the night air most beneficial and soothing. So I might as well walk along with you guys.
Do you mind, Chief?
No. Come right along, Dr. Thorndyke. Well, yes, sir. Do you live in this neighborhood, Doctor?
I ain't talking, buddy.
Oh. Well, what kind of a doctor are you?
He's a swell surgeon.
A surgeon?
Yeah, what's the matter? Don't you like it?
Oh, yeah. Some of my best friends are surgeons.
Say, Jack, I don't think he's a doctor at all. Look at that bulge in his coat pocket.
Oh, that's just his handkerchief.
Well, it's got a trigger on it.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, this walk is very invigorating, isn't it?
It sure is.
Oh, Jack, here comes another guy.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, if it ain't Aubrey Mulligan and Doc Thorndyke.
Hello, Professor Kingsley.
Professor?
Kingsley, yes.
Well, ain't this a coincidence? Oh, Professor, this is Jack Benny.
How do you do, Professor?
Hiya, buddy. Who's your scoit?
Just call me Livy the Lug.
Mary. Well, fellas, I hate to be rude, but I think I'll run ahead. I'm quite anxious to get home.
No, you don't, Chief. Hey, Professor, you want to take a walk with us?
Sure. I find the night air most beneficial and soothing, so I might as well walk along with you guys.
Well, beautiful evening, isn't it, Professor Kingsley? Huh?
Yes, and nuts.
That's good. Huh?
Say, Jack, get a load of the professor's cauliflower ears.
Well, maybe he teaches boxing. Who knows? Huh? Well, Aubrey, another couple of blocks and we'll be home. Safe and sound, huh, Aubrey?
Yeah. Do you think it's dark enough here, Professor?
Well, what do you think, Doctor?
I think it's okay.
Gee, it's swell. This night air so beneficial and soothing. Isn't it, fellas?
Yeah. All right, buddy, stick 'em up.
What?
You hoid me up with your hands.
Why, Aubrey!
You can run along now, lady, and if you open your trap to anybody, we'll butt this here guy off.
Yeah, don't talk.
Okay. So long, fellas. Goodbye, Jack. I'll see you tomorrow if I don't talk.
All right, boys. All right, you put one over on me. All right, here's my dough. Now leave me alone.
Hey, that's a beautiful watch, ain't it, Aubrey?
Yeah. You take it, Doctor. I forgot to send you something for Christmas.
Sentimental, fellas, anyway.
Shut up!
All right, boys. All right, you got my money and watch. Now, please, let me go.
Oh, no, we ain't taking no chances. Off with your pants.
My pants? Gee whiz, fellas, we're in Beverly Hills.
Grab hold of them, Doc. We'll rip them off.
Oh, Jack, come on.
Come on, fellas. Wait a minute. Look at this. Oh, my goodness, what's the matter with you guys?
Hey, fellas, get a load of them bull legs.
Darn you, I'm going to report you guys to the police.
Yeah, do that little thing. Come on, let's scram, fellas. So long, Chief.
Aubrey Mulligan, you're fired. It's a fine thing. Be out in the street here in my BVDs. Oh, well, I've only got another block to go, so I'll run home. Gee, I'm so embarrassed.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Barbara. Oh, my goodness, of all times to meet Barbara Stanwyck. Oh, Rochester! Rochester, open the door!
here's a fashion hint for your dining table. You all know how a touch of bright, gay color can dress up a plain costume. Well, a bright, cheerful dessert can dress up a plain meal and make it mighty festive. And here's one you'll want to try. Apricot pecan layers, a swell, colorful combination of orange Jello and canned apricots. And you make it like this. First, arrange 6 halves of canned apricots in a mold. Then dissolve 1 package of orange Jello in a pint of hot water and pour the Jello carefully over the apricots. Sprinkle with a 1/4 cup of broken pecan meats and chill until firm. Believe me, there's a picture. Fruit-rich, shimmering orange Jello was cheerful as spring sunshine, with delicious apricots held firmly inside that glowing mold. Just try it yourself. It's a grand dessert. Ask your grocer tomorrow for orange Jello and treat the family to apricot pecan layers. And for that delicious extra-rich fruit flavor, just be sure you get genuine Jello.
The last number of the 19th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity of thanking all of my listeners, as well as the radio editors and critics throughout the United States and Canada, for the lovely tribute they paid the Jello program, members of my cast and myself, in the recent polls conducted by the New York World Telegram and the Radio Daily. So thanks again, folks, and good night.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This can't be loud is from the boys from Syracuse. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Sing My Heart. You know, everybody likes to receive a compliment. It makes you feel mighty happy. And we've just received one which pleased us very much indeed. It's from Mrs. George A. Bradley, Garden City, Iowa, and Mrs. Bradley writes, "After a long time, I am finally using the real and genuine Jello. And let me tell you, I was amazed at the difference. At first, I thought that fruity goodness was the fruit I myself had added. But when I served Jello without any additional fruit, it still had that grand fruit flavor. Why, I could hardly believe any gelatin dessert could be so good. From now on, I shall always get the real Jello." Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Bradley. That's a swell letter. And, folks, it's true. The Jello does bring you delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. It's a rich, satisfying, true fruit goodness that makes every Jello dessert a success. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All 6 have that extra fruit flavor that simply can't be topped. So be sure to insist on genuine Jello when you buy. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. Sing My Heart, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Tuesday being Valentine's Day and also Jack Benny's birthday, let us welcome our little Cupid with that old familiar greeting. Are you ready?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny.
Happy birthday to me.
Well, Jello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and folks, believe me, I am deeply touched. Don, wasn't that lovely the way our audience joined in on that greeting? Gosh, it was so spontaneous and sincere. Huh?
Yes, Jack, it certainly was.
I thought they were better when they rehearsed it.
Phil, I'm talking to Don. Well, Don, another year, another birthday. See, here it is February again. You know, it's amazing how many prominent people were born in the month of February. And it made it pretty tough for me, too. Huh?
Why? What do you mean?
Well, with Washington and Longfellow and Lincoln, it's so hard for me to be outstanding. You know? Really, it's been a terrific struggle.
I can imagine.
Of course, Don, I don't want you to think for a minute that I'm comparing myself to Lincoln or Washington.
Why not? Washington wore a wig, too.
Phil, I'm talking to Don. You know, Don, I will say that my father really thought I was going to grow up to be president.
Well, all fathers have great plans for their children. Why, my dad thought I was going to be a jockey.
A jockey? Well, he must have looked at you through the wrong end of a pair of binoculars. A jockey, yes.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't jump at conclusions. At the age of 17, I was nothing but skin and bones.
Well, those bones are certainly buried now. But you know, Don, getting back to my birthday, gee, the years come along so fast, I can hardly keep track of them.
Oh, they certainly do. Oh, by the way, Jack, how old will you be next Tuesday?
What was that, Don?
You heard him.
Phil, I'm talking to Don.
Well, I'm lonesome.
Well, why don't you join a lodge or something? What were you saying, Don?
I said, how old will you be next Tuesday?
Well, come on, Don. What would you say? Go ahead, give a guess. Huh?
Well, I don't know, Jack. I'd say somewhere between 34 and 37.
You would? Well, you didn't quite hit it, Don, but it was almost a bullseye.
There's bull in there somewhere.
Oh, brother. Listen, Phil, you're hardly in a position to make any cracks about my age. Those bags under your eyes are so big, your nose looks like a red cap.
It does, eh?
Yes, and get this. On my 75th birthday, I'll be able to go out on an all-night party, eat a Welsh rarebit with pickles, and on the way home get run over by a milk wagon, and still look better than you do right now. So don't make any cracks about my age.
Jack's right, Phil. He can't be very old and have such nice rosy cheeks all the time.
It could be rouge, you know.
Rouge, Phil, I haven't had rouge on my cheeks since I played an Indian chief for Cecil B. DeMille. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Rain in the Face. Happy birthday.
Ugh, and thanks.
Say, Jack, I didn't know whether I'd see you Tuesday or not, so here, I brought you a birthday present.
Oh, that's swell, Mary, but really, you shouldn't have bought me anything for me.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, it makes Phil and Don look so awfully cheap. You know, huh?
Well, Jack, I was going to get you something, but after all, you have everything.
Oh, I can excuse you, Don, but Phil saw me in the locker room at the country club yesterday, and he knows darn well I need underwear.
Was that your underwear? I cleaned my golf clubs with it.
Oh, you did, eh?
Hey, are you going to open my present or not?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. You bet I'm going to, and right now. Imagine cleaning his clubs with my... Well, I'll be darned. Look, fellas, a silk necktie. Gee, thanks, Mary.
You like it?
I'll say. What a lovely color. But what's that little thing crawling around the bottom?
A silkworm. The tie isn't finished yet.
Oh, well, he's going like 60, so it won't be long now, huh? Thanks again, Mary.
And that isn't all. I also wrote a special birthday poem for you.
A poem, too? Well, hit me on the head and clip my tongue. A birthday poem.
Yeah. Say, Jack, how old are you anyway?
Well, how old do you think I am?
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Well, go ahead and guess.
Okay. 30?
No.
31?
No.
32?
No.
48?
Shut up! Be a long time, Mary, before I'm 48. Now, let's hear your poem. Well, what's the title of it?
Mary Livingston's Ode to Jack Benny by Mary Livingston.
Oh, you mentioned me, too, didn't you? Well, go ahead, Mary.
Okay. Oh, Jack Benny, oh, Jack Benny, you've had birthdays, but how many? Is it 21 or more? Or twice that much, and more and more? Years ago in old Waukegan, in the state of Illinois, a child was born into the Bennies, and it wasn't Myrna Loy.
Well, of course not, Myrna Loy.
'Twas a boy, they called him Jackie, and even then he looked quite wacky.
Wacky?
And the good old stork who brought him there shot himself with a revolver.
Now, Mary, that wasn't his attitude at all.
Quiet.
No.
I see you, Jack, at the age of 2, with golden curls and eyes of blue.
That's right.
And then I see you 3 years old, with silver threads among the gold.
Mary, now how could I have gray hair at the age of 3?
You didn't live right and you know it.
All right, now grow me up and finish this.
Okay. At 12, you said you'd run away unless the fiddle you could play. And when you got one, what do you think? Were you good or did you tink?
Tink?
Yeah, baby talk.
Oh. Well, Mary, this next verse better be the last.
It is.
Oh.
Oh, Jack Benny, you've had birthdays, but how many? So happy returns and all good wishes. From us and Jello, so delicious. The end.
Mary, that poem was so good I'm afraid to follow it with anything verbal. So, Phil, how about an orchestra number?
Wait a minute, Jack. I can't find my baton.
Your baton? Can't you lead without it?
It's not that. I got something in my tooth.
Oh. Well, go ahead. I'll look around for it. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'd like to take this opportunity of wishing you a happy birthday. And may life grow sweeter as the years roll by.
Well, thank you very much. Now, tell me, who are you?
Just a bunion in the march of time. Goodbye.
You know, folks, I'll bet he has more fun than anybody. Play, Phil. New number called I Better Get Some Shut-Eye, played by Phil Harris, who certainly looks it. You know, folks, Phil never gets to bed. He's what I'd call one sleepy people. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Wait a minute, Jack. I resent that vitriotically.
Vitriolically? Well, some stuff. Why, Phil, you're not only using the word wrong, but you don't even know what it means.
I do, too. I got it from my guitar player, didn't I, Frankie?
Yeah, I learned you a lot of things.
That's what I thought. Phil, there isn't one man in your orchestra that can handle a word of over 2 syllables.
Is that so? Well, for your information, all the boys in my band went through college.
Well, they didn't get any on them. Vitriolically. Why, I don't even know what it means.
Well, Jack, it's an unusual word, but I think I can explain it to you.
You can, Don?
Why, yes. For instance, you could never use the word this way. A man walked into a grocery store and vitriolically asked the grocer for a package of Jello in any one of its 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Oh, you couldn't. Well, how could you use the word vitriolically?
That I wouldn't know.
I see, and very clever, Don. Well, so much for our English lesson. And now going from the sublime to Kenny Baker. Say, hey, Kenny, you're a little late, huh?
I couldn't help it, Jack. I stopped in the store to buy you a birthday present. Here you are, a nice box of candy.
Oh, well, thanks. Hey. Well, gee, I'm going to sample one of these right now. Huh? It was sweet of you to remember me, Kenny, but, gee, you didn't have to buy me anything.
That's what you said last year, and you twisted my wrist.
Oh, Kenny, I was only clowning, you know. Say, gosh, look at this. Say, these are the biggest pieces of candy I've ever seen. What are they, anyway?
Chocolate-covered bananas.
Chocolate-covered bananas? Oh, well, that's something new. Here, have one, Don.
Well, thanks, Jack, but I'm cutting down on sweets.
Oh, how about you, Phil?
No, thanks. I'm not a bit hungry.
Mary?
No, thanks. I'm not a bit crazy.
Well, Kenny, looks like you and I'll have to eat the whole box.
I'm game.
So am I.
That's a suicide pact if I ever heard one.
That's right. Let's forget the whole thing. Well, Kenny, how about a song? Huh?
Okay, I've got one for you. Oh, say, Jack.
Yes?
Did you hear Fred Allen, I Panna You Wednesday night?
No, and I'm not interested. Now go ahead with your song.
Boy, he sure tore into you.
Yeah. He said your feet were so flat your socks bagged at the arches.
Well, Phil, I'm not even going to answer him. After all, the man is in bad shape. You know, he's so weak and anemic, and on top of that, his blood circulation is so poor, it's really pathetic.
Alan has poor blood circulation, huh?
Poor? Don, 10 years ago, a rattlesnake bit him on the ankle, and the poison has yet to reach his knee. On the square, fellas, he hasn't got any more pulse than a snowman. The whole thing is really pitiful. Go ahead with your song, Kenny.
Okay.
Say, Jack, whatever became of that rattlesnake that bit Fred Allen?
It was knighted, Mary. And now, Kenny, you may sing. Now, hold it a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Yes, what do you want?
I got something to ask you, but first I want to wish you a happy birthday.
Thanks, Rochester, but my birthday isn't until Tuesday.
I know, but that's my payday, and we always argue.
All right, now, what was it you wanted to ask me?
Say, boss, do we know any Eskimos?
Eskimos? Of course we don't know any Eskimos.
Okay, so long.
So long. Hey, Rochester, wait a minute. What made you ask me if we know any Eskimos?
Well, boss, a big box just came for you. It said happy birthday on it.
Yes?
And when I opened it, there was a polar bear inside.
A polar bear? Oh, it can't be a real bear. It must be a rug.
That's what I thought till it slapped me down.
You mean you let that bear loose in my house? Where is he now?
He's in the bathroom taking a cold shower.
In my bathroom, Rochester, you go right in there and get him out.
Boss, I wouldn't go in there well armed, tired of living, and directly behind Frank Buck.
Oh, this sounds fantastic to me. Rochester, I'll bet this whole thing is nothing but a figment of your imagination. What's that?
The figment wants a towel.
Oh, my goodness.
What am I going to do with this bear anyway?
Put him back in the crate and have the cook look up some recipes. I bet Fred Allen had something to do with this. Well, Rochester, keep your eye on him. I'll be home in about half an hour.
Okay, boss, I got to run along now. There's something breathing on my neck.
What?
Wait till I look around. Yep, that's it. So long, boy.
Can you imagine that?
What's the matter, Jack?
Plenty is the matter. There's a polar bear loose in my house.
I told you should have put in a furnace.
Yeah, that would be a big help. Sing, Kenny. Say, Mary, I wonder how much it would cost to send an alligator to New York. I don't
know. Thanks for everything, every word, every sigh, every kiss. Thanks for everything, for bringing me moments like this, for taking the skies of gray and making them blue, for taking my cares away. I tip my heart to you. So thanks for everything, every thrill in your tender caress. Thanks to you alone for all that I'll ever possess. You gave me my reason to dream, then made every dream come true. And so for everything, my thanks to you. There's nothing in the world I wouldn't do to be worthy of you. For any time that I am ever blue, you'll come smiling through. You're my sunny day, you're my only inspiration. Here's all that I can say to show you my appreciation. So thanks for everything, every thrill in your tender caress. Thanks to you alone for all that I'll ever possess. You gave me my reason to dream, then made every dream come true. And so for everything, I give my thanks all to you.
That was Thanks for Everything, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, for finesse and feeling and delicacy of tone, you are definitely preeminent among young American tenors.
Gee, ain't I something?
Yes, and I wish I could tell you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of Valentine's Day next Tuesday, tonight the Benny Art and Bingo Players will present a romantic little drama about an old maid entitled Love Finds Annie Hardy, or It's About Time. Now,
Am I going to be Annie?
No, Mary, I hired a genuine old maid for the part. Where are you, Miss Mildew? I mean, Miss Muldew. Where are you?
Right here. Where's my man? Yahoo!
Control yourself, Miss Muldew. Now, in this drama, I will be Annie's paw, Mary will be her maw, and Don, Phil, and Kenny will be rivals for Annie's hand.
Oh, no.
Count me out. So long, Jack.
Come back here, all of you. Don't worry, Annie. We'll hook one of them.
I hope I get the fat one. Yahoo!
Why, Don, you're blushing. Huh? Anyhow, the locale of our play is the thriving little town of Off-Center, Indiana. As the scene opens, we find Ma and Pa seated in the parlor of the little love nest they built 50 years ago. Curtain. Music. Love, your magic spell is everywhere. Tum, 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 tum. Well, Ma,
Here it is Valentine's Day, and the air is full of romance.
It is, eh?
Yep.
Well, open the window and let it out.
Oh, come on, Ma. This being Valentine's Day, how about a little kiss?
Get away from me, you old fool.
Okay, I couldn't find your lips and all those wrinkles anyhow. Ouch. I was only joking, Ma.
This is no time for jokes. Our daughter Annie is 40 years old and she ain't married yet.
Well, she'd have been married long ago. Wasn't for hay fever.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, the fellas can hear her wheezing a block away, and she can't sneak up on them. You sent her down to the beauty parlor to get a mud pack like I told you to?
Yeah, but she had one last year and it was no good.
Why not?
After 3 days, the darn mud wore off.
Oh.
She's the homeliest gal I ever seen.
Well, like mother, like daughter. Ouch, stop hitting me. If I wasn't petrified, I'd be black and blue.
Speaking of Annie, what's the idea of getting her all dressed up today?
Well, I got a scheme, Ma. There's only 3 single fellas left in town, ain't they?
Yep. There's Tubby Wilson, Daffy Baker, and Twitch Harris.
That's right. I invited all 3 of them up here today, and it's our job to get one of them to marry our daughter.
How do you know they'll show up?
I told them you were going to do a fan dance. All's fair in love and war. I bet that's one of the boys now. Pull your bustle up, Ma.
That's the footstool.
Oh. Come in.
Howdy, folks.
Well, if it ain't Twitch Harris. Hiya, Twitch.
Finer than silk. What's on your mind, Zeke?
Got an important question to ask you. Here, have a glass of cider first. That'll get him, Ma.
Cider? Hey, wait a minute. This stuff ain't intoxicating.
It better be.
Quiet, Ma. Say, Twitch, I don't want to seem personal, but have you ever thought of marrying a girl and settling down?
If you're referring to that lop-eared daughter of yours, no.
Now, hold on, Twitch. Have you seen Annie since she got her new teeth?
Yeah, I went to the preview.
Well, she may not be the prettiest gal in town, but she's smart and stylish. You know, she got her hair up.
Up where?
Upstairs.
Keep quiet, Ma. We got to get our daughter married.
Say, Zeke, I thought you were going to raffle Annie off.
I tried to, but I couldn't sell any tickets, so I changed it to a duck.
A duck? That's cheating.
It is not. She walks like one.
Mary, I wish you'd shut up. You're cramping my style.
Gosh, I'll bet that's Annie now. Let me out of here.
Quick, Harris, get away from that window.
So long, folks.
Doggone that low-down Harris. He stole my jug.
Don't get excited, Pa. You can get another jug.
Yeah, but where the heck can I get another finger? Doggone it. Well, Ma, let's see if we can land the next one. Come in.
Good evening, folks.
Well, well. Look, Ma, it's Tubby Wilson.
Hello, Tubby. Have some chairs and sit down.
Yeah.
What's up, Zeke?
Tubby, how'd you like to marry my daughter Annie?
Annie?
Hold him, Ma.
I got him. I got him, Pa. I got him.
Let go of me, you old bat, and put your glasses on. Well, that's 2 strikes, but we ain't out yet. Come in.
Hello, everybody.
Well, it's young Baker. Son, I'll make it short and snappy. How'd you like to get married?
I don't know. Was it fun?
Ain't nothing like it, my boy. How'd you like to tie up with my Annie?
Gosh, I couldn't do that.
Hold on now. Just give me one reason why you don't want to marry my daughter.
She frightens me.
You'll get used to her. Now, listen, Baker. If you take her for your bride, I'll treat you both to a honeymoon at Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls? Can I push her in?
That's up to you, my boy. What I don't see don't hurt me.
That's right. Just get her out of the house.
Yes, sirree.
Okay, it's a deal.
Come in, come in. Oh, it's you. Hello, Annie.
Hello, Pa. Hello, Ma.
Back from the beauty parlor already?
Yep. How do I look?
If you didn't pay your bill, don't.
I got good news for you, gal. Young Baker here has consented to make the supreme sacrifice. He's going to marry you.
And I got good news for you, too. I already got myself a husband.
A husband? Gee, Hoshaphat.
Cheapers, creepers.
So you're married, eh? Well, where is he?
Out on the porch. Come on in, mister.
Mister? Gosh, there ain't much to him, is there, Ma?
Well, he's a man. That's more than we expected.
That's right.
Hello, everybody.
Come in, young feller, and congratulations.
What for?
Hey, if you don't mind my asking a personal question, how'd you come to marry my daughter anyway?
Well, I'm a traveling salesman. I was just getting off the train when this girl grabbed me and put my seat right in the silver faucet straight away, basically. And I didn't know whether the frame was seated faucet, feet and nice and spelled rate.
And you ought to see right before you see the process friend about this bed. And here I am.
Oh, she took you off your guard, eh?
Yeah, and not only that. You know, the Caesar's Private Tour makes silver free for Boston Spur free fee. I know what a private Caesar's Boston Spur was. It's salary for Boston Spur for Boston Spur. Mother, what'll I do?
Too late to do anything, young man. You're hooked just like I was. Hee, hee, hee. Ouch! Play, Phil.
If you're looking for a delicious new dessert that your family is sure to enjoy, you needn't look any farther, because here it is. It's the new Jello chocolate pudding. Chocolate pudding with that old-fashioned homemade goodness. It has a lovely, rich texture, a satin smoothness, a tempting color. And it tastes swell. For it's real chocolatey, full-flavored and rich, so delicious that every creamy spoonful brings you back for more. And Jello chocolate pudding is just one of 3 new Jello puddings. There's Jello butterscotch pudding, mellow and smooth with a golden taffy color that tempts your appetite, and a true butterscotch flavor that satisfies it. And then there's Jello vanilla pudding, creamy and delicate and inviting, an all-family favorite. And these 3 new Jello puddings are all quick and easy to make. The simple directions are in every package. A good idea is to buy 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
It's the last number of the 20th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And oh, yes, I'd like to take this opportunity of congratulating Boy Scouts and their leaders everywhere on their 29th birthday anniversary of Scouting in America. You know, Mary, I used to be a Boy Scout when I was a kid.
And now someone has to help you across the street.
They do not. Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with It's All Yours. The other day, one of those inquiring reporters stopped me on the street with this question. Do you believe that men know as much about cooking as women? Well, I had the answer to that one, and I said no, but they know plenty about good things to eat. And that, I told him, is why they all like Jello. And ladies, I'll bet your own experience has shown you how true that is. Why, everybody likes Jello, and no wonder. That delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor makes every Jello dessert a brand new and exciting treat. It's a fruit flavor that's rich and full-bodied and supremely satisfying right from your first tempting spoonful to the very last. And Jello is really doubly satisfying because it looks so delicious, so gay and cheerful and appetizing. It's a swell dessert, a dessert you can serve as often as you like, for the family will always enjoy it. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells a treat. That was It's All Yours, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, next Thursday evening, February the 23rd, the winners of the annual Academy Award for Distinguished Achievements in Motion Pictures will be announced.
That's right.
The recipients of this great honor for outstanding performances on the screen will receive gold statues symbolic of their unquestioned ability.
Yes, sir.
So, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who hasn't a Chinaman's chance, Jack Benny.
Well, Jello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was very funny, but uncalled for. If I were you, Mr. Wilson, I wouldn't be so sure about my not winning the Academy Award for the Best Actor.
Well, Jack, you'll have to admit that your name hasn't been mentioned in that connection.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. I can always be a dark horse, you know. Can't I, Phil?
Not with that gray mane.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. Don't jump at conclusions. Did you see my last picture, Artists and Models Abroad?
No, I didn't. Go ahead and fire me.
Not going to fire you, Phil. I'm just trying to bring out a point, that's all. Don, did you see Artists and Models Abroad?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, I didn't. However, it was raining one night, and I intended to go.
Now, what happened?
It stopped raining.
Oh, well, it's too bad because you sure missed a real treat.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Kenny. Say, Kenny, did you see Artists and Models Abroad?
Oh, sure. I went the very first week, and I took my girl along.
Oh, well, what did you kids think of it?
Don't ask us. We were necking like 60.
That's fine. You two always neck when you go to a picture, Kenny?
No, during the Good Earth, we made mud pies.
Well, you were younger then. I'm going to find somebody who saw my picture if I have to start a contest. Anyway, fellas, my performance in Artists and Models Abroad is deserving of some recognition. I don't say that I'm positive of getting the Academy Award, but if I don't, it's a frame-up.
Now, listen, Jack, I don't want to shatter your hopes, but there's a rumor that Clark Gable has an excellent chance of winning the award.
Who?
Clark Gable.
Gable? Poof. A fine chance he's got.
And not only that, I hear that Jimmy Cagney's liable to step right up and cop the prize.
Cagney?
Yes, Cagney.
Piff. That little guy for what?
For what? Did you see him in Angels with Dirty Faces?
Yes, I did. You call that a performance?
I certainly do.
Oh, why, you take that scene where he was electrocuted. He didn't get one laugh. Some performance.
Well, for heaven's sake, you don't expect the guy to get a laugh when he's going to be electrocuted, do you?
Yeah, I'd have got a laugh.
You'd have got applause.
Well, Phil, if you're going to make a joke out of it, there's no use discussing it any further. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you all excited about?
Plenty. Phil here doesn't think I have a chance in the world of winning the Academy Award.
He doesn't. How does Don feel about it?
Well, Don agrees with Phil.
Oh, move over, fellas.
To hear this gang talk, you think I was a flop as an actor.
Oh, Jack, you always get so upset when these awards are being given out. Last year you were jealous because Spencer Tracy won it.
Me jealous of Tracy? I was not.
You weren't? Then tell him what you did to his picture on the billboards all over town.
All right, so I drew a few mustaches. Is that a crime? Me jealous of Tracy.
Yes, and the things you said about him.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. All I said was I wish I had my ability and his luck. That's all.
Why, Jack Benny, what are you talking about? Spencer Tracy's one of the greatest actors on the screen today or any other day.
Oh, he is?
Why, certainly.
Of course he is.
That goes for me, too.
Down with Benny.
Kenny, this isn't a revolution. We're just having a little discussion.
Well, I don't care. Don is right.
Listen, Kenny, I'm just as good as Spencer Tracy any day. All I need is a break.
Oh, I can't stand this. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, ask him for a package of Jello. It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. I'm going out for a smoke.
Well, how do you like that? First time I've ever seen Don so upset. Gosh, even his favorite dessert didn't calm him down. Mary, do you think he was really mad?
Yes, his chins were just quivering.
Gee whiz, it's getting so a guy can't even express an opinion around here. I don't see why Don should jump on me after all I've done for him.
What did you ever do for Don?
What did I ever do? Well, for one thing, I discovered him. That's what I did.
Discovered him?
Yes. When I first met Don Wilson, he was a barker in front of a sideshow, ballyhooing for a lot of freaks. That's what he was.
How'd you happen to meet him?
Jack was a wild man from Waukegan.
Now, Mary, I haven't been around a freak show since I broke up with Princess Zaza, the snake charmer. So there.
No kidding, Jack. Did you really go around with a snake charmer?
Yes, Kenny, she was a lovely girl. But I couldn't stand that hissing all the time. And now, if you've got a song ready, we'd like to hear it.
Okay.
Just a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Right here, boy. Take it, Mary.
Okay.
Here, buddy. Here's a nickel for you.
Gee, thanks, mister. Now I can get married.
fresh guy. Who's the telegram from, Mary?
It's from your father, Miami Beach, Florida.
Oh, from Dad, eh? What does it say?
It says, my dear boy, everybody in Miami seems to think you're going to win the Academy Award.
Well.
But the sun is very hot down here.
Oh, good old Dad. Always thinking about the weather. Sing, Kenny. Say, Mary, do you think Don is really offended?
Though I dream in vain, in my heart there will remain a stardust melody, the memory of love's refrain. And now the purple dusk of twilight time steals across the meadows of my heart. High up in the sky the little stars climb, always reminding me that we're apart. You wander down the lane and far away, leaving me a song that will not die. Love is now the stardust of yesterday, the music of the years gone by. Sometimes I wonder why I spend the lonely night dreaming of a song, a melody haunts my reverie, and I am once again with you when our love was new, and each kiss an inspiration. But that was long ago. Now my consolation is in the stardust of a song beside a garden wall. When stars are bright, you are in my arms. The nightingale tells his fairy tale of paradise where roses grow. Though I dream in vain, in my heart it will remain my stardust melody, the memory of love's refrain, of love's refrain.
That was Stardust, an old favorite sung by Kenny Baker. And very good, Kenny, but what made you sing such an old number?
Oh, I don't know, Jack. I guess I'm just sentimental.
Oh.
You know, a song like that brings back a lot of memories, believe me.
Memories?
Boy, those sure were happy days when I was just a kid and didn't know what it was all about.
Well, well.
Happy days are here again.
Now, Mary, Kenny has just as much right to reminisce as anybody else. He can have his memories, too.
And how, brother?
Kenny, don't be such a devil. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to get on with the program, I'd like to announce that next week we
Hey,
are...
Jack, here's Don.
Oh, yes, our prima donna has returned. Hello, Don. Did you have a nice smoke?
Yes, Jack, and I'm sorry I lost my temper.
Oh, that's all right, Don. We can all make mistakes.
I didn't make any mistake.
Oh.
But when you said that you're a better actor than Spencer Tracy, Clark Gable, or Jimmy Cagney, it just nauseates me, that's all.
Oh, it does. Well, did you hear that, Phil?
Well, Don's right. You sound egotistical.
Oh, I do.
Gosh, I'm not the least bit jealous of Paul Whiteman or Stokowski.
Well, you would be if you were a musician. You're a fine leader, Phil. You have yet to conduct a number where you didn't finish a minute ahead of the boys.
Well, that's the trouble with them. They're no good in the stretch.
Well, anyway, Phil, Don and I are talking about an entirely different thing. Now, in my picture, Artists and Models Abroad...
Your picture. That's all you talk about.
Well?
Fred Allen was right Wednesday night when he said he saw you in Forum. You can't act at all.
Oh, he did? Well, let me ask you something. Did you see Allen in that last picture he made? His photo finish?
Yes, I saw it.
Oh, boy, how he tries to hog the camera.
What do you mean?
Well, any man that'll put a false face on the back of his head so he can appear in every scene, well. And the way he photographs, what they have to go through to make up that pan of his.
Quite a job, huh?
A job? It's a government project. I'll never understand why Universal Studios spends thousands of dollars to make up Boris Karloff when they can use Allen in the raw. Boy, will he burn up when I win the Academy Award next week.
How do you know you're going to win it?
Because I deserve it. I'm an actor, first, last, and always.
You're a ham, baked, boiled, or fried.
Listen, Mary, there's nothing hammy about speaking the truth. Why, in my picture, Artists and Models Abroad...
Oh, this is disgusting.
You said it. I'm going out for a smoke.
Well, now, Mr. Baker has joined the ranks of the sulkers around here. You see, Don, the bad example you set? And now, ladies and gentlemen, that Kenny is in the other room and it might be a little quieter in here, I'd like to make the announcement that I started 5 minutes ago. Next week is a special attraction. We are going to present... Now what? Come in. Well, hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck.
Well, Andy, we haven't seen you for some time now. I was hoping you'd drop in last week for my birthday.
Well, better late than never, Buck. Here's a little present Ma made for you.
Well, thanks, Andy. Thanks very much.
Here you are, Buck. I hope you like it.
Well, gosh, look, fellas, just what I needed. A hand-painted sofa pillow. Say, that'll come in mighty handy.
Yeah, you can put it in your pants in case you meet Spencer Tracy.
Never mind that. Gee, it's so nice and soft. Be sure and thank your ma for me, Andy.
Well, you better thank Pa, too. He caught an awful cold in his chest on account of that pillow.
He did?
Yeah, Ma stuffed it with his beard.
Oh, so he cut Pa's beard off, eh? What was the big idea?
Well, Ma thought he was making faces at her, and she wanted to find out.
I see. Well, I'm surprised your Pa let her do it. Is he better looking without it?
Oh, he's handsome now.
He is, huh?
Yeah, when Ma was shaving him, she dug a dimple in his chin.
Well, gee whiz, that's something.
It's too bad about him losing his Adam's apple, though.
Well, all that trouble for this little pillow. Anyway, thanks again, Andy. I'm going to keep this in the living room right next to my melodeon. And now, folks...
Oh, Jack, Kenny just came in.
Oh, yes. Well, Mr. Baker, did you have a nice smoke?
Yeah.
That's good.
Boy, am I dizzy.
Well, it serves you right. And now, folks, once more I'd like to announce that...
Say, Buck.
What are you laughing at?
Did you hear Fred Allen Wednesday night?
Oh, him again. Why?
He said you were so cheap you're putting your long underwear away soaking wet so the moths would catch cold.
Oh, he said that, eh? Well, how would you like to know that Allen doesn't wear any underwear at all?
He doesn't?
No, when it gets real cold, he just pins his shirt tail around him and lets the rest of the world go by. So he better shut up.
Well, Allen can say anything he wants to about you because you called him a rat.
Why, Mary Livingston, I called him nothing of the kind.
You didn't say he was a rat?
Definitely not. All I said was if the Pied Piper ever came to New York and walked down the street, Allen would join the parade. That's what I said.
Oh, then you didn't refer to him as a rodent.
No, and the fact that he's partial to food au gratin is just a coincidence. And now, ladies and gentlemen, now that I've put Mr. A in his place, we will have a number by the orchestra. What are you going to play, Phil?
Guess.
Guess, you mean now or after the number's over? Andy, stick around. Phil's going to rip into a selection for us.
Okay, I can stand it if you can't.
Hit it, Maestro.
Ready, boys? 1 for the money, 2 for the show. Nuts to Benny, and here we go.
How cute. How cute. That was either Jeepers Creepers or This Can't Be Love, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Did I guess right, Phil?
No, the name of that was Hold Tight, but you were close.
Thanks. You know, Phil, I've been wondering for some time, why do you have two piano players in your band?
Two? I only have one.
Well, who's that little guy with the mustache at the other piano?
Oh, he's lost. He thinks I'm Guy Lombardo.
Well, good heavens, don't tell him. You know, Phil, one thing I've noticed lately...
Pardon me for interrupting, Buck, but I think I'll be running along now. I got work to do.
Okay, Andy, see you later. So long.
So long. Oh, say, Buck, I meant to ask you, did you really get a polar bear for a birthday present last week, or was that just a gag?
Gee, you went way low on that, didn't you? I wish it was a gag, Andy. Believe me, I've had plenty of trouble with that polar bear, haven't I, Mary?
Yeah. Tell him what happened when you were training him the other afternoon.
Oh, that. Say, that could happen to anybody.
Training him? What are you training the bear for?
Jack wants to be ready in case vaudeville comes back.
That's not the only reason. Anyhow, let's forget about that polar bear.
Oh, no. What happened when Jack was training him, Mary?
Go ahead, you little tattletale.
Well, I dropped in at Jack's house the other day, and there he was all dressed up in a leopard skin, a beanie, and a whip in his hand.
Is that so?
Go on, Mary.
Well, when the bear stopped laughing...
He wasn't laughing. I had him scared to death.
Anyway, Jack cracked the whip and made him sit up and said, "Nice bear, give me your paw."
And what happened?
Jack got it right in the kisser.
Well, I could hardly feel it. Anyway, I got him tamed now, and he knows who his master is.
Jack, do you think you know who sent you that bear?
I don't know, Don. At first, I thought it might be Fred Allen, but I'm positive now that it wasn't.
Why?
Well, I had Allen's program on last Wednesday, and the bear turned it off. You know, he's a pretty intelligent animal, you know?
Say, Jack, what are you going to do with that bear anyway? Are you going to keep him?
Well, I'd like to, Kenny, but it's so expensive. Gee, he eats fish like mad. And he's so fussy, he won't eat what I give him.
No wonder. Jack put tails on carrots and told him they were goldfish.
Well, what's the difference? They're good for him, huh?
Hey, Buck, I gotta go now. See you later. So long.
So long, Andy, and thanks again for the present.
Oh, you're welcome. I hope you get the Academy Award, Buck.
I don't know why that should be so funny. You might all be surprised. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce so many times this evening, next week is our feature attraction. We are going to present the year's supreme effort by the Benny Overestimated Art Group. None other than our version of Darrell Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production. That dynamic screen classic, that gripping melodrama, that thrilling and sensational triumph, Jesse James. Thank you. Now, owing to the importance of this great feature, tonight we are going to present a few of the highlights from this tremendous attraction. First, pardon me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Look, you'll have to call me back later, Rochester. I'm right in the middle of an important announcement.
Okay, boss. I'll just leave my resignation on the dresser.
Yes, do that. Your resignation? What are you talking about?
Now, look, boss, I don't mind opening doors, running errands, driving your car, and cleaning the house. But when you expect me to be lady in waiting to that North Pole kitten, I quit.
Don't get excited, Rochester. In the first place, you can't quit this minute. I haven't paid you yet.
That's all right. I'll just take some spoons.
You'll do nothing of the kind. Now tell me, what's the matter with Carmichael?
Carmichael?
That's the bear. What's wrong with him, Rochester?
Well, every time I meet him, he wants to rumble with me.
Oh, well, he's just being playful. Why don't you dance with him?
I did this morning, and when we got through, he applauded.
Applauded? Well, say, that was cute.
Cute nothing. My head was between his paws.
Oh, that's too bad.
I'm all scratched up like a nearsighted berry picker.
Well, look, Rochester, you should have done what I told you to. I told you to put that polar bear in the garage.
I did that a half hour ago. That's no good.
Why not?
I looked out the window just now, and he was driving by in the car.
Rochester, are you sure it was him?
I'm positive he waved at me.
Then it was Carmichael. My goodness, Rochester, how are you going to get him back?
Don't worry, boss. He can't go far.
Why not?
The car's nearly out of gas, and he didn't take any money with him.
Well, I'll be home pretty soon. We'll go out looking for him.
Okay, so long.
So long.
Oh, say, boss.
Yes?
If you win the Academy Award, will you give me a raise?
I certainly will. You'll get a nice, substantial increase.
Man, I sure wish you was a better actor.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. Just for that, you're going to get a... What's that?
Well, blow me down. Here comes Carmichael up the driveway. I bet he got a ticket.
A ticket? How do you know?
He's got a policeman in his mouth. So long, boss.
So long. Say, you know what, fellas? I got a regular gold mine in that bear. He can dance, drive a car, and everything.
Gee, if he could lead an orchestra, you could shoot Phil Harris.
Hey, there's an idea. I'll get him a baton tomorrow. Oh, yes, our half hour's nearly up, so right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to give you a preview of some of the highlights from next week's attraction. Jesse James.
Drama! Now listen, Mrs. James, we're going to run a railroad through your land, so I'm giving you just 10 minutes to pack your duds and get off.
I ain't a-getting off. Oh, Jesse! Jesse!
Yes, Ma?
This man is trying to take our farm away from us.
Oh, he is, eh?
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
Nothing now, but you wait till next Sunday night.
Action!
Oh. Hey, you.
What?
Up with your hands. Stick 'em up, quick.
Okay, but you're wasting your time. I haven't got any money.
You haven't, eh? Well, I'll give you just 7 days to get some.
Romance!
Oh, Zerelda, will you marry me?
No, Jesse, I can't. You have no sex appeal.
Well, I'll get some by next week.
Jello!
Don't shoot him, Jesse. Don't shoot him.
Why not, Frank?
Oh, we said to count 6 before you lose your temper.
Okay, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. These are just a few of the thrills that will come to you next Sunday night. So be sure and tune in. Play, Phil.
You know, a holiday is a grand excuse to have company for dinner, and I think everybody enjoys that. So here's a swell idea for Washington's birthday dinner. A delicious new fruit salad made with cherry Jello. You can serve it as your salad and dessert course all in one, and it's easy. Here's how to make it. Dissolve 1 package of cherry Jello in a pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in 1/2 cup of seeded canned white cherries cut in quarters and 1/2 cup of diced canned pineapple. Serve on crisp lettuce with plenty of real golden mayonnaise, and believe me, you've got something. For cherry Jello has a deep, glowing crimson color that's mighty tempting, and a delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor that just can't be topped. Combined with white cherries and tangy pineapple, you get a colorful, shimmering salad that's really a picture and tastes just as good as it looks. So ask your grocer tomorrow for some cherry Jello and try this delicious new salad.
is the last number of the 21st program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So be sure and listen in, folks. Jesse James will be our feature attraction. Say, Mary, remind me to stop in a market on the way home. I want to get a can of sardines for Carmichael.
1 can for that big bear?
Yes, and 1 sandwich out of it for me. Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
Included on today's program was Irving Berlin's We'll Never Know and It's All Yours from Stars in Your Eyes. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with San Francisco. Ladies and gentlemen, there are all sorts of quiz programs on the air nowadays. So tonight I'm going to hold one. Are you ready? Okay. There is one word in the English language which stands for the following: amazingly quick and easy to prepare, delightfully inexpensive, lovely to look at with 6 glowing colors, filled with delicious extra-rich fruit flavor, swell eating. Now, what's the one little word that means all of those things? Yes, sir, you've guessed it, Jello, America's favorite gelatin dessert. Easy to make. Why, all you do is add hot water and chill until firm. Economical. 1 package costs only a few cents and serves the average family generously. Beautiful, for those 6 gay colors are as cheerful as spring sunshine. And the best tasting dessert you can serve to your family. For Jello brings you wonderful extra-rich fruit flavor that's as delicious as the real ripe fruit itself. So look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. That was San Francisco, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, last Sunday night we brought you a man who thought he was going to win the Motion Picture Academy Award this year, and he didn't.
I was robbed.
So tonight we bring you the same man who thinks he's going to win it next year, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the optimist, talking. And, Don, weren't you surprised when you picked up the papers Friday morning and found out I wasn't on that list of winners?
Well, frankly, Jack, I wasn't.
Oh, well, I was just checking. Phil, weren't you surprised that I wasn't on that list?
Yes and no.
What do you mean, yes or no?
Yes, we have no bananas, and no, I wasn't surprised.
I ought to have my head examined. I've been doing comedy for 15 years, and I fall for a yes and no. Anyway, you fellas can believe it or not, but I wasn't a bit envious about Spencer Tracy winning the award last Thursday. In fact, when they handed Tracy that gold statue, I was positively thrilled. Wasn't I, Mary?
Yes, sir. Jack sat right down and cheered.
Sat down. What was he standing up for?
The darn fool thought they were going to give it to him.
Yeah, gosh, I was so embarrassed.
But, Jack, what in the world made you think you were in line for the award anyway?
Well, Don, I had every reason to suspect it. Because all through the dinner, people kept looking at me and whispering and then looking at me again. In fact, I was the center of attraction.
Well, no wonder your toupee was favoring one ear.
Now, Mary, I was not wearing a toupee.
You weren't?
No, it just so happened that before the banquet, I had my hair cut by a barber with one short leg. So don't make up lies.
Well, let me tell you something, Jack. You should be tickled to death that you didn't win the Academy Award.
Oh, I should?
Yes, your head's big enough now.
Oh, so besides all my other faults, I've got a big head, too. Well, just to show you how wrong you are, Mr. Harris, I only wear a 6 7/8 hat. Don't I, Mary?
Yeah, way up on top.
Well, let's not dwell on that subject any longer. The Academy Award is over, and to tell you the truth, I was only kidding.
I never expected to win it anyway.
Not much. That's all you were thinking of.
Who, me?
Yes, when the fellow next to you passed you the salt, you said, I accept this on behalf of Paramount.
All right, you little snoop. Now, let's forget it. Say, Don, we've got quite a long play to do tonight. Is everybody here?
I think so.
Oh, by the way, where's Kenny?
I'll go out and look for him.
Wait a minute, I'll go along with you.
Why, Kenny, I didn't see you. Why didn't you join the conversation?
Oh, I don't know, Jack. I just felt kind of blue about you not winning the Academy Award last Thursday.
Oh, don't let it bother you, Kenny. It's not that serious. I didn't win it this year, so what?
So hurry up, you're not a kid anymore.
Now, just don't worry about it. As a matter of fact, I've got the whole thing figured out. The reason I didn't get the award is because I don't make enough pictures.
You make enough for me.
Is that so? Well, it might interest you to know that I'm dickering with Paramount to play the lead in Cecil B. DeMille's Union Pacific.
Well, stop dickering. They previewed it last night.
Well, it was some railroad story anyway. Now, look, fellas, we've got more important things to take care of tonight. And now that we're all here, I guess we can get started. So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, as I announced last week, the Benny Bargain Basement Players will present their version of Darrell F. Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production. That screen classic, that gripping melodrama, that sensational hunk of film, Jesse James. I said Jesse James. You're a little late there, buddy.
Sorry, I was in another world.
Well, stay in this one, please. Now, in this epic, I will play the part of Jesse, that fearless, daring, courageous desperado, as portrayed on the screen by Tyrone Power. And, Phil, you're going to play the part of Barshee, the villain.
Why can't I be the hero? I'm prettier than you are.
No, Phil, it's already decided.
Gee, I got wavy hair and pearly teeth and the biggest brown eyes.
Quiet, this isn't a beauty contest, Miss Encino. Now, I'm going to be Jesse James, and Mary, you're going to be my sweetheart, Zerelda.
Your sweetheart?
Yes, we fall in love, get married, live together 20 years, and then I get shot.
Why does she wait so long?
Oh, go press your hair. She doesn't shoot me, Phil. I'm shot by a dirty, low-down traitor. A man that hates me.
I bet he sells toothpaste on Wednesday night.
I know who you're referring to, Kenny, and I don't want that man's name mentioned on this program. It takes all the class out of it. Now, let's see.
Who are you talking about, Jack?
I'm referring to an ex-juggler who talks through his nose, wraps his wallet in barbed wire, and is as yellow as those corny shoes he wears. That's the gentleman I'm discussing. Incidentally, Don, did you ever notice that pained expression on his face?
Yes, Jack. He always seems to be in agony. Why is that?
Well, he's worn those same shoes since he was 12 years old, and in the meantime, his feet have grown. Now, getting back to our play...
The same shoes, eh? I don't see how I can stand it.
Well, every 2 or 3 years, he has the buttons moved over. Now, getting back to our play...
But, Jack, when Alan takes off his shoes at night, how does he get them back on in the morning?
Who said he takes them off? His toes haven't wiggled since the Chicago fire. Now, getting back to our play, Mary, you're my sweetheart. Phil's the villain.
Say, Jack, am I going to be in it?
Yes, Kenny, you're going to be the president of the St. Louis Midland Railroad. And you're a shrewd, intelligent executive.
Fine casting.
Well, that's your part, Kenny, and you're going to build a railroad all the way from St. Louis to California.
He couldn't build one around a Christmas tree.
Quiet. And, Don, you have a very important part in this play, too.
Really?
Yes. You're going to be a crowd of people that I hold up on the train. You've got to be a Scotchman, a Southerner, an Irishman, a Greek, and a Swede. Do you think you can do it?
Oh, sure. I'm quite versatile.
Okay, let's hear you try it. Now, remember, Don, a Scotchman, a Southerner, an Irishman, a Greek, and a Swede. Now, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, as long as it's a brow-bricked, moonlit nick-to-nick, Why don't you all go down to your little old neighborhood grocery store and say, sure and begorra, it's a package of Jello I'm a-wanting.
Very good.
Push 'em off 6 flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherries, orange, lemon, and lime, by yump and yiminy.
Say, that was all right, Don. Yes, sir.
You like it very much?
All right, Don, don't overdo it. Now, let's see. Oh, yes, my mother, Mrs. James, will be played by, where is that lady I hired for the part?
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Now, Mrs. Felton, do you think you can handle the part of my mother?
I think so. I have 3 lovely Airedales.
Oh.
You'll do.
Yes. Well, I think we're all set now, so our play folks will go on immediately after Kenny's song. Take it, Kenny.
Hey, Buck, ain't I going to be in this?
Oh, yes, Andy, of course. I forgot all about you.
I was sleeping over in the corner.
Well, I'm glad you woke up. You're going to play my brother, one of the James boys.
Okay, Buck.
Well, what are you laughing at?
I was just thinking of you at the Academy banquet last Thursday night.
Well, what about it?
I thought I'd die when you stuck your tongue out at Spencer Tracy.
I didn't stick my tongue out at Tracy. My doctor was sitting across the room, and he wanted to know how I was feeling.
Buck, you're a liar, but I love you.
Andy, go over in the corner and get dressed for our play. Sing, Kenny. Mary, put on your hoop skirt and sunbonnet, will you?
This night was made for dreaming. This night was fashioned for you. This night my arms enfold you. My eyes have told you that I adore you. With music, my heart will always hear something for sweet remembrance. This night will be my There may be nights again as fair as this that I'll remember when I fondly reminisce. Though there be other nights in years to be, this is the only night, the night of nights for me. I've told you that I adore you. My heart will always hear something for sweet remembrance. This night will be my
That was This Night Will Be My Souvenir, sung by Kenny Baker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the main event of the evening, our dramatic highlight, Jesse.
How was my song, Jack?
Very good, Kenny. James. The year is 1867 in the thriving little town of I'm From, Missouri. There is much excitement as the St. Louis Midland Railroad has invaded this peaceful hamlet, determined to buy for a song the property of the simple, hardy pioneers. As the scene opens, we take you to the farm of Mrs. James, located on the outskirts of I'm From. There, we find her two sons, Jesse and Juicy, at work in the barn. Juicy is gathering the eggs, while Jesse is milking the cow. Curtain. Music. Boom, 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 bee. Boom, boom, boom. Steady, Lulu. That's it. Steady now. Don't kick the pail. 1, 2. Atta girl. Nice going. Well, I guess that's about all. Oh, sorry, old girl. Well, 3 quarts. That's darn. That's darn good, Lulu. Tonight I'll take you down to the Gem Theater to see Ferdinand the Bull. Woo! Control yourself, Lulu. Now it's your turn, Petunia.
Oh, Jesse?
Yes, Juicy.
How much milk did you get?
I got 3 quarts from Lulu, 2 from Cleopatra, and Petunia's gauge says full. How you making out with the eggs?
Fine, Jesse. I got 14 and a half.
You got half an egg?
Yep, I'm afraid Geraldine ain't trying.
Darn it, I told her 1,000 times to concentrate. Watch your tail, Petunia. I'm slap happy now. Be careful.
Hello, Zerelda.
Hiya, Juicy. Juicy, Jesse?
Here I am, gal, behind the cow.
Oh, hello, Jesse. Say, when did you grow the mustache?
Mustache nothing. Petunia, pull in your tail. Say, you're looking mighty sweet, Zerelda, but your bustle's kind of flat, ain't it?
Yeah, darn that billy goat of yours.
Oh, he's just being playful. He wasn't mad at you.
He is now. I braided his horns.
Well, it serves him right. Here's a stool, Zerelda. It's kind of hard, but sit down.
No, thanks. My feet don't hurt.
Well, you know best.
Hey, Jesse, you ought to do something about that darn goat. He's getting too familiar.
He is, eh?
Yep, I bent over to tie my shoelace yesterday, and the next thing I knew, I was trucking.
Kind of straighten you out, eh?
Say, Jesse, I came down here to tell you that those railroad men are up at the house talking to your ma again.
They are, eh? Well, they're a wasting time. We ain't going to sell our farm. Not for any 7 cents an acre.
How much would that amount to?
Well, 35 acres at 7 cents. Let's see, 7 times 5 is, 7 times 5, that's, how much is that, Juicy?
Don't ask me. You went nearer to school than I did.
Zerelda, how much is 35 acres at 7 cents an acre?
Well, let's see, 7 times 5.
I tried that. That ain't no good. I'd like to find out, though.
Why don't you count it up on your fingers?
Shucks, I only got 10, and I know it's more than that. Well, anyway, their offer ain't enough. I'm going up the house right now and throw them off our land. Come on, Zerelda.
Better be careful, Jesse. They mean business, and they're armed to the teeth.
Well, I'm armed, too.
How you fix for teeth?
I eat corn on the cob, if that means anything. Come on, gal, let's go.
Will you need me, Jesse?
No, Juicy. I can handle those varmints myself. Let's go, Zerelda. I'll take care of them highbinders, or my name ain't Jesse James.
Now listen, Mrs. James, I'm tired of all this hemming and hawing. I'm going to give you just 1 minute to sign this paper.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Now, hold on, gentlemen.
Hold on, nothing. We're aiming to run a railroad through this land, and there's nothing going to stop us.
Yeah, nothing.
But, gentlemen, this little farm is all we have.
Makes no difference. The railroad's going through.
Yeah, through. Boy, I'm all in.
Now, here's the paper, Mrs. James. Sign right here.
Very well, gentlemen. I suppose I must.
Hold on there, Ma. Drop that quill. Now, listen here, Bossy. I told you yesterday to stay off of this land.
Well, supposing I don't.
If you don't, I'll take this 6-shooter of mine, and when I get through, your nose will look like a flute. So get going.
I ain't a leaving here till we get the deed to your land.
A deed? What's that?
Hey, Barshy, who's that little squirt with you?
Take it easy. That's Mr. McCoy, president of the St. Louis Midland Railroad.
President of the railroad, eh?
That's me. Toot, toot.
Why, you little runt.
Lay off of him, James.
Listen, Barshy, I had enough of you. You're nothing but a crook and a skunk.
Yeah, skunk.
Say, who are you with, anyway?
I don't know, but my heart belongs to Daddy.
Fine president. Now get out of here, Barshy, before I lose my temper, which is easily misplaced.
Be careful, son. Be careful.
Stay out of this, Ma.
Oh, Jesse, you and I are going to get married in 2 weeks, so please don't fight with him.
I must, gal. You don't want to marry a weak, spineless coward, do you?
That's right. Let's call the whole thing off.
But Zerelda.
Come on, quit your stalling. Are you going to sign this paper or not?
No, I'm not. And reach for your shooting irons, Barshy.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Not me.
Come on, Barshy. I'll give you one more chance. Are you getting out of here or not?
I'm not a budging. What are you going to do about it?
This is what I'm going to do. Take that.
Oh, yeah? Take that.
All right, now you take that.
Gee, you guys sure can take it.
Well, Barshy, have you had enough? You keep out of this, Ma. Well, how about it, Barshy? Are you willing to call it quits?
Yeah, I'll call it quits. But you ain't heard the last of me, Jesse James. We're going to build a railroad through this farm, and we're starting tomorrow.
A pretty speech, Mr. Barshy. But it ain't going to happen here.
You'll find out. Goodbye.
So long. Lift me up, Ma. I'm full of lead.
End of Act One. Act Two will follow immediately after a short rendition by Professor Harris and his Silver Cornet Band. Play, Barshy.
That was a medley of popular selections played by Professor Harris and his band. And now for the second act of our play, Jesse James. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
2 years later, the James family has stubbornly refused to give up their land, and we find that the railroad company has built its tracks not only on the farm, but right through the middle of the James house. So let us tune in on this happy little group.
Oh, Jesse! Juicy!
Yes, Ma.
Breakfast is ready.
I'm a-comin'.
Me too. What are we having, Ma?
Orange juice, ham and eggs, wheat cakes, apple pie, and cinders.
Cinders, we've been getting a lot of them ever since those darn trains have been running through the house.
Last night when I was sound asleep, a cattle train came through and woke me up.
Woke you up?
Yeah, I was wearing a wool nightgown and the sheep all yelled, "Hiya, Mom!"
Well, don't complain. On Mother's Day, they may throw candy at you. Doggone that railroad. I was eating a piece of toast the other morning, and the conductor reached out and punched me and it. It sure is a nuisance.
Now sit down, boys, and eat your breakfast.
Just a minute, Ma. I'm going in the bathroom and wash my hands.
All right, son. Be careful crossing the track.
Ah, well, doggone, I was marooned in there 3 hours yesterday on account of a slow freight. Be right back, Ma. Hey, Ma, is the back door open?
Yes.
Well, open the front one quick. Here comes the 715. There's Sam, the engineer. Hiya, Sam. Hiya, Jesse. Say, that train was really flying this morning.
Yeah, it must have been doing at least 60 through the living room.
Yes, sirree.
Now sit down and eat, boys, before your breakfast gets cold. Here's your orange juice, Jesse.
I don't want any more. Give 'em a juice to Juicy. I'm going to dig into these ham and eggs. Boy, this sure looks good.
Jesse, how long are you going to keep on being so stubborn? Why don't we move to another farm where it's peaceful and quiet?
Listen, Ma, what's the use of moping? These railroads won't last. It's just a fad. That's all.
That's what they said about underwear, and now everybody's wearing it.
All but me. I'm a holdout. Say, Ma, these wheat cakes are sure humdingers. How do you make them?
I take 2 hums and 3 dingers and stir 'em up.
Well, they're mighty good.
You just wait till tonight, son. I got a treat in store for you. We're going to have some Jello.
Jello? What's that?
Well, it's a newfangled dessert.
Something new, eh?
Yes, and I think you'll be crazy about it.
No kidding.
It's economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Well.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
No kidding.
But you gotta insist on the genuine Jello and look for the big red letters on the box.
Well, I'm sure looking forward to it.
Say, Jesse, look who's coming down the track.
Oh, yes. Hello, Zerelda.
Hiya, boys. Hello, Mrs. James.
Hello, Zerelda. Sit down on that switch and have some breakfast.
Oh, no, the last time I sat down there, it threw me.
Well, Zerelda, it's been 2 years now that you promised to marry me, and we still ain't hitched.
Jesse James, I told you 1,000 times I ain't going to marry you till you move out of this house. I can't stand all these trains going through.
Why not, gal?
Well, ain't no privacy. Them traveling salesmen keep winking back at me.
Well, I can't help it, Zerelda. I love you, but my mind's made up, and I ain't a-moving.
All right, then, Jesse, you win. I'll marry you.
Now you're talking, Zerelda, and we'll be very happy here. Zerelda, get off the track. Here comes the 8:10 right on schedule. Good heavens, what's that?
Another train, and it's coming the other way.
Oh, my goodness, there's only one track. There'll be a wreck.
Yeah, here they come.
Duck, Jesse!
Jump, Juicy. Look out, Ma. Look out, Zerelda. Here it comes. Darn it, my wheat cakes are ruined. Are you all right, Ma?
Yeah, I'm all right, son. Where's Juicy and Zerelda?
Here I am up on top of the caboose.
This is me with a red lantern beanie.
Well, this is the last straw. Come on, everybody. We're a-moving.
This will be continued next Sunday night. What's the next step in the career of Jesse James? Will he become an outlaw? Will he marry Zerelda? Will they have any children?
Tune in next Sunday night and find out. Playfield.
You know, I think that a plain meal really demands an extra delicious dessert, and a fancy meal deserves one. Well, here's the perfect dessert for either one. It's the new Jello butterscotch pudding, and really it is the most tempting treat you've tried in many a long day. Remember when you were a youngster and used to beg for butterscotch candy? Well, Jello butterscotch pudding has the same old-fashioned goodness, the same true butterscotch flavor that's rich and mellow. And it has a smooth, lovely color like golden taffy that makes your mouth just water to look at it. Your family will love it, and they'll love Jello vanilla pudding, too, creamy and delicate. And Jello chocolate pudding, rich and smooth and real chocolatey. All 3 new Jello puddings are made with fine, wholesome ingredients. And all 3 are quick and easy to prepare, for there's only a few minutes cooking required. You'll find the simple directions on every package, and it's a handy idea to buy 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello butterscotch, vanilla, and chocolate pudding, the real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 22nd program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time when we will continue with the adventures of Jesse James. Well, Mary, I got to run along now. Carmichael, my polar bear, has a bad cold.
He has?
Yes, he's acting so ornery, I think I'll give him a hot lemonade.
You better give it to him through a long straw.
That's an idea. Good night, folks.
Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Mr. and Mrs. America. If March comes in like a lion and goes out like a lamb, and vice versa, or so they say. Yes, it is an uncertain month for weather, but I know the way to make the best of it. If the wind is howling around outside, that's the very time to enjoy a cozy dinner topped off with gay, colorful Jello. Or if it happens to be a sunny springtime day, Jello will reflect that cheerfulness in a glowing mold of radiant beauty. For Jello is the most tempting dessert in the world to look at and to eat. Those 6 bright colors are so appetizing, they make you hungry just to look at them. And those 6 fruit flavors are extra rich, crammed with a true fruit goodness that satisfies you every time. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. No matter what the flavor and no matter what the weather, you can always depend on genuine Jello to give the family a grand treat. So when you buy, look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells a treat. That was Mr. and Mrs. America, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that well-known plunger who lost $2 on the big race at Santa Anita yesterday, grief-stricken Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jello again. This is Jack Benny, the ex-gambler, talking. And, Don, believe me, I didn't mind losing the $2. But when I put dough on a horse, the least I expect is a run for my money.
Well, I don't blame you, Jack. Your horse came in last, didn't he?
Last? He came in at last. But, of course, it's all my fault. I should have known long before the race that horse was too weak to run.
Why? What do you mean?
Well, when I put the $2 on his nose, his hind legs flew right up in the air. What a nag.
Pretty bad, huh?
Bad. Don, I didn't mind the horse losing the race. But when he walked over to my box and said, "Do you want to make something out of it?" that was going too far. But it's over and done with, and I still had a swell time.
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
Oh, hello, Mary. I was just telling Don about the $2 I lost on the big race yesterday.
You lost? Why, I had $1 of it.
Never mind. Anyway, whatever I lost, it didn't bother me any. I wasn't the least bit excited.
Not much. You took an aspirin tablet, box and all.
Oh, no, that's just silly.
Then you ran over to the ticket window and tried to get your money back.
All right, now let's forget it.
Why, for heaven's sake, Mary, how could Jack possibly get his money back?
He rolled up his pants and told the man he was under 21.
Why, Mary Livingston, I did not.
Then why did you make me grab the back of your neck to pull the wrinkles out of your face?
Now, Mary, for the last time, will you please forget it? Hello, Phil. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's Diamond Jim Benny tonight?
Oh, I'm all right. Say, I saw you watching the big race yesterday. How'd you do, Phil?
How'd you do?
Fine. Now, Phil. Stop with those Wilshire bowlers. I asked you how you did yesterday.
Oh, it was a great day for me, Jack. Did you see that gorgeous blonde I was with?
Yes, sir. I'll say I did. You had your arm around her all afternoon. Who was she?
Darned if I know.
Oh, a stranger, eh? Phil, sometimes I wish I had your nerve and technique. Boy, would I be a ladies' man. What's so funny about that?
Romeo with rheumatism.
Well, it was damp in those days, too. Anyway, Mary, don't exaggerate. I haven't got rheumatism.
Oh, no? On a rainy day, you walk like a spider.
It's very good, although I thought it was going to be much better. Mary, when I'm talking to Phil, I wish you'd stay out of it. Say, Don.
Yes, Jack?
I hope everybody gets here early tonight. We've got to finish up our play, Jesse James. You know, we've got... Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jack. I saw you out the track yesterday right after the big race.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, do you feel any better now?
Oh, I feel fine. How'd you do, Kenny? I mean, did you win anything yesterday? Huh?
Boy, did I clean up. I got a real system.
You have, eh? What is it?
Well, I close my eyes and hold up my program, and then I take a pen and make a stab at it.
Yes?
And whatever horse I stick, that's the one I play.
Say, that's very interesting. Who did you pick in the first race?
A fat lady in front of me.
Oh.
Gosh, was she burned up.
She was, eh? Did she hit you?
I think so. I missed the next 3 races.
Well, Kenny, you can keep your system. I'm not that much of a gambler. I bet my little $2 and let it go at that.
$2? I told you I had $1 of it.
Mary, I was speaking of our syndicate. Anyway, I'm the one that laid out the money.
Yes, and it's the last time I'll ever walk up to a ticket window with you. Gee, was I embarrassed.
What happened, Mary?
Oh.
When the man asked him for the $2, Jack had to take his shoe off to get it.
Well, there are a lot of pickpockets around. You can't be too careful. Anyway, I'm better off than any of you fellas because I only bet on one race.
Listen, Jack, do you mean to say that you go clear out to Santa Anita and sit there all day just to bet on one race?
Yes, I do.
Boy, what a tightwad.
It's not that at all. It just so happens that I don't care anything about gambling.
Well, if you don't care anything about gambling, why are you always going out to the racetrack?
Because I like hot dogs. That's why.
Well, if you're not a gambler, why do you dress like one? Why do you wear that loud suit?
So the mustard won't show, and shut up. Now, let's forget about horses and get on with the program. Are you ready for your song, Kenny?
All set, Jack.
And for heaven's sake, do it. That kills me. I'll lose $2. Everybody has to harp on it.
I told you I had half of your bet.
I'm still referring to our combination. Sing, Kenny, before I get mad. Don, go out and get Andy, will
you? I am with you, wandering through memory lane, living the years, laughter and tears over again. Though my dreams are in vain, my love will remain. Strolling again, memory lane. Stars are gleaming, day is o'er, moonlight beaming on the shore. Birds are calling, shadows falling, so I dream my dream once more. I am with you, wandering through memory lane, living the years, laughter and tears over again. I am dreaming yet of the night we met when life was a lovely refrain. You were so shy, saying goodbye there in the dawn. Only a glance full of romance, and you were gone. Though my dreams are in vain, my love will remain. Strolling again, memory lane with you. I am with you, wandering through memory
That was Memory Lane, sung by Kenny Baker. That was an oldie. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, tonight we are going to continue with the second episode of our version of Darrell F. Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production, Jesse James. It is 10 years later, and as last week, I will again play the part of Jesse. Andy Devine will be my brother Juicy, and Mary, you're going to be Zerelda again.
Oh, yes, your sweetheart.
No, that was last week. This week, I got a little surprise for you. You're going to be my wife.
And I've got a little surprise for you. We've got 3 kids.
3 kids. What are their names?
Jessie, Tessie, and Messie.
Well, that's lovely. I'll adore Messie. And Kenny, you're going to have the same part you had last week. You're going to be the president of the St. Louis Midland Railroad.
I want to be the engineer.
Kenny, you're going to be the president.
All right, but I'm going to have a whistle on my desk.
Well, suit yourself.
I'm going to blow it, too.
Quiet. And Don, you're going to be a salesman that I hold up on the train, and you're going to have a satchel full of, guess what?
Now, wait a minute. Let's see.
Yeah?
Is it a bunch of little boxes?
Yes.
And do they have big red letters on them?
Yes.
And does it come in 6 delicious flavors?
You're getting hot, Don.
And is it economical and easy to make?
Yes. Now, what is it?
Grape nuts.
It is not. It's Jello. Gee. And now, folks, our play will go on immediately.
Hey, Jack, am I going to be in this clam bake?
No, I'm sorry, Phil. You're not going to be in it this week. My writers don't like you.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll be in that play or my orchestra won't laugh.
What, those pushovers? Well, I have to strap your guitar player down before I can say hello to him. Look at him now, look. Anyway, Phil, you're out of the play, and that's that.
Well, we'll see about that, brother.
And don't call me brother. Heaven forbid. Phil, where do you buy your neckties? From an Indian? Now, this play...
Say, Jack.
What?
Isn't that Mr. Zanuck in the 3rd row watching our program?
Darrell Zanuck, where?
Right there, that little fellow on the horse.
Oh, yes. We better be good tonight. You know, this is his picture. Anyway, folks, as soon as the next number is over, we're going to... Pardon me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. I wish you wouldn't always call me up when I'm busy. What is it?
Boss, we got to come to an agreement. Either that polar bear leaves the house or I do.
Oh, are you two feuding again? What's the matter with Carmichael?
Doggone that bear. He scratched up everything in the house, including your humble servant.
Oh, stop complaining. He hasn't scratched you.
Now, wait a minute, boss. I wasn't born with a pinstripe.
Well, look, Rochester, don't be such a coward. If he acts up, get tough. Grab hold of him and throw him in the closet.
Funny thing about you, boss, every time a war comes up, you gotta be the general.
Now, look, Rochester, just leave Carmichael alone and I'll talk to him when I get home. So long.
So long. Oh, say, boss, I was just listening to the program and I've been wondering about something.
About what?
Well, you know that $2 you lost on a big race yesterday?
Yes?
Well, if Miss Livingston had $1 of it and I had $1 of it, how come you feel so bad?
Because I'm sorry for both of you. Goodbye. I wish he wouldn't bother me when I have things to do. Now, where was I?
You were getting ready for Jesse James.
Oh, yes. Oh, Phil, how about a number? Something apropos. I mean, something that fits our play.
I know what apropos means.
Well, don't show off in such a small word. Hey, Juicy, come on in here.
I'm coming, Jesse!
You're in our play, you know.
choo-choo train.
Well, I hope we can follow that. That was Casey Jones, played by Phil Harris, who might as well go home right now, as he won't be in our play.
Oh, yeah, you'll find out.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the second episode of our stirring drama, Jesse James. Take it, Wilson.
10 years have elapsed since last week, and we find that Jesse James, the simple farm boy, has become Jesse James, one of the most notorious desperados west of the Mississippi.
Mighty pretty stream, the Mississippi.
As the scene opens, we find Jesse and his wife Zerelda in their hideout in the country. Jesse is cleaning his gun, while Zerelda is knitting him a bulletproof sweater. Curtain, music.
All right, this is your last chance. Come on out of there, we'll blast you out.
Zerelda, turn off that gangbuster program. I want to relax.
Okay.
Thanks. Doggone this gun. Zerelda, when you go out shopping this afternoon, I wish you'd pick me up a new six-shooter.
What's the matter with the one you got?
The barrel's crooked. Last night I was aiming at a rattlesnake, and I shot the cigar right out of my mouth.
Oh, it can't be that crooked.
It can't, eh? Here, take the gun and aim at that window. See what happens.
Okay. There goes the window.
Window nothing. That was my glasses. Gosh, did you do much damage?
I think so. There's a period between your eyebrows.
Oh, well, I'm a little drafty, but I proved my point. How are you coming along with my bulletproof sweater?
Fine, Jesse, but it ain't very stylish. I think I'll put a turtleneck on it.
Don't do that, gal. When I'm riding my horse, people will think I'm a polo player. I ain't no sissy.
Now, wait a minute, you. What's wrong with polo?
Nothing, Mr. Zanuck. It just don't become me. I wished he'd stay in the audience. Well, anyway, thanks for the bulletproof sweater, Zerelda.
You're welcome, and see that you wear it. I'm tired of you coming home full of holes. Our bill for corks is something fierce.
I don't mind that, but they keep popping out all the time. I feel like a champagne bottle. There goes one now. Doggone it. That may be the law. Quick, Zerelda, hide in the closet.
What for? We're married.
I know, but you might get shot. Who's there?
Hello, Jesse. This is Juicy.
Come right in.
We'll cook a goosey.
Yeah.
Hiya, folks.
Hello, Juicy. What's that you got under your arm?
It's a new picture of Jesse. I just ripped it off a tree.
Let's see it. Well, there's a reward out for me. $5,000, dead or alive.
$5,000 is a heap of money.
It sure is.
Is that cash?
Yep. Zerelda, put down that gun. Put it down, I say.
Shucks, I'll never get a mink coat.
Not that way, gal. It's unethical.
Say, Jesse, if we're going to rob a train tonight, the Bow and Arrow Limited is due here in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, we better get going. Hey, Zerelda, we're going to hold up a train. You want to come along?
I'd love to, Jesse, but I hate to leave Junior alone.
Well, bring the kid along.
I would, but he's got the mumps, and I can't get him through the door.
Oh, well, some other time then. So long, Zerelda.
Wait a minute. Shall I fix your boys some lunch before you go?
No, don't bother. We'll eat on the train. Come on, Juicy.
I'm a-coming.
Quiet, you two. It might be the sheriff. Get your gun, Juicy.
I got it.
Mine's ready, too. Come in.
Pardon me, is this 118 Elm Street?
Get out of here, Harris. I told you ain't in this play.
Oh, nuts.
Them Easterners getting my nerves.
Let's go. Let's go, Jesse, or we'll be late.
Yeah, come on. Steady, partner. Say, Juicy, I see you got a new horse. What happened to that broken-down old gray mare you used to ride?
Well, I had her face lifted and sent her to Santa Anita.
I know. I bet on her yesterday. Come on,
partner.
Whoa!
Whoa! Here. Whoa! Darn those stoplights. We're going through the next one. Giddy up, partner. Come on. Jesse James rides again.
So does Juicy!
5 minutes later, and we find Jesse and Juicy lurking in the bushes alongside the railroad tracks, waiting for the Bow and Arrow Limited.
Well, Juicy should be coming around the bend any minute now.
Yep, and they'll never recognize us with these baseball masks on.
That's right. But, I think we ought to change our voices, too.
What are you talking about? Mine changes every 3 seconds.
It sure does. And you ought to do something about that voice of yours, Juicy. It sounds like a man with squeaky shoes walking on oyster shells eating peanut butter. It's awful.
Well, I had my tonsils shot out 4 times, but they keep growing back in again.
Well, stop drinking water. It's that irrigation that does it. Try that for a while. Here she comes, Juicy. Now, you duck down in the bushes and make a noise like a locomotive whistle. The engineer will think it's another train coming and stop right about here.
Okay, Jesse, let me know when.
Ready, Juicy? Get set, blow. That's it. Sure work, Jesse. Come on, let's go. All right, everybody out. This is a holdup. All right, quiet, everybody. Up with your hands.
Line up, folks. We don't want to skip anybody.
Come here, buddy. You're first.
Now, wait a minute. I'm Mr. McCoy, president of this railroad.
Oh, you are, eh? All right, Mr. President. Up with your hands.
Okay, hold my ice cream cone.
Here's his money, Juicy. $8.35.
Thanks.
Now, wait a minute. You only rung up $8.
Well, I'm a crook, ain't I?
Oh, that's right. Now, let's see. Who's next?
Cigars, candy, and programs. You can't tell Jesse from Juicy without a program.
Oh, yeah? Well, take that. Wise guy. Come here, lady. You're next.
Here I am.
Say, Jesse, she looks like an old maid, don't she?
Yeah. Where's your money, lady?
I ain't telling, dearie. Yahoo!
I think we better skip her. Who's next, Juicy?
Well, how about this big fat guy here?
Gentlemen, this is an outrage.
Oh, yeah? Who are you, anyway?
I'm a traveling salesman.
Quiet, lady. Oh, you're a traveling salesman, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, none of your stories were on the air. Here's his money, Juicy. $18.75.
Okay.
Now, let's see. All right, buddy, you're next. How with your hand?
How dare you? I'll do nothing of the kind.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Zanuck. Gosh, he sure gets around, don't he? Hey, Juicy, look at that guy in the derby hat trying to run away.
I'll stop him.
Quiet! This is the holdup, and I want to concentrate. Now, come back here, you.
Take it easy, my light-fingered friend. That last shot put my back collar button in front.
That voice sounds familiar. What do they call you, stranger?
Well, sir, Allen is the name, Fred Allen.
Allen, eh? This is 1873, folks. That gives you an idea how old he is. Now, listen, you. Hand over your money.
Here's my wallet, but I warn you, Jesse James, there's man-eating moths in there.
I'll open it up anyway. Well, I'll be darned. Look, Juicy, $150,000 in pennies. I always knew you were a miser, Allen.
Gentlemen, I protest.
You better shake him, Jesse. I'll bet he's got a nose full of nickels.
He's got something up there. Well, now, let's see, Juicy. We collected over $150,000 today. I guess we did pretty good.
Yep, let's go.
Come on, Juicy, we got enough. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Oh, no, you don't. Stick 'em up, you two, and hand over that money.
Well, Phil Harris, put down that gun. I told you can't be in this place.
Have it your way, but hand over that money.
I'm a-drawing my gun, Harris. Look out.
I'm a-shooting mine. Take that.
Oh. He got me.
Yeah, maybe you'll let me in your play next time. So long, Jackson.
Oh, I'm
getting weaker. Juicy. Juicy.
Jesse, speak to me, speak to me.
Oh, everything is getting dark.
It's not so late.
I mean for me. I'm a-going, Juicy. I'm a-going.
Oh, Jesse!
Zerelda, what are you doing here?
Jesse, speak to me. Tell me what's the matter. Tell me what happened.
Listen, gal. Dying Zerelda, dying right here on the track.
He's dying, Zerelda,
Dying right here on my back.
He's dying, Zerelda.
I think that I'm gonna die.
He's dying, Zerelda.
Once more, fellas.
He's dying, Zerelda.
I'm dying surely but slow.
He's dying, Zerelda.
If you must go, you must go.
He's dying, Zerelda. He's sure that he's gonna die.
He's dying, Zerelda. Die.
Play, Phil.
Did you ever look through those intriguing travel booklets they get out nowadays and find yourself longing for a taste of foreign lands? Well, here's a dessert with a fascinating foreign flavor, and it's easy to enjoy right at home. Baghdad cream, a delicious new idea your family will love. For it's a grand combination of orange Jello with canned pineapple, prunes, and whipped cream, and here's how you make it. Dissolve 1 package of orange Jello in 1 pint of hot water. Chill until cold and syrupy. Fold in 1/2 cup of heavy cream, whipped only until thick and shiny. Then add 1 cup of cooked prune pulp and 1/2 cup of canned crushed pineapple. Mold until firm. It's a swell-looking and swell-tasting dessert. A tangy, smooth combination of pineapple and prunes blended with whipped cream in a shimmering mold of orange Jello with its delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. So try Baghdad cream soon. Ask your grocer tomorrow for orange Jello.
This is the last number of the 23rd program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, folks, all I want to say is, I'm dying, Zerelda, but I'll be with you next Sunday night.
Poor Jesse is dying, but nobody's crying. La, 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 la.
Come on, everybody.
He's dying, Zerelda. I'm sure that he's gonna die. He's dying, Zerelda. Die.
Good night, folks.
Jello.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Jello.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Fine and Dandy. You know, when a friend recommends something to you, whether it's a movie, a book, or something good to eat, you naturally feel favorably toward it. You feel that you can expect real quality. Well, that's the way our millions of friends feel about Jello, and no wonder, for Jello stands for quality. The name Jello is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods, and it tells you here is the best-looking, best-tasting dessert your family can enjoy. The one and only Jello. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jello, you'll know that's incorrect, for there is no other. And Jello brings you delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor, Fragrant, full-bodied, and supremely tempting. A satisfying goodness that makes Jello America's favorite gelatin dessert. So when you buy, don't accept any substitutes for the real thing. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello.
That was Fine and Dandy, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man...
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. What's the idea?
There's going to be a little switch, Don. Tonight, I'm going to introduce you.
Well...
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man who today is celebrating his 16th anniversary in radio. Here he is, folks, 300 pounds of sugar and spice and everything nice, Don Wilson. Now, there you are, Don.
Well, thanks, everybody. And thank you, too, Jack, for that lovely tribute. But really, you didn't have to do it.
Oh, yes, I did, Don. Any man who can spend 16 years in radio and never miss a broadcast, a laugh, or a meal deserves an ovation. Today is your day, Don, and nothing is too good for you.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that, Jack, because for some time now I've been planning to ask you for a raise. I think I should get more money, don't you?
What's that, Don?
I said I think I deserve more money.
You sure do. Well, let's get on with the program. Tell me, Don, I'm sure a lot of our listeners would like to know, how did you happen to get into radio? Were you always an announcer?
No, Jack. I started out on an exercise program. I was known as Happy Don the Muscle Builder.
Oh, setting up exercises, eh?
Yeah, I used to start out the program by saying to my audience, bend over and touch your toes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, and then I'd bend over with them.
Oh, sure, I can imagine.
Now,
Yeah.
wait a minute, Jack. I'm still pretty limber. I can bend over and touch the floor right now.
Oh, yeah? Don, if you were an old maid, you'd have to go down in the basement, stand on a barrel, and bore a hole in the ceiling before you could look under the bed. But this is your anniversary, Don, so let's change the subject.
Okay, Jack, how about that raise? I think I deserve it, don't you?
Yes, I'm agreeing, but not spending. Oh, hello, Phil. How are you?
Hiya, Jackson. What's new?
Jackson again. Phil, why do you walk in here every Sunday night and call me Jackson?
Because asking you for a raise is like going up against a stone wall.
That was very clever, Phil, very clever. You know, you're just lucky you're not broadcasting over a trap door right now. By the way, aren't you going to congratulate Don? You know, he's been in radio 16 years today.
Sure. Congratulations, Don.
Oh, thanks, Phil.
You know, Jack, I've been in this racket almost as long as Wilson.
You have? Oh, that's right, Phil. You started out in radio with a hillbilly band, didn't you?
Yep, the Blue Ridge Blue Blowers. Wakes, weddings, and feuds.
Oh, were you the leader?
No, I played first jug.
Jug, eh? Well, I'll bet it wasn't entirely empty. Who was your sponsor then, Phil?
Hatfield's Mountain Dew.
Oh.
Watch the pink elephants go by.
Well, quite a slogan. Now, let's see. What were we talking about then?
Well, I don't like to be insistent, Jack, but I've been with you for 5 years. Now, how about that raise?
Raise. Don, keep your shirt on. Lest Ringling Brothers move under it. And stop scowling at me.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Where were you?
I just got a letter from Mama, and I was out in the hall reading it to the janitor.
To the janitor?
Yeah, he says Mama's funnier than you are.
What, Cyril said that? Cyril? I hope he gets termites in his broom handle.
You want to hear the letter? Mama's a panic today.
Oh, all right. Go ahead. What's the B. Lily of Plainfield got to say?
Here it is. Plainfield, New Jersey, March the 9th.
Look, it's written in red ink.
Yeah, it's an extra.
Oh, well, go ahead.
My darling daughter, Mary, just a few words to let you know we're all well and that I received your last check. Quite a while ago, wasn't it?
The old gold digger. Go ahead.
So sorry you couldn't be here for your sister Ruby's wedding. It was a grand affair.
Well, it's about time she got married.
When the bridegroom said I do, your father yelled hooray. And I was so embarrassed I stopped applauding.
That's typical of your mother.
Your sister's husband is a local tree surgeon, and it was love at first sight.
Oh.
She met him one day when he came to prune your Uncle Otto's wooden leg, which is budding again.
Budding again?
Yeah. Last year they got 3 bushels of apples off it.
Oh, that's amazing. Continue.
Your new brother-in-law is 6 feet tall and has beautiful brown hair, which would look much better without those bangs.
Your sister would get somebody like that.
Quiet.
Oh.
The happy couple are driving to California on the honeymoon and plan to visit you. So get out of town before it's too late, my dear.
Boy, is she corny.
I don't think so.
Of course not. You're in the groove, too. Go ahead, Mary.
Your brother Marvin wants to thank you.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. What's going on?
Nothing. Mary's mother's hogging our program again. Go ahead, Mary.
Your brother Marvin wants to thank you for the movie camera you sent him on his birthday. He took movies of your cousin Willie last week in our neighbor's chicken coop.
Well.
It must be quite a picture. They are going to preview it tonight at the police station.
What a family. Huh?
Must close now as there's no other news. Give my love to Don, Kenny, Phil, and that gray-haired weasel you work with.
I think she's comical.
So goodbye for now. Your loving mother, Pygmalion Livingston.
Pygmalion? Well, she's topical anyway, huh?
P.S. I almost forgot to tell you. When your father read about Hetty Lamar eloping, he tried to kill himself, but with gin as usual.
Well, I'm glad that's over with. Now, Kenny, do you think you can follow our New Jersey correspondent with a song?
Yeah. You know, Jack, Mary's mother is a scream. I wish my mother was as smart as she is.
Why, isn't your mother smart, Kenny?
Not very. She thinks I'm Frank Parker.
Oh, then sing, Frank. I don't want to disillusion her. No matter how much you spend on your girl, you can't deduct it unless you marry her.
Well, the government wouldn't feel that way if they could see her.
Well, I'm sure they wouldn't. You know, in the first place, Kenny, when you make out your income tax, you should get somebody to help you.
Oh, gosh, I had 4 accountants and I drove them nuts.
That I can believe. Say, Phil, did you have much trouble making out your income tax?
No, with the salary you pay me, it was a pleasure.
That's so. Phil, if I only paid you 35 cents a week, you should salam every time you meet me on the street.
I'll salam you right now if you want it.
Some funny crack. That would go better in the Wilshire Bowl. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being Don's anniversary...
Say, Jack, the government's going to get a big kick out of my tax.
They are?
Yeah, I wrote a poem in the back of my check.
A poem?
Rickety racks, here's my check for the income tax. If it bounces, let it slam and give my love to Uncle Sam.
Well, that's very good. That's very good. They should love that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce several times, what was that now? Oh, yes, Don, yes. This being Don Wilson's 16th anniversary, I would like to have you all listen attentively to this grand announcer, whose mastery of the English language has made him the success he is today. Take it, Don.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this being my 16th anniversary, why don't you celebrate it by running down to your neighborhood grocer and asking him for a package of tempting and delicious Jello?
Bravo, Don.
It is America's favorite gelatin dessert and comes in 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry.
Ah, folks, what diction.
Raspberry.
What superb enunciation.
Cherry.
Note the bell-like quality of his voice, folks.
Orange.
Listen to those pear-shaped tones.
Lemon.
Ain't he a whiz-bang?
And lime. I thank you.
Did you hear that, folks? Did you hear that? If that wasn't thrilling, I'm a Chinaman.
Here's my laundry, Jack.
Thanks. I'll have it back Wednesday. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as a climax to this special occasion, we were going to do a little play called The Life of Don Wilson. But we found it rather dull. So we decided instead to give you the life of Fred Allen. But that turned out to be repulsive. So therefore, folks...
Say, Jack, speaking of Alan, I saw that picture of you on the front cover of Radio Guide where you're training to fight him.
Yes, sir, and I looked pretty tough there, didn't I?
You sure did, but I couldn't figure out what you were holding in your right hand.
That was a flute. You see, Alan is a snake, and I have to charm him before I can hit him. Now, getting back to our play, I think it's a crime the way Portland has to take in washing. Alan's doing all right. Oh, well. Anyhow, tonight we are going to present... pardon me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, you. What do you want now?
It's about Carmichael, your polar bear.
What's the matter? Is his cold still bad? You know, Mary, he caught a terrific cold last week. How is he, Rochester?
Doggone that animal.
Well, did you give him that hot bath like I told you to?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
I got him in the bathroom and he got me in the tub.
Well, look, Rochester, there's a mustard plaster in the cabinet, so you better put it on his chest. That'll help.
On his chest? What about all that fur?
Well, naturally, you'll have to shave the fur off.
Boss, if I ever get that close to him with a razor, I'm going to get even.
Rochester, don't you dare lay a hand on him.
Not if I want it back.
I'll come home right away and take care of Carmichael myself. In the meantime, put him to bed. So long.
So long.
Well, what's so funny?
Wasn't it silly of Mr. Wilson to ask you for a raise?
It sure was. Goodbye. I'm sorry, fellas, but I got to run along. I'm worried to death about Carmichael. You can take care of the rest of the show, can't you, Don?
Oh, sure. Run along, Jack.
Come on, Mary. I want you to go with me.
Okay.
Can I come too, Jack? I've never seen a polar bear.
Sure, Kenny. He's never seen a tenor either. Let's go. My car's right downstairs.
Oh, that old thing? If you're in a hurry, let's walk.
You'll go in my car and like it. So long, fellas.
So long. Well, Phil, what'll we do?
I don't know about you, but I'm going to lay down over here in the corner. Play, boys, and not too loud.
Well, we'll be at my house pretty soon now. Gee, I hope Carmichael isn't seriously ill.
Forget about the bear, Jack, and watch your driving. Oh, boy, what a car.
Well, what's the matter with it?
Every time you step on the gas, the radiator shoots up like Old Faithful.
Well, a little water isn't going to kill you.
Whee! Boy, I'm enjoying this ride.
Are you, Kenny?
Yeah, I'm young and I can take it.
I wish you two would stop joking when I'm worried about Carmichael. Who knows, maybe he's dying.
Oh, Jack, quit worrying. The bear will be all right. And watch that stoplight.
What stoplight?
The one you just went through.
Oh. Oh, well, nobody saw me.
They didn't, eh?
No.
Then what's that, a mockingbird?
Yes, but wait. Oh, my goodness, it's a cop. Now, look, kids, let me do the talking. Hello, officer.
Hey, you, what's the big idea? Where do you think you're going, to a fire?
Well, that's original.
Mary. What seems to be the trouble, officer?
You see that red light that keeps going on and off back there?
Yes?
That ain't just to break the monotony, you know.
Well, I'm sorry, officer.
I got a good mind to give you a ticket.
Go ahead, I dare you.
Now, Mary. She's a little nervous, officer.
Oh, yeah?
You can't arrest us. I'm a junior G-man.
Penny, keep still. Look, officer, I've really got a good reason for being in such a rush. My polar bear is quite ill.
Your what?
My polar bear, Carmichael, he's sick in bed with a bad cold.
Oh, you're drunk, too, huh?
No, officer, I'm serious. Mary, you tell him, haven't I got a polar bear that's sick in bed?
Oh, Jack, think of another one.
What? Kenny, tell the man, do I or do I not own a polar bear?
Which do you want me to say?
Swell pals. All right, officer, I haven't got a polar bear. He isn't sick, and I'm just a big liar.
Well, that's more like it. Here's your ticket.
Thanks. So long.
So long. A sick polar bear. What do you think I am, an imbecile?
That's imbecile.
Oh, yeah? Here's another ticket.
It's fine. I got 2 of them now.
Get another one. We can all go.
Yeah. Well, let's get out of here.
Hey, wait a minute. Not so fast, buddy.
Oh, now what?
Look at those license plates. This isn't 1937, mister.
Now, see here, it's not my fault. I wrote in for new ones.
Well, while you're waiting, have another ticket.
Hooray, I knew we'd make it.
Kenny. Now, listen, officer, I can explain...
Oh, Jack, you've got enough. Don't be a pig.
Oh, brother, if you weren't a woman. Well, all right, I'll take these tickets and go.
I want to hold mine.
All right. All right, let's get going. 3 tickets. You 2 kids certainly proved to be fine traders.
Oh, we were just having a little fun.
Yeah, what's the matter? Can't you take a rib?
Kenny, I'd like to take your rib and hit you on the head with it. Well, here's my street. Hang on tight. I'm going to make a turn. Gee, I hope there's nothing seriously wrong with Carmichael. You know, I've become so attached to that bear. Gee, he's just like a relative.
Yeah, all he does is eat and sleep.
Just the same, I like him. Well, here we are at the house. Come on, kids.
Jack, you better put the car in the garage.
I can't. Rochester's got 3 cousins from Alabama living in there. I don't know what to do with them.
Why don't you start a minstrel show?
No, I think I'll just plant cotton in the backyard. That'll keep them busy.
Hey, Mary, get a load of that sign on the front door.
Where? Why, Jack Benny, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
What for?
Look at that sign. See the polar bear, 15 cents.
Well, I'll be darned. Rochester must have put that up. I was wondering how he bought that new suit. Darn it, the door's locked and I forgot my key. Ring the bell, Kenny.
I can't go in. I didn't bring any money with me.
Never mind. Ring the bell.
Okay.
We ain't open today, folks. The bear's sick.
Rochester, open that door.
Oh, it's you, boss. Hello, Miss Livingston. Hello, Mr. Baker. I ain't seen you in some time.
Forget the formalities. How's Carmichael? Did you put him in bed like I told you to?
Yes, boss, but I had a little trouble getting your pajamas on him.
Pajamas? Rochester, if those are my new silk ones, I'm going to take $10 out of your salary this week.
What do you mean out? That's it.
Well, I haven't got time to argue. Tell me, how's Carmichael?
His cold seems to be getting worse. He sneezes all the time.
Well, that's awful. Did you take his temperature?
I sure did, boss.
What does the thermometer say?
Easterly winds with probable rain.
You used a barometer. Oh, well, I'm going in and look at him.
Can we see him, Jack?
Yes, but you'll have to be quiet. Now, Follow me.
I wonder if we should have brought flowers.
That isn't necessary. Here's the room. Now be quiet. Oh, look at Carmichael sleeping there, peaceful as a lamb. Gee, isn't he cute? Look at that smile on his face. Huh?
Yeah, I wonder what he's dreaming of.
Some other bear, no doubt.
Quiet, you'll disturb him. You see? You woke him up. Gee, look at him. He's got such a bad cold, I think I'll pull the covers up around him.
Be careful, boss. He's kind of ornery.
Well, naturally, he's sick. Look at him. Has Carmikey got a bad cold? Gesundheit. Ooh, Carmichael, watch it.
Shall I get your umbrella, boss?
No, Rochester, you should have given him a spoonful of this cough syrup every hour. Here, open his mouth and give it to him now.
Boss, I wouldn't open his mouth if my best friend was in there.
Oh, give me that spoon. I'll give him the medicine myself.
Look out for your hand, Jack.
Don't listen to Rochester. He's just a coward.
That's me, a coward with brains.
Well, I'll show you there's nothing to be afraid of. Now, here, Carmikey, be a good little bearsy-wearsy and open whose mouth. Come on now, take this cough syrup for Daddy. Now, come on, Carmikey. Daddy is getting impatient. Take this cough medicine. Carmichael, I'll shove it right in your mouth. Carmichael!
Open up them golden gates.
Carmichael, take this medicine.
Jack, look out!
Hey, look out, Jack. He's coming for you.
Carmichael, get back in bed.
Come on, Daddy, let's get out of here.
Carmichael! Rochester, get out of my way.
Out of your way. I'm in Pomona now.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, boss, should I get a doctor?
Doctor, nothing. Get Frank Buck.
Here's a new idea for St. Patrick's Day. Quick and easy to prepare, unusual looking, delicious to eat. We think you'll like it. Jello chocolate pudding, rich and creamy smooth, served in individual sherbet glasses and topped with fluffy whipped cream and bright green candy shamrocks. And there is a grand dessert, for Jello chocolate pudding is just the best tasting pudding you ever dipped a spoon in. Smooth as satin. Real chocolatey, for it's made with fine, wholesome ingredients. It has a beautifully tender texture, a mouth-watering taste. And this delicious dessert is only one of 3 new Jello puddings. There's Jello butterscotch pudding, rich with true old-fashioned butterscotch flavor, the kind you loved when you were a kid. And there's Jello vanilla pudding, creamy and delicate and delicious, an all-family favorite. All 3 Jello puddings are amazingly quick and easy to prepare. You'll find the simple directions on every package. The best way to buy is 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 24th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, this time I want to congratulate and extend my good wishes to the American Legion who celebrate their 25th anniversary this week. You know, Mary, every time the Legion has a birthday, it reminds me of my heroic deeds in the World War.
It does, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, Carmichael's gone now. Get down off the chandelier.
Are you sure? Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn Roy Productions.
Included today was My Heart Belongs to Daddy from the production Leave It to Me. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Jello.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with This Is It. The season opens. Marbles, skipping rope, bicycles, baseball, new hats for wives, and seed catalogs for husbands. There's one word for it, spring. And there's one dessert for it, Jello. For Jello's bright and glowing colors certainly suit the season. And Jello's delicious, extra-rich fruit flavors are refreshing as bright springtime breeze. Serve it any way you like. It's bound to make a hit. A shimmering mold of layered Jello, perhaps strawberry, orange, and lime. A frothy bowl full of whipped Jello in tempting pastel colors. Twinkling little Jello cubes, maybe raspberry and lemon. There are lots of ideas to choose from, and Jello makes every one a success. For that extra-rich fruit flavor tastes as delicious as the real ripe fruit. And that's why Jello desserts are so satisfying every time. So look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells a treat. This is it, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, every Sunday at this time it is my custom to bring you Jack Benny. Tonight, however, Jack is confined to his house with a slight cold.
Slight? I went to see him this morning, and there was a man with a sickle sitting on his bed.
Oh, he isn't that bad.
Say, how'd Jack get that cold anyway?
Well, he got it from Carmichael, his polar bear.
Well, it's his own fault. He shouldn't have kissed him.
It wasn't that. Jack's been taking care of him, and that's how it happened.
Boy, between Jack and that polar bear, Rochester sure got his hands full.
He certainly has. Well, anyway, let's get on with the program. Now, folks, inasmuch as Jack is unable to be here tonight, Phil, Kenny, and I are going to try to bring you our own little show, which we hope to.
Jeepers creepers, I ain't closed my peepers. Jeepers creepers, I ain't shut my eyes.
Rochester.
Gosh, oh, get up. I can't hold my head up. Gosh,
Rochester, quiet. I feel bad enough without that Central Avenue serenade. Hand me that cough medicine, will you?
Here you are.
Thanks.
This room sure is funny sight. You in one twin bed and that polar bear in the other.
Well, what's funny about it?
If there was a walrus on the sofa, you'd look like Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, don't be so fantastic. Quiet, Carmichael. Daddy's right here with you. Quiet now.
I can't understand why you didn't put that bear in the other room.
Well, because you wouldn't take care of him, that's why. I asked you to do me a little favor, and you refused.
A little favor? You wanted me to open his mouth and swab out his throat.
Well?
Man, that's just bad casting.
Well, look, Rochester, what are you afraid of? He won't bite your hand.
He won't?
Of course not. He's tame, isn't he?
Well, I'm tame, too, but I get hungry.
Why, Rochester... Rochester, you ought to be ashamed of yourself being afraid of Carmichael. You've got a yellow streak clear down your back.
Not anymore. He scratched it off.
Oh, he did, eh?
Boss, one of these days I'm going to give that bear a goldfish with a Mickey fin in it.
You'll do nothing of the kind, so don't be so smart. Gesundheit, Carmichael. Where's that nurse I hired, Rochester? She's never around.
I saw her down in the kitchen playing fan-tan with the cook.
She is? My goodness, she shouldn't play cards with Swing High. He's very lucky. Now, for 3 weeks straight, he's won his salary from me. What a gambler.
Well, he might be all right at cards, but he don't know how to handle them Mississippi marbles.
Oh, shooting dice, eh? Rochester, have you been taking Swing High's money away from him again?
Well, that ain't fried rice I've been toting to the bank.
Now, I want you to stop with that dice shooting immediately. You're wearing out all your uniforms at the knees. Now, go in the kitchen and get the nurse.
Here she is, boss.
Oh, yes.
It's time for your hot toddy, Mr. Carmichael.
My name isn't Carmichael. I've told you 1,000 times Carmichael is that bear in the other bed.
Oh, that's right. Do you mind if I put an X on your forehead?
No, go right ahead. I want you to be happy here. Now, look, Miss...
Latouche.
Oh. Well, Miss Latouche, I wish you'd take my temperature. I think I'm getting a fever.
Okay. As soon as I give the bear his hot toddy. Now, come on, Carmichael. Open your mouth.
Better be careful, nurse.
Man, look at those teeth.
Carmichael, drink this hot toddy.
You certainly are a brave girl. How old are you, Miss Latouche?
Just 20.
20, eh?
You better leave that bear alone so you can vote next year.
He's right, Miss Latouche. You better watch yourself.
Oh, he's just bluffing. Now, Carmichael, for the last time, drink this hot toddy.
Well, he sure went for that. Was it good, Carmichael? Now, don't show off. It wasn't that strong.
I think I'll go down and have one myself. See you later.
Now, Rochester, you see how easy it was to handle Carmichael? Weren't you ashamed to let a woman show you up like that?
I sure was, boss.
You're not afraid of the bear now, are you?
Now, tomorrow, and when old rocking chair gets me.
Well, you're just big sissy. You're worse than Fred Allen. There he goes again. Every time I mention that fellow's name, Carmichael has a fit.
Yeah, why is that?
Well, you see, Allen is part Eskimo, and they're natural-born enemies. Now, look, Rochester, you better call the doctor and tell him to come over here right away. I keep getting chills all the time. And answer the door.
Okay, boss.
Well, what do you say, Carmichael? How about another game of checkers? You're one up on me, you know. Well, if you don't like it, we'll play later. And don't eat all the bananas. They were sent to us jointly. Come on now, Carmichael. Give Daddy a banana. Come on now. Give me one, I say. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's the matter?
Oh, Carmichael's got all the bananas, and he won't give me one. Carmichael, give me one of those. Ouch.
Well, you got it.
Yes, he would have to hit me with the ripest one. Oh, well, he was just playing.
How do you feel, Jack? Any better?
Oh, I feel awful, Mary. I ache all over. One second I'm hot, and the next second I'm cold. Then I turn hot, then I turn cold.
Oh, stop. You sound like a shower bath in a cheap hotel.
Well, there's nothing to kid about. And those pills you left here yesterday.
What pills?
Those pink ones you left on the dresser. I took all 6 of them, and they didn't do me a bit of good. What are you laughing at?
Those were buttons for my new dress.
Buttons? Why, you had them in a bottle, and the label said aspirin.
That's my dressmaker, Madam Aspirin.
Oh. You just planned the whole thing. I know you. Gesundheit, Conrad. Gee, that bear is so sick.
That reminds me, Jack, I don't think Rochester likes the polar bear very much.
Oh, he talks a lot, but in his heart, he's very fond of that animal.
Oh, yeah? Well, I was in the library a few minutes ago, and you know that space in the wall between the moose's head and the stuffed owl?
Yes?
Well, Rochester's got a big sign there, reserved for Carmichael.
Oh, then I better keep an eye on him. Say, Mary, I was just thinking, I bet they're having a tough time without me on the program today.
Oh, don't be so egotistical. They're probably doing all right.
They are, eh? I can just see Phil Harris trying to run the whole show with that Hollywood and Vine chatter of his. I'll turn on the radio and we'll listen to it.
Okay, hand me the earphones.
Mary, I haven't got that set anymore. I got a new one. Turn that switch there, KFI.
Orange, lemon, and lime. So look for the big red letters on the box.
Oh, darn it. We missed Don's commercial.
I'll gladly repeat it. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you visit your neighborhood grocer, be sure to ask him for a package of Jello. It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. So look for the big red letters on the box.
Attaboy, Don, that was a goodie. Right in the groove. Yeah, man.
Listen to Phil.
And now, boys and girls, you're going to hear a little ditty from our little old tenor who's got plenty on the ball. The 8-ball, folks.
Oh, brother, is he corny.
Quiet, I want to listen.
Well, what's your song going to be, Kenny?
I'm going to sing a beautiful number entitled A Little Bit of Heaven.
That's swell, Kenny. Rip into it. Swing it, boys, and don't spare the drums. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. He makes me sick.
Have you ever heard the story of how Ireland got its name? I'll tell you so you'll understand from whence old Ireland came. No wonder that we're proud of that dear land across the sea, for he's the way me dear old mother told the tale to me. Sure, a little bit of heaven fell from out the sky one day and nestled on the ocean in a spot so far away. And when the angels found it, sure it looked so sweet and fair. They said, suppose we leave it, for it looks so peaceful there. So they sprinkled it with stardust just to make the shamrocks grow. 'Tis the only place you'll find them, no matter where you go. Then they dotted it with silver to make its lake so grand. And when they had it finished, sure they called it
That was A Little Bit of Heaven, sung by Kenny Baker, and very good, Kenny. Boy, you really laid him in the aisles.
Thanks, Phil, and I dedicate that number to our pal Jack Benny, who was sick in bed with a cold.
Oh, isn't he a sweet boy, Mary?
Well, he didn't even send you flowers.
That's right, the little brat.
Say, Phil, did you tune in last Wednesday night and listen to Fred Allen?
Yes, I did, Kenny.
Oh, boy, I thought I'd die when Allen said that...
Darn it, I wanted to hear that. Who turned off the radio?
Carmichael.
Oh, yes, he just hates Allen. Say, Mary, did you hear him last Wednesday night?
I sure did, and he certainly exposed you, you big faker.
Faker? What are you talking about?
Well, Allen had the real Jack Benny on his program, and they proved you were an imposter.
Imposter?
Yes, you can't get away with it forever, Maxwell Stroud.
Maxwell Stroud? Let me get this straight. Did he say that my right name was Maxwell Stroud and the fellow on the program was the real Jack Benny?
Absolutely. He said that when you were both babies, they got you mixed up in the hospital.
Well, now, that's just a big lie because I wasn't born in a hospital. I was born in a taxi cab. And I better say it was a yellow one, or Allen will say it next Wednesday and get a big laugh. Going around telling people that I'm Maxwell Stroud.
Well, aren't you?
No.
Then why have you got the initials MS on all your belt buckles?
Listen, Mary, that MS stands for movie star. Which I am. It's just a little publicity that I wear around my waist.
And you know what else, Jack?
What?
Alan said you were so cheap you put your finger down a moth's throat to get your cloth back.
Oh, he said that, eh? Well, he's a fine one to talk. Any man that'll open a can of sardines, eat the fish, use the can for a cigarette case, and then have the key made into a button hook, well... Why, he's had a cake of bath soap for 12 years, and you can still read ivory on it. Anyway, when I get back on the air next week, I'm going to settle that Maxwell Stroud stuff. Oh, nurse! Nurse!
I'm coming.
Will you please bring me a glass of water? My throat's awfully dry.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Mary, this is my nurse, Miss Latouche.
Well, Minnie, of all people.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, do you two know each other?
Sure. Gee, Minnie, I haven't seen you since we used to go dancing at the Palomar together.
Yeah, them were the days. Say, Mary, do you remember Joe Finkelhoff and Pete McGuire?
Oh, yes. Are you still going around with Pete?
Yeah, but I'm married to Joe.
Now, that's very interesting, nurse. Now, how about my glass of water?
Right away. Say, Mary, what are you doing these days? Are you still with the May Company?
No, I'm in radio.
Oh, radio? Who are you working for?
I don't know. It's either Jack Benny or Maxwell Stroud.
Mary. Hey, nurse, what about my glass of water?
Say, Minnie, remember the time we went to the masquerade and we dressed up like hula dancers?
I'll say. And someone dropped a piece of ice on my back and I won first prize.
Listen, nurse, I'm going to get a glass of water if I have to tap my knee. My goodness.
All right, keep your shirt on. I'll be right back, Mary.
What I have to go through for a little glass of water. I'm so thirsty I could drink a gallon. Carmichael, I said gallon, not Allen. Don't be so touchy. Gee, he hates Allen.
Say, boss.
Yes, Rochester?
Here's some flowers just came for you. 3 beautiful roses.
Only 3 flowers. Who are they from?
The card says, "We the people."
Oh, my public. Incidentally, Rochester, while I've been in bed here with nothing to do, I've gone over our monthly accounts, and there are a few items I don't understand.
Is that so?
Yes. I'd like to know where all that money's been going to.
I'll be back in a minute, boss. There's somebody at the door.
There's nobody at the door. Now, come here. Excuse us a minute, Mary.
Go right ahead. Don't mind me.
Now, look, Rochester, I don't know what kind of a system you've been using, but our food bill is something fierce.
It is kind of high.
High? Now, look here. Last month alone, caviar, $95. I don't remember eating any caviar.
I got that for myself.
Oh, you did. Now, look, Rochester, I like caviar, too, but I can do without it.
I know, boss, but with me, it's a magnificent obsession.
I don't care if it's from the picture of the same name. You got to cut it out. And all this scribbling and abbreviations. Look at this. PCTTHOMDO, $25. What in the world is that?
You won't like that one.
Never mind whether I like it or not. What does PCTTHOMDO stand for?
Pork chops to take home on my day off.
Isn't that awful? Now, Rochester, from now on, I want you to stop carrying food home.
Can I mail it?
No! I'll take charge of the books after this. Now, call the doctor again and tell him to hurry over. I don't feel so good.
Okay, boss. I'm sure going to miss that caviar.
Caviar yet. What a guy.
Why don't you fire him, Jack?
I can't. He's got some letters I wrote to Garbo, and he won't give them back. Say, Mary, tune in on our program and see how the Jolly Boys from Encino are doing.
Okay.
All right, Phil, I give up. Why is a kiss over the telephone like a straw hat?
Because it's not felt.
Oh, our poor audience. Oh, I wonder how Phil got that big laugh.
He probably hit Kenny in the face with a pie.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
And now, folks, the boys in the band and myself are going to entertain you with a little swing number. Yeah. A little song entitled, Mother Feeds the Baby Garlic So She Can Find Him in the Dark. How's that one, folks? Are you listening?
Yes, you big fool. That is positively cruel. Oh, nurse, where's my water?
Oh, yes. Do you want ice in it?
I don't care if the Queen Mary's in it. Get me a glass of water. Feed the baby garlic. Wait till I see him next week.
That was Honolulu, played by the orchestra and conducted by His Majesty of Rhythm, Phil Harris. Just call me Madge, yeah.
Well, he's off again. I wonder who writes Phil's stuff anyway.
Oh, some waiter at the Wilshire Bowl.
That's quite possible.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, the Harris High Class Art Players will present an original Western melodrama entitled Buck Harris Rides Again.
Original? Did you hear that, Mary? Buck Harris rides again. Why, he stole that from me.
Go on, I bet he never even thought of Buck Benny.
What good gravy, girl. Come to your senses.
Please, Jack, I want to listen.
Now, before we go into this play, folks, I'd like to announce that any resemblance to persons living, dead, or laid up with a cold is purely coincidental.
Coincidental, my eye.
Oh, shut up.
Now, in this little Western drama, I will play the part of Buck Harris, the hero.
Some hero.
And as we are short of girls tonight, Kenny Faker will be my sweetheart, Daisy Carson.
Gee, my corset's killing me.
Imagine Kenny playing a girl's part.
Now, as the scene opens, we find Sheriff Buck Harris on the trail of Cactus Face Elmer.
Turn the radio off. Turn it off. I can't stand it anymore.
Oh, all right.
Boy, if I had my strength, I'd go down to the studio and put an end to this outrage.
Say, boss, the doctor's here. You want to see him?
No, Rochester. I'm lying here in bed because I can't find my pants.
You're pressing them under the mattress.
Never mind that. Now, show the doctor in.
Okay, here he is.
Oh. Now, how do you do, Doctor?
Well, young man, you need a shave.
That's the bear. This is me over here. By the way, Dr. Nelson, I'd like you to meet Miss Livingston.
Really? Are you the Mary Livingston?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Mary. Well, Doc, now that you're here, I wish you'd look me over. I feel much weaker today.
All right. Just open your pajama coat, and I'll take a look at your chest.
Okay. There you are, Doc.
My, you're kind of caved in there.
Yeah.
Get a load of that chest. It looks like Laurel Canyon.
Oh, don't be so funny. Watch your cigarette, Doc. That's my mouth, not an ashtray.
Pardon me. Now, let's see.
Oh, so you're not Maxwell Stroud, eh?
What are you talking about?
So you're not Maxwell Stroud?
No, I'm not.
Then what's that MS tattooed on your chest?
That's Morris and Silvers, my old vaudeville agents. They used to brand their clients. Now, button me up, Doc. I've got a chill.
Not yet. I've got to tap your chest first.
Say, it's a pretty big mallet you've got there, isn't it?
Yes, I play polo after work.
Go ahead, Doc.
Now, hold still.
Ooh.
Hey, what's that?
It's a bullet I got in the war.
There's a lot more in his back.
Now, hurry up, Doc. I've got an awful chill here.
All right, now you stay in bed and keep warm. And if you want me during the night, I'll be under a table at the Coconut Grove. So long.
So long. Oh, wait a minute, Doc. While you're here, I wish you'd examine Carmichael.
Oh, yes, the bear.
Let's see you tap on his chest.
Rochester. I'm a little worried about Carmichael, Doc.
All right, let's take a look at our inflated poodle. Now, open your mouth, Carmichael. Come now, open your mouth.
You see how easy the doctor handles him, Rochester?
Yes, sir. My.
He's got a pretty heavy cold, hasn't he, Doctor?
Cold nothing. This polar bear is suffering from a bad case of measles.
Measles? Why, that's impossible.
Oh, yeah? I'll bet you $10 that under his fur there are little red spots.
Now, that's silly. Spots under his fur.
Let's rip it off and find out.
Rochester, get out of here. Well, what do you think we ought to do, Doc?
Just keep him warm and quiet, and I'll drop back in the morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Miss Livingston.
Goodbye, Quack.
Bear hasn't any more measles than I have. Tune in the radio, Mary, and see what Buck Harris is doing.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Sheriff Buck Harris, having finished a hearty lunch that was topped off with a dish of tempting, delicious Jello, garnished with sliced bananas and whipped cream,
Leave it to Don.
is now on his way to visit his sweetheart, Daisy Carson.
This ought to be good.
We now pick up Buck Harris riding over the prairie.
Imagine Harris on a horse.
Yeah, I'll bet it's got a Marcel mane.
Yeah, and a finger wave in the tail.
Woo, partner. Woo, woo.
Partner, that's my horse.
Well, here's Daisy's house now. I'll see if she's in.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and puffy eyes.
Well, gal, them ain't exactly tea bags you're peeking over.
Did you hear that, Mary? They're doing the same kind of jokes we did.
Come on, Daisy. How about a little kiss?
No, 1,000 times no.
Come on, Daisy. Why won't you kiss me?
My girl will get jealous.
Mary, turn that radio off. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
What's the matter with you anyway?
What's the matter with me? They're ruining my program. That's what they're doing. I'm going right over to NBC studio and put a stop to this whole thing.
You can't go out of the house, Jack.
I can, too. My cold isn't so bad.
It's not that. Take a look at your face in this mirror.
My face?
Here, look at those spots breaking out.
What? Oh, for heaven's sake, I've got the measles. Darn you, Carmichael. Rochester, call the doctor back.
Okay, boss, and if I get any mail in the next 2 weeks, hold it.
Rochester, come back here.
Although you often hear the phrase, pretty as a picture, you don't very often find a dish that lives up to it. But Jello really does, with its 6 rich, glowing colors. And tonight we have a new Jello dessert for you, one of the prettiest yet. Jello Banana Foam, a new idea. Fruit-rich, shimmering strawberry Jello with a swell new kind of meringue topping. It's easy to make, and here's how. Dissolve 1 package of strawberry Jello in 1 pint of hot water and mold in individual sherbet glasses. Then for your topping, take 1 crushed banana, 2 teaspoons of sugar, and 1 stiffly beaten egg white. Blend them together. Fill this rich, foamy topping on the strawberry Jello just before serving, and believe me, you have a picture. Rich red strawberry Jello, creamy white banana topping. It's grand. Just be sure to use genuine Jello for your Jello Banana Foam, for Jello brings you that delicious extra rich fruit flavor. So get some strawberry Jello tomorrow and try this new dessert.
This is the last number of the 25th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time. So be sure and listen in for further adventures of Buck Harris.
Oh, yeah, we'll see about that.
Shut up. Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
Heard on the program were This Is It from Stars in Your Eyes and Honolulu from the film of the same name. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Heading the list was this item. 3 packages of Jello, orange, lemon, and strawberry. Mr. Lapworth writes, I didn't realize that Jello has been on the market so many years. But I wish I had $1 for every package we've bought since our first order. For Jello makes a bang-up dessert, easily made, more easily eaten, most easily digested. Well, thank you, Mr. Lapworth. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the way Jello keeps its friends right down through the years. It's been America's favorite gelatin dessert for over 40 years, and no wonder. For it's Jello that brings you that delicious extra-rich fruit flavor which can't be topped for tempting goodness. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. That was Jericho, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our master of ceremonies, that suave comedian and sophisticated humorist, Maxwell Stroud.
Now, wait a minute, Don. I refuse to accept that introduction. No matter what Fred Allen says, I'm not Maxwell Stroud. Now, change it immediately.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the first week of spring, we bring you that quince on the fruit tree of life, Jack Benny.
That's better. Anyway, Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, thanks very much for that royal introduction. It was awfully nice of you to call me a prince.
Oh, don't mention it.
I'll see you later. But you're right, Don. Spring is here. Flowers are blooming, trees are budding. It's getting warmer every day.
Oh, it sure is. Oh, by the way, Jack, have you taken your long underwear off yet?
No, I always unveil in April. But you know, Don, this spring weather has done my cold a world of good. I tell you, it's simply marvelous to be living here in sunny Los Angeles. Yes, sir.
Sunny? Why, Jack, there hasn't been any sun here in over 2 weeks.
Of course not. It's gone to San Francisco for the fair. But it'll be back. I am looking much better, though, don't you think?
Oh, you certainly are. And incidentally, how's Carmichael, your polar bear?
Oh, he's fine, Don. Getting along swell now. You know, I've been taking him out for long walks nearly every day.
You and the bear?
Oh, sure. And you know, Don, I was so embarrassed yesterday. You know, we were strolling down Hollywood Boulevard, and all of a sudden Carmichael pulled out a tin cup. Oh, I don't know where he got it.
Not much you don't.
Phil, I was talking to Don. But as long as you're here, I want to thank you for taking my place on the program last week when I was sick in bed.
That's all right, Jack. Say, those jokes of mine were pretty hot, weren't they?
Hot? They were warmed over, if that was the case. Hot. You got the next line, Phil. Go ahead. What are you waiting for?
You just ain't modern, that's all.
Modern? What a combination. Corny and illiterate. Huh? Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello. Say, Jack, I saw you and your polar bear on the boulevard yesterday. Boy, what a crowd you had around you.
Yes, we were quite a sensation, weren't we?
Yeah, but I thought you were overdoing it with your violin.
Now, Mary, don't jump at conclusion. It just so happens that I was taking my violin to the repair shop.
Sounded all right to me.
Now, Mary, don't make up things. You know very well I was not playing that violin.
Then why was the bear dancing?
Because the pavement was hot and keep still. Gee whiz, the way you're questioning me, you think I didn't have an amusement license. Now, let's forget it.
What territory are you working next week?
Westlake Park. Will you be there? We start out with a program about spring, and here we are in Westlake Park.
Shall I unpack the lunch?
Now, stop this. Phil, I think you better play a number before the ants spoil our little picnic.
Okay.
Oh, no, you don't, Phil Harris. I just wrote a poem about spring, and you're all going to hear it.
Now, Mary, we're not going to listen to a lot of...
You are, too.
Oh, all right. Get it over with. What's the title of your poem?
When it's springtime in the Rockies, I will throw some rocks at you.
Now, there's a sentimental thought. Go ahead, Mary.
Winter, you have gone away. Where you are, I cannot say. But spring is here, and birdies sing. Gee, I'm happy. Pling, pling, pling.
Pling, pling, pling. What's that for?
I'm playing a banjo.
Oh, I didn't see it. Continue.
I saw a robin not long ago making a nest of grass and snow.
Snow?
And then I saw an old blue jay building his nest in Jack's toupee.
Now, isn't that silly?
Yesterday, I spent 2 hours watching the bees among the flowers. Buzz, 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 they were making honey. And I got stung where it wasn't funny.
Well, it's your own fault.
Last verse. Take it, Don.
You can have your spring with birds and bees. I'll take a dish of Jello, please. It's tempting, delicious, and oh so divine.
All out, folks. It's the end of the line.
That was very good, both of you. Now, Phil, if you'll put down your nail file, how about a number? What's it going to be?
I'm going to play a little ditty entitled, We Don't Know Where Mom Is, But We've Got Pop on Ice.
Ooh. Phil, now you pick up that baton and redeem yourself. We got Pop on ice. fellas, I'm going to get some shut-eye played by Phil Harris. I don't know where Mom is, but we got Pop on ice. Wow. Phil, no kidding. How can you possibly be so corny?
Corny? I resent that, Jack. I'm high class.
All right, then have it your way. You're cream of corn. Say, that was a fast one, eh, Mary?
Yeah, that was a stinger.
Well, I'm glad that's over with. I was a little worried about how you were going to read that. And now, folks. Since our feature attraction this evening is rather long, I will start announcing it without further ado. Tonight, the Busy Benny Bumpkins will present a hotel mystery drama entitled...
Say, Jack, look at Kenny standing over there biting his nails.
Oh, yes. Hello, Kenny.
Hello.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. That's what.
Now, Kenny, I know there's something bothering you. What is it?
Well, I'll suffer alone, thank you.
Kenny Baker, I don't want you coming in here with a long face. Now, what's wrong?
Did you ever buy a ticket on the Irish sweepstakes?
Yes.
Did you win?
No.
Well, put yes and no together and leave me alone.
Oh, so that's it. Listen, Kenny, everybody can't win. You bought a ticket, so what?
$2.50 shot to Dante's Inferno.
All right. Don't be such a hard loser.
Look who's talking.
Quiet. And now, folks, getting back to our play, in our hotel mystery, I will play the part of the clerk. Or Clark, as they say in England.
Or Cluck, as they say in Waukegan.
Phil, have you so much money saved up that you can afford to ad-lib at random? If not, I would suggest less levity. Now, let's see. I'm going to be the clerk, and Mary, you're going to be the telephone operator.
Okay. Say, Jack, why don't you be the house detective?
Because I don't want to. I'm going to be the clerk.
Gee, 2 flat feet gone to waste.
Never mind that. Now, this murder mystery will go on immediately.
I'll never eat another Irish potato, believe me.
Kenny, will you forget about that sweepstake ticket? Now, folks, as I've been trying to say, this murder mystery will go on immediately after... Come in?
Pardon me, is this the Jello program?
Yes, it is. What can I... Well, of all people, Ed Sullivan. How are you, Ed?
I'm fine, Jack. How are you?
Well, this certainly is a pleasant surprise. Nice of you to drop in, Ed. We're doing a swell play tonight. You'll enjoy it.
Well, thanks, but to tell the truth, Jack, I really came up here for another reason.
Oh. Well, it's sure good to see you again. Say, Ed, I don't think you've ever met my gang. This is Mary Livingston, our leading lady.
How do you do, Miss Livingston?
Mary, this is Ed Sullivan. He writes a very famous newspaper column.
I never saw my name in it.
Mary. Don't mind her, Ed. She's a little blunt.
She's a little brat, too.
Yes. She is. Now, there are Don Wilson and Phil Harris. Harris is the one with the false eyelashes. Right there.
Oh, I know them both. Hiya, fellas.
Hi, Ed.
And, oh, yes, I want you to meet our young tenor, Kenny Baker. Kenny, this is Ed Sullivan.
Hello, Kenny.
Oh, an Irishman, huh? Give me my $2.50 back.
Kenny. Mr. Sullivan has nothing to do with the Irish sweepstakes. You see, Ed, he's a little upset because he didn't win.
Oh, come now, Kenny. I bought a ticket and I didn't win either.
Oh, a sucker, huh?
Kenny, I've had about enough from you. Now go over in the corner and lay down.
Jolly little troupe you have here.
Yes. Well, Ed, we're just about to put on our little play, so sit down and make yourself comfortable.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I didn't come up here to watch your program. I'm here as a reporter.
Oh. Well, what's on your mind, Ed?
I want to get the lowdown on this Maxwell Stroud stuff. Now, what about it? Are you Jack Benny or Maxwell Stroud?
Ed, believe me, I'm Jack Benny. And until 2 weeks ago, I never even heard of Maxwell Stroud.
Well, last Wednesday night, Fred Allen had the real Jack Benny on his program, and a notary public from Waukegan approved it.
Now, wait a minute, Ed. You and I have been friends for a good many years. We started on our careers at the same time. We've palled around together from the bright lights of Broadway to the battle-scarred trenches of France.
I don't remember that.
Well, We've stuck together through thick and thin, you and I, the two of us. We've called each other Buddy. Now, whom do you believe, me or the notary?
The notary, Buddy.
Well, maybe I didn't build it up enough. But look, Ed, regardless of what Alan said, you know that my name has always been Jack Benny.
Well, you could have changed it, you know. Take my case, for instance. My name wasn't always Sullivan.
Oh, no? What was it?
Hooligan.
Hooligan?
Yes, Edward H. Hooligan.
Oh, what's the H for?
Happy.
Mary. Now, look, Ed, don't pay any attention to Alan. I'm the real Jack Benny, and you can tell your readers tomorrow that I'm not Maxwell Stroud.
Well, let me ask you something. What about that ring you're wearing?
What about it?
Well, what does that MS stand for?
Mostly silver.
It does not. That MS on my ring stands for Master of Ceremony.
Master of Ceremony? Ceremonies begins with a C.
In Russian? Well, I got this ring in Moscow when I was playing Rasputin's Rivoli. I went over very big. Now, Ed, will you please sit down and watch our play?
Oh, no. I'm here for a story, and I'm going to get it.
Say, why don't you run out and get drunk like reporters do in the movies?
Don't evade the issue. Fred Allen has definite proof that you're an imposter. You're not Jack Benny.
I'm not, eh? Well, you call up Mansell Talcott, the mayor of Waukegan. He'll tell you. Why, he planted a great big elm tree in the public square in my honor. Call him up.
I tried to, but he wouldn't come down out of the tree.
Oh, is he up there again? Ever since he visited Hollywood, he thinks he's Tarzan. Now, we got a long play to do tonight, Ed, and I haven't time to discuss this any longer.
All right, Mr. Benny or Stroud or whatever your name is. I'll go, but I'll be back and get to the bottom of this, or my name ain't Edward Happy Hooligan Sullivan. Goodbye.
Goodbye. What a prying prunella.
Why, if I were you, Jack, I'd have punched him right in the nose.
Now, Mary, how could I hit a man wearing glasses?
He wasn't wearing glasses.
Well, I am. And now, folks, our hotel mystery will go on immediately after Kenny Baker's song. Go ahead, Kenny.
How can I sing when my money lies over the ocean?
Sing, Kenny. I've had enough for one day. And where's my cigar?
The sun is sinking low, and twilight steals across the darkening sky. As I loved you long ago, so now my love betrays me with a sigh. Come to me again, come to my arms forever. Like the stars fade with the dawn, so I awake and found you gone. Can I hold you tight? Though you're gone, your love lives on when moonlight beams. And as long as my heart will beat, loved one, we'll always meet here in my deep purple
That was Deep Purple, sung by Kenny Baker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our play. That great hotel mystery entitled... Or... Now, the scene of our drama is the lobby of the Hotel Chafing Dish, located in the thriving little town of Sterno, Pennsylvania. It is a dark and stormy night. Outside, the wind is howling and whistling. Zoops, what weather. It is 8 p.m., just 1 hour before the stroke of 9.
What happens then?
Nothing. Curtain. Music.
Good evening, Hotel Chafing Dish. Here's your party. Good evening. What's that, sir? Oh, that's terrible. You'll do no such thing.
What seems to be the trouble, Miss LaBonce?
Mr. Ferncliff from 503 wants to send some money down to pay his bill.
Money? What's wrong with that?
2 hours ago, he ordered some paper, green ink, and a picture of Lincoln.
Oh, is he doing that again? Last week he gave me a $5 bill with baby Snooks on it. Oh, well. What a night. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'd like a room, please.
Would you like a room with a bath, or do you want to follow the arrow? We have both.
It doesn't matter. I won't be here long.
I see. Front, take this gentleman's luggage up to 401.
Be careful of that alligator bag. It hasn't had lunch yet.
You know something? I think that guy is nuts.
Oh, tush, Miss LaBonce. He's all right. Well, sir, I hope you have a good night's rest. You look tired.
Yes, I had a tough day at Waterloo.
That three-cornered hat should have tipped me off. Yes?
Pardon me, but the folding bed in my room is stuck, and I can't get it down.
We'll take care of it, Mr. Baldome.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Good evening. Yes, Mr. Smith? What? There's a hippopotamus in your bathtub. Well, put your glasses on and apologize to your wife.
Mrs. Smith is a pretty big woman. Well, how do you do?
Hello. I'd like a room. I just got married.
Oh, a newlywed, eh? Where's your wife?
Outside. She's carrying the trunk.
Carrying the trunk? My goodness, is it heavy?
I think so. She never had bow legs before. Here she is. You can put it down now, Sophie.
Thanks, Waldemar. You're so considerate.
Say, you got her trained early, haven't you?
Yeah.
You ought to see me balance a ball on my nose.
Balance a ball?
It's the only seal I ever saw with a rabbit coat.
Quiet, Miss LaVance. What sort of a room would you folks like?
We want the bridal suit.
Suit? That's sweet.
Lay off of my wife, you masher.
I'm not flirting with your wife. As a matter of fact, I think she's very homely.
Well, that's more like it.
Front, take this happy couple up to Suite 5B.
Let's hurry upstairs, honey. I don't want to miss the Lone Ranger.
Oh, I'm following that, too. Good night, kiddies.
Good night.
Hi-ho, Silver!
Gee, they're a romantic couple.
Good evening, Hotel Chafing Dish. Yes, 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 yes.
Who are you saying yes to?
My darling daughter.
Oh, how is Joni?
Pardon me, but the folding bed in my room is still stuck, and I can't get it down.
I'll get to it as soon as possible, Mr. Baldome.
Please do. Goodbye.
Charming fellow. Well, more business.
Good evening. I'd like to get a room.
Yes, sir. What's your name, please?
Bill Harris.
Oh, you better have baggage, brother. No stalling now. Where are your bags?
Under my eyes, straight man.
Don't be so smart and get out of here. We have no room.
Okay, I'll sleep at the Wilshire Bowl.
What a show-off. Well, here comes Junior Wilson, the little devil. Hello, Donald.
Hello.
Now, Donald, a little boy like you should be in bed this hour of night. Don't you want to grow up to be a fine, strong man like your father?
That big tub?
Now, Junior, that isn't nice.
I don't care. I'm going to be a radio announcer. I want to tell everybody but Jello has 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and wine.
And don't forget the big red letters on the box. What do you got in your mouth? Now, go to bed. Good night, Junior.
Good night, Quince Face.
Quince Face, I had trouble with your father on that. You know, Miss Levance, that Junior is a cute little rascal. He's got big blue eyes, just like his mother.
Yes, but his chins belong to Daddy.
Daddy can take the rap for his stomach, too. Oh, well. Yes, sir, what can I do for you?
Have you any rooms available?
Why, certainly. Quite a bad storm, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Will you be staying long?
No, just for the night. I'm on my way to New York.
Oh. A little business trip?
Not exactly. You see, I'm on a mission of great importance, and I don't wish to discuss it.
Well, I didn't mean to pry into your affairs, Mr.
Stroud. Maxwell Stroud.
Maxwell Stroud?
Well, slap me down and call me grumpy.
Please, Miss Levance. You seem rather nervous, Mr. Stroud. What's wrong?
Can I trust you, young man?
Definitely.
Well, for 2 weeks now, a certain well-known radio comedian in New York City has been perpetrating a vile and vicious slander.
Yes?
He claims that a certain Jack Benny, whom he hates...
Yes, I know.
...is not Jack Benny at all.
Yes.
But really Maxwell Stroud.
But you are Maxwell Stroud.
Exactly. And when I get to New York, the whole world will know of the cheap trickery that's been foisted on the public by this nasal buffoon.
Well, I'm with you, Mr. Stroud. Here's the key to your room.
Thank you.
By the way, are you acquainted with Jack Benny?
No, but I understand he's revolting. Good night.
Good night. Well, Miss Levance, that's very important news we just heard.
I'll say it is.
Pardon me, but the folding bed in my room is still stuck, and I can't get it down.
Don't worry, Mr. Baldome. We'll take care of it first thing in the morning.
I wish you would. My wife is in it.
Oh. Well, I'll attend to it at once. My, this is certainly a busy night.
Hey, you, did a fella check in here a few minutes ago by the name of Maxwell Stroud?
Yes, he did.
What room is he in?
313. Wait a minute, who are you?
I'm Ed Sullivan of the New York Daily News, the Pittsburgh Press, the Hollywood Citizen News, the Boston Traveler, the Philadelphia Ledger, the Omaha World Herald, the Denver Post, and the Chicago Tribune.
Did you hear those shots, Miss Levance?
Yes, they came from upstairs.
I suspected something like that. Follow me.
You don't think he'd go first, do you?
Oh, no. Come on, let's go. Good heavens. It's Maxwell Stroud. He's dead.
I thought so. Now we've got to find out who done it.
That's who did it. Fine newspaper man. But who in the world would want to kill Maxwell Stroud?
Look! Someone jumped through that window and he's running down the fire escape.
That must be the murderer. Did you get a good look at him, Happy?
No, I didn't.
Look, here's a derby hat on the floor. He must have dropped it.
Let me have that. Look at the initials inside of that hat. F.A.
F.A.?
Yes. That proves the man who killed Maxwell Stroud was none other than... Yipe! He got me. Ooh.
Who shot you? Tell us who shot you.
Yes, who done it?
I told you before, that's who did it. I was shot by... I was on nuts, Playfield.
If your family is feeling just a touch of spring fever, here's a dessert that will make them sit right up and take notice. It's the most delicious butterscotch pie that ever nestled in a crisp brown pie crust, or you make it with Jello butterscotch pudding. And let me tell you, it's a treat. Creamy, smooth, and golden, tempting to look at and taste, rich with true butterscotch flavor, the real old-fashioned kind. And it is easy as pie to make. No fussing around with the filling, for you just prepare your Jello butterscotch pudding as usual, according to the simple directions on the package. Then let it cool, pour it into the baked pie shell, and, well, there you are. If you want to be extra grand, cover your butterscotch pie with a foamy topping of whipped cream. The family will love it. They'll love Jello chocolate pudding, too, and Jello vanilla pudding, for all three have the real homemade goodness. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello butterscotch chocolate and vanilla pudding. And be sure to make that butterscotch pie.
Thank you, Ed Sullivan. We're a little late, folks. Good night.
J-E-L-L.
Appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Mr. and Mrs. America. You know, one of our grandest American institutions is the good old-time parade. And starting next Thursday, April 6th, the Parade of Progress will go marching along all over this country. It's sponsored by the Associated Grocery Manufacturers of America, and Jello is proud to join. Because Jello's whole existence has been a parade of progress for the 40-odd years it's been on the market. And through the years, there have been constant new developments and improvements. Jello's delicious flavor has been made extra rich, and new flavors have been introduced. Jello is quicker and easier to make nowadays, for it dissolves instantly in hot water and sets far more quickly. And with all the improvements, Jello costs less. Today you pay half as much for it as you would have 20 years ago. Yes, without boasting, we can truthfully say that Jello has kept right on the bandwagon in the great parade of progress. So Jello salutes the grocers of America and is proud to march along with them. And for our float in the big parade, we suggest the box with the big red letters on it that spell Jello. Mr. and Mrs. America played by the orchestra. And now, folks, you all know last Wednesday night, Clark Gable and Carol Lombard eloped to Kingman, Arizona, and were married. So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the man who held the ladder, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Jello again. This is Cupid's assistant talking. And, Don, I don't know where you got that information about my helping Clark and Carol. But you're right, and I was never so embarrassed in my life. There I was holding the ladder, all dressed up in a tuxedo like a big goof.
Tuxedo, what was the big idea?
Well, it's very silly, really. You see, Carol called up and asked me to hurry over because she was going to run away and get married.
Yes?
Well, I got so darn excited, I thought she meant to me. Gosh, when I saw Gable there, I almost fainted.
Oh, my, that must have been quite a letdown for you, huh, Jack?
Well, it was, but they were awfully nice about it, though. They let me keep the ladder. I'm going to grow ivy on it, you know.
Well, Jack, now what in the world made you think that Miss Lombard would elope with you anyway?
Oh, I don't know, Don. She's always so nice when we meet on the street. And then one time during a dust storm, she winked at me. So, what was I to think?
Oh, it's too bad, Jack, but you shouldn't jump at conclusions like that.
I'll say I shouldn't. On the way over to her house, I tore up all my old phone numbers. Now, if I want a date, I'll have to join the Lonesome Club. But as I said before, Don, they were awfully sweet. You know, they even wanted me to go along with them, and... Pardon me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Bennett, this is Rochester.
It is, eh?
Are you still mad at me, boy?
Yes, Rochester, I'm not talking to you. Goodbye. Can't get around me that easy.
Now, what's the trouble, Jack?
It's a personal matter, Don. I'd rather not discuss it. What were we talking about?
Oh, you said something about Clark and Carol wanting you to go along with them.
Oh, yes, they needed the best man at their wedding, but I couldn't make it. You see, I'm pretty busy right now. I started making my new picture at Paramount.
Paramount? Why, that's where you made your last one.
I know, Don. Don't act so surprised. This is going to be my first legitimate picture. It's called Man About Town.
Oh, it's a very clever title. Who's directing it?
A fellow by the name of Sandrich, Mark Sandrich. And I'm having a lot of trouble with that guy, too.
Jack, you're always having trouble with your directors. What's wrong this time?
There's plenty wrong. You see, Don Sandrich directed most of the Astaire Rogers pictures, and he can't get away from that Fred Astaire treatment. It's too much for me.
Well, now, what do you mean?
Well, he has me jumping over furniture all the time. Gee, I'm so tired at night, I can hardly rinse out my socks. No kidding. Huh?
Oh, but I can't imagine that director wanting you to work like Fred Astaire. It must be quite strenuous.
You said it. Why, yesterday we shot a scene where I enter an English drawing room to talk to Edward Arnold. See, he plays the part of Lord Arlington.
I see.
Well, anyway, instead of just walking up to him and saying hello, Sandrich made me leap over 2 divans, a love seat, and the Duchess of Twiffledom. My goodness.
Did you clear everything?
All but the Duchess. Every time I tried it, I wound up piggyback. I tell you, Don, I'm a wreck. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Leaping Lena. How are you?
There you are, Don. You see, Mary's been over at the studio. She knows.
No kidding, Mary. Does Jack really have to do all that jumping?
Does he? He's got a kangaroo for a stand-in.
Now, Mary, he's not a real one. That happens to be the man's name, Barney Kangaroo.
Well, he's got an awful big pocket.
Now, you're just being silly. But you know, Don, there's one thing about this picture that touches me. I think how agile I am. Why leap over that furniture just like Fred Astaire?
Who couldn't with bed springs on their shoes?
Well, I had to have some help. And those springs worked out fine.
You'll get the Academy Award from the Murphy Bed Company.
Oh, I will. Well, let me tell you something, Don. If I don't break a leg, I think this is going to be my best picture.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it, Jack. Who's going to be in it besides yourself?
Well, there's Dorothy Lamour, Edward Arnold, Benny Barnes, E.E. Clive, 500 extras, and Phil Harris. By the way, where is Phil?
Oh, he'll be here in a little while. No kidding, Jack. Is Phil really going to be in your picture?
Yes, I got him a small part. He also hangs up my clothes and sees that they're pressed, you know. That'll keep him busy.
Those big love scenes with Dorothy Lamour will keep him busy, too.
Listen, Mary, Phil may hold Dorothy in his arms, but her heart belongs to Benny. Don't worry about me.
Say, Mary, how is Phil in the picture? Is he a good actor?
I think he's going to be great in it.
Great? What a show-off. Somebody told him he had beautiful hips, and he keeps backing into the camera. He looks like a crawfish with a Marcel. Now, let's forget the picture. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jack. Say, your shirt tail's sticking out.
It is? Where?
April Fool! Boy, did you fall for that one.
Kenny, in the first place, yesterday was April Fool's Day, and in the second place, you didn't fool me because my shirt tail is out.
Is that your shirt? I thought it was a Chinese newspaper.
Well, it has been to the laundry a lot. Kenny, I bet you were some cut-up yesterday fooling everybody and carrying on like mad, huh?
I'll say. Gee, I sure pulled a good April Fool gag on my girl. She falls for anything.
What'd you do, Kenny?
Well, I called her up and I said, this is Robert Taylor speaking. Will you marry me?
That's cute. What'd your girl say?
She said, yes, just as soon as I get rid of that cluck I'm going with.
Well, you certainly fooled her, all right.
You ought to hear the gag I pulled on my boss, Mervyn Leroy. I sent him a bomb.
Yahoo! You sent him a bomb. Did he get it?
Oh, I think so. I can't find him.
Why, Kenny, you're just making that up because I saw Mervyn Leroy on the street this afternoon.
All of them?
Yes, all of them. Now, let's forget about April Fool's Day because it's over and done with. How about singing your song?
Okay, I'm ready.
Hold it a minute, Kenny. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Here you are, boy. Here's a tip for you.
A tip?
Yes.
Hi-ho, nickel.
Fresh guy. Don't believe him, folks. It was a quarter.
Must be cheap material. It shrunk.
Never mind that. Who's the wire from?
Oh, look, Jack, it's from Fred Allen.
Oh, that Mongolian? What's he got to say?
Dear Screwball.
Understand you are starting a new picture called Man About Town. If you're the man, get out of town before it's released, my dear.
Oh, he would have to put his 2 cents in.
That's a hot one.
Sing your song, Kenny, or I'll put you back in the trunk. That Allen's going too far.
It wasn't on the island of Capri. It wasn't on the beach at Waikiki, nor at a perfume counter in Paris that we met, and yet something in the air was continental. There were moonbeams caressing the sand. I was feeling young and sentimental at a little horse stand. Gallantly I handed you the mustard. Then you curtsied, I kissed your hand. Inwardly my heart was getting flustered at a little hot dog stand. The bubbles in our soda pop just hit us like champagne. I guessed that we had 5 or 6. From somewhere in the distance came a Viennese refrain. Or was my fancy playing trick? Then and there the spark of love ignited. It was real and the feeling was grand. To our wedding breakfast you're invited at a little hot dog stand. There were moonbeams caressing the sand at a little hot dog stand. Gallantly I handed you the mustard. Then you curtsied and I kissed your hand. At a little hot dog stand. The bubbles in our soda pop just hit us like champagne. I guess we had 5 or 6. From somewhere in the distance came a Viennese refrain. Or was my fancy playing trick? Then and there the spark of love ignited. It was real and the feeling was grand. To our wedding breakfast you're invited at a little hot dog stand.
There we go. That was A Little Old Hot Dog Stand, sung by Kenny Baker. And very good, Kenny. I enjoyed it immensely.
You're not the only one, sweetheart.
Modest little devil. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a rare treat in store for you. Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another... I can't get over that wire from Allen. You know, Don, that guy's got a lot of nerve taking up my time with those cheap gags of his.
I agree with you, Jack. Did you hear him Wednesday night?
Yes, him and that Maxwell Strauss stuff. He's about as clever as Simple Simon.
Well, I think it's marvelous the way Fred makes up his gags as he goes along.
Oh, you do, eh?
Yes, he certainly knows how to ad-lib.
Ad-lib? Sure he ad-libs. He has to. He can't read a script. Why, do you know, Don, he has nothing in his library but life, look, and click. I happen to know.
Well, Jack, if Alan can't read, how does he order food from a menu in a restaurant?
He goes to a cafeteria where he can point. He took up juggling just so he wouldn't drop a tray. Anyway, getting back to our program, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another... Pardon me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is me again.
Rochester Van Jones, I'm not talking to you.
You mean I'm still on the blacklist?
Certainly. Goodbye.
What's the matter with you in Rochester, Jack?
Oh, it's nothing, Don. Forget it.
I know.
Quiet. Where were we, Don?
Well, you started to tell the folks about my play.
Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another of his famous short playlists, which are bringing him nearer and nearer to the Pulitzer Prize. Take it, Wilson.
The scene is the home of Mr. and Mrs. Luke Miller, who live in a cabin just part of the Mojave Desert. They're just finishing their evening meal. Music, please.
Well, Tess, I thought our dinner tonight was excellent, especially that tempting and delicious Jello.
You're right, Luke. It was worth going 50 miles to the nearest grocer to get it.
I'll say it was. Who can that be? We haven't had a visitor in this forsaken spot in over 3 years.
Luke, I told you we should have built this out of camp on a highway.
Oh, they'll put a road through here one of these days. Come in.
Oh, I'm starving.
Look, Luke, it's a man.
Yes, Tess, it is. Let's carry him over to this chair.
Where am I?
Take it easy, young fella. What seems to be the trouble?
I'm a prospector, and for 3 weeks now I've been lost in the desert without food or drink. I'm starving, I tell you. Starving.
Be calm, my boy. We'll take care of you.
Yes, I'll fix you a nice hot dish of beef stew.
No, thank you. I'm a vegetarian.
Oh. Then how about a nice cucumber salad?
Sorry, old man. I like cucumbers, but they don't like me. Oh, I'm so weak. I'm starving, I tell you. Starving.
Be patient. We'll think of something, stranger.
Say, would you like a piece of homemade chocolate cake?
With nuts in it?
Yes.
Pecans or walnuts?
Walnuts.
No, thank you.
Well, good heavens, man, you got to eat something. Isn't there anything you'd like?
Yes. Have you any Jello?
Jello? I'm sorry, old man, we have some, but we ate every bit of it.
But I'm going to make it again tomorrow.
Okay, I'll be back. So long.
So long, stranger.
I'm starving, I tell you. Starving.
Oh, what about a commence coffee? That little drama, folks, was written by our own Don Wilson. And, Don, I'll have to admit that you're a fat Noel Coward. Of all your plays, that's the best one yet.
Well, don't give me all the credit, Jack. That was a true story.
I believe you. You know, one of these days, Don, you ought to...
Hey, Jack, look who just came in.
Oh, yes, our new movie star. Hello, Mr. Harris. You're a little late, aren't you?
I am a bit tardy, but by the time I selected my wardrobe and had my bath, time just fizzled away.
Well, I can imagine. Listen, Phil, because you're in the movies now is no excuse for being late.
Well, I was home studying my part. I've got a big day before the camera tomorrow.
Oh, you have?
Hey, Phil, can I have your autograph?
Later, son.
What a ham. I want to tell you something, Phil. I saw a screen test. Phil, I saw a screen test of you the other day, and believe me, it broke my heart.
Was it that good?
I'm talking to Phil. And another thing, Phil, while you're working in my picture, I don't want you to go around giving all the girls at Paramount your phone number.
My phone number?
Yes, phone number. I saw you with that blonde in front of the commissary the other day.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. She just asked me what time it was, and I told her.
Well, she must have a poor memory. She wrote it down. I can't see how you ever got into a suave, sophisticated picture like this one.
You should talk. You used to be a comedian in a burlesque show. Sliding Sam Benny.
Now, that's what I call greening it up. Mary, have I ever been in a burlesque show?
Only as a customer.
There you are. I just go in there once to get my father. He's nearsighted and thought it was grand opera.
Who is he waiting in the alley for, Gallicurchi?
I didn't inquire. And now, Phil, if you can forget you're a movie star for a couple of minutes, how about a band number?
Okay, Jackson. The boys and myself are going to play a popular little ditty entitled, Never Mind the Bread, Sonny, Pop'll Be Home with a Bun.
Now, Phil, stop with those epigrams. Now, what are you going to play?
All right. Mary and I have been rehearsing that new song, I Go For That, and we're going to sing it to each other.
Oh, well, that's a novelty. Say, Mary, you're going to sing with Phil, eh?
Uh-huh.
That ought to be cute.
Well, that's better not become a habit.
Kenny, don't be so jealous. You're not the only singer in the world.
Well, I'm the object of my affection.
Never mind that. Go ahead, Phil and Mary. Let's hear what you've cooked up.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Is your real name Maxwell Stroud?
No, it isn't. I'm not Maxwell Stroud.
Don't lie to me, Daddy. Come right home.
Get out of here. What a pest. I wonder if I could catch him on flypaper.
The way you walk that silly talk, I go for that.
Your dizzy folks, your corny jokes, I go for that.
Your kiss just misses, your dancing is rough.
But you love that stuff. I guess you don't get around enough.
Your crazy poems, your letters from home, I go for that.
And furthermore, I just adore your kinky hair, that puffy stare.
To Mr. Cupid, I take off my hat.
You can't account for a silly place of all the girls you could have chased.
I looked at you and ooh, I go for that. You know, Mary, we'll have a home, a private phone.
I'd go for that.
Yeah, not only that, you'll have a ring, a pretty thing.
I'd go for that. But your salary misses, so cut out that stuff.
You mean the going will be rough?
I guess you just don't make enough.
But Jello's fine and I'm in line to get more dough.
I heard that crack. You'll get the sack, you corny Joe from the Wilshire Bowl.
Now, Mr. Benny, you take that right back.
Now look at boys, you mustn't fight. You're breaking up my wedding night.
He better not, 'cause ooh, I go for that.
That was I Go For That, played by the orchestra with a special vocal chorus by Jeanette McLivingston and Nelson Harris. The Nightingales of the Jello program.
If you want the real lowdown, ask me.
Kenny, I don't recall anybody asking you. Now keep still.
More darn singers on this program. Don't be surprised if I'm not here next Sunday.
You'll be here next Sunday and like it.
Well, I'll be here, but I won't sing.
You'll sing, too. Now drop it. And now, folks.
I won't sing good.
And you'll sing good.
Not very.
Kenny! And now, folks, going from juvenile temperament to our feature attraction, tonight we are going to present... Pardon me, if that's Rochester again, I'll... Hello?
Hello, boss. Are you still looking down on me with scorn?
Rochester, I want you to stop with these telephone calls. Do you hear me?
Well, boss, I said I was sorry.
Rochester, what you did to me, only time will heal. Goodbye. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are going to present...
What's all this mystery, Jack? What are you mad at Rochester for?
Don, it concerns only him and me.
Oh, why don't you tell him, Jack?
Yes, what did he do?
Very well, Don. Rochester hocked my polar bear. That's what he did.
He what?
You heard me. He pawned Carmichael for $30. Of all the low tricks.
For heaven's sake, Jack, didn't you know the bear was missing?
Of course I did, but Rochester told me he was playing the Orpheum. Then when I was downtown last night, I happened to walk by a pawn shop, and there was Carmichael hanging in the window, right next to a slide trombone.
But, Jack, how'd you know it was your bear?
He was wearing my new wristwatch. Don Rochester, he could have got $12 on that alone. I know. Well, he hasn't heard the last of this. Oh, well, let's get back to our play. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present a new and original comedy drama entitled Topper Takes an Aspirin. He's taken everything else. Now, in this vehicle, I will naturally play the part of Topper, while Mary... Oh, more interruptions. Come in. What are you... Well, I'll be darned. Hey, fellas, look who's here.
Hello, stranger.
Slap him up. Well, this is indeed a surprise. It's good to see you again, Schlepperman.
And I'm happy to see you too, Jackie boy. Well, look, everybody's here. It's like old times. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Slap.
My, you're getting prettier every day.
Thanks. How's your wife?
Vice versa.
Good old Slep. Doggone, it's good to see you again.
And Kenny and Phil, believe me, you're a sight for sore feet.
Hello, Slapperman.
Glad to see you, Slep.
And Don Wilson, my, tell me, were you always so big or don't I remember?
Well, Slap, to tell you the truth, I did put on a pound here and there.
Here, I don't mind, but there, it's unbecoming.
Same old Slep. You know, I haven't seen you in over a year. What have you been doing with yourself?
I've been all over the country, north, south, east, and uptown. I was playing in vaudeville.
In vaudeville? What kind of an act did you do?
I was a magician.
Oh, a magician. Ah. Were you a good one?
Sensational. You should see me pull the lining out of the hat.
Say, that's some trick.
What are you doing out here in California, Schlep? On a vacation?
No, I'm in business here. I opened up a little nightclub. Schlepperman's, Hawaii, Haciente. Which is you?
Well, I'll sure be out there to see you. Tell me, Slep, have you got a floor show?
Have I got a floor show? My son Pincus plays the drums. I play the ukulele.
Oh.
And for a feature, my wife wiggles.
Say, that sounds great. You know, I'd like to drop in and see your wife do the hula.
Okay, if you're passing by, but don't make it a special treat, please.
Oh, she can't be that bad. Well, I wish you a lot of luck in your new place, and we'll be over to see you very soon.
Thank you. Well, I gotta toddle along now. Aloha, everybody.
So long, Slap. Good afternoon, son.
So long, Slap.
I wanna go back to my little dress shack on the La Hacienda on 3rd Street, around the corner.
Well, it was sure good seeing Schlepperman again. He's a nice little fellow. Well, kids, getting kind of late now. I don't think we'll have time to do our play. So how about saving it for next week? It's very long, and if that's who I think it is, he's in for a good bawling out.
Hello?
Hello, boss. This is your bad boy talking.
Rochester, I told you before, I'm not making up with you until you unhock that polar bear. So goodbye.
Goodbye. Wait a minute, boss. That's what I called you up about. I got Carmichael out of the pawn shop. He's back in the house.
Oh, well, that's more like it. Now, don't you ever do a thing like that again. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute. I just thought of something. Where did you get the $30 to get Carmichael out of the pawn shop?
I thought you weren't speaking to me.
Rochester, where did you get that $30?
The what?
The $30, where did you get it?
It could have been a legacy, you know.
It could have, but it wasn't. Now, for the last time, where did you get the $30?
I sold my AT&T.
Rochester, you never had a share of stock in your life. Now, if you don't tell me where you got that $30, you're fired.
Okay, boss. Your violin is now hanging where Carmichael was.
Oh, my... Rochester, did you pawn my Stradivarius?
That ain't what the man said. So long, boss.
Rochester, can you imagine that, fellas? He pawned my violin.
Here's something every woman knows, that her family is always eager for something new and different for dessert. It's not always easy to find, though, and that's why every week we try to bring you some new ideas. Tonight's specialty is a delicious combination called Jello Plum Mold. It's a shimmering mold of rich red cherry Jello with canned blue plums, the big juicy kind. It's easy to make, too, and here's how. Dissolve 1 package of cherry Jello in 1 pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in 1 cup of canned blue plums. Mold until firm and, well, there you are. Quick, easy, and temptingly good. For cherry Jello brings you that incomparable, extra-rich flavor, as appetizing as fresh, ripe fruit. It tastes just grand combined with the succulent goodness of juicy plums, so try this new dessert tomorrow. Ask your grocer for cherry Jello and surprise the family with a Jello Plum Mold.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O. J-E-L-L-O.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with It's All Yours. It seems that every year the Easter parade gets more and more colorful. And today, when I was watching those gay new hats go by, an old song kept running through my head. The flowers that bloom in the spring, tra-la, the flowers that bloom in the spring. Well, I was thinking that for bright color, vivid gaiety, and downright cheerfulness, those flowers haven't a thing on Jello. For Jello's 6 colors are glowing with beauty and cheer. And Jello's 6 flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, are chock full of delicious, extra-rich goodness, deep and full-bodied and satisfying. That's why Jello desserts are always fun to serve, because you know that everybody will enjoy them. So for bright spring color and refreshing, extra-rich flavor, look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells a treat. It's All Yours, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who was the sensation of the Easter parade this morning in his frock coat, white spats, and beanie, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, a page from Esquire talking. And, Don, you're mistaken. I was not wearing a beanie. That was my derby hat, but the brim blew off. I have more trouble with that hat. I think I'll grow geraniums in it. Anyway, Don, wasn't it grand today? Did you ever see so many people out promenading?
It was a lovely sight, Jack, and I thought you looked quite dapper.
Thanks.
But I noticed you had your polar bear with you. What was the idea of taking Carmichael along?
Well, I had to take him. You see, when I left the house this morning, he grabbed a hold of the seat of my pants and refused to let go. What could I do?
Well, Jack, supposing he did rip your pants, you could have put on another pair.
Don, his grip was a little deeper than that. So I took him along. And you know, Don, there was one time when he embarrassed me, something awful. Here we were walking along Hollywood Boulevard. Oh, it was terrible.
What happened?
Well, just as we got to Grauman's Chinese Theater, Carmichael ran into the forecourt and put his footprints in the manager. Oh, I nearly died.
Oh, that must have been embarrassing. Was the manager sore about it?
Don, where he told us to go is no place for a polar bear. But we didn't let that bother us. Went right along with our stroll.
Say, Jack, did you see Phil Harris on the boulevard this morning? He had on the loudest suit I've ever seen in my life. It was really violent.
No, I didn't see him, Don, but I can imagine what Phil's suit was like. You see, he and Rochester have the same tailor.
Same tailor?
Well, he isn't exactly a tailor. He specializes in beach umbrellas. A fellow by the name of Neon Cohen. By the way, where is Phil, our new movie star?
Oh, he hasn't come in yet. Incidentally, Jack, how's Phil coming along in your picture?
Oh, he's all right, Don, but he's getting so conceited. My, you see, it's awfully crowded at Paramount, and they're short of dressing rooms, so Phil has been changing his clothes in a barrel. You know?
In a barrel? Well, what's conceited about that?
Well, yesterday he asked him to put a star on it. Not only that, he's got lace curtains over the bunghole. I tell you, Don, if he doesn't... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy Easter.
Thanks. Say, you look stunning in your new dress. Where'd you get it?
Well, don't you remember, Jack? You told me to buy a dress for an Easter present and send you the bill.
I said that? When did I ever say that?
2 weeks ago when you were sick in bed with a bad cold.
Oh, well, I must have been delirious that night.
What else?
Now, Mary, that's just taking an unfair advantage. How much did the dress cost?
$82.50.
Yikes! Well, don't sit down in it. It's going back tomorrow. $82.50. I could buy 4 suits for that.
Sure you could.
Never mind.
You walk up so high to buy a suit of clothes, your ears pop.
All right. That's enough. Huh?
Say, Mary, I saw you on the boulevard this morning. Who was that good-looking fellow you were with?
Oh, wasn't he handsome, Don? You know, Jack, while I was strolling along, I met the cutest boy.
Yeah.
He's a doll.
Oh, I'll bet. How'd you meet him?
Well, it was all an accident, really. You see, I was walking down the street, and I just happened to drop my handkerchief, and he picked it up.
Oh, you happened to drop it.
Yeah. Then I got so nervous, I dropped my gloves.
Oh, both of them?
No, one at a time.
Oh, that was some accident, huh?
Gee, he's cute. His name is Wendell.
Well, that's an adorable name. Huh?
And he's so smart, Jack. You know, he's a college boy.
A college boy, eh? What's he taking up?
Chemistry and goldfish swallowing.
Oh, that's a marvelous profession. You know, Mary, you meet the most interesting people. Wendell. What's his last name?
Kendall.
Oh. Wendell Kendall.
The second.
That's all he needs. Anyway, Mary, I don't want you to go out with strangers. It isn't nice, and I don't like it.
I'll bring him over sometime, Jack. You'll be crazy about it.
I can hardly wait. Oh, everybody rise. Here comes His Majesty, the King of the Cinema. Hello, Phil.
I say there, old fellow, am I again the nucleus of your disparaging remarks?
Isn't that awful? Now, look here, Twitch. Now, get off your high horse. You're not the only guy that ever made a picture.
Guy, my word, your English is ghastly.
Oh, it is, all of this. Now, listen, Phil, don't be so highbrow. I remember you when you led your orchestra with a rolled-up racing form. Now, while I think of it, I wish you wouldn't go around telling people that you're the star of my picture. You're nothing but a stooge, and you know it.
Stooge? How can I be a stooge when I did a big love scene yesterday with Dorothy Lamour?
Sure you did, but the minute you left the room, who do you think rushed in and kissed her? I did.
That's like having stewed prunes after crepe Suzette.
I'm talking to Phil. I've been in pictures quite a while, Phil, and I don't like to say this, But you have absolutely no screen personality.
No personality? What are you talking about? I'm grinning all the time.
That's just it. All you can see is teeth. Your mouth looks like an Elks convention. Fine star.
Sure, I'm a star.
Now, Phil Harris, I'm the star of this picture, so let's forget it.
You are not.
I am, too.
You are not.
I am, too.
Boys, ladies and gentlemen, please understand that these two hams are not arguing about Jello. It is agreed by all that this tempting dessert is not
I'm a bigger star than you are.
Oh, you are, eh?
Yes, I am.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, you call yourself a star.
Well, I am a star.
Now look what you fellas made me do.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Don, but Phil started it. Now, Phil, let's stop with our personal argument. You've still got a job to do here, so pick up your baton and play something.
I'm not using a baton anymore. From now on, I'm going to conduct with my hands, like Stokowski.
Just keep time. That's all I ask. Go ahead, genius. Hold it a second. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm a little Easter bunny. Each year I bring you greetings funny. But now I'm in a hurry, so I'll lay my egg and away I go.
Get out of here! A fine rabbit with no fur. Play, That was Hold Tight, conducted by Phil Harris with his hands. I'm just saying that so the orchestra boys will know. They never look at them, folks. And, Phil, I must admit that it's more impressive when you conduct with your hands.
Is it really?
Yes, that phony diamond of yours shows up much better.
What do you mean, phony? This ring cost me $12 on a punch board.
Well, if you didn't get a turkey with it, you got gypped. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our play tonight is rather long, I think we ought to proceed with the casting without further ado. Are we all here?
All but me.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Why are you so late?
Well, we had an Easter egg hunt at our house this morning, and I just got through.
Oh, an Easter egg hunt, eh? Say, that's fun.
Yeah. And you know what, Jack? I found 5 eggs all by myself.
5 eggs. That's marvelous. Where'd you find them?
Well, I found 1 under the sofa, 1 in back of the clock, and 3 under a hen.
Well, that's some trick, finding 3 eggs under a hen.
If I'd have waited, I'd have got 4.
Oh, that's amazing. Huh? Anyway, Kenny, you got here just in time for our play. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Benny Bagel Benders will present their version of that popular Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, that drama of life among the nurses in a big city hospital entitled 4 Girls in White. Now, inasmuch as we are short of the fair sex on this program, Kenny Baker, Don Wilson, and Phil Harris will be nurses.
You mean we gotta be girls?
You said it, sister. Now, Mary, you're going to be a girl, too.
Okay, I'll talk in a high voice.
That's the idea. Now, I'm going to play the part of Dr. DeSchnook, head of the hospital.
Why don't you be a girl, too, you sissy?
Kenny, I'm casting this play. So hush up, honey child. Let's pappy slappy till you're happy. Now, this play will go on...
You would hit a woman.
Quiet. Now, this play will go on immediately after Kenny's song. Go ahead, Kenny. Wait a minute. Hello? Who? Miss Livingston? Yes, she's here. Who's calling, please? It is, too, some of my blank business. Oh, yeah? Well, listen here, buddy. Tell me who you are.
Oh, give me that phone, Jack.
Fresh guy.
Hello? Why, Wendell Kendall, of all people.
I might have guessed it.
What's that, Wendell? Oh, don't mind Jack. He's got a toothache.
I have not.
You would if you could.
Now, Mary.
Gee, it's nice of you to call, Wendell. Yes, I'd love to see you tonight. Where'll we go? Oh, my house?
There's a spendthrift if I ever saw one.
Well, look, Wendell, all I've got to eat in the house is ketchup. Why don't you stop at the delicatessen and buy some sandwiches? Oh, you like ketchup?
Why don't you ask him to bring his bagpipes? He can play while you're fixing dinner.
Oh, shh. Say, Wendell, after we eat, let's go and see Gunga Din. It's playing right near my house. What? Okay, see you later. Goodbye.
Oh, so he's going to take you to see Gunga Din, eh?
No, he's going to bring the poem over and read it to me.
Oh, that'll be ducky. There's nothing like a poem with ketchup. Wendell Kendall, what a name. Sing, Kenny.
Another night of dreaming, drifting on a golden sea. A night of make-believing with one man for me. When twilight has gone and the world slumbers on, I'm building a sailboat of dreams. Each star up above knows my secret of love. I'm building a sailboat of dreams. Someday I will sail away and find you somewhere, my darling. But till dreams all come true, till the day I find you, I'll keep building a sailboat of dreams. Out of the mist, lips I have kissed call tenderly. Out of the west, hands I have pressed beckon to me. Heart of my heart, no more we'll part, I hear her say. But with the dawn, my dream has gone astray. Someday I will sail away and find you somewhere, my darling. But till dreams all come true, till the day I find you, I'll keep building a sailboat of
Because I'm building Introducing A Sailboat of Dreams, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, now that your number is over, I'd like to remind you that last Sunday when you were mad, you said you weren't going to sing at all today.
I did not. I said I wasn't going to sing good.
Well, you did sing good, so ha-ha.
I could have done better, so ho-ho.
And now, folks, leaving our childhood behind us, we will proceed with tonight's drama, Four Girls in White. And remember, folks, Kenny, Don, nurses. Are you all dressed, girls?
Yeah.
Me too.
I rolled my stockings. Is it all right?
Yes, Don, but you've got your skirt on upside down.
How else could he get into it?
That's right. And, Don, you don't wear a girdle on the outside. Now, the scene of our play...
Holy smoke, I feel like a sultan with these bloomers on.
Well, pull them up a little. My goodness. Now, the scene of our play...
Hey, Jack, where does this go?
Kenny, put that down. Now, the scene of our play is the General Hospital in a large American city, where Dr. DeSchnook is about to give a lecture to his class of student nurses. Curtain, music.
Oh, say, I'm so glad.
Good morning, students. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. DeSchnook.
Now, girls, before we begin, you must realize that you are now embarking on a new and important career. It is not an easy one, girls. But in 2 short years, you will graduate and become full-fledged nurses. Aren't you happy? Aren't you thrilled? Aren't you inspired?
Well, as an average girl, I'd say no.
Now, Phyllis, please. Pay attention, girls. I will now call the roll. Marie Livingston. Marie, where are you?
Here in the back, Quack.
Oh. I didn't see you. Dolores Wilson.
Here, Doctor. Here, Doctor.
Dolores, even though you occupy 2 seats, just answer once. Phyllis Harris.
Here, Doctor, and I know my lessons like anything.
That's fine, Phyllis. Now, if you'll just shave before you come to class, everything will be lovely. And pull up those bloomers.
Okay.
Peaches Baker. Peaches Baker.
Oh, this is silly. I don't want to play.
Peaches, I'm going to can you if you don't behave.
Oh, brother!
Now, girls, we will take up our classwork. Peaches Baker.
Yes, Doctor.
If you were in the clinic and a little boy came in with tiny red spots all over his face, what would he have?
Freckles.
No, it's measles, but you were close.
For me, that's perfect.
Sit down. Now, Phyllis.
Yes, Doc?
I want you to tell us the difference between a bunion and a corn.
A bunion and a corn?
Yes.
Well, a bunion is a lump on your foot.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know what corn is.
Not much, you don't. And pull up those bloomers. You're next, Marie.
Yes, Dr. DeSchnook.
Now tell me, who was Louis Pasteur?
A very famous medical scientist.
Very good. And where did he do most of his work?
At Warner Brothers Studios.
That's right, under the name of Paul Muni. Now, Phyllis, name 3 well-known anesthetics.
What's that, Doc?
I said name 3 well-known anesthetics.
Gas, ether, and Joe Louis.
Correct.
Gin is good, too.
We're not interested in that, you naughty girl. And take that cigar out of your mouth. Now, Peaches Baker.
Peaches yet.
Now, Peaches, can you tell us what is the world's record for the itch?
7 years.
And who recently broke this record?
Fred Allen.
Right. That's very good, Peaches.
No kidding, Doc. Does Fred Allen really have the 7-year itch?
That ain't gold he's digging for, Miss Harris. Now, let's see.
Oh, Doctor, haven't you got a question for me?
Yes, Dolores, and it's a real hard one. Now, if a...
Jello, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Look for the big red letters on the box.
Wait till I ask you. Don't be such a psychic. Or so psychic. Well, that's all the questions for today, girls. I'm going to the supply room to get some gauze, and then I'm going to show you how to bandage a broken arm. I'll be back in a second.
Has he gone?
Yeah.
Gee, that doctor's an awful flirt. He keeps winking at me all the time.
Me too. I get so embarrassed.
What a masher. He's a masher. Last night he asked me to go to Ocean Park with him.
Ocean Park? Oh, I was there Tuesday. I met the cutest plumber.
Honest, Peaches, did you?
Yeah, he wanted to marry me, but I told him I was a career girl.
Quiet, girls. He's coming back.
Well, girls, here I am with the gauze. We will now take up bandaging, but first we need a broken arm. Dolores, break Phyllis's arm.
Okay.
Ow! Don't be a baby, Phyllis. Now, everybody take this gauze and wrap it around Phyllis's arm. Ready, get set, go. Ow!
Hold still.
That's it, round and round. Use plenty of gauze.
We're all finished, Doctor.
Very good.
Hey, let me out of here.
Good heavens, girls, you've wrapped Peaches in there. Give me those scissors. Goodness, you're careless. Peaches, where are you?
Peekaboo.
Now come out here with the rest of us. But you did very well, girls. Now, our next subject...
Hey, what about my bandage?
Sorry, Phyllis, we're all through bandaging for today.
Oh, you are, eh? What am I going to do with my arm?
Well, you're not going to wave it at anybody. That I know. And pull up your bloomer.
Oh, Dr. D. Schnook,
Yes, Miss Pasadena. What is it?
there's a patient in your office and he has a sliver in his finger.
A sliver? Rush him to the operating room immediately.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, Miss Pasadena, take off that bathing suit. You're a nurse now.
Okay.
Well, girls, I've got a real treat for you. I'm going to perform an operation. You can all watch me.
Oh, goody.
Follow me, girls. We're off to the surgery. Well, here we are, girls. Here's the operating room.
Tickets, please.
I'm the doctor. I get in for nothing.
What about the dames?
They're nurses.
They look like the dead end kids. Hey, Curly Lock.
What?
Pull up your bloomers.
If I was the lady, I'd slug you.
Phyllis, please. He has glasses on. Oh, Miss Pasadena, is the patient ready?
Yes, he's right there on the table.
Oh, yes, there he is. How do you do, sir?
Hello, stranger.
That voice sounds familiar. Now, just relax, old boy.
Say, wait a minute. What am I doing on the table?
I'm going to operate on you.
Well, take off the 8-ball. I'm superstitious.
Take it easy now. Be calm, and I'll have your tonsils out in a jiffy.
What tonsils? I only got a sliver in my finger.
I've got a special today, sliver and tonsils, $75.
I don't want my tonsils out.
Why not?
When I open my mouth, it wouldn't look sporty.
Never mind that. Lay down. Now, gather around, girls, and watch closely.
Say, what is this, a preview?
Now, Miss Livingston, administer the anesthetic.
Okay.
And it looks to me like I'm going to have a snappy Easter.
It's working fine. Now, how do you feel?
When my dreamboat comes in.
It'll dock in a minute.
Do you think the operation will be a success, Doctor?
I never know, Miss Livingston. I never know.
Oh, sweet mystery of life, I think you got me.
A little more ether, Miss Livingston.
Okay, Doctor.
Re di Pagliazzi, Vestibuli-Cassi, Rasintado, Rakabadi Salamanca Tombo. Good night, everybody.
There he goes out like a light. Now for the operation. Marie, hand me the forceps.
Here you are, Doctor.
Peaches, hand me the scalpel.
Here you are, Doctor.
Phyllis, pull up your broom.
Okay, Doc.
Now stand back, everybody. I need room.
Peanuts, popcorns, and programs. You can't tell a tonsil from an adenoid without a program.
Give me one of those. Dolores, stand by with the anesthetic. I'm going to whack out these tonsils, or my name ain't Dr. D. Snook.
Don't forget the sliver, please.
2 hours later, the operation is over, and Dr. DeSchnook is at the bedside of his patient who's just coming out of the ether.
Well, there you are, sir. It's all over. That wasn't so bad, was it? Now, how do you feel?
I'm feeling fine, Doc, and sure I never felt better in my life, and I'm telling you the truth.
Good heavens, I changed his dialect! Come on, girls, let's run!
If you're feeling like buying some new spring clothes and you want your husband in a good humor when you tell him, here's one way to work it. Give him this tempting new dessert for dinner tomorrow night. Make a delicious chocolate cream pie, rich and smooth and satisfying, and amazingly quick and easy to prepare with Jello chocolate pudding. For all you have to do is make your Jello chocolate pudding the same way as always. Follow the simple directions on the package. With only a few minutes cooking, you get creamy chocolate pudding with that old-fashioned homemade goodness. And it makes a perfect pie filling. Just pile it into a crisp brown pie crust, cover with a topping of foamy whipped cream or meringue, and you have the grandest chocolate pie that a hungry man ever put a fork to. All three new Jello puddings have a smooth texture and a marvelous flavor. There's Jello butterscotch pudding, rich with true butterscotch flavor. And there's Jello vanilla pudding, delicate and creamy. They're made with fine, wholesome ingredients, and they're just plain mouth-watering good. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 28th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, folks, I hope you all liked our little play tonight, Four Girls in White. And, oh, yes, Don, Kenny, and Mary, I want to compliment you on your performance. You were very good.
I was good, too, wasn't I, Jack?
Yes, Phyllis, and pull up your bloomers. Good night, folks.
Jello.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
Heard on the program was It's All Yours from Stars in Your Eyes. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Jello.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with just one of those things. I think that childhood memories are among the most pleasant things in life, and here's somebody who agrees with me. Mrs. Mary Kennedy of Akron, Ohio writes, one of my first memories as a very small girl in the country is my mother making Jello and lowering it into the well to set. It was a delightful addition to our hearty country fare and was welcomed alike by youngsters and brawny loggers. The years passed and I became a hostess in my own city home. Everything has changed, but not the quality and value of Jello, which is still the same fine treat. To me, nothing else can equal it, a dessert everybody likes. Therefore, I remain a Jello fan. Well, that's a grand letter, Mrs. Kennedy. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, that letter helps to explain why we ask you always to insist on genuine Jello when you buy. Well, that name is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods, and it tells you here's the real thing. Here is America's favorite gelatin dessert, the one and only Jello. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. That was just one of those things played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our sun-kissed master of ceremonies who has just returned from a week's vacation in Palm Springs.
Yes, sir. Tell him how I look, Don.
Ah, he's the picture of health, folks. Brown as a berry with a magnificent coat of tan.
You know, I never freckle.
Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, that perfect specimen, that bronze Adonis, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you. Jello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you, sunny side up. And you know, Don, that week on the desert did me a world of good. I never felt better in my life. Don't you think I look 10 years younger?
Well, Jack...
5 years?
Well,
3?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack...
All right, Don, let's put it this way. I don't look any older.
No, you don't, Jack.
Thanks. See, every time I fish for a compliment, I come up with a rubber boot. Now, Don, you know this tan on my face is very becoming.
Oh, yes, you have a nice color, Jack, but what are those round white spots just above your eyebrows?
Oh, those white spots? Oh, that's Rochester's fault. He's so careless.
Why? What happened?
Well, you see, I was taking a sun bath, and I gave Rochester a $50 to go out and buy me a cigar.
Yes?
Well, when he came back, I was asleep, so he laid the change on my forehead. That accounts for the polka dots. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Say, where have you been?
Oh, I took a little trip. Do you notice anything different?
Yeah, you look 10 years younger
You see, Don?
than George Arliss.
You can kid about it, but I feel swell. Take it from me, Don, for a real healthy vacation, there's nothing like a week in Palm Springs.
You're right, Jack. It's simply wonderful, and the hotels there are so swanky.
Oh, they're the last word.
They certainly are. Which one did you stop at?
Well, I didn't exactly stay in a hotel. You see, Don, I wanted to sort of rough it, get close to nature. Be right out on the desert.
Where'd you live, in a gopher hole?
No, I didn't live in a gopher hole.
Don't tell me you went to that same dump you stopped at last time.
Dump? Mary, if you can call the Bellevue Auto Court a dump, then I give up. In the first place, they cater to a very exclusive clientele. They don't take in everybody.
Not much. They got a bear trap in front of the joint.
Don't listen to her, Don. It's really one of the nicest auto camps west of the Mississippi. There's such a quaint charm about it. Oh, it's a lovely spot.
And it's right in Palm Springs, huh?
Well, it's not right in Palm Springs, is it, Mary?
No, it's closer to Boyle Heights.
It is not. Don, you must have passed the Bellevue lots of times. Look, you know how you take Highway 99, and you go through Beaumont and Banning?
Yes.
Well, when you leave Banning, you turn off on that side road where the barbecue stand is. The one that has that little red-headed cashier.
You mean Babette?
Yes. She's, well, anyway, you turn off on that road. And on the left-hand side is the Bellevue Auto Court. Oh, you can't miss it.
Oh, I know. It's the place right next to the goat farm.
That's it. That's the place. That's it. When there's a west wind, you get $1 off your rent. I only had one lucky night. Listen, Don, Mary can laugh, but if you're ever out that way and you want to live in a nice, homey atmosphere, you stop at the Bellevue. The beds are marvelous.
But, Jack, isn't it a little too far from Palm Springs?
Why, no, Don. It's only a 10-minute walk.
Go on, it's 15 minutes to the bathroom.
Not if you know the shortcut. You stop there, Don. You'll really thank me for it.
I'll remember that, Jack.
And mention my name. It'll help us both, Oh, and by the way, they have a lunchroom there, and here's a little tip for you, Don. If you go in there to eat, don't order the number 4 breakfast.
Why not?
Because it's $0.10 more than the number 3, and the only difference is they trim the toast. I found that out the first day.
Tell him about the waffles they serve, Jack.
Oh, well, that's just a novelty.
Well, what about the waffles, Mary?
They got numbers on them so you can play bingo till your eggs come.
Listen, Mary, it's those little touches that make the Bellevue unique among auto courts. It's a swell little place.
Go on, you'd never stop there if they didn't have B on the towels.
Oh, yeah? Well, for your information, Smarty, the towel at the Bellevue was on a roller. So don't make up things. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jack. Gee, look at you. Where have you been?
Oh, I've been out in the desert, Kenny. I got a pretty swell tan, haven't I?
Yeah, you look like a healthy prune.
A healthy prune? Oh, well, you perhaps meant that for a compliment.
Could be.
Well, anyway, Kenny, that's what a week in Palm Springs will do for you. Have you ever been there?
Oh, sure. I was there last year with my mother and father. But Jack, I didn't get to see much of Palm Springs.
Why not?
I bought a cowboy hat that was too big for me.
Well, you should have peeked out once in a while. It's a lovely town. Isn't it, Ginge? Huh?
Say, Jack, I just have to think of something. How could you go to Palm Springs when you and Phil are right in the middle of your new picture?
Well, you see, Don, they stopped production on my picture for a week, and Mr. Hornblow, the producer, suggested I go away for a rest.
Oh, I see. By the way, how is Phil as an actor? Has he improved any?
Don, I don't like to be catty, but he's got about as much acting ability as an unrehearsed sweepstake winner in a newsreel. And what a ham.
Conceited, huh?
Conceited? Some silly girl told him he had a profile like a Greek god. And the next day he came to work with an olive branch in his hair. And sandals yet.
No kidding.
Not only that, he had a pedicure. What a guy.
Well, Phil hasn't got much to do with the picture, has he?
No, Don. Fortunately, he has a very small role. You see, Dorothy Lamour thinks she's in love with Phil, and Phil thinks so, too. So not realizing her dreadful mistake, Dorothy marries Phil. You see?
Yes, but where do you come in?
Jack's the stork.
I am... I'm Milford, the boy that's always waiting for her. And, Don, I think this picture will really bring out the new Benny.
Gosh, I hope so.
Don't worry, it will. Now, how about singing, Kenny, while I'm in a romantic mood? Huh?
Okay, Jack.
Now, hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Do you really think Dorothy Lamour is beautiful?
Yes, I do. Why?
You ought to see me in a sarong. Goodbye.
Well, there's a beachcomber if I ever saw one. Sing.
Must be an angel, for your kisses are divine. Darling, you're so wonderful, how can I ever call you mine? You must be an angel on a visit from the skies. Now I look at heaven when I look into your eyes. Can wait. This is paradise, just being here with you and breathing the air you do. Heaven can wait. Darling, it's true. This is paradise, loving the way we do until I go there with you. Heaven can wait.
That was Heaven Can Wait, sung by Kenny Baker, who, in my humble opinion, is one of our finest young tenors. You know, Kenny, I oughtn't to tell you this, but people all over America are crazy about your voice.
They're nuts about it in Brazil, too. Brazil nuts. Oh, boy, that's a Lulu.
Brazil nuts. Kenny, where did you ever get that awful joke?
Phil Harris sold it to me for $10.
What? $10 for that gag?
I didn't know eggs were so high.
Me neither. Of all the nerve. Listen, Kenny, Phil Harris has no business selling you jokes. He knows nothing about comedy.
Oh, no? Anybody that can write Pygmalion is good enough for me.
Oh, so Phil told you he wrote Pygmalion, eh?
Yeah, but he told me to keep it quiet or he'd punch me in the nose.
Well, naturally, he's modest. However, for your information, Kenny, Pygmalion was written by George Bernard Shaw, a very famous Irish playwright.
Take it easy, brother. I wasn't born yesterday.
I doubt that. Phil Harris, an author. Harris is nothing but a bathed hillbilly. He can't write his own name without tracing it through a stencil.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Phil may be a little crude, but he's got a lot of good ideas.
What do you mean, good ideas?
Well, for instance, here's a little thing he whipped up for me. Now, listen. Boys and girls, if you're on the loose right now, why don't you swing on down to that neighborhood grocer and get yourself some of that Jello? It's right in the groove.
That's Phil, all right.
It comes in 6 goody flavors and really hits the spot when it's nestled among them sliced skitters.
Skitters? What's that?
Bananas.
Oh.
So buy it, palsies, because it's economical, appetizing, and delicious-roo.
Delicious-roo?
Yeah, man.
Delicious-roo. Mary, did you ever hear anything like that?
I thought it was right on the beam.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going to have all of you talking like that illiterate maestro. The Maharaja of corn. I'll take care of him when he gets here. And furthermore, Kenny, don't worry. I'll get that $10 back that you gave to Phil.
Well, either way, I'm hooked.
Don't be so cynical, Kenneth. And now, folks, if I may be permitted to pick up the loose ends of our program, I would like to announce that for our feature attraction tonight, the Benny Punchy Punchinellos will present their version of the...
Hey, Jack, look.
Oh, yes, our movie star has arrived.
Hello, folks. This is Smiling Phil Harris, the old lady killer himself.
Old lady killer is right. Come here a minute, Phil. I want to talk to you.
What's on your mind, my little dictator?
Listen, Phil, Kenny Baker just told me that you sold him a joke and charged him $10 for it. Is that right?
Sure, but I marked it down from 25.
I don't care if it's a fire sale. You're here to lead an orchestra, and there'll be no sidelines on this program.
No sidelines, eh?
No.
You're a fine one to squawk. I've been buying my handkerchiefs from you ever since I came to work here.
Well, they were satisfactory, weren't they?
Yes.
Then shut up. Those handkerchiefs are of the finest quality.
I bought one of them, blew a hole right through it.
Well, they're not nosies. They're for the pocket. Anyway, I'm only selling them for an aunt of mine who weaves.
Your uncle weaves, too.
That's different. And now, folks, getting back to our play...
Say, Jack, if you'll stop being mad at me for a second, I'd like to tell you that you're looking swell. That's a marvelous coat of tan you've got.
Well, thanks. I got it in Palm Springs last week. By the way, where did you go?
Where did I go? I've been working like a dog.
Where?
At Paramount on our picture.
What? You've been working on the picture?
There goes your tan, Jack.
Why, Mr. Hornblow told me to go away for a rest. He said they were holding up production.
Holding up nothing. This week they shot all my important love scenes.
Oh, I see.
Oh, so do I.
Keep still. Mary, get me Paramount on the phone. I want to speak to Mr. Hornblow.
Okay.
Listen, Phil, if you think you're going to hog this picture, you have another thing coming.
Well, don't blame me. It's not my fault.
Not much, the way you're always trying to build up your part.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Hello, Paramount? Mr. Hornblow, please.
You know what I'm talking about. You take that scene in the drawing room that you did with Vinnie Barnes. All you were supposed to say was no. Just one word, no. And instead of that, you said, no, no. No, I tell you, 1,000 times no.
Well, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong? You were only turning down a cup of tea. Lucky she didn't offer you a piece of pie. You'd have killed yourself. Some actor.
Hello, Mr. Hornblow? Gee, you're gonna get it.
Mary, give me that phone. Hello, Mr. Hornblow. This is Jack Benny. Yes, I got back today. I had a lovely time. Yes, I got tanned like anything. Now, look, Mr. Hornblow, there's just one thing I want to know. What's the big idea of shooting my picture behind my back? I know, but listen, Mr. Hornblow.
Take it easy, Jack. You worked at every other studio.
I have not. Republic is virgin territory. Now, look, Mr. Hornblow. Look, I'm the... I know. I know it's going to be a good picture. That's why I want to be in it. Yes, but if... I know, but...
Try if again.
Quiet. Mr. Hornblow, are you going to be in your office for a while? Good, I'll be right over. Goodbye. Listen, fellas, you'll have to do our play without me. I got to rush right over to Paramount Studio.
Can I go with you?
Yes, come on. Rochester's got the car downstairs.
Boy, Jack's certainly burned up, isn't he?
Yeah, but Mr. Hornblow will cool him off.
Hey, Phil, you got any more of those jokes you want to sell me?
Sure, come here, kid. Here's a honey. Now, the next time Jack asks you what you're going to sing, you say you're going to sing a little ditty entitled, I Call My Dog Ginger Because He Always Snaps at Me.
Ginger snaps, that's a good one.
That'll be $2, Kenny.
Here you are.
Thanks. Play, boys.
Rochester, I'm in a hurry to get to Paramount, and I'll never get there at the rate we're going. Will you please step on the gas? We're barely crawling.
Can't help it, boss. You either got to get a new car or hoist the sail.
That won't be necessary. I'm going to have the motor overhauled.
That ain't going to help any. What this car needs is glands.
Well, if you took care of it like you should, everything would be all right.
Oh, Jack, stop picking on Rochester. He's doing the best he can with this jalopy.
Mary, if you call this car a jalopy once more, you can get right out and walk.
All right, unstrap me.
Just stay where you are and don't be so fresh. What's the matter, Rochester?
The red light's against us.
Well, you don't have to shut off the engine to stop.
I do until you get brakes.
Oh. Well, it's green. Now get going.
Okay, boss.
Strike one.
Hurry up, Rochester. Come on. Oh, darn it. Oh, quiet, you Sunday drivers. All right, we're going. Hurry up, Rochester.
I'm trying, boss.
It's embarrassing. Well, thank heaven.
Gee whiz, Jack, why don't you trade this car in?
Why should I? This car's all right. Besides, it's so easy on the gas. Gee, I get 27 miles to the gallon.
27 miles?
With a little water, 32.
Now, Rochester, don't exaggerate. And watch where you're going. I want to get to Paramount before Mr. Hornblow leaves his office.
What's the matter, boss? Are you in the doghouse again?
I hardly think that's any of your business, Rochester. Say, Mary, look at that sign. Joe Louis and Jack Roper, Wrigley Field. Boy, that's going to be some fight tomorrow night.
Are you going, Jack?
I certainly am.
Say, boss, who do you think's going to win that fight?
Well, personally, I'd like to put a little bet on Roper.
Pennies from heaven.
Now, I can appreciate your loyalty, Rochester, but Jack Roper is a pretty tough guy. He's got a vicious right and a terrific left. What a pair of arms.
Well, Louis ain't exactly a Venus de Milo.
Oh, so you're pretty positive he'll win, eh? Well, how long do you think the fight will last?
Well, boss, the main event goes on at 10 o'clock sharp, don't it?
That's right.
Well, at 10:15, Brother Louis is scheduled to make a speech at our social club.
Oh, he is?
And in full dress.
Now, don't get too enthusiastic, Rochester. Nobody's going to knock out Roper that fast.
Man, you know what's going to happen tomorrow night?
What?
When the bell rings for the first round, Louis and Roper are going to meet in the center of the ring.
Yes?
Then Roper's going to swing.
Uh-huh.
Then Louis is going to swing.
Uh-huh.
That's all. Party's over.
Well, let me tell you something, Rochester. If you're so sure that Louis is going to win, I'd just like to bet you $10 that you're wrong.
Nothing doing, boss. You still owe me $5 from the Dempsey-Furbo fight.
Oh, so you're trying to back out, eh? You know darn well Roper's going to win that fight, and you're afraid to bet.
What are you talking about, boss?
I'm talking about Roper winning that fight tomorrow night.
Why, man, I told you what's going to happen. Louis is going to take his right hand like this. He's going to swing it right from the ground. Zow it!
Now, look what you did. You broke the windshield.
I'm sorry, boss. I got excited.
Excited.
Well, it's your own fault, Jack. You shouldn't argue with him when he's driving the car.
I wasn't arguing.
You were sure. You told him Roper was sure to win.
Well, he is. I don't think Louis has got a chance against him.
Why, boss, Joe Louis is going to give that Roper a right and a left, a right and a left.
Rochester, keep your hands on the wheel.
A right and a left and a right.
Rochester!
Look out, we're going to hit this drive instead. Isn't this awful?
Good evening, folks. What do you have?
We don't want anything, miss. Are you all right, Mary? Mary, where are you?
Here I am up at the counter. I'm hungry.
Gee, look at this car.
My, what a mess.
Well, you're responsible for the whole thing. Look, the front fenders are knocked off, the headlights are slashed, and we got 3 flat tires.
It's unanimous now.
Well, get to work and fix it. I'm going to walk over to Paramount. It's only 2 blocks from here.
Okay, boss, so long.
So long. Come on with me, Mary. You can eat later.
I'm coming.
Man, this car sure is a wreck. Well, if I gotta fix it, I gotta. I hate to see that evening sun go down, just as Susie. I hate to see that evening sun go down. Oh, lady.
What do you want?
Would you mind bringing me a couple of pork chops to break the monotony?
2 pork chops coming up.
And don't forget the gravy with mashed potatoes all around.
A friend of mine paid me a real compliment the other day. She said, "You know, Don, when you described those Jello desserts over the radio, you just make me hungry for them." Well, naturally, I was pleased. And tonight I have another new Jello dessert I know will make a hit with everybody. A combination of raspberry Jello and cottage cheese. And I'm telling you, it's swell. And easy to make, too. Dissolve 1 package of raspberry Jello in 1 pint of hot water and turn into a ring mold and chill until firm. Then unmold it and fill the center with cottage cheese. Serve it with toasted crackers. And there is a triumph in desserts. Clear, shimmering raspberry Jello with its extra rich flavor and creamy cottage cheese, smooth and tempting. So try it. Ask your grocer tomorrow for raspberry Jello.
Number of the 29th program. We're with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Come on, Mary, walk a little faster. I don't want to keep Mr. Hornblow waiting.
Well, how do you know he's going to be there?
He'll be there all right. You know, I'm no small fry at Paramount. I have an appointment with him, and he'll keep it. Now, hurry up.
Okay. Say, Jack, who's that fellow in that big car that just passed?
Where?
Right there.
Oh. Hey, Mr. Hornblow! Mr. Hornblow, wait a minute. We have an appointment. Hey, Mr. Hornblow!
Good night, folks.
Mr. Hornblow!
Jello.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Jello.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with That's What We Do Over Here. Sons of the American Legion, Squadron Number 241 in Philadelphia, gave an officers' dinner a short time ago, and they sent us one of their menus. Well, here's what topped off the meal. Dessert a la Jack Benny. Yes, sir, you've guessed it, that was Jello. A swell combination of orange, lemon, and lime with that real extra rich fruit flavor, and covered with whipped cream. Judging from the reports, it made a great hit. And after all, that's not so very surprising because everybody enjoys those 6 delicious extra-rich flavors, as tempting and refreshing and satisfying as the real ripe fruit itself. And the Jello's 6 glowing colors are so bright and gay, they give a festive air to any meal. So when you want a dessert the family is sure to welcome, look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells a treat. That's What We Do Over Here, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, Jack Benny and Phil Harris are busy working on a new Paramount picture, Man About Town, and will not be here today. So in the meantime, Kenny and I are going to carry on and try to entertain you with songs and jokes. And I'm sure that we'll all have a good time. Now, first, ladies and gentlemen...
I got a sweet little headache. I was out late last night. I've been out celebrating since Joe Lewis won that fight.
Rochester.
I got a sweet little headache.
Rochester, cut that out. This dressing room is no place for a serenade. And furthermore, I wish you'd help me get dressed. I'm chilly standing here in my underwear.
You shouldn't be. It's long enough.
Rochester, the only reason I'm wearing this kind of underwear is to fill my legs out. So no comments.
What are you going to wear today, boss?
Well, the scene is a very formal dinner party in an English mansion. So give me my full dress suit.
The one you bought outright?
Yes, the new one. Get it for me. I want to try it on.
Okay, here's the pants. Hold steady, boss.
Careful now. Don't get them wrinkled. I won't have time to get them pressed.
There you are.
Yeah. Say, these trousers are beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, but they're too long. Shall I roll them up, tuck them in, or snip them a little?
Leave them alone. I'll pull them up. Let me try on the coat and see how that is.
Here you are, boss.
Thanks. Say, the coat's a little big, too.
Mr. Benny, Mr. Benny, where are you?
I'm right in here, Rochester. Don't get excited. Pull the collar down and give me some air. It'll be all right. Doggone it, I need a back collar button. I forgot to bring some. I'll go next door and borrow one from Phil Harris. Gee, here comes Claudette Colbert. Hello, Claudette.
Who is it?
Jack Benny, darn this suit. Well, here's Phil's dressing room. Look at that corny gold star on the door.
How do you do, sir?
Oh, pardon me, I've got the wrong room. I'm looking for Phil Harris.
These are his quarters. Whom shall I say is calling, please?
Jack Benny, I came to borrow a collar button.
I'm very sorry, sir. I can't disturb Mr. Harris. He's in a mood.
He's in a what?
In a mood. He's studying his part.
Well, I hate to break the spell, but tell him Prince Charming is here and he'd like to borrow a collar button.
I'm terribly sorry, sir, but Mr. Harris is fearfully temperamental. And,
Elkins, I say.
Elkins.
Stop that dreadful chattering. Who is it anyway?
It's a gentleman about a collar button, sir.
Well, buy a couple and send him away.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. It's me, Jack.
Roper or Benny?
Benny. Roper isn't up yet.
Oh, hello, Jack. I didn't see you in that suit.
No, you didn't. Well, if you want to know something, the suit was imported from England.
Oh, heaven forbid.
I wasn't talking to you. Hey, Phil, I need a collar button. Have you got one?
I think so. Elkins, have we a collar button we can lend Mr. Benny?
Well, can he be trusted, sir?
Don't worry, I'll leave a deposit. Say, Phil, this is a lovely dressing room. Well, gee whiz, have you got a shower bath?
I sure have.
Well, that's very ritzy, Phil. I don't know how you rate this.
Tea is served, Mr. Harris.
Thanks, Elkins. I'm famished.
Tea? My goodness, what are those, crumpets?
No, that's corn pone. Mr. Harris. I say, Mr. Harris dotes on it.
That I can understand. Tea and corn pone. What a combination.
Mr. Benny, will you have your tea in a cup or in a saucer?
Just bring it. How I drink it is my own business. And where's my collar button?
A collar button, sir?
Oh, never mind. I'll use a thumbtack. I'm getting out of here. See you on the set, Lord Harris. How'd he ever get a dressing room like that? More politics around here. Well, here's my room. Oh, pardon me. I've got the wrong dressing room. I wish they'd put my name on my door. Oh, here it is.
Say, boss, I was just coming to get you. Miss Livingston's here.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. I thought I'd come down and watch you work. Have you got a big scene today?
Well, it's not so big, Mary, but it's very emotional and calls for every dramatic trick at my command. You see, it's pathos, yet mingled with comedy. And at a certain point, I have to make a transition that will convince the audience of my sincerity and complete domination.
Oh, brother.
Well, just wait and you'll see some real acting. Say, Mary, how do you like my new full-dress suit? I'm kind of dolled up, ain't I?
Yeah, top hat, white tie, and tent.
Well, I'll grant you the suit is a little roomy, but I like freedom in my clothes.
Well, you certainly got it. You could ring the Liberty Bell in there.
That's a good one, Miss Livingston.
You stay out of this, N-man. Anyway, I got other things on my mind. I just came from Phil's dressing room, and I don't know why Paramount gives him a better one than mine. Why, there's no comparison.
Oh, it's your own fault, Jack. Why don't you fight for things once in a while? This room is terrible.
Yeah, I'm ashamed to invite my friends here.
Well, that's too bad. I'm just worried sick about that.
Why, there isn't a chair in the room with over 3 legs. And look at that big hole in the floor.
That hole? Well, I'm really to blame for that.
We thought there was oil under here.
All right, Rochester, just for telling, I'm going to kick you right out of the syndicate. But you're right, Mary. I'm going to do something about this. Rochester, get Mr. Hornblow on the phone.
Okay, boss. Give me a nickel.
Here. And that's another thing. Everybody else has a free telephone. This thing has gone just about far enough.
Oh, you're always talking, but you never do anything.
I don't, eh? I'll find out in a minute just how I stand around here.
I can tell you now and save you a nickel.
Is that so?
Here you are, boss.
Give me that phone. Hello, Mr. Hornblow. This is Jack Benny. Yes, it's me again. Now, look, Mr. Hornblow, I've been at Paramount for a long time, and I think I ought to have a new dressing room. I know, but how come Phil Harris has a shower bath and I have to wash in the fire bucket? Why, twice this week the brigade snatched it right from under me. I know, but Phil Harris, but
Here we go again, folks.
Quiet. What? But look, Mr. Hornblow, I don't want to stay in this dressing room. I haven't got anything to sit on. Oh, that's very funny. Now, look, Mr. Hornblow, here's what I want. I want new chairs, a shower bath, Venetian blinds, a floor lamp.
Roller skates.
Roller skates. Mary, I'm not talking to Santa Claus. What's that? Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hornblow. I'll appreciate that. Goodbye. Well, that's more like it.
Gee, Jack, are you going to get all that stuff?
Only the roller skates, but it's a beginning. Hey, Rochester, tune in the radio. I want to see what they're doing on our program.
I can't. The dial's all rusty.
Well, use the pliers like I do. He never knows what to do.
I got it.
And here's another one, ladies and gentlemen. Little Jack Horner sat in a corner eating a dish of Jello. He stuck in his spoon and started to croon, Jello.
Well, that's very cute.
So you see, folks, you too can be happy with this tempting dessert. It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Wilson is having a Roman holiday there.
And now, folks, Kenny Baker, our popular young tenor, will sing... what's it going to be, Kenny?
I'm going to sing a number called Strange Enchantment from Paramount's new picture, Man About Town, starring Phil Harris.
What?
You heard me.
Wait till I get my hands on him.
Enchantment fills the moonrise. There's a breeze like sandalwood and wine. Strange enchantment lies in your eyes, saying, please, oh please, tonight be mine. When the moon has gone in the blue dawn, and we go wandering apart, darling, I'll be dreaming of this moment with a strange enchantment in my heart. How can I but remember this delight wherever I go, whatever I do? The magic of this oriental night and you. Strange enchantment fills the moonrise. There's a breeze like sandalwood and wine. Strange enchantment lies in your eyes, saying, please, oh please, tonight be mine. When the moon has gone in the blue dawn, and we go wandering apart, darling, I'll be dreaming of this moment with a strange enchantment in my heart.
That was Strange Enchantment sung by Kenny Baker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have some more of my original nursery rhymes. Jack and Phil went up the hill to get a dish of Jello. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Harris laughed like anything.
Turn off the radio, Mary.
Okay.
Thinks he's cute. And I'm plenty burned up about Kenny Baker. Imagine him saying Man About Town starring Phil Harris.
Phil must have put him up to that.
Yeah. You know, Mary, it's disgusting the way Phil tries to steal every scene in the picture. He's always doing something to draw attention away from me.
Well, you don't have to worry today with that suit you've got on.
Yes, if I can remember to keep my head out. Starring Phil Harris. I'm starring in that picture with Dorothy Lamour. And another thing, if Phil doesn't stop telling Dorothy that I've got asthma, I'm going to have him thrown right off this lot.
No kidding. Did he tell Dorothy you've got asthma?
Yes. Now, every time I do a passionate love scene with her, she feels sorry for me. I'll get even with that guy.
Hey, boss, here's your makeup man.
My makeup man? Oh, yes. Hello, Twinkle.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Are we ready for our daily tussle with Father Time?
I suppose so.
Then tuck this towel around your neck and let's get going.
Okay. And, Twink, don't put so much makeup on my chin. Yesterday, you buried my dimple.
I did?
Yes, and everybody was asking for it. So be careful.
Say, Jack, don't you think you ought to darken your hair a little bit at the temples?
Mary, I'm not ashamed of the color of my hair. I'm prematurely gray.
You've been saying that for 35 years.
Well, I was frightened when I was a baby. Oh, Twinkle, I think you ought to pluck my eyebrows a little. They've been growing like mad lately.
Okay.
Say, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
Are you in the mood to reopen our monetary discussion?
Rochester, if you're referring to that $10 I bet you on the Lewis Roper fight, I do not owe it to you.
Well, Lewis knocked Roper out, didn't he?
Not entirely. Roper went down, but he started to get up.
Man, can't you tell the difference between getting up and bouncing?
You can talk all you want, Rochester, but you're not getting the $10.
Oh, why don't you pay him, Mr. Benny?
You stay out of this. Who do you think you are, Chamberlain? Just keep making me up. That's all you're supposed to do.
I never saw anybody like you, Jack. You're always welching on bets.
I am not. Anyway, Rochester will get his $10. I'm going to buy him that new vacuum cleaner he wants.
Who wants?
You wants, and keep still. More arguments about money around here. Ouch! Twinkle, watch those tweezers. You're awfully nervous today, aren't you?
Well, you'd be nervous, too, if your wife had twins last night.
Oh, well, that's marvelous. Congratulations.
Oh, it was nothing.
Well, that is news. Huh?
Hey, Jack.
What?
Look in the mirror and get a load of your face.
What's the matter with it? Oh, well, I'll be darned. Twinkle, what did you do before you became a makeup man?
I used to decorate chinaware.
Well, take those rosebuds off my cheeks. I'm not a teacup. Why don't you concentrate on what you're doing, Twinkle? See, my face is a mess. What are you laughing at?
Twinkle stinkles.
That's what I say.
Hiya, Jack. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Kenny.
Oh, it's you, Kenny. Why aren't you at NBC with Don?
Oh, I got tired of his old nursery rhymes, so I thought I'd come and watch you shoot a scene. Is it all right?
Sure, Kenny, but how'd you get through the gate?
I told him I was your business manager.
Oh, fine. So now you're my business manager.
Mr. Baker, can I have a word with you?
Rochester, forget about that $10. My goodness.
Say, Jack, are you going to shoot a big scene today?
Well, it's not so big, Kenny, but it's very emotional and calls for every dramatic trick at my command. You see, it's pathos yet mingled with comedy. And at a certain point, I have to make a transition that will convince the audience of my sincerity and complete domination. Yes, sir.
See, this is a crummy dressing room.
Kenny asked me a question, so I answered it. Incidentally, I heard that announcement you made of your song.
What about it?
You know what? I'm the star of the picture, not Phil Harris.
Well, he told me you were playing the part of a janitor.
Oh, he did, eh? Well, it so happens that I'm a lover in this picture, and I'm talking to Dorothy Lamour all the time.
Bet you're leaning on a broom.
Broom nothing. I'm carrying a cane. A beautiful ebony cane with a silver handle on one end.
And a nail
on the other. I knew you were going to say that. I knew it. A janitor, eh? A janitor. Wait till I see Harris on the set. I'll give him a piece of my mind.
We're all ready for you on the set, Mr. Benny.
Okay, come on, kids. They're waiting for me, all ready to shoot the scene. I'm going to rush ahead. Rochester, you bring my cane.
Okay.
Don't stick yourself.
See you on the set, kids.
Shall I bring the dustpan?
That belongs here. I'm not a janitor. So long. Gee, I hope I'm not late.
Say, Jack, there's Phil.
Oh, yes. Hey, pretty boy, I want to see you a minute.
What's on your mind, Droopy?
Listen, Phil, did you tell Kenny that I was playing the part of a janitor in this picture?
Yeah, but I just did that for a rib.
That's all I want to know. You and I are through, Phil. I don't want to talk to you again.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. It was just a gag. Who'd ever believe you were playing the part of a janitor?
Plenty of people. From now on, we're no longer friends. Come on, Mary. I want to talk to Mr. Sandridge, the director. Where's Kenny?
Over there on Dorothy Lamore's lap.
Oh, yes. And there's Edward Arnold. And look, there's Benny Barnes, too. She's beautiful, isn't she?
Oh, you think every blonde is beautiful.
I do not.
Name one.
Nelson Eddy. So there. Blonde, if I ever saw one. Anyway, I think Benny Barnes is simply gorgeous. Hello, Benny.
Hello, Benny.
Gee, very witty, too. Hey, Rochester! Rochester!
Quiet on the set.
That assistant director's always showing off. You can't even say boo around here.
Boo.
Hey, you quiet!
See? What a fresh guy.
Did you call me, boss?
Yes, where were you?
I was over in the corner acclimating Mr. Harris's butler. I'm teaching him Central Avenue ping pong.
Rochester, I told you not to bring those dice to this studio. Now throw them out.
Not unless somebody fades me.
Don't be so stubborn.
Hey, Jack, look at Kenny.
Where?
Now he's on Benny Barnes's lap.
Hey, that kid sure gets around. Kenny, come here.
Okay. Hey, you quiet on the set.
Darn that guy. Look, Mary, here comes Mark Sandridge, the director.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mr. Sandridge. Say, I'd like you to meet Mary Livingston.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Livingston? I'm glad to see you.
Then why don't you smile?
Mary. And Mr. Sandridge, this is Kenny Baker.
Hello.
Well, young man, are you having a good time here on the set?
Am I? I'm going to my third lap now.
You'll stay right here with us.
Well, Jack, we're about ready to rehearse the scene in Lady Trumley's drawing room.
Oh, then Miss Barnes and Miss Lamour aren't working today, huh?
No, they just came for the laughs.
Oh.
And incidentally, Jack, when you shoot the scene today, don't look right into the camera. You're not posing for a tintype.
Okay, I'll be careful.
Well, let's get started. Lady Trumley, Theodore, and Milford.
Mary, Phil is Theodore, and I'm Milford. I got a better name than he did.
All right, let's have one rehearsal, and then we'll shoot it.
Why rehearse? I know my part.
Quiet on the set.
Oh, shut up. That guy drives me nuts. Quiet.
Now, Lady Trumley, you sit here on the divan.
Yes, sir.
And Theodore, you sit beside her.
Okay, pal.
Pal. You hear that, Mary?
And Milford, you sit over there on the ashtray.
Fine. I'll look like a Rube Goldberg cartoon. Great place to sit.
All right, let's start the scene. Everybody ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Take it, Phil.
You have a lovely place here, Lady Trumley.
Oh, I'm glad you like it, Theodore. You know, Reggie used to visit here quite often.
Ah, good old Reggie. I say, is he still at Monte Carlo?
No, he's been at Biarritz since he and Evelyn split up.
Split up? My word. But then Reggie always was a bounder.
No, I think it was Evelyn's fault. She's a terribly stuffy person.
Nonsense, my dear. Reggie's a cad, and you know it.
Oh, how can you say that? Well, Reggie has been terribly abused. Don't you think so, Milford?
You said it, sister.
Stop it! Stop it!
Why, what's the matter?
Jack, you don't call a titled English lady sister. You just have 3 words. You said it.
Gee, Mr. Sanders, I was just trying to make it more emphatic, that's all.
Well, don't be adding to your part. Film doesn't grow on bushes, you know.
Oh, all right.
Now let's take it once more. And Theodore, I think it'd be a little better if you defend Reggie instead of Lady Trumley. It's more believable that way.
Okay, Mark.
Say, why can't I defend Reggie?
Quiet, quiet on the set.
Oh, shush. Say a word here, anyway. Oh, get out of here, Mary. Stop laughing.
Now let's run through it once more. Remember the change? Okay, let's go.
You have a lovely place here, Lady Trumley.
I'm glad you like it, Theodore. You know, Reggie used to visit here quite often.
Jack!
My throat was dry, for goodness sake.
Good old Reggie. I say, is he still at Monte Carlo?
Oh, no. He's been at Biarritz since he and Evelyn split up.
Split up? My word. Jeepers creepers.
Jack, what's the matter with you?
Well, I want to say something. I'm an actor, not a sphinx.
Now, you've got enough to do, so be satisfied. Continue, Lady Trumley.
I don't blame Evelyn. Reggie always was a bounder.
No, I think it was Evelyn's fault. She's a terribly stuffy person.
Nonsense, my dear. Reggie's a cad, and you know it.
Oh, how can you say that? Poor Reggie's been a terribly abused boy. Don't you think so, Milford?
Poof.
Don't you think so, Milford?
Yeah.
For heaven's sake, Jack, why don't you answer, Phil?
We're not speaking, that's why.
Jack, we're trying to make a picture. I can't be annoyed with your personal affairs.
Well, I can't be annoyed with answering Phil Harris. Whose picture is this, anyway?
Quiet, quiet on the set.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to punch you right in the nose.
You would, you brute.
Fine cooperation I'm getting on this picture. Come on, Mary, I'm going home.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't get excited.
Excited? Now, look, Mr. Sandwich. I've been studying this scene for days. I know it isn't a big part, but it's very emotional. It calls for every dramatic trick I know. You see, it's pathos, yet mingled with comedy. And at a certain point, I must make a transition that will convince the audience of my sincerity and complete domination. Now, if you think you can get somebody else to do that, go ahead and get Barrymore. I'm leaving. Rochester, give me my top hat and cane.
Sorry, boss, the dice were against me.
Oh, that's all I need.
You said it.
That's my line. Come on, let's get out of here.
Quiet, quiet on the set.
Oh, nuts!
I bet that all of you women have said to yourselves, I don't believe there is anything new to have for dessert. Well, ladies, I'm glad to say that you're wrong. And here's the proof. It's the new Jello butterscotch pudding, rich with true butterscotch flavor, the kind you've loved since you were a youngster. It's creamy and mellow, and it has a delicate golden taffy color that really makes you hungry just to look at it. Jello butterscotch pudding has that old-fashioned homemade goodness, a marvelous flavor and texture. Why, it all but melts right in your mouth. Then try Jello chocolate pudding, rich and smooth and real chocolatey, the kind your family loves. And Jello vanilla pudding, delicate and creamy, so tempting to look at that you know that you have a real treat. All 3 new Jello puddings are made with fine, wholesome ingredients. They're quick and easy to prepare. You'll find the simple directions on every package. Why don't you buy 3 packages at a time? Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
is the last number of the 30th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night. But I'd like to announce, folks, that daylight saving time goes into effect over some of these stations next week. So if your community is affected, don't forget the change.
Say, Jack, what's daylight saving time?
Well, you see, Mary.
I know. It's pathos yet mingled with comedy and calls for every dramatic trick at your command.
That's not it at all. Good night, folks.
Next week, daylight saving time goes into effect in many places. With this result, there will be a change in time for this program on some of these same stations. Consult your local newspaper for the time on your station. Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. The part of Mark Sandwich was played tonight by Russell Higgs.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Man About Town from the picture of the same name. You know, in this world, you just can't stand still. You either slip backward or march forward. Well, in the past 40 years, Jello has been constantly marching forward. And for that reason, Jello is proud to join the great Parade of Progress, which is being held all over this country by the Associated Grocery Manufacturers of America. The idea is to show what amazing progress has been made by food manufacturers over a period of years. And we can honestly say that Jello stands out as a real leader in progress. The years have brought constant new improvements. Jello began as one flavor. Now it brings you 6. And every flavor is extra rich now with a new, delicious goodness. Jello costs less nowadays. It's quicker and easier to make, and it brings you a new, fruit-rich fragrance. So Jello is delighted to be a part of the great Parade of Progress, and we send our greetings to all the grocers of America. And when you're watching the parade, look for the Jello banner. You'll see those big red letters there that spell Jello. Man About Town, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that this occasion is a gala event on our Jello program. Today marks the 7th radio anniversary of our illustrious and beloved Master of Ceremonies.
Is it that long? Tempus fugit.
Exactly 7 years ago today, a young man walked into a small New York broadcasting studio and spoke into a microphone for the first time.
I was as nervous as a goldfish in a fraternity house. Gee.
There he stood, ladies and gentlemen, wearing a brown suit, cloth-top shoes, a straw hat, and a cane.
I finished with a dance in those days, folks.
So now, without further ado, we bring you that same young man in that same brown suit, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Well, hello again. This is Old Faithful, still spouting after all these years. And thanks, Don. It was awfully nice of you to remember my anniversary, but how did you ever happen to think of it?
Well, I'll tell you, Jack. Last Wednesday, I received an anonymous letter stating all the details.
Oh.
And Thursday, I got a telegram saying, what are you going to do about it?
Uh-huh.
So when you called up Friday and asked me how I liked my job, I just put 2 and 2 together.
I see. Well, believe me, it was just a coincidence. Anyway, that was a swell introduction, Don, but you're wrong about one thing. This is not the same suit I wore at my first broadcast.
Oh, it isn't?
No, this is a brand new one. And if you don't believe it, you can call up my tailors, the Campus Cut Tog Shop. Open all night. They'll tell you.
Then I must apologize, Jack. Really, I thought you were wearing the same suit you wore 7 years ago for sentimental reasons.
What was that, Don?
I said I thought you were wearing the same suit for sentimental reasons.
No, Don. My father's carrying the torch now. We're the same size, you know. But, Don, when you mentioned my first broadcast 7 years ago, it sure brought back memories. I'll never forget how nervous I was that night. I was shaking like a leaf.
Well, you must be nervous tonight, too, Jack. You're still shaking.
No, and that's what worries me. Now I shake, but I'm not nervous. Gee, I can't be that old. Anyway, Don, this has been a great day for me. I got telegrams and flowers, and I got the grandest present from our sponsor. He sent me a lovely box of saltwater taffy. Wasn't that nice?
Oh, it certainly was. Have you eaten any yet?
No, Don. I misplaced my heavy-duty teeth. I hope I find them, because corn on the cob will be along any day now. I must write and thank him, though. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Congratulations on your anniversary.
Well, thanks, but gosh, Mary, how'd you happen to know about it? I've been trying to keep it a secret.
Oh, stop. I saw that big ad of yours in the Hollywood Citizen News.
Oh, that. Well, I was just advertising for a gardener. I need one.
What does the ad say, Mary?
I got it right here. Get this, Don. Wanted, Japanese gardener, preferably an ex-acrobat from vaudeville, where Jack Benny spent many happy years before he went into radio, and is now celebrating his 7th successful season on the air. Must have references.
Well, I wanted a gardener with experience.
Look what you got at the bottom of the ad.
Well.
Address all replies. Jack Benny, Paramount Studio, where he is now starring in Man About Town. And bring your own lawnmower.
Look, Mary, gardeners are very hard to get, so it doesn't hurt to build yourself up a little. Anyway, I don't think you should ridicule me on my anniversary.
Oh, I didn't mean anything, Jack.
No.
As a matter of fact, I brought you a present.
Well, that's different. What is it?
Here you are, a pair of woolen socks, and I knitted them all by myself.
Oh, well, let's see them. Well, that was sweet of you, Mary. Say, these socks are swell, but look, what's the idea of the zipper on the side?
That's so you can put your money in without rolling them down.
Mary, I told you 1,000 times I don't keep money in my sock. That lump is where the end of my underwear meets my ankle.
Mighty green country down there.
Well, it's wonderful for grazing if you want to go haywire. Anyway, thanks for my gift. Only sometimes I wish that you'd... Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Telegram? Take it, Mary. Here's a tip for you, son.
Oh, Judy, a nitchel. So long.
He must have been eating some of my taffy. What does the telegram say, Mary?
It's from your sister Florence.
Oh, from Florence.
Mm-hmm. She says, congratulations on reaching your 7th anniversary. And I hope that, signed Florence.
That's her, all right. 10 words is her limit. Funny, she's always been like that. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jackson. Are you right on the beam tonight? Are you jiving, kid?
What?
Are you whipping it up, Elmer?
I see. Kenny, I wish you'd stop hanging around our swing-happy maestro, Phil Harris. He's a bad influence.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I do. You used to be a beautiful baby, and now you're a corny Joe.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Smell this flower in my buttonhole, and I'll squirt your eye out.
Kenny, stop that immediately. And take off that badge. You're not a chicken inspector. Chicken inspector yet.
Well, Phil's got one that says, step up, sugar, here's your honey.
Wow, I'll bet that really gets the girls. You know, Mary, I think it's a crime what Phil is doing to Kenny. He's making a regular smart aleck out of him.
You said it. Kenny was standing in front of the drugstore this afternoon, and when I walked by, he went...
Oh, I did not. I went...
Oh, you did. That's fine, Kenny, whistling at girls.
Well, you do it.
Listen, Kenny, I haven't whistled at a girl since the pool room burned down in Waukegan. Now, you behave yourself, young man.
Say, Kenny, aren't you going to congratulate Jack? This is a big day for him, you know.
Oh, Don, let's forget it. He wouldn't appreciate it anyway. Nobody does in this gang.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I can't speak for the others, but I've been loyal to you always, and you know it.
Yes, you have, Don. That I must admit.
Jack, remember the day when you and I first met 5 years ago?
I certainly do, Don. I certainly do. Why, it seems like yesterday. I'll never forget it.
Remember when we did our first broadcast for Jello?
Gee.
You were standing out in the hall just before the program, and I came up to you and said, can I speak to you a minute, Mr. Benny? I used to be quite formal then.
Yeah. And I said, what is it, Slim? You were quite thin, too. Remember?
I sure do.
I remember your very words, Don. You said, gee, I'm nervous, Mr. Benny. I don't think I can go on today.
And you said to me, don't be nervous, son. Just step up to the microphone and say, Jello has 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Yep.
You know, Jack, I've never forgotten that message.
Who has?
Quiet. And remember, Don, when I told you to say, always insist on genuine Jello. Look for the big red letters on the box.
Pardon me, Jack, but I originated that expression.
Oh, no, Don. No, I remember distinctly that I thought of it.
Well, I hate to argue with you, but I'm positive it was my idea.
Now, Don, let's be fair about this. I created that expression, and if you weren't such a ham, you'd admit it.
What are you talking about? You're the ham.
Oh, I am, eh? Stop that music. That's gratitude.
But, Jack!
Enough, Don. That's the last time I'll wander down memory lane with you.
Oh, who gives a darn? So there.
Look at him. He gets mad at the least little thing.
Oh, it's your own fault, Jack. You're always taking credit for everything.
What do you mean?
Why, you even told me you were the one that suggested the San Francisco World's Fair.
I did not. I merely said that I had 3 cousins who were fan dancers, and it would be nice if they had a place to work this summer. That's all I said. Now go ahead and sing, Kenny, before this reaches serious proportions.
Okay, Junior.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Remember the first time I knocked at your door 3 years ago?
Yes?
You thought I was nuts, didn't you?
I certainly did.
Well, I'm cured now.
I can't understand that. He came in on foot. Sing, Kenny.
I feel it everywhere through the night time. It is the message of the breeze. Our love is like an evening prayer. I can hear it in every whisper of the trees. Of worldly treasures I have only one thing that time nor tide can pay. Without it I would be a lonely one. But now my heart is unafraid. Oh, love, I feel it everywhere. Through the night time, it is the message of the breeze. Like an evening prayer, I can hear it in every whisper of the breeze. And so you're always near to me, wherever you may be. Stars above, as I dream on in all the magic of our love.
That was Our Love, sung by Kenny Baker. And, Kenny, you were exceptionally good tonight. That song was very well rendered.
Yeah, I thought it was right in the old groovaroo.
Isn't that awful? Groovaroo. Kenny, what does that mean?
What does it mean? You don't get around much, do you, brother?
Now, Kenny, for the last time, I want you to cut out that lingo and stay away from Phil Harris. I'm going to have to do something about that.
Say, Jack, while Kenny was singing, another wire came for you. It's from Fred Allen.
Oh, Fred Allen, eh? What does it say?
It says, Dear Jackass.
Give me that wire. That's Dear Jack, as this is your 7th anniversary. You gotta make a jackass. As this is your 7th anniversary, I feel that you deserve a tribute. So I raise my hand and salute you, Fred Allen. Well, there's a novelty. Allen saluting me.
I bet he's doing it in a novel way, too.
Never mind. I prefer to take it the sweet way. Well, here comes our musical madcap, Phil Harris. You're tardy as usual, I see.
I'm sorry I'm late, Jack, but I live way out in Encino, and it takes me quite a while to get here.
Oh, well, this happens to be your job, Phil, so why do you live in Encino?
I like it. It's hilly there.
I thought so. Well, take off that coonskin cap. You're in the city now. Now, don't let this happen again.
Okay. Hiya, Kenny. Have you been swinging out gate?
Well, I tell you, pal, we've been cutting a rug or two, but these alligators here don't know nothing about jamming.
Oh, we don't, eh?
Never mind, Kenny. We'll go out later. I got a couple of jitter dolls lined up, and we'll take them out for a twirl.
Okay, but I got to be home by 9 o'clock.
Phil, aren't you ashamed of what you're doing to Kenny?
No, why?
After all, he's just a kid. If you got a couple of jitter dolls lined up, I'll jam with you. I'm hep. I may not be an alligator, pal, but I can jive a bit. What do you say?
All right, Jack. What time do you have to be home?
I can stay out as late as I want to, Smarty. My father's in Miami. And now, folks, as my cast is finally assembled, and they are all more or less actors, for our play this evening, we are going to present...
Play nothing. Didn't you tell them, kids?
Well, no, Phil. I thought you wanted to surprise Jack.
Surprise me with what?
Well, Jack, this being your anniversary, I'm throwing a little party for you and the gang.
A party?
Yes, and it's all on me.
Well, gee, this is a surprise. Awfully sweet of you, Phil, but where are we going? No drive-in stands now.
No, sir.
Huh?
No, sir. I'm taking you to Slepperman's Hawaiian nightclub. I got a table reserved and the cab waiting downstairs.
Say, that's swell, but what about the program?
Oh, my boys can play a few numbers. Let's go.
Okay, gee, I can hardly wait to see Schlepperman's place. Come on, fella.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, Jack's a jolly good fellow.
Oh, Jack's a jolly good fellow.
Oh,
Jack's a jolly good fellow.
Which nobody can deny. Come on, gang, let's go. Come on, Gee, Phil, I can't get over you throwing this party for me.
Ah, forget it, pal. Anybody that's been in radio as long as you have deserves it.
I do at that, huh? Hey, Mary, what are you doing on the floor of the cab? I thought you were sitting on Don's lap.
I was, but I slid off.
Slid off?
Whee! It's fun, too.
Kenny, stop that.
That's what I say.
Yeah. Oh, hey, are we here already?
Yep, this is the place. Come on, fellas. Hey, driver. Driver, how much the cab fare?
That'll be $1.90.
Okay, I got it.
Wait a minute, Phil. Let me pay for the cab.
Let me pay it. I got the change right here.
No, fellas, let me pay it.
Okay.
Here you are, driver.
You got hooked, didn't you, Sporty?
It's none of your business. Well, here we are.
Hey, Jack, look at that sign. The Hawaiian Swing Club. Hockalua Schlepperman, proprietor.
Oh, yes. Look who's standing in the doorway.
Hello, stranger.
Slapperman!
Welcome to Hula Land. High-class food for low-class people.
Hey, Slap, what's the idea? What's the idea of the high hat, tuxedo, and bare feet?
I'm a beachcomber that reads Esquire.
Oh.
Well, right here this way, everybody. Come on in, everybody.
Hey, this is a gorgeous place, isn't it, Jack?
It sure is. Real tropical atmosphere. Palm trees and coconuts hanging on them. Say, Slep, where do we check our hats?
Better keep them on. The coconuts are loose.
Oh, I see.
Ouch!
There goes one now.
Yeah, say, we better be careful. Hey, Slep, where's your wife?
She's in the kitchen. And, Jack, when I tell her you're here, she'll go crazy. Oh, Lotus Blossom!
What?
Who do you think is here? Jack Benny.
All right, so hooray.
Boy, is she thrilled.
Well, sit down, everybody. Would you like a little refreshments before eating?
Sure, I'll have some Hawaiian punch.
I'd like some, too.
Me too.
I want a dry martini.
Kenny, you'll have a glass of milk.
Okay, put an olive in it.
Never mind.
Well, Gringos, make yourself at home. I'll be back in a jiffy. Excuse me.
See you later, Slep.
Okay.
Wow, this sure is a hot spot. Yahoo!
Kenny, wait till you get your milk. You know, Phil Slep's doing a great business here, isn't he?
Oh, it's packed all the time.
Come on, let's have a little action around here. Where's the hula dancers? Bring on the girls!
Hey, that guy seems to be a little bit under the weather.
I'll say, I hope he doesn't come over here.
He's waving at you, Jack.
Just ignore him. He'll go away. You know, Mary, I think...
Hiya, Jack, old boy, old pal. How's the kid?
Ooh, my back. Gee, I don't even know the guy.
Am I glad I bumped into you? Say, who's got a match?
Here you are, buddy.
Hey, now listen, you stay out of this, Tubby. I'm talking to my old pal, Jack.
Gee, I don't even know the guy. Here you are, mister. Here's a match.
Oh, trying to get tough, huh?
No, you asked for a match, and I gave it to you.
A match? And now, don't worry, Jack. I'll get you a match if I have to turn this place inside out. Who's got a match for my old pal, Jack? Now, who's got a match?
Gee, I never saw the guy before in my life.
Well, gentlemen, here's your appetizers. And in just a minute, we're going to have a floor show.
Say, Slep, there's a fella been annoying us here. You better throw him out.
Where is he?
That big guy over there.
I'm sorry, my wife is the bouncer.
Well, something ought to be done about that guy.
Pardon me, Jackie, I'm going to start the show. All right, boys, step on it. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Before starting our entertainment, I would like to announce that we have a big celebrity here tonight. None other than Jack Benny from the radio.
I never heard of him. Never heard of him.
There's your pal, Jack.
Quiet.
Come on, everybody. Let's give Jack Benny a real Hawaiian reception.
Well, thank you, folks.
Sit down, you big ham. Sit down.
Hey, what is this, anyway? Ouch, darn those coconuts. Go ahead, Slep.
Ladies and gentlemen, first on tonight's program, we have a little surprise for you. In honor of Jack Benny's 7th anniversary, Miss Mary Livingston and yours truly are going to sing a special Hawaiian song for the occasion, assisted by the Boyle Heights Beach Boys.
Now, Mary, did you frame this?
Where did you hear it?
Come on, Mary. Go ahead. Don't be bashful.
All right, boys. Alua, Taluki, 1, 2. I want to go back to my little grass sack in Kaliakawaka High.
I want to be with all the Connies and Wahinis that I knew long ago.
And a girl, Mary!
I can hear old guitars a-playing on the beach at Ocean Park.
I can hear those Hawaiians saying,
Nagasaki, Nikiwaki, Wikiwaki, Walakahui.
Won't be long till my ship will be sailing back to Kona.
Kona!
A grand old place that's always fair to see on Mammy's knee.
I'm just a little Hawaiian and a homesick island boy. I want to go back to my fishing boy. I want to go back to my little grass shack in Kealakekua, Hawaii. Where the huma fly.
You said it.
Where the huma
Well, no kidding, Slapperman. That was swell. That was beautiful, Mary.
Hey, folks, how would you like to hear Jack Benny play a violin solo?
Oh, no, Phil. Nothing doing.
Come on, Jack. Now, let's play.
Oh, no, I don't want to.
Come on, Jack, old pal. Love in blue.
All right, fellas, if you insist. Have you got a violin here, Slap?
No, Jackie, I haven't got one.
Oh, well, it's lucky I brought my own. I thought I might be called on, huh? All right, boys, give me an introduction on Love and Blue.
That's what we want, humorous.
Oh, I wish they'd be quiet. All right, hit it, boys.
Attaboy, Jackie, old pal, humorous.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
You know, that's the most beautiful thing I ever heard. You're breaking my heart. That's what you're doing. You're breaking my heart.
Isn't that awful?
That's the sweetest song was ever written. I was in love once.
Well, you're in bloom now, so keep still.
I was in love with the sweetest little girl in the world. Agnes, come back to me.
I've had enough of this. Slapperman, if you don't throw this fellow out, I will.
Go ahead. The customer's always right.
Here, Mary, hold my coat.
Hey, wait a minute now, Jack. Calm down. This is all a rib.
A rib?
Yes, I hired that guy to heckle you.
You sure fell for it, didn't you?
Oh, I get it. Well, you sure fooled me, buddy. Hey, come over and join us. Have a drink.
Okay, Mr. Benny, I'll have a cherry phosphate.
Say, you certainly had me going there for a minute. Come on, let's all sit down and have a good time. Ow! Kenny, get down out of that tree. What an anniversary. Hey, Slap, how about the few?
Coming right up. Oh, Lotus Blossom, Lotus Blossom.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I have a confession to make. There was a time when I was a meat and potato man. No salads for me, no, sir. Well, I've changed because I found out that Jello salads really are different. They have a zest, a tang that's cool and refreshing. And here's one for you to try that I know you'll all like, husbands included. Jello spring salad. You can make it with lime or lemon Jello, whichever you prefer. Both flavors are especially swell for salads. Dissolve 1 package of Jello in 1 pint of hot water, then add 1 tablespoon of vinegar and chill until slightly thickened. Add 1 cup of chopped nut meats and 1 cup of diced celery and mold until firm. Serve on crisp lettuce with real mayonnaise, and boy, you've got something. Cool, refreshing Jello, golden lemon or sea green lime, molded with crunchy celery and nut meats. So try it soon. Ask your grocer tomorrow for lime or lemon Jello, or better yet, get both.
This is the last number of the 31st program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Oh, Jack, here's another telegram just came from you, for you. It's from Lloyd's of London.
Lloyd's of London? What does it say?
It says, congratulations on reaching your 7th year in radio, although you cost us plenty.
Well, I've been fooling them for years. Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program for courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Sing My Heart. Ladies and gentlemen, there are certain words which seem to have a fine, dependable sound, and I think the word genuine is one of them. The dictionary says genuine, real, true, pure, having the character it is claimed to have as a genuine signature. Well, Jello measures up to every one of these claims, and the name Jello is a genuine signature. For that name is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods, and it tells you here is the real thing. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jello, that's incorrect, for there is no other Jello. So whenever you order Jello, always order it by name, whether it's from your grocer or in a restaurant. And this is National Restaurant Week, the week of May 8th to May 14th. So when you're dining out, order Jello for dessert. Just remember to enjoy Jello's delicious, extra-rich flavor, as tempting as the real fruit. Be sure to insist by name on genuine Jello. That was Sing My Heart, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that spring is here and well underway. Tonight we bring you a big dose of sulfur and molasses, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jello again. This is Tough to Take Benny coming to you. So hold your nose, folks, and swallow hard. Ain't I awful? You know, Don, we can laugh now about sulfur and molasses, but when I was a kid, I hated that stuff, didn't you?
I sure did.
Gee, I remember every time my mother gave it to me, I used to go, ugh.
Ugh?
Yeah. Oh, sometimes I'd go ish. But as a rule, I'd stick to ugh. It was a colloquial expression in Waukegan.
Well, tell me, Jack, did you say ugh for cod liver oil, too?
Ugh for cod liver oil? Heavens, no, Don. For cod liver oil, the correct ejaculation is brrr Nagasaki. I remember that distinctly.
Well, that's about the silliest routine I've ever heard. I'm getting out of here before the wagon pulls up.
Well, you're a fine one to criticize, Mr. Harris, with that baby talk of yours.
What baby talk?
I heard you on the air last night singing The Three Little Fishes. Top to the mama fitty top if you tan, and the fam right over the dam. Whee!
Now, wait a minute.
You should have heard him, folks. Boop, boop, did 'em, dot 'em, wad 'em. You know, Phil, just because you drink like a fish, you don't have to act like one. Imagine a big gawk like you singing Twee Itty Fishies.
Well, why shouldn't I? It's a very popular song, and it's sweeping the country.
It is, eh?
Yes, and I did lots and lots of wee twist to ting it.
Oh, do. Well, listen, Phil, don't ting it in here if you want to keep your job. I'm getting tick and tired of you towing off all the time.
Well, I don't care about my job here anyway. I'm in pictures now and doing swell. And if you want to know something, I'm even trying to get rid of my orchestra.
Oh, you are, eh? Well, Phil, for your information, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, do not dump orchestra in ash can until you are out of same. I found that in a rice cookie. So you better stick to radio, Phil, you and your Twee Itty Fishies.
Oh, tut it out. Tut it out.
Tut it out yourself and tut up. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, kiddies. Can an adult get in this conversation?
I think so. Say, Mary, did you ever hear Phil do that baby song, 3 Itty Fishies?
Sure, I was over at the Wilshire Bowl the other night and saw him do it. Everybody stopped dancing to watch him.
Got plenty of laughs, didn't I, Mary?
Who wouldn't with those diapers you were wearing?
Oh, dressing for the part, eh?
Yeah, and you want to know something, Jack?
What?
Our maestro is knock-kneed.
Knock-kneed? Hey, I didn't know that.
Oh, she's ribbon, Jack. I ain't knock-kneed.
Go on, you couldn't get a piece of dental floss between those knobs.
Oh, that's a good one. So the big movie star is knock-kneed. That's rich.
Quiet, hoop legs.
Mary, we were discussing Phil. Anyway, we've got a long play to do tonight, so let's all settle down and get started. Where's Kenny?
Kenny? I saw him across the street in the sandwich shop.
Oh.
You should have seen him flirting, Jack. You know, they've got a new waitress over there.
They have?
Phil, come back here. I never saw such a guy.
Well, I'm hungry.
If you're hungry, take a sandwich out of my bucket. It's under the piano right next to my police dog.
Oh, Jack, why do you have to bring that dog down here? Nobody's going to steal your lunch.
Oh, no? Take a good look at those drooling dipsy doodlers sitting there. I need that dog, all right.
Say, Jack, why do you always bring your lunch to the studio anyway?
18 years ago, he lost a hat in a restaurant.
Mary, I've been trying to forget that. So please. Quiet, Baskerville. Say, Mary, what were you saying before about Kenny?
Well, he was in the sandwich shop trying to date up that new waitress. He had 3 malted milks, 2 ice cream sodas, and a banana split before he got her first name.
Ooh, goodness, how could he eat all that stuff?
With a spoon. Ha, ha, that's a good one.
Oh, my goodness. I'm going home, that's all. I'm going home. Come on, Baskerville.
What's the matter, Jack? I thought that was pretty quick thinking.
Listen, Ezra. I want you to cut out those ad-libs. You've started more bridge games in the middle of our program than anybody on it. You know what kills me, Don? I work and slave over a script all week long. And then on Sunday, the Maharaja walks in and with 3 little words puts us right back on the Chautauqua circuit. With a spoon.
Well, it just came to me and I said it.
And you know, folks, this just came to me.
Oh, fine.
As long as you have a spoon, get a dish, fill it with Jello, and you'll have the most tempting gelatin dessert you've ever tasted in your life.
Well, at least, Don, you're sophisticated.
It is economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Look for the big red letters on the box.
Well, I don't know where we are now, so we might as well have a number. Play something, Phil. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Is Phil Harris going to sing 3 Little Fishes tonight?
No, and who are you?
Just a hungry college boy. Goodbye.
I wonder if the CCC boys could plant something on his head. Play, Phil. was Rose of the Rio Grande, played by Phil Harris and his Miracle Mile Music Manglers. And just to be fair about it, I must admit that number was very good. It was swell.
I didn't think it was loud enough.
Not loud enough? Why, Phil, you've got 3 violins in your orchestra, which I know will be startling news to our listening audience. They're plenty loud.
Not for me. I got to put more brass in my band.
More brass? Phil, you've got a trumpet player alone that Gabriel will have a tough time following. That last number, he blew a pompadour right up the back of my neck. Just leave well enough alone, Phil. And now, folks...
Just the same, I need more sock to my music, more volume.
Why don't you put in a burglar alarm?
That's all he needs. And now, folks...
My band may sound all right to you, Jack, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't hear enough brass.
Phil, just pin your curls up over your ears and everything will be ducky. Now, let's get on with our show.
Hey, Jack, look who just came in.
Oh, yes, our sandwich shop, Casanova. Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Boy, am I sick.
Well, you should be sick. After 3 malted milks, 2 ice cream sodas, and a banana split. All of that just to talk to a girl.
I'm going out with her tonight if I feel better.
Oh, you are, eh?
Yeah, I got her phone number right here in this card. Gee, she's beautiful.
Give me that number, Kenny. I'll hold it for you till you grow up. Come on, give it to me.
I won't.
You give me that or I'll tell your mother.
All right. Here, you stool pigeon.
It's more like it.
Oh, Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Mary, I only took that phone number away from Kenny because he's too young to be going out with girls.
Well, you're too old, so give it a Phil.
Oh, no.
Come on, Jackson, make way for tomorrow.
Phil, you're not getting her number, and neither is Kenny.
You think she'd like a fat boy?
What is this, a grab bag? Now, nobody's getting this girl's number, so forget it.
Looks like she's stuck with Foxy Grandpa.
Mary, I'm merely holding her phone number because Kenny is too young. Let's see this. Oxford 7-3. Kenny, is this a 3 or a 5?
Well, I'll tell you when I grow up.
Here, you can have it back. I was only kidding.
Say, Kenny, old pal, I got an idea. Why don't you bring your girlfriend over to the Wilshire Bowl tonight? I'll let you lead my band.
You better hang your girl in the check room, Kenny.
You said it, Mary.
And how? You know, Jack, the last time I brought a girl over to Phil's place, Phil came home with us in a cab.
Well, I bet you were plenty burned up, weren't you?
I'll say I had to sit up front with the driver where I couldn't hear the radio.
Oh, so Phil got your girl, eh?
Yeah.
Well, Kenny, for your edification, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, he who introduces girlfriend to Phil Harris had better carry spare. And now, kiddies, let's forget our love life and get on with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, yesterday marked another running of that great annual turf classic, the Kentucky Derby. So for our play tonight, we are going
by the way, Jack, did you place a bet on the big race yesterday?
Yes, Don, I had $2 on the winner, Johnstown. I had a terrific hunch on him.
That's Jack, all right. He throws away his money like a boomerang.
Now, Mary, that horse wasn't so sure of winning.
You didn't play him to win.
Oh, that's right. I had him to show. And getting back to our play, as I was saying, folks, yesterday was the running of the great Kentucky Derby. So tonight, the Benny Perry Mutual Players will present an original play dedicated to this outstanding event. This will go on...
Hey, is this a Jello program?
What? Why, Andy Devine, the old mayor of Van Nuys himself. Come on in.
Hiya, Buck.
I haven't seen him in a long time. Andy, gee, I haven't seen you in weeks. Why don't you drop around once in a while?
Well, I've been pretty busy on the farm, Buck. You know, it's spring, and I've been doing all the planting and plowing, and it's a lot of work for one man.
I'll bet it is. Hey, well, doesn't your pa do anything on the farm?
No, Buck, he's got a system.
Oh.
He makes cider in the fall, bottles it in the winter, drinks it in the spring, and sleeps all summer.
Well, at least he's happy. But, Andy, with all you got to do, I should think you'd try and get a little work out of your pa.
Oh, I don't trust him, Buck. Last year he took a couple of snorts and plowed up Highway 99.
Oh, well, I'm glad you found time to come down to see us. Say, Andy, how's your ma?
Oh, she's fine, Buck. Pa took her up to the San Francisco Fair last week.
Well, that was nice.
He tried to get her a job with Sally Rand, but they turned her down.
They turned her down? Why?
She's got your trouble, Buck. Bow legs.
Now, wait a minute. The next one on this program that says I've got bow legs has got to chase a pig through them.
It's a cinch.
Never mind. Say, Andy, how do you happen to be in town today?
Well, I come down to pick up my girl. She just got a job across the street in that sandwich shop.
In the sandwich shop?
Jeepers creepers, I'm cooked.
Serves you right, Kenny. Say, Andy, I don't suppose I ought to tell you this, but Kenny happens to have your girl's phone number.
Let it ring, Buck. I'll answer it.
Hey, you're pretty sharp. Well, now that you're here, Andy, I hope you can stick around because tonight we're doing a play about the Kentucky Derby. And I think we can find a spot in it for you. What do you say?
Okay, Buck. I hope I'm a jockey.
We'll see, Andy. And now, folks, Kenny Baker, our young tenor, will sing. What are you going to sing, Kenny?
Penny Serenade. It's a request.
Oh, who requested it?
Andy's girl, so I'm just going to sing it mediocre.
Now, Kenny, you mustn't let your personal feelings influence your song. Remember, you're a trooper.
You're right, Jack. I'll sing like I've never sung before. The show must go on.
What a cluck.
You said it. Sing, Pagliacci.
Hear my love song for a penny. See, 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 just a penny serenade. Once I strayed neath a window of a lovely, lovely lady, and she smiled while I softly played my penny serenade. In her eyes shone the tender dawn of love and sweet surrender. As for me, in my heart I played a lover's serenade. See, 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 you can hear it for a penny. See, 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 just a penny serenade. See, 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 hear my love song for a penny. See, 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 just a penny serenade. In a dream so divine she was mine, no word had been spoken. When I woke from my dream, she was gone. My poor heart was broken. Still I pray that wherever she may be, she will remember in her heart. She will always hear my penny serenade. See, see, see. See, see, see. See, see.
Penny Serenade, sung by Kenny Baker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will bring you our tribute to the Kentucky Derby by presenting a little play in 2 scenes and 3 furlongs, entitled Weather Clear, Track Fast, Fine Play, Bum Cast. Now, in this turf drama, we will all play the parts of horses. We will all play horses. Pardon me, huh?
This is silly. I'm not going to be a horse.
Kenny, if I can get down on my hands and knees, you can.
Only he can get up.
I can get up, too, so don't be so smart. Well, that's settled. We're all going to be horses.
I'd like to see somebody put a saddle on me.
Quiet, El Chico. And pin on your tail. I want this to be realistic. Now, before presenting this play, folks, I would like to announce that any resemblance to horses, living dead or under General Sherman, is purely coincidental. The opening scene is the paddock at Churchill Downs, 20 minutes before the big race, where we find El Chico, Johnstown technician, Shaladon, Heather Broom on location, and all the other entries chewing the fat. Curtain. Music. We're horses now, folks. Oh, Shaladon. Shaladon.
Yes, technician.
You better lay off those oats. You know, you've been putting on a lot of weight.
Oh, I'm not so heavy.
You're not. You're the only horse in this stable with a double chin, and you know it. Say, Shaladon, look at El Chico over there with that curly mane of his. That's a finger wave if I ever saw one. What are you eating, El Chico?
Corn.
I thought so. I suppose you think you're going to win today.
Why, pal, my tail will be in your face all around that track.
Oh, it will, eh?
Yeah.
Listen, El Chico, if your tail comes anywhere near my mouth, I'll bob it. So watch out. Oh, hello, Heather Broom. What are you reading?
A letter from my brother. He's with Borden's Dairy now.
Oh. Isn't he pulling that ice wagon anymore?
No, he got cold feet.
I see. Gee, I hope I don't wind up on a milk wagon. I hate those early hours. Well, Heather Broom, good luck to you today.
Hey, Heather, what are you doing after the race tonight?
Oh, nothing. Let's go over to the Blue Moon Livery Stable. They have a marvelous floor show.
They have? Who's playing there?
Fink's Mules.
Oh, they're wonderful. There's a little brunette on the end. Well.
How about going there with me tonight, Heather?
It's a date. I've got a beautiful new blanket I'm going to wear. It's from Sax Bay Meadows.
Now, wait a minute, El Chico. Heather has a date with me tonight, and I'm going to pick her up at 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock? You won't be coming into the stretch till 10.
I won't, eh? They clocked me this morning, brother, and I heard my trainer say, if I get on the rail at the first turn, I'll jive right in. So there.
Hey, fellas, there's Johnstown over there. Gee, he's swell-headed.
Yeah, I think he's smart because he's a favorite. Look at him getting a hoofacure. Who does he think he is, anyway?
Well, here comes On Location.
Oh, yeah.
Hiya, fellas.
Hello, On. You think you've got a chance today?
I will if it's a wet track. You know, I'm a terrific mudder.
You should be. You don't know enough to come in out of the rain.
Now, Heather.
Well, I'm 40-1 today, Smarty.
Well, that's nothing to brag about.
It ain't, huh? I'd be 60-1 if people knew I had that banana split.
I wouldn't be surprised. Shaladon, I told you to lay off those oats.
Well, I'm starved.
I know, but passing you on the track now is practically a detour. My goodness. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Darn these flies. Get away from me, you old horse fly.
I want Shaladon. There's meat on him.
Scat! Shoot! Well, fellas, we still got a few minutes to kill before the race. What'll we do?
How about pitching a game of horseshoes?
Oh, I don't want to take them off just for that. Say, who's that new white horse in the stall across the way? They just unloaded him this morning.
Haven't you heard? That's Abdul III, an Arabian horse.
Oh, an Arabian, eh? I must get acquainted. Hello, Abdul.
Hello, stranger.
My name is Technician. Where are you from? I mean, what's your lineage?
Are you alluding to me?
Yes, where are you from?
I'm out of Gefilte Girl by Bagel Boy.
Oh, yes, I read about your family in the Breeder's Digest. You come from very good stock.
Why, certainly. You ain't talking to a plug, you know.
Well, I appreciate that. By the way, Abdul, why aren't you in the big race today?
I should get high blood pressure for a bag of oats.
Oh, come on, run in the race.
No, not me, partner.
Oh, come on, don't be so stubborn.
I can't help it. I got mule blood in me.
Well, you'd never know it. Hey, that's for us, fellas. We better get going. So long, Abdul.
Good luck, technician.
Gee, I'm nervous.
Darn it, I can't find my blinkers.
Gosh, my mane looks beautiful. I bet I get a big hand.
El Chico, put down that mirror. You're a fine 3-year-old. Look at those bags under your eyes. Well, come on, tails up, everybody. We're off to the race. Gee, hey, look at that crowd. We're sure packing them in today, huh?
Well, folks, here come the horses up to the barrier, ready for the big race. Oh, it's a lovely day here at Churchill Downs. I wish you could see these beautiful bangtails prancing up to the post.
Bangtails, I hate that word.
They're lining up, folks. There's Johnstown, the favorite, Shaladon, Heather Broom, El Chico, and On Location.
Didn't even mention me. Hey, move over, El Chico. You want the whole track?
Quiet, you old gray mare.
I'm not a mare.
Then take your hoof off your hip.
That's where the fly bit me.
There's a little trouble down there, folks. Technician is glaring at El Chico.
You're darn right I am.
And now Heather Broom is acting up. Seems to be quite temperamental.
What's the matter with you, Heather? Stop fidgeting.
Well, my girdle's too tight.
That's a saddle. Now, how are you going to run in those high-heeled shoes? Who's your blacksmith, anyway?
I Miller.
Oh. I know him. He used to shoe my mother when she ran at Saratoga.
The horses are calming down now. They're all lined up, all except one who's facing the wrong way.
That's me, folks. Wouldn't you know it?
Yes, turn around.
On Location is back in line now, and it looks like we're going to have... Right, we're off! And there they go! They broke clean and fast, and Johnstown takes the lead, followed closely by El Chico. T.M. Dorset is third. Then comes Heather Broom, Viscounty, On Location, and Sheldon.
Hey, what am I, an orphan?
And oh, yes, there's Technician, puffing hard.
I am not.
Oh, folks, what a race. Johnstown is still in the lead by 2 lengths. El Chico second, Heather Broom third, and Technician is doing the best he can with those bow legs.
I'd like to kick him right in the face.
They're rounding the far turn now, folks, and coming into the stretch. Johnstown is leading by 3 miles.
Don't exaggerate.
Celadon and Heather Broom are moving up. Looks like they're going to finish in the money.
I'm going to finish in the money, too.
You wouldn't if you ever spent any.
Oh, yeah?
Wow, look at that Johnstown run. He's still way in the lead. And look, folks, here comes Malicious on the outside.
Malicious? He isn't even running.
Quiet! They're nearing the finish line, folks. Here they come. They're crossing the wire. And here are the winners. Johnstown first by 8 miles and 6 lengths. Celadon second by a length and a half. Heather Broom third by a head. Technician fifth by a nose.
I was wrong.
And On Location last by courtesy of Mervyn Leroy.
Gee, I'm all in.
And here's the winner, Johnstown, coming up to the microphone. Say something, Johnstown.
Put the oats on, Ma. I'll be right home.
Oh, what a race. Play, El Chico.
Here's a dessert that's as gay and cheerful to look at as this year's new hats. It's very inexpensive, and it's quick and easy to make. Picture to yourself a gay yellow dessert bowl piled high with smooth, rich Jello chocolate pudding, decorated with fluffs of whipped cream and topped with bright red maraschino cherries. Yes, ma'am, it is a picture, and just as good to eat as it looks. For Jello chocolate pudding brings you that old-fashioned homemade goodness. It has a perfect texture, a rich, tempting color, and it's as easy as can be to make. All 3 new Jello puddings are simple to prepare. The directions are in every package, and they cook in next to no time. And all 3 taste grand. Jello butterscotch pudding, rich with true butterscotch flavor. Jello vanilla pudding, delicate and creamy and tempting. Buy 3 packages at a time. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding. The real homemade kind.
The last number of the 32nd program in the new Jello series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time when we will present our version of Pandro S. Berman's great RKO production, Gunga Din. Don't miss it, folks. India, elephants, camels, soldiers, drums, bugles. And I will be Gunga Din.
You got nice legs for it.
Quiet. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn Leroy Productions.
The selection Sing My Heart is from Love Affair. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Hooray for Hollywood. Do you get a sort of a tingling in your toes at this time of the year? A longing to get out and watch things grow? Well, here's one swell way to save time indoors so that you can get outdoors. Serve Jello for dessert and serve it often. For Jello is amazingly quick and easy to prepare, one of the simplest desserts you can make. It dissolves instantly and sets quickly. Why, you can pop it into your refrigerator before you go out in the morning and have a grand dessert ready for lunch or dinner. And Jello is always attractive. Always delicious. It's crammed with extra rich flavor, lots and lots of it, as tempting and refreshing as the real ripe fruit itself. Every time you serve it, it's a brand new treat, a dessert the family always welcomes. And when you buy, just be sure to get genuine Jello. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells a treat. That was Hooray for Hollywood, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being Mother's Day, we bring you that little old lady, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you. Jello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And before going any further, I wish mothers everywhere a happy holiday. You know, Don, I thought that was cute, you're calling me a little old lady, although I didn't quite get the inference.
Well, Jack, I meant that as a compliment.
Oh.
You're always so neat and meticulous. Every little detail must be perfect. Everything you do must be just so.
In other words, Don, I'm a fuss budget.
Exactly.
Don, I may run my finger across the piano keys to see if they're dusty. And I may spank my cat for joining a lonesome club. But I'm not a fuss budget. Am I, Mary?
Not much. What about that sign you got on the front door of your house?
What sign?
Please take shower before entering.
Mary, that's Rochester's fault. It should be by my swimming pool. Anyway, that still doesn't justify Don's introduction. I'm not an old lady.
Go on. I saw you crossing Hollywood Boulevard yesterday, and a Boy Scout was helping you.
Well, it was the rush hour. You know, Phil, Hollywood Boulevard is a pretty busy street. It's quite dangerous crossing it.
Well, why don't you wait for the lights?
If he could see the lights, he wouldn't need a Boy Scout.
Never mind. I think the Boy Scout movement is a great institution. In fact, I used to be one myself. I belonged to the Panther Patrol in Waukegan.
Oh, so you were a Boy Scout, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you know, Jack, when I was a kid, I belonged to the Beaver Patrol in Denver.
No kidding. Say, Phil, were you ever a Boy Scout?
No, I went right from the cradle into the Elks.
I believe you. You know, Phil, you haven't got near the sentiment that Don has, or I have, or the rest of the gang. You know?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I bet you didn't even send a present today to your sweet old mother down in Tennessee.
He did too, Jack. I was in the store with him when he bought it.
You're darn right.
Well, that's a surprise. What'd he get for his mother, Mary?
A brand new corncob pipe.
She'll love it.
Well, I guess they're all the rage in the hills. You know? Say, Phil, do your folks still live in Possum Junction?
No, they moved to Grub Hollow for the feuding season.
Oh, it's lovely there, then, with the shotguns all in bloom and the Mountain Dew behind every stump. Oh, it's wonderful.
Oh, cut it out, Jack. You're making me homesick.
I'm sorry, Phil. Anyway, I'm very happy that you remembered your mother today.
Say, Jack, you know, I sent my mother a present, too. A lovely bottle of perfume.
Perfume, huh?
Yeah, it's called L'Amour Toujours Ocean Park.
Oh.
Phil says it's great stuff.
Phil, what's he got to do with it?
His guitar player makes it.
Oh, he does. You know, Phil, you've got the only musicians in the world that could go into some other business tomorrow, and I wish they would. Well, fellas, let's get down to work. We got a long play to do tonight, and I think we better get
Hello,
going.
Jack. What are you talking about?
What do you think I'd be talking about, Kenny, today of all days?
Your new picture.
I was not. I'm surprised at you, Kenny. Don't you know what day this is?
Oh, why don't you give him a hint, Jack? This is a tough one.
Tough one? Why, everybody should know who we're dedicating this day to, especially a young fellow like him. Kenny, who made you wash behind your ears when you were a kid?
Nobody. I had curls.
There you are. Look, Kenny, it's somebody's day today. Now, who do you go to when you're in trouble and everybody else has failed you? Who do you go to?
Oh, I know. Mervyn Leroy.
Well, I give up. Try and give that kid a hint.
Well, maybe I can help you, Jack. Now, Kenny, when you want a real tempting and delicious dessert, who goes to the kitchen and prepares a dish of Jello for you?
My mother, Mrs. J. Hotchkiss Baker.
So you see, ladies and gentlemen, Jello has not only helped Kenny find out what day this is, but it is also economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Thanks, Don, for helping me out. And incidentally, that was as smooth a bit of wool as has been pulled over these old eyes in many a moon. And now, folks, Kenny Baker will sing. What are you going to sing, Kenny?
For my mother, which I prepared especially for this occasion.
Go ahead. Hey, wait a minute. If you had a song prepared for your mother, how could you walk in here not knowing what day this is?
I didn't walk. I skipped in.
Oh, that explains it. Sing, Kenny.
I see the light of heaven in your eyes, Mother dear. The brightness of the sun in your smile, Mother dear. I feel the magic of God's hand in all you do for me. His masterpiece of mystery. I'm thankful for the tenderness and care I have known. I'm thankful, too, that God and you chose me for your own. Each night I say a prayer for you. I know He will hear. May God bless and keep you always, my mother, my mother
That was For My Mother, sung by Kenny Baker. That was a beautiful number, Kenny, and a sweet thought. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week, for our feature attraction tonight and our bid for the Academy Award, we bring you our version of Mr. Pandro S. Berman's great RKO Super Spectacle, a drama based on that immortal classic, an inspiring masterpiece dedicated to that brave and fearless hero, Gunga Din. Thank you, Mr. Berman. Now, this story is about a boy called Gunga Din who went through life wearing nothing but a loincloth.
Say, Jack, what's a loincloth?
A loincloth, Kenny, is a sarong with an inferiority complex. Now, our play opens in the thriving little town of East Cobra, India, which is just 3 wiggles and a hiss from Calcutta. I will play the part of Gunga Din, that heroic young Hindu lad who saved his regiment. Phil, I wish you'd tell your piano player to stop using that electric razor while I'm talking. It's very annoying.
Well, he needs a shave.
Oh, he does? Well, why doesn't he shave at home?
He hasn't been home in 3 weeks.
Oh. Anyway, I will be that heroic lad who served his regiment at the cost of his life.
Mother-in-law's in town.
Phil, I'm announcing our play. Now, this will go on.
Say, Jack, am I going to be in it?
Yes, Mary, you're going to be the entire spirit and mood of our story. You will interpret the action of the play as it goes on by reciting that famous poem by Rudyard Kipling.
What poem?
Oh, Mary, you remember. You're a better man than I am. Who is that?
Anybody.
It is not. It's Gunga Din. And you're going to recite it for us.
Gee, then I better start writing it.
You don't have to write it. It's already written. Kipling wrote it.
Wrote what?
Hold tight and go back to sleep. So in our play tonight, folks, we will take you to India, the land of mystery and enchantment, where moonlight spreads its silvery glow over the Ganges, where in solitary splendor stands the incomparable Taj Mahal. What was that?
The piano player just talked himself into a shampoo.
Phil, why don't you boys clean up on their own time?
Well, they're busy, Jack. Don't forget we had to rehearse before the program.
Rehearse? Oh, yes, I saw your boys here this morning. And, Phil, it would be a grand idea if they rehearsed with their instruments. I think your theory of shadow boxing in music is entirely wrong. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, the time of our drama is the year 1900, or thereabouts.
Oh, Jack, have you got a part for me in this play?
Well, Don, I didn't know just what to do with you. We need animals, but you're too small for an elephant and too big for a mongoose. It's quite a problem.
Gee, I'd love to be in it. Couldn't I be a hippopotamus?
Well, Don, you're hippie enough, and you certainly have a large potamus. We'll find something for you. Now, the scene of our drama is the home of Mrs. Dean, where she lives with her 3 sons, Dizzy, Daffy, and Gunga. The Dean family.
What's the matter with Sar?
Sar?
Yes, Sar Dean. Harris scores again.
Oh, Phil, up. Isn't that awful, Sardine? Phil, the next time you pull an ad-lib like that, I'm going to put maple syrup in your hair curlers. What a gag.
Listen, Jack, I pull that kind of stuff all the time at the Wilshire Bowl.
I know. That's why they took off the cover charge. Mary, did you ever go to the bowl and hear Phil pull those gags of his?
Yeah, the waiters all wear earmuffs.
Well, I don't blame them. The customers ought to wear earmuffs, too. And now, folks...
Is it cold in there?
Oh, quiet. Now, our play, Gunga Din, will go on immediately after a selection by the orchestra. Hey, Phil, play something apropos, something that'll put us in the right spirit for India.
Okay, how about Scheherazade by Rimsky-Korsakov?
Phil, just play Tiger Rag. I'm in no mood to gamble. Look who wants to play Scheherazade by Rimsky-Korsakov.
Well, he certainly surprised me.
Surprised you? I didn't even play it.
No, but he pronounced it.
It was quite a feat. I bet he doesn't even know the first 8 bars of it.
I don't, eh? Get this, Jackson. Scheherazade, Scheherazade, Zada, Zada, zing, zing, zing.
There you are. Did you hear that, Mary?
I didn't think he knew it.
Oh. Let's forget it. Anyway, Phil, go ahead with whatever you're going to play.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, we're just starting our play, so call me back later.
I won't be here later.
Oh, what's the matter now? Is it Carmichael again?
Boss, I don't mind making your bed and pressing your pants. But when you expect me to teach that polar bear to roller skate, I quit.
Well, you gotta teach him to skate. I'm going to be off the air this summer, and that's part of our vaudeville act. Benny and Carmichael, humor on wheels. Now, look, Rochester, it's very simple. The first step with Carmichael is to strap the skates on him.
Uh-huh.
The second step is to give him a little push.
Uh-huh.
And the third step
is to get out of town before it's too late.
Oh, Rochester, what's the matter with you? Carmichael is very good at tricks. You taught him to bring in the mail, didn't you?
Yeah, but this morning he brought in the mailman.
The mailman? I refuse to believe it.
Wait till you see the newsreel.
Well, I'll apologize to Mr. Jensen when I see him. I'll be home right after the broadcast, Rochester. So long.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss, I forgot to tell you, Carmichael's been after the goldfish again. I caught him this morning with his paws in the bowl.
And he was after the goldfish?
He wasn't waiting for a manicure.
Well, don't worry about it. He was just playing with the fish. He won't eat them.
I don't know about that. He had a napkin around his neck.
All right, now don't bother me anymore, Rochester. We got an important sketch to do. Meanwhile, try and get along with Carmichael. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'm going to get myself a good lawyer and bump that animal off.
Oh, hang up. More trouble getting my act ready. I'll teach that bear to roller skate or my name ain't Tony Pasquale. Pay, Phil. That was Tiger Rag, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado...
That was not Tiger Rag. That was Hindustan.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll leave it to our studio audience.
They've all gone home.
I told the man to lock the door. Well, anyway, here we go with our sensational and thrilling melodrama, Gunga Din. The locale, as I said before, is the little town of East Cobra, India. Curtain music. Take it, Mary.
Now, in India's sunny clime, where I used to spend my time, I knew a Hindu boy called Gunga Din. His figure was appalling. He had arches that had fallen, and a face that looked just like a soup tureen. It was Dean, Dean, Dean. Take it, Jack, and see you keep it clean.
I will. Scene 1, the home of Mrs. Dean.
My goodness, it's 7 o'clock already. Why doesn't that boy get up? Oh, Gunga! Gunga!
Yes, Ma, what do you wunga?
Come downstairs and eat your breakfast. Now, hurry.
I'm coming. Darn that crocodile. I'm always stumbling over him. Go away, Fido. Say, Ma, how do you like my new loincloth?
Now, Gunga, who ever heard of wearing suspenders with a loincloth?
Well, I don't trust my fraternity pin. You know me.
Well, you can't wear them. People will laugh at you when you entertain in the marketplace today.
Let 'em laugh. I'm tired of being a Hindu faker anyway. Walking on hot coals is all right, but there's no future in it.
Never mind, my son. Being a magician is a very good trade.
Oh, yeah? Look what happened to Papa. He climbed up a rope one day. That's the last anybody ever saw of him.
I didn't mind that so much, but there was a blonde with him.
That's Papa, all right. Well, I guess I'll eat my breakfast. Oh, there's the phone. Hello?
Hello, Gunga. Rasta Mayan Bohat Kush Leo Rana.
Geldi Acha Boop Kem Carol Wally?
Shukareka.
Okay, goodbye.
Who was that?
Papa, he wants some more rope. I'll bring it to him later.
Now sit down, son, and eat your ground glass before it gets cold.
Ground glass again. Every morning for breakfast, it's ground glass. Why can't I swallow a sword once in a while?
You're too bent over.
Well, I could straighten up for a nice, juicy sword.
Oh, stop complaining. What's the matter with you anyway?
You might as well know it, Ma. I'm not going to be a magician any longer. I'm going to join the Army.
The Army?
Yes, I enlisted yesterday in the Bengal Lancers.
Why, Gunga, how can you get in the Army? You've got flat feet and your chest is a little floy, too.
Well, I don't have to be strong. I'm going to be a bugler. I bought a horn the other day. Listen to this. Yeah. There, how's that?
Hadassah Booga.
It's a good thing you said that in Hindu. Well, if you want to know something, I played my bugle on Major Gandhi's amateur hour last night.
Well, how did you make out, Gunga?
He got the gonga.
You're not in this.
Oh.
Well, Ma, I'm leaving now. I'm off to join the regiment. And someday you're going to be proud of me. So long, Ma.
So long, Gunga.
So Gunga left his mommy and went to join the army, a servant of Her Majesty the Queen. Now we find him in the Lancers without his coat and pantsers, and his bright new bugle slowly turning green.
Burns me up. I got a guarantee with it.
It was green, green, green. You're in the army now, you jelly bean.
Scene 2, the barracks of the 7th Bengal Lancers.
7th Lancers, Captain Harris speaking.
Hello, Harris. This is Major Wilson.
What's on your mind, Mage?
Now, look here, Harris. Every day the native bandits are out killing and plundering, and you're not doing a thing about it. You got to put a stop to this immediately, or I'll send you back to Grub Hollow.
Well, tell me, Mage, where'll I find them bandits?
Well, somebody may be listening, so I'll give it to you in code now. Take this guy.
Okay.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry. Big red letters. Orange, lemon. 6 delicious on the box. Lime. Have you got that?
Yeah.
Then carry on. Goodbye.
Hey, Dean! Dean!
Yes, Captain Harris.
Stop jamming and come in here.
Okay.
I want to see you too, Private Baker.
Aye, aye, sir.
And don't say aye, aye. You're not in the Navy, you know.
Well, then why am I wearing a sailor suit?
Because you're just gobs of fun.
Oh, gun.
Well, I can't help it. Corn is catching. Why'd you send for us, Captain?
Now listen, boys. The Mage just gave me a buzz, and he was hotter than a torch. He said them bandits are jiving again.
Jiving?
Yeah, and they've been cutting a rug once too often.
Well, gee, Cap, can't we get him in the groove?
Nah, they're hep, bud. But if we can get them on the downbeat, they'll take it on the lam, and we'll be right back on the beam.
I don't even understand that, and I'm a Hindu. What are you getting at, Captain?
Just this, Gunga. I want you and Baker to cross the desert, go up in the mountains, and see if you can locate the hideout of the bandits.
Yes, sir.
And remember, fellas, if you succeed, I'll give you a medal. Just like the one I'm wearing right here.
Oh, boy.
Fine medal. Gene Autry Fan Club. Well, all right, Captain. We'll go now. Come on, Baker. We got to cross that desert.
Okay, you take the high road and I'll take the bus.
We got to travel together and on foot. Follow me, Baker, and we'll find the hideout of those bandits or perish in the attempt. So long, Captain.
So long, suckers.
Fine encouragement.
So Gunga left with Baker. Gosh, how their feet will ache her on that hot and burning sand so far away. I'll bet you that their bunions will be crying just like onions before they reach the bandits' hideaway.
Oh, I'll make it.
For it's Dean, 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 with buzzards flying high above your beam. With your courage and your daring and that smile you're always wearing, you're a better man than I am, Bobby Breen.
What?
It was Breen, Breen, Breen.
That's enough.
Scene 3, the desert, 5 days later.
Oh, 5 days in this infernal desert. 5 days without water. 5 long, blistering days.
It's pretty hot at night, too.
I can't stand it, Baker. I'm going crazy. Crazy, I tell you. I'm going mad.
Me, too.
Water. Water.
Here, have some of my potato chips.
I don't want any potato chips. My throat is parched. I want water. Water, I tell you, water. I don't think I can go on much longer.
Hey, Gunga, our troubles are over. Look at that sign.
Where?
Right there. Palm Springs, 9,000 miles.
We'll never make it. Oh, this heat. This relentless burning heat. Will it never end? I can't walk, Baker. Each step is torture. Water. Water. I don't think I can go on much longer.
You said that already.
I know. What are we going to do, Baker? What are we going to do?
Oh, wait. Look. Look up ahead. There's an oasis.
That's Oasis. But you're right. Come on, let's make one last desperate effort to get there.
Okay.
Drink. Drink, drink. That's what I want.
Lemonade. Get your ice-cold lemonade here. Ice-cold lemonade.
Did you hear that, Baker?
Oh, boy.
Get your ice-cold lemonade.
I'll have a glass, buddy. How much is it?
Nothing. I'm a mirage.
It's the first mirage I ever saw with a door. Let's stagger on, Baker. Look at those buzzards circling overhead. They're waiting for us, Baker. They're waiting for us, I tell you.
Yes, but they'll never get us. Come on, Gunga, keep your chin up. Remember, we're Bengal Lancers.
I'll try. If I don't go crazy first. You see, Baker, I'm going mad.
Me too.
Don't enjoy it so much. Hey, look, what's that coming towards us?
Where?
Right there. Why, it's a polar bear, and he's on roller skates. Looks like Carmichael. I knew I was going crazy. I'm delirious. Delirious. It's another mirage.
Mirage nothing, boss. He's got me down to a loincloth, too.
Oh, my goodness. Take it, Mary.
So we leave them on the desert till next week on Sunday night. Will they reach their destination? Will they die without a fight? Well, tune in next Sunday evening, and you'll find out, I hope, that Gunga is a hero and that Baker is a dope.
That's right.
So it's dope, dope, dope.
Never mind. Play, Phil.
A couple of weeks ago, I made a confession. I told you that I never used to be very fond of salads. That is, until Jello salads changed my mind. Well, since then, we've had a number of requests for more salad ideas, so tonight we're bringing you another new one, pineapple date salad. And you can just take my word for it, it's swell. Here's the way to make it. Dissolve 1 package of lemon Jello in 1 pint of hot water, chill until slightly thickened, and then fold in 1 cup of diced canned pineapple and 1 cup of quartered dates. Mold until firm, then serve on crisp lettuce with creamy golden mayonnaise. It's a grand combination, Rich dates, tangy pineapple, and that real, true, extra-rich fruit flavor of lemon Jello that's just perfect for salads. You can serve your pineapple date salad as a 2-in-1 course, salad and dessert, and the whole family will enjoy it. So ask your grocer tomorrow for lemon Jello and try this delicious new recipe.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Roller Skating on a Rainbow. You all know how a plain room can be brightened right up with a bowl full of vivid summer flowers. Well, a plain meal can be brightened up that same way with a mold full of gay, shimmering Jello. Perhaps rich crimson strawberry Jello, for right now it's strawberry time, and a grand way to enjoy the fresh berries is to serve them with strawberry Jello. It's just as appetizing and delicious as the fresh fruit itself. It echoes that fragrant, tempting goodness and makes a lovely picture to adorn a simple meal. A mold of strawberry Jello garnished with fresh berries. And all 6 delicious Jello flavors bring you this same refreshing taste, so cool and delightful, especially with hot weather on the way. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. They're filled with extra rich flavor. They glow with cheerful summery color. Just be sure to get genuine Jello and don't accept any substitutes. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. That was Roller Skating on a Rainbow, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our own movie star who has just finished another epic at Paramount and is nervously awaiting the preview, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I'm not a bit worried about the outcome of my latest screen triumph. But you're wrong about one thing. The picture isn't finished yet.
Oh, it isn't?
No, we have another week to go. You see, I've been having some story trouble. And I don't want to mention any names, but after all, I'm the star of the picture, and there's a certain party that's having a little too much to do in it. And if this certain party...
Well, our maestro isn't here yet, so if you're talking about Phil Harris, why don't you come out and say so?
Because he's got 18 stool pigeons sitting right in back of me, and you know it. They're disguised as musicians. Look, Don, the way the picture ends now, Phil Harris wins the girl and marries her. Now, as long as I'm the star, don't you think I ought to win the girl?
Well, Jack, there are several angles to consider. Now, in the first place, Phil is much younger than you are.
That's just the point. He's in no rush. But I got to get rolling before it's too late, my dear. And another thing has come up. Mr. Hornblow, the producer, wants to use Rochester in the picture. Imagine Rochester, my butler, an actor. That's all I need.
Well, Jack, I think it's a grand idea.
I know, Don, but what'll they pay Rochester? Maybe $50 a week. And by the time he gets 25 and I get 25, it's not worth it to me. What does it amount to?
Well, tell me, Jack, does Rochester know about this offer yet?
I think so. Yesterday he went out and made a down payment on a gold tooth. Not only that, he's so lazy, he just had a sidecar built on the vacuum cleaner. Anyway. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello.
What's the matter with you?
Darn that Apple machine out in the hall.
What's wrong with the Apple machine?
Oh, I just put a nickel in and a worm came out.
Oh, that's too bad.
Somebody's going to hear about this outrage, believe me.
Oh, Kenny, what's a nickel? Don't be such a little tightwad.
Look who's talking.
Where were we, Don, before this big problem came up?
Well, you were complaining about Phil getting the girl at the finish of your picture.
Oh, yes. Well, that's what's holding up the story, and now I'm trying to get it changed.
Trying to get what changed?
Oh, hello, Mary. Say, Mary, you were over at Paramount when we rehearsed the ending of our picture. Do you think it's right for Phil to marry the girl when I'm the star?
Of course not.
You see?
Phil ought to be the star.
I don't mean that. Imagine Phil winning the girl. Why, he's not the marrying kind.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Why, Mary, you know very well that Phil is the type of fella that plays with a woman's emotions, toys with her affections, breaks her heart, and then when he's through, discards her like an old shoe. You know the way that kind of a guy treats women.
Yes, and we love it.
I know you do. That's the trouble with women. They don't appreciate a good man.
I'm the rat type myself.
Oh, sure, a fine rodent. Anyway, getting back to my picture, the more I think about that ending, Don, the more I... Come in?
Special delivery for Mary Livingston.
Here, boy. Thanks. Oh, Jack, this letter's from Mama.
How do you know?
The man on the stamp is laughing.
Oh.
Read us your mother's letter, Mary.
Yeah, I'll bet there's some hot news in it. What's the Ouija board of Plainfield got to say?
Here it is.
Oh.
Plainfield, New Jersey, May 19th. My dear daughter, Mary.
My, it's a scream already. Continue.
Just a few lines to thank you for your nice letter and the big bottle of perfume which you sent me on Mother's Day. It's lovely, and I smell like anything.
She would pour the whole bottle on.
Father's Day will be here in a couple of weeks, and Papa wants me to remind you that he needs a right sock.
A right sock? Does he need a left one, too?
Yeah, but Papa hates to impose on me.
Oh. That's very sweet of him.
Your sister Ethel and her husband are back from their honeymoon, but we think she needs new glasses, as we are quite positive this is not the same man she left with.
My goodness, they ought to find out. Don't you think so?
The happy couple are going to live with us until your brother-in-law can find a job. This may take some time, as he is an Indian scout by trade.
Fine prospects there.
Oh, I must tell you, we went to New York the other day to see the World's Fair, and was it crowded?
Oh.
I lost your father in Japan and found him in General Motors.
Well, that was quite a trip there.
The attractions are simply marvelous. They have a big water show there with 100 beautiful bathing girls. So I lost your father again.
Well, I don't blame him.
Quiet.
Oh.
No other news at present except your Uncle Herman, who is learning to fly, dropped in the house the other day. We'll write you again next week. Meanwhile, if this letter is a smash hit, please have Jack send me a check.
Mary, I don't ask you to read them.
Regards to all, your loving mother, On the Beam, Livingston.
She always has to get cute when she signs her name. Well, let's get on with the program. Hey, Kenny, if you can forget about your great financial loss in the Apple machine, how about doing a song?
Don't get fresh or I won't sing at all.
What? What did you say?
I said, if you want a nice, fresh song, I'll sing it all.
Oh, I misunderstood you. Go ahead.
The nursery line. We're all at the railing, for baby is sailing, sailing for dreamland tonight. Ship ahoy, my little skipper, the Sandman's calling. Don't delay. Climb aboard your baby clipper, but don't sail too far away. At the foot of your bed is your faithful little crew. It's your own puppy dog, keeping watch the whole night through. Sail away, my little skipper. Good night and pleasant dreams to you. Little man, you're crying. I know why you're blue. Someone took your kitty car away. Time to go to sleep now. Little man, you've had a busy day. Johnny won your marbles. Tell you what we'll do. Dad'll buy you new ones right away. Time you should be dreaming, little man, you've had a busy day. Sail away, my little skipper. Good night and pleasant dreams to you.
That was Little Skipper, sung by Kenny Baker, which he did very well. That was really excellent.
Darn that Apple machine.
Kenny, stop worrying about it. If it'll make you any happier, I'll take a nickel out of my pocket and give it to you right now.
Shall I phone the newsreels?
That won't be necessary. I just hate to see a kid like that be so cheap.
Well, you're as bad as he is. Every time you give a waitress a little dime tip, you hold her hand for half an hour.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Now, wait a minute. Let me ask you something. Did you personally ever see me hold a waitress's hand?
Yes.
And now, folks, for our feature attraction tonight, we will continue with...
Yes, I did.
All right, you answered me. For our feature attraction tonight, we will continue with the second and final episode of... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Were you worried about me?
Well, I wasn't exactly worried, Phil, but I thought it'd be kind of nice if you dropped in sometime during our program and made a stab at earning your salary. Of course, I realize now that you're in the cinema, your radio career means very little to you.
Are you still beefing about the picture?
No, I'm not beefing.
Why, Jack, I wouldn't even be in the picture if it weren't for you. You asked me to be in it.
Phil, I asked you to be in one short scene at the opening. I didn't expect you to stay for 8 reels. You move in like a relative.
Oh, I haven't got so much to do in the picture.
You haven't? Why, even in that big fog scene in London where you're not supposed to see anybody, you have to walk around wearing a neon hat. But you know what really kills me? Here I'm the star, and my stooge marries Dorothy Lamour. It doesn't make sense.
But, Jack, Dorothy wanted it that way.
What do you mean?
She said she doesn't like to do love scenes with you.
Oh, she doesn't, eh?
No, she claims you're too masculine. You're too rough. She says you're the brute type.
Brute? No kidding? You mean Dorothy said that?
Why, sure. She says that when it comes to love scenes, you're a regular caveman.
Oh, She said that? Are you sure?
Absolutely. Why, man, when you've got a girl in your arms, you don't know your own strength.
Well, I have been eating my steaks pretty rare lately. And I guess that medicine ball hasn't hurt me any, but I Oh, so I'm a brute, eh?
Some caveman. You couldn't find a mussel in a shore dinner.
Oh, yes, I could. Well, thanks for the information, Phil. Now I know I can change the finish of the picture. All I have to do is tell Dorothy that I'll watch myself a little. Well, let's get on with our show. As I said before, folks, we're going to continue with the second episode of our stirring drama. Gee, I can't get over Dorothy being afraid of me like that. The second episode of our... Gee, I must remember that women are fragile and delicate.
The second episode of our...
Oh, yes. The second episode of our stirring drama of military life in faraway India. That sensational RKO screen achievement, Gunga Din. Thank you, Mouseface. Now, as last week, I will be Gunga Din. Kenny will be Private Baker, and Mary, you will be sort of a Kipling again this week and recite the poem.
Okay, Hercules.
Now, this will go on immediately after a number by... see who it is, Mary.
Oh, hello. Well, gee whiz, how are you? So nice of you to call. What's new, kid? Yes? Yes?
Who is it, Mary?
Mr. Hornblow, it's for you.
Give me that phone. What's new, kid? For my producer. Hello, Mr. Hornblow. Yes? Well, look, Mr. Hornblow, I've been thinking about that Rochester matter, and I don't see how I can allow him to go in the picture. Well, sure, he'd be very good, but... I know, but... Now, look, Mr. Hornblow. I know, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, while Jack is listening to Mr. Hornblow, let me remind you about our product, Jello.
But...
It has that extra rich flavor. And it is not only economical and easy to make,
but...
It also comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry...
But...
Orange, lemon, and lime.
But, Mr. Hornblow...
So look for the big red letters on the horn. I mean, blow. I mean, box. My goodness!
Will you stop shouting, Don? I'm trying to talk. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do, Mr. Hornblow. You can have Rochester in the picture on one condition. You've got to change the script so that I marry Dorothy Lamour. What? Oh, Mr. Hornblow, I realize that, but I won't get her all black and blue. See, I'm an actor. I can restrain myself. Is it a deal? Okay, then Rochester goes in the picture. Goodbye. Can you imagine that fella's Dorothy told Mr. Hornblow that I'm a caveman, too? Gee, it's all over the lot, you know? Well, Phil, old boy, how about playing a number so we can get on with our sketch?
I'll do nothing of the kind. Imagine taking me out of the finish of the picture. Fine pal.
Now, don't worry. You'll be in that wedding scene, Phil. I'll fix it so you're a flower girl. Now, play before I slug you. You know my strength.
Oh, that's right. Hit it, boys.
That was The Ladies in Love, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, folks...
Wait a minute, Jack. Wait. How'd you like it?
Well, Phil, if I say it was good, it'll go to your head. And if I say it was bad, it'll start a routine. So let's just forget it. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, in our play tonight, you're going to be the head of the Hindu bandits. In fact, you're a cutthroat. So just play it straight. You know?
Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the final installment of Gunga Din. As you may remember, last week, Gunga and Private Baker were sent to discover the hideout of the Hindu bandits. And as the scene ended, we left them both on the desert without food or water. Curtain. Music. Take it, Mary.
Now, in India's desert land, where there's nothing but hot sand, we find our punch-drunk hero, Gunga Din. Private Baker is there with him. They ain't got water. They ain't got rhythm. And the buzzards up above them sure look mean. So it's Dean, Dean, Dean. Take it, Jack. I'm running out of steam.
Oh, I don't think I can go on much longer, Baker. The desert's got me this time. 14 days on this burning sand without water. 14 days. You hear that, Baker? 14 days without water.
What's the record?
9 days. It's held by a camel in Egypt. But we must carry on, Baker. We must carry on. 2 weeks without food or drink. 2 weeks on this infernal desert. 14 days under this burning, blistering sun.
Well, we got a nice tan.
I don't need a tan. I'm a Hindu. What a desolate place this desert is. How far away from everything. I bet even Mrs. Roosevelt has never been here. Well, come on, Baker. Let's make for those mountains right ahead of us. Chin up. Remember, we're Bengal Lancers. Hey, Baker, look. Here comes a camel with a man and a girl on it.
Oh, yes. And look at that sign. Just married.
Whoa!
Hello there.
Hey, buddy, how far is it to Niagara Falls?
12,000 miles straight ahead.
Well, we better hurry. Giddy up, Abdul.
Oh, so they're going to Niagara Falls, eh? Water. Water. That's what I want, water. There are those buzzards again. They're after us, Baker. They're after us.
Yes, we must not let them get us. We've got a duty to perform, and by heaven, we're going to do it. We must find a hideout of those bandits or die like rats on this forsaken desert.
Oh, I knew I should have taken that line. Look, Baker. Here we are at the foot of the mountains. I wonder if... Listen. What do you make of that, Baker?
Catchy little thing, ain't it?
Well, you know what that means? We finally reached the hideout of the bandits. Now be quiet, and we'll sneak up on them.
So they reached the place at last, down by the mountain pass, where the bandits are a-lurking. Oh, what thugs. So let's listen to their boss, which is played by Phil Harris.
Harris?
As he tells his natives how to cut a rug. So it's rug, rug, rug. Take it, Chief, you corny jitterbug.
Now listen, men. We're going to Calabadaz, Booga Gooba, Koosh, Harani. Is that clear?
Shukaraka.
Did you hear that, Baker? Shukaraka. That means they're going to attack the Bengal Lancers at dawn.
Gee, I thought it meant long time no see.
That's Shukarika. Now be quiet.
Listen, men, and get this straight. Zogai, 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 Zogai.
Nagasaki.
Want some Lancers, Mommy?
Oh, yeah? Well, they'll never attack our regiment. Remember what the captain told me to do, Baker?
Yeah, you're supposed to blow your bugle as a warning.
And that's just what I'm going to do.
Get hot, Gunga. 1, 2.
Did you hear that, man? Where did that bugle come from?
Sears and Roebuck, $1.98.
Baker! There they are, men. Grab them.
Wait a minute.
Yike! We're captured. All right, quit jiving, men. I'll take care of these guys.
Now, look here, Chief. We're not the fellas you want. You speak English, don't you?
Sure, I'm hap.
Well, look, Bub. We're just a couple of wandering, harmless Hindus. A couple of magazine salesmen working our way through the desert. Please give us food and drink, and we'll be on our way.
Wait a minute. If you're a magazine salesman, why have you got that horn around your neck?
All right, then. I sell fish. Come on, Baker, let's go.
Ain't we going to spy on the bandits first?
Baker! Spies, eh? I knew it. Take them to my temple, men.
Your temple?
Yes, there it is, that big white building over there.
Some temple. Wilshire Bowl, no cover charge. Let's run, Baker.
Grab them, men. All right. Now drag them inside.
That's a fine way to get customers. Okay, we're coming.
So they captured Gung and Baker and dragged them in the bowl. They couldn't see the floor show because they sat behind a pole. Now, Gunger is from hunger, and his tongues are hanging out, and Baker's sitting with him. What will happen? Let's find out.
Oh, water. Where's the waiter?
Well, how about it, Gunga? You might as well come clean. Are you going to tell us where your regiment is or not?
No. I don't care what you do to me. I'm a Bengal Lancer, and I'll never tell. Never.
Oh, yeah? You'll talk, brother. Where's your regiment?
I won't tell. Torture me, kill me. But my lips are sealed.
Mine are chapped.
I don't want to die, Chief. I don't want to die. Give me some water.
No, not until you talk.
I won't talk. I won't.
All right. Then I'm going to torture you as a human being has never been tortured before.
What?
You'll suffer. You'll squirm. You'll die 1,000 deaths before I'm through.
Oh, my goodness.
Come on, men. Let's give it to him. We'll see whether he talks or not.
Down in the meddy in the itty pool, fam fee itty and a mama fitty.
Not that.
Fam,
not that.
Mama fitty, fam a bouquet, and a fam.
No. Drag me with a hot iron. Throw me in the slave pit. Feed me to the crocodile, but not that.
The free itty
Water.
And out on
Water, that's what I want.
And the fam right out to the feet. Boop, did 'em, dot 'em, water.
Water, that's what I want.
Boop, did 'em, dot 'em, water.
Oh, I can't stand it any longer.
Boop, did 'em, dot 'em, water.
I'll tell.
And they fam, right out to the feet.
I'll tell. I'll tell.
All right, Gunga. Give us the information we want and you can go free.
Okay, Chief. Our regiment is located about 3 miles south of Calcutta. You can't miss it. Come on, Baker, let's go.
Nothing doing. I just ordered a twimp cocktail.
Oh, I'll have one, too. Take it, Mary.
So it's dween. Those itty-bitty fitties make oo scream. Though we belted oo and fade oo, I can hardly blame oo. Oo's a better man than I am, and I'm a girl.
Is that so? Play, Phil.
What has a baseball game to do with a fruit cocktail? Well, I'll tell you. If you've been sitting out in the hot sun watching a ball game all afternoon, you'll be mighty glad to start your dinner with a cool, refreshing fruit cocktail made with shimmering lime jello, fresh oranges, and grapefruit. Or you can serve it for a dessert. It's delicious either way, and here's how to make it. Dissolve 1 package of lime jello in 1 pint of hot water. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Then take a sharp knife and cut the jello into shiny little sea green cubes that are cool and tempting. Now, in individual sherbet glasses, arrange a layer of orange sections, add a layer of grapefruit sections, and top it off with a layer of jello cubes. It's gay as a rainbow with oranges, grapefruit, and shining green lime jello. And you can go for that real extra rich fruit flavor, which makes lime jello taste so good. So ask your grocer tomorrow for some lime jello and try this new fruit cocktail.
This is the last number of the 34th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, folks, be sure and listen in Tuesday night to We the People, sponsored by those 2 grand preparations for homemade ice cream, Jello ice cream powder and Jello freezing mix. Water. Water. That's what I want. Water.
You could use some soap and towels, too.
Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L.
Kitty Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Merle Leroy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.